From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And, of course, trying to get warm here. Man.
It is a little chilly. It is a little. I thought it may have been colder, a little bit colder yesterday morning than today. But it's got that 50s during the day and low 40s in the morning, and it's not what I want. It's not what I want out of my March. It's something I want out of my January.
Big day for the Cowboys. Dallas Stars in action. A-Rod Day, 3 p.m. deadline. Our time, as you just heard from Mike Florio. Brad Sham is going to join the show in the Expressway while we chop it up. And, of course, also have a Dave Matthews ticket giveaway and one of the best information segments of the entire year on the show. RJ is going to give you all the numbers to fill out your bracket. The NCAA bracket cheat sheet after some play-in games last night. We'll get to all of it, but the Michael Irvin tape was released yesterday. Your thoughts?
My initial thoughts are, look, the second arm, there was 2 times where he touched her arm. I can't say that about the first one. I don't know I couldn't hear the audio, obviously. I don't know what they were talking about. The second arm grab was where he grabbed it and then he bent over in laughter. That is a move, and I've been with Michael in about 50 social situations, Sean.
No.
That is a move that has happened every single time. That is what he does. He has touched my arm, bent over, and started laughing with the laugh that he does.
Right.
I call it a chortle. It's like a Vern Lundquist laugh. That is something that he has done every single time. That is just how he is. That's his sort of, I don't know what you would call it, but I've seen that a million times. That is a completely innocent move. First one I can't speak of. Don't know what he was talking about. Don't know what the situation was. Don't know how she took it, how uncomfortable she was. But I don't know. It didn't seem like that was throwing me out of the hotel worthy.
Yes. So there's 2 different ways to look at it, right? This is where the legal system can be maddening. We got the technicality, then we got common sense. In watching that video, and again, we admit to our relationship with Mike. He comes on every single week, but I think we've been pretty fair. I said at the Super Bowl, Mike should not have come on with us that week, and he definitely should not have admitted to drinking, and that made me and I told Mike that, and that made me question whether Michael remembered absolutely everything about the incident and what took place in that lobby. And I think we've tried to be fair and balanced with it. But again, we admit we have him on every single week and we communicate with him to a decent degree. If you watch that video, common sense tells you he should not have lost his livelihood and being taken off of 2 shows, the NFL Network and ESPN. When you get technical, and the other thing about this is the goalpost has kind of moved. It was either bad media reporting or the goalpost has moved. When this whole story broke, this was sexual assault. Correct me if I'm wrong. This was Michael Irvin, sexual assault, and we're like, oh my gosh, this is almost as bad as it can get. Well, now, as Mike Florio reminded me yesterday, this isn't about sexual assault. It's about Michael making inappropriate, lewd comments to her. So I was like, okay, I had to reprogram my brain to look at it from a legal standpoint when it comes to words and making contact with the arm. When you spit on someone, we always try to figure out on Google, is it assault? Is it battery? And we're like, really? Should that really qualify and count as assault and battery? And if I come up to you right now and we're doing a radio bit and I come, towards the back of you and put my hands on your shoulders, I'm touching you without your consent. Should that get me thrown off the radio? Should that get me suspended? Should that get me charged? Should that get me put in jail? I don't believe so. So that's where I'm trying to separate these two things. I think the video when you look at the public reaction, is very, very good for Michael. Mike Florio wrote about some technicalities, as the former attorney does, on ProFootballTalk.com. But overall, yesterday, in the court of common sense, I think that was a win for Mike. But then you get down to, did he say something to her? That can't be proven. It's word against word, right? And then we're trying to judge body language. And her body language did not seem like she was too threatened. She did end up putting her hands behind her back. I did think that the attorney spun it a little bit, trying to suggest that the girl intentionally walked towards him in the lobby. No, she looked like she was walking up towards where Michael was, not knowing that he was walking. Michael's walking in these doors, coming in from being out. She looks like she's heading towards the lobby area. She makes a left to go into the hotel bar, and it does look like Michael kind of stops her. There's a barrier there. There's a wall, so you can't exactly see who initiated the conversation first. It looked like Michael initiated the conversation. She didn't look too uncomfortable. He was laughing and joking. The body language, again, this is all we can go off of, looked pretty innocent, but it may come down to being able to disprove what she's saying about the inappropriate sexual lewd comments that apparently Mike is getting accused of.
Which, yeah, we can't know what was said. That's the one thing you can't tell in the video. Maybe he went the old George Costanza, felt her material. Maybe he, tried to stroke her arm in a sexually suggestive way, which, generally keep your hands off people is the rule of thumb that you go by.
Yeah.
It's not illegal to hit on a girl.
Right.
A woman should be able to go to work and not have to worry about getting hit on. She should. She should be able to go to work and not have to worry about getting hit on.
Yeah.
It still doesn't make it illegal what Mike did. It's not against the law. And I don't know. Is it toss you out of the hotel worthy? You and I, we
by
admit
the
this.
NFL Network.
What's that?
By the NFL Network.
Right.
The NFL Network, they're the ones who said, you got to go.
Yeah, and I think Florio is the one that brought up to us initially, they're a major sponsor of the NFL, that was going to happen, just from that sponsorship, which sucks, quite frankly, because you should have your employees back first and foremost. You and I come from a different era of what's what was appropriate, what is now, and so our threshold for judging this may be different than somebody who's 20.
Sure.
But it doesn't mean that, we still have to follow today's rules.
It's the Calipari thing, I can't get that.
Hey, he's Italian. He just, he touches people. He likes to hug and kiss people. He's Italian. That's what we do.
John Calipari putting his hands on Holly Rowe's shoulders in an in-game interview during Kentucky basketball. And people are like, that's inappropriate. That's creepy. What are you doing? And I was like, man, that's a sign of affection. You know what I mean? When we go out on Saturday and watch these games in Irving for March Madness, if I have 5-6 drinks, I might be sitting there slapping someone on the shoulder or putting my arm around someone or putting someone in a headlock. That's what type of social person I am if we're all just totally cutting loose and I feel comfortable around everyone. I'm probably not going to do it to a total stranger, but that's where we are. What do y'all think? What did you see on the video? 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. But based upon Twitter, and I went to about 3 different media sites for reaction, and it was like 95%. This woman needs to go to jail. This is ridiculous. I hope Mike gets the bag. It was 90-95%, all of that.
Chart.com text line. Let's see. Unwanted touching is a Class C misdemeanor. Doesn't look good. Unwanted touching in the context she states is indecent assault, a form of sexual assault.
Man,
if it was that bad, why would she shake his hand at the end? And then there's other people no way he's innocent. This video means nothing. Most people know nothing about body language. And that's she could have been completely uncomfortable with it, but been acting like a professional.
Yes.
And played along with it. Doesn't mean, just because she played along doesn't mean that she wanted it or liked it.
Yep.
So there's no way of knowing from the video. The video didn't really change a whole lot for me. All it did was say, okay, he didn't grab her
Were you expecting to see something worse on there, something more damning?
No, I didn't expect to see something more damning necessarily, because I knew, like, at the end of the day, this was going to be about words, right? You know, like, we basically over the last, once Michael's attorney had said there's nothing on this tape, I was like, okay, we're talking words here. And once we're talking words, that's like, we knew nothing. This is going to be a he said, she said.
Dallas Stars in action last night. Why is Shaq hiding in his house in DFW? And the madness has already started. Choppy's going to help you fill out your brackets, whether you've been watching college basketball or not. The Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, will we be able to break more?
One.
From one foul line to the other basket, well short, and the game is over. A landmark victory for the Islanders. A&M Corpus Christi puts away Southeast Missouri State 75-71 here in Dayton.
Take that, Missouri. It's Sean and RJ Hump Day edition.
Okay.
Just getting started here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy with you, and the play-ins started last night.
Is that the great Ted Emmerich that it was on the call? A&M Corpus Christi 75-71 over SEMO. That's what they call Southeast Missouri State. Called SEMO.
Peyton, did you have that in all 11 of your brackets?
I don't do the play-in tournaments. They're fake. They're fake. They're not real.
You don't even fill them out. Like you don't even get points for them generally.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
And it frustrates me that it counts as a tournament win too, because the 16th seed now has 8 or 9 wins in the history of the tournament.
Yeah.
It's they don't really have 8 or 9 wins.
No, they've got one. You Maryland, is it Baltimore County, UMBC?
UMBC, baby.
Yeah. And then in the nightcap, the 11 seeds, it was Pitt and Mississippi State. This one went down to the wire. Pitt was up by 1 at the half, and they wind up hanging on for dear life.
Three-pointer, Shaquille Moore for the win. Tip-up try by Jeffries. No! Off the mark. Pittsburgh escapes. 60-59. The madness has arrived.
It has.
5 points deciding 2 games on Westwood 1.
Not bad. So you're going to have another double dip tonight. It'll be the team that did not deserve to make the tournament at all, Fairleigh Dickinson. And then they'll play Texas Southern. That's the game at 5:40 on True TV. That'll be followed by another pair of 11 seeds, Nevada and Arizona State. I hate the reason FDU got in. Merrimack won the conference championship. I think it's the NEC conference. But since they just joined the NCAA Division I, they have a 4-year transition period. They can't make the tournament in that time, which is the dumbest rule in the world.
Wow.
They do it for, to ease them in, to avoid cheating, yada, yada, yada. Bro, they went from 1AA or D2, whatever you want to call it, all the way up, and they won the dang conference. Let them in. Let them in.
Dallas Cowboys moves yesterday. We're going to get to it at 6 o'clock inside the Star. And then tonight, you got any monster matchups this evening for night 2 of the play-ins?
Well, yeah, you got FDU and Texas Southern, and then you've got Nevada and Arizona State.
Okay.
The WBC, I can check those things in terms of if you want to look for something to watch this evening. Let's see. They've got, right now, 11 o'clock, you got Venezuela and Israel, Mexico, Canada, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, USA, Colombia. Those games will be on tonight on FS1.
Stars tried to keep the hot streak going last night against Vancouver.
Besser across, Garland with room, passes to Kuzmenko, he scores! Canucks work the seam pass beautifully, and Andrei Kuzmenko with goal number 33 makes it 2-0.
And they end up winning 5-2.
Canucks.
They scored. The Canucks scored 2 in the third. The Stars kicking off a 6-game road trip with the loss last night against the Canucks. They lose 5-2 while leading the Western Conference.
Yeah, now they're tied for. They're 3 points back now of Vegas. This was a tough loss. This was a tough loss because Vancouver's out of the playoff. They have no chance to make it in. So now they're 3 points shy of the Golden Knights for that 1 seed. But still, they're leading the Central 3-point cushion over Minnesota.
You brought up the WBC, and Mike was talking to us. I think it was off the air yesterday during Crosstalk. Bassett was bringing up a Texas Rangers pitcher in tears.
Yeah, so this is a guy by the name of Mitch Bratt. Now, Mitch Bratt is a Rangers.
Unfortunate last name for this story.
It is. It is an unfortunate name. He's a 19-year-old who pitches.
And I'm just joking. I'm not calling him out for the tears.
He's a 19-year-old who pitches for the Texas Rangers farm system. So he's in A-ball, right? 19. But wet behind the ears. Last year he had a 2.45 ERA. So actually he's off to a pretty good start in his career. He went up against Team USA. He pitches for Team Canada. He went up against Team USA the other night. And he got, some are saying he got shelled. He gave up a lot of runs. But
4 runs?
Yeah, but one was he gave up 2 singles. He gave up a double on a good pitch. He walked a couple of guys. He gave up a sac fly. So it's not like he was getting, home run to Trout, home run here, double in the gap. Arenado had a double on the line, a couple of singles to Betts, and Trout. It's like, okay.
Those are some names.
I mean, he's going up against 4 Hall of Famers. He went up against Trout, Betts, Arenado. It's like, okay, he's going up against Hall of Famers here, right?
Right.
And he's 19. He's a 19-year-old kid. He's an A-ball. Nobody expects him to get these guys out. All right? Well, nobody expects him to get these guys out. But he's sitting there, and he starts like, he's visibly shaken. He's in tears on the mound as they come to take him out of the game. And everyone's like, should they have put him out there? Did they ruin this kid? And I'm thinking to myself, and Bassick knows this is like everybody in baseball has been, first of all, overmatched at some point in their career. Mike Trout went in his first 14 games in his baseball career, he was hitting 163. He was second in the MVP the next year. Like, he came up for 40 games in his rookie year. He hit 163. The next year he comes up and he's second in the MVP. This kid got shelled in his first game in A-ball in Kannapolis. Sorry, his second game. He gave up 4 runs in 1 inning. He went on to give 9 runs. They gave up 9 runs over his next 40. Like, he settled down. Like, tap the brakes here. Like, don't you get better by playing better competition? Is this what he wants? Is this what he wanted? He wouldn't be playing this if he didn't want to play in this. Like, every single player on that diamond has been overmatched and looked like they don't belong at some level throughout their career. I just think it'll be fine.
Why is Shaquille O'Neal, why has he been hiding out in his home, Antonio Brown style, here in North Texas? I got to see Shaq once. I got to see a Shaquille O'Neal sighting one time.
I was eavesdropping on some people at the gym yesterday.
Well,
this guy was like, I was trying to wait. I was waiting for this one piece of equipment, and this guy's like, "Go ahead, man. I've been here 48 minutes. I've gotten 1 set in." I was like, "Oh, okay." So, from what I gather, he's either police or fire in like South Lake. Okay, that's what I'm gathered from the conversation. Plus, he looks the part. He's got a mustache and jacked. So he starts talking about Shaq's house, which he was saying was in Westlake. I didn't know Shaq lived in Westlake. I always thought he was in Carrollton. But I guess, according to them, he's got one in Westlake, too. He's just been hiding out. And the reason he's hiding out is because he is an FTX promoter. Remember FTX?
yeah.
Sam Bankman-Fried or whatever the hell his name is.
Sam Bankman-Fraud, baby.
Well, Shaq and Tom Brady promoted and endorsed FTX, I guess, before this whole thing collapsed. And
yeah, this article says purchased a home in Carrollton, but
yeah,
maybe he's got multiple.
He's Shaq. But apparently the FTX lawsuit has been trying to reach him and serve him with papers, because I guess they want to make him part of the lawsuit
For being an endorser? What?
He's a celebrity endorser.
Wow.
And that's what they're going after Tom Brady for as well. So he is just hiding out in his house. No one goes in, no one goes out. He's got the Antonio Brown thing going.
What was that heating and air company that we did? I got
A number one air, Sean.
no, it was something. Tolos will remind me. It was a different way of being charged for your air. And
it was for electricity.
Electricity.
Gritty. Remember Gritty?
Gritty. So did we do that together?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So we were endorsers for Gritty, and during, I guess, the first winter storm, when everyone had to jack up their heat, Gritty went through this scandal that eventually put them out of business, charging everyone like $6,000 for their bill. Am I supposed to be sued for that? Are we supposed to be sued? That's to me the exact same thing here. You endorse a company, you think you're picking out the right people, things go wrong, you don't know everything that's happening behind the scenes, and now Shaq and Tom Brady are supposed to be held responsible because this thing went under? That's ridiculous. That's an overreaction.
I agree.
But what is the strategy of hiding in the house? Like, are you just never going to be served?
You don't get served. They have to physically hand you the papers. So that means that, you go out to get the mail and someone just throws it at your face.
I mean, I know where Shaq is every Tuesday and Thursday. I mean, it's just a matter of time, right?
Yeah.
Like, unless you're going to have security, you're going to have bodyguards that don't allow someone to come up to you physically. And then the job of the server. Like, are you allowed to just get creative with how you do it? Like, I'm going to make these papers into an airplane, and I'm going to fly it at Shaq and try to hit him in the neck. And, it's made contact with him. That means I've served him. You got to figure out a way inside TNT. You got to slide it under the door tomorrow night when he goes on with Kenny and Shaq.
Yeah.
And, he saw it. It had to be on the ground there. It's like a game of hide and seek.
It really is. It really is a game of hide and seek. So, I totally agree with you. I have no idea how an endorser of a product is liable. There's still personal responsibility. This is what people just want to skate personal responsibility. You still look the company up.
The Cowboys had a day. They finally get involved in free agency. What do you think about the trade for Stefan Gilmore? We got Leighton Vander Esch news. Noah Brown is leaving. And the New York Giants with a huge move in the NFC East. Are you worried about that? Inside the Star with the Cowboys participating next.
The more you listen. fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, y'all. Hump Day edition with Bobby Belt in studio as our Cowboys insider. Thanks for waking up with us here on Sean and RJ, where yesterday the Dallas Cowboys finally got involved in the action. They gave up a 5th-round pick. This is one of the 2 5th-round compensatory picks they got last week, and they gave it up to the Colts in exchange for Stefan Gilmore. 32 years of age, started 16 games last year for Indianapolis, had 2 interceptions, one of them which came against us. A 5-time Pro Bowler, 2019 Defensive Player of the Year, after recording a league-high 6 picks and 20 pass deflections for the Patriots. Choppy, how do you feel about the move? A 5th for Stefan Gilmore to team up with Trayvon Diggs.
I'm fine with it. He's aging, but he's aging well. His PFF grades the last couple of years have been pretty good. He had a bad 2020. I don't know how much that was COVID, like the COVID year that they had, with lack of training and all that stuff. But no, I think it's a fine move. It's not crippling cost wise. It's a depth guy. It's a position of high importance and high value. He's not. I don't believe he is an elite corner anymore. But that's okay. You need really, really solid, and he's really, really solid.
Bobby,
and you're giving up nothing. Sorry.
Bobby Beatdown was apparently Mr. Negative on the G-Bag Nation yesterday. I was getting a bunch of messages from the Tolos, and apparently the fellas on the air, they weren't happy that you didn't grab all the pom-poms with them.
Yeah, they were a little. They were a little, why are you being Debbie Downer? Which I wasn't being Debbie Downer. I literally said this is a really good move. It's good to see the Cowboys get involved. Stefan Gilmore's really good. Having Stefan Gilmore, Trayvon Diggs, and Deron Bland as your corners gives them one of the better corner groups in the NFL. That's all great. What I said was, you can't, I'm not going to just say, well, that's it, we're done. You need to have insurance policies here. Stefan Gilmore, he's started getting hurt. He started to get some injury issues crop up.
He's going to be 33.
He'll be 33. That's really old for a corner.
Yeah.
Even though he's still been effective, you don't know when that aggressive decline is coming.
And I don't like that Wikipedia is removing the actual birth date of people.
Are they?
I just go and it says born, the year, and then the age. For a lot of people recently.
PFF, you just go to them. That's why you go to PFF. They've got the age.
PFF has...
They've got the age, and so does Football Reference. They got the age.
Well, this has
the day.
The age, but does PFF have the date?
They have the date. They also have he's 33 and 127.
So is Wikipedia doing that with Stefan Gilmore?
Well, I just typed in Stefan Gilmore in Google, and then I automatically go to the right side of the page.
Yeah.
And usually it's the exact date, so maybe I'm unfairly attributing that to Wikipedia, but that's just what I say.
So he's really good, and this makes their secondary really good.
They'll be 33 in September.
They're better. They're better today than they were yesterday. They're better right now at corner than they were at whatever their healthiest was last year. They're really good there now because Stefan Gilmore still is really good. Stefan Gilmore is better than Patrick Peterson, who just signed with the Steelers. And considering the cap number that you're talking about, which is like $9.5 million or something, which makes him, I would guess after all the dust settles on the corner market, will give him the 17th or 18th highest cap hit at corner in the NFL. It's totally worth it. I just think you need to make sure this doesn't prevent you from, if the best player on the board at 26 is a corner, you don't take a corner because you go, oh, Stefan Gilmore's here this year.
Yeah, you still think you got to take a corner. By the way, he's born
That's
on
too negative.
His birthday is National Talk Like a Pirate Day, September 19th.
You could do some things with Gilmore.
Stefan Gilmore. Yeah. Hey, if Adam Schefter, by the way, speaking of his name, if Adam Schefter was really wanting to be a troll like he was with the Jets the other day, he should have been like, Trayvon Diggs gets his partner in crime as the Cowboys are trading for Stefan. And then he goes, Gilmore. And freak everybody out into thinking it's Diggs.
How was he being a troll by faking like the Aaron Rodgers
when he faked
trade?
the Jets trade, like Jets are making a trade,
Yep.
... and then follows up tweet and goes like, oh, they traded for, Marcellus Wiley or whoever it was.
Probably wasn't.
It could have been
Marcellus Wiley.
Yeah, I like the move. I don't care about 5th-round picks. Go ahead and get someone for right now. We feel better about Stefan Gilmore than we do Anthony Brown. Anthony Brown's name was trending. Maybe this stops Anthony Brown from being re-signed. If you can get Anthony Brown totally on the cheap, I wouldn't be opposed to bringing him back. But I don't think there's anything wrong with your approach. To act like a 33-year-old stops the recruitment of the position or the acquisitions outside to stop receivers, no, that would be foolish.
You know what it says? It says that this team has given up to me on Keldon Joseph, though. Keldon Joseph should be able as a second-round pick to step in and be one of your 3 best corners in year 3. The fact that you go, nope, got to go trade capital for a 33-year-old, even if it is a 5th-round pick, to me says they just absolutely do not trust him to be part of their rotation.
So Ian Rappaport yesterday said that Gilmore went from the Patriots to the Panthers. His knee did not feel right, and not a lot of people knew that he had surgery before last season. Had the surgery, looked like his old self with Indianapolis, and then RJ went and looked at the PFF grades, had a 79.1. That's very good, way better than anyone on this team currently, so that's way better than Diggs, even with a 79. I know that website.
79 would be, yeah. Diggs was like a 72 this year.
Okay.
Was he that high? That's surprising to me.
And then Gilmore had a 77 the year before in just 8 games. So there it is. Stefan Gilmore for a 5th-round pick. Now,
dropped off. He was 72 to start December. He wound up with a 66. So that is way better than anything he had this year.
So later it came out, I'm not sure whether this was from Slater or not, that the Cowboys were poking around Darius Slay as the Eagles gave Slay permission. They brought back James Bradbury yesterday, by the way, and that led to some Tolos speculating that means Howie Roseman's looking for a 2 or a 3, maybe even a 4 for Darius. Maybe that was too rich for the Cowboys' blood. Maybe they were overcharging the Cowboys because we're division rivals together, but would you have rather had Darius Slay, no doubt about it, without hesitation? No.
When you factor in the money and the compensation you got to give up. Plus, my general assumption at this point is if Howie Roseman doesn't want you, I'm gonna stay away too.
I mean, if we just go by,
and Slay is also 32. Last year, his PFF was a 73.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So like, if you count only the corners that had at least 400 coverage snaps, so not the people who played like 100 or whatever. Then if you just go by the PFF grades, which I'm not a fan of, but still PFF graded Gilmore 8th best corner in the NFL, and Slay was like 25. And so Slay to me is somebody who is really good. Slay is a gambler. Slay is somebody who's going to get beat occasionally. Gilmore is a more patient, by the book, just going to lock people down type of corner. And I think, Broadus brought this up yesterday. They got a really good look in December at Stefan Gilmore, not just because of the interception. They just got a look at him that day and realized, how difficult it was still to throw on Stefan Gilmore and how he was somebody they couldn't really target.
Man, the 682 is on one today. Hey, this is great. Maybe they can sign Antonio Cromartie next. I wonder if Champ Bailey's available.
Wow.
Let's see. Darrelle Revis, he's not doing anything right now.
Save those jokes for the Jets, okay?
What, with Rodgers?
Yeah, with Eddie Lacy. Eddie Lacy was the joke yesterday that Aaron was going to go ahead and recruit him. We'll get to that in 10 minutes. But we all feel good except for 682 on the Fantex, 5th rounder for Stefan Gilmore. By the way, did you see, speaking of the Colts, you see Jim Irsay just watching South Park yesterday? He's just tweeting out, I think it was a 2-year-old episode of South Park with the NFL owners on there. And he's just like in the background chuckling. He's such a kid.
It's a hilarious show. It's a good show. I like that. We need to try it, whether it's Super Bowl or something else, when you're get Jim Irsay on and shoot the S about South Park.
I mean, yeah, you take Jim Irsay to talk about anything.
Yeah.
And it'd be absolutely golden with the radio.
Quartile of the upper quartile.
Yep.
Jane did report Leighton Vander Esch, it's done. Stays in Dallas, 2 years, $11 million, first year guaranteed. The Texans made a last-minute push, and the Steelers were also in play. But there it is, 2 years, $11 million, Vander Esch stays.
$5.5 million for Vander Esch is not bad.
No.
Especially given how much they rely on him from just an IQ standpoint and the way that he helps make sure everybody else does their job. He's orchestrating traffic and everything like that.
Plus, the word was this price was going to start around 7 after, is it Okereke?
Okereke?
Bobby
Okereke? Okereke.
Bobby Okereke, after his deal, Jane had heard starting at 7 here for Vander Esch. So this looks good.
Yeah, because when you consider Donovan Wilson said 8, Cowboys said 4, and then the Cowboys go, okay, we'll sign you for 8. So the fact that they got this one down a little bit and settled more in their range and lock him in for 2 years. This isn't, the Morris Claiborne, let's just keep doing 1-year deals until the market sets. The fact that they got him in here for 2 years gives them also a chance to reevaluate after this year. But
Chop, we're cleaning up at the flea market, baby.
We're
2 for 2.
2 for 2.
Fifth rounder, $5.5 million for Vander Esch.
picked up some Leighton Vander Esch and Stefan Gilmore in Canton yesterday.
I know, right? Look, you guys knock Canton. Do not knock it. But the issue.
I didn't. You made your team better in Canton.
I don't mind this. I do think, though, he was not nearly as good as TJ Edwards was last year, and he barely went for a little bit more. He got, 7 a year?
Oh, I think Vander Esch was similar. He was just banged up. I think when he was healthy, he was playing about as well.
I think Edwards was great, the second or third best linebacker.
Yeah.
I think you also got to factor in, right, familiarity with the system, right? You could get the other player here learning the new system.
Oh, he was orchestrating everything all the linebackers were doing last year, where it was stand here, to basically having to tell them what their job was before every snap.
So there's definite value in that. And then Noah Brown goes bye-bye. He's going to sign a 1-year contract with the armpit after his contract expires today. So Noah Brown expected to be a Houston Texan.
I honestly am stunned we reached this point. I never thought we'd see the day where Noah Brown was not on this roster anymore, because I've been trying to get him cut from here since 2018. He has had 5 years past the expiration date here.
Look, he's got a good story. This is a blocking tight end that last year was this team's number 2 receiver, and he gets a wide receiver deal from another team in the league. That's what I thought you were going to say. As to the surprise.
I remember watching his tape at Ohio State and thinking, this guy looks like he's running in mud while everybody else is running in grass. And so I never understood how he made the roster out of training camp as a rookie, and then I didn't understand how he hung around as long as he did. He had that Jameel Showers trajectory where it's okay, this dude's just going to be on the roster for forever, but good for him. Gets $2.5 million. I'm sure this pitch from Houston was, hey, you're a guy who just does his job, is reliable in that sense, and we need reliable for a young quarterback that's going to be coming in here.
So Dak loses a target, but Daniel Jones gains one. The huge trade with the Raiders and his Aaron Rodgers shopping list about to steal Odell Beckham from the Cowboys. That's next. But first, don't let anyone...
Fan segment brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Is today going to be the day that it finally comes to an end? Aaron Rodgers, 3 o'clock deadline, according to Mike Florio. This deal has to get done if it's going to get done. And then Pat McAfee with the announcement yesterday that Aaron Rodgers is going on his show. I think it's noon Eastern. That'd be 11 our time. I think that's what it was on the Pat McAfee show. But before we dive...
Shannon, RJ, and Chop.
You've stepped up your drop game here as of late. Pay.
Less talking, more drops.
Okay.
No, you're talking.
Speak through the drops, Peyton.
Darren Waller is coming to the NFC East. The New York Giants trade the Kadarius Toney comp pick, number 100. It's a third rounder for Darren Waller as Daniel Jones gets a new target. Most receiving yards per game amongst tight ends since 2019. Travis Kelce, Bobby, 1. George Kittle, 2. Darren Waller, 3. He has missed, though. A lot of Tolos responded to me when I was like, crap, dang it, I don't love this. Giants adding a weapon. A lot of Tolos saying, who cares? He's hurt all the time.
Yep.
Doesn't matter. Missed 14 games the last 2 years.
He is hurt an awful lot. He was hurt an awful lot last year.
Screwed me last year in fantasy.
Yeah. So, I mean, that from that standpoint, you know, like this is, we are talking about a guy who's going to start, you know, getting up there in age and can't stay healthy. And he's, you know, dropping quarterbacks from, you know, Card Jones. So let's see what he has. I mean, I still think, you know, from a risk reward, it does have a high, my voice cracked. It does have a high reward for the Giants. I mean, they need weapons. They do. But is this the right guy to go about it? Josh McDaniels is taking the Belichick approach a year earlier than a year late. Let's get rid of these guys. Move on.
Yeah, that's another question about what are they doing? This is like Minnesota West.
With the Raiders?
Yeah.
Oh, the difference is the Raiders recognize they have no chance to win the division. Like they've got like they have no at best they sneak in as the 7th seed because of the division.
I mean, Minnesota hasn't come to terms yet. They haven't realized that cutting Adam Thielen ruined their chances. That you know they could have been a Super Bowl contender, but they moved on from our best friend Adam Thielen.
Who's talking with the Carolina Panthers, I believe.
Yeah, why go to Carolina? You said you wanted to go to a contender. That's not Carolina, bro. You know, just make it easy. Come down here to play some golf here in April at the Club Corp Classic or whatever it is and sign your deal and be done with it.
I think you should make a recruiting pitch in the commercial break while on the putting green with Choppy to Adam Thielen, and we'll send it out to social media to get him to come and sign here for nothing.
That's perfect. I've got you. So Waller's still a good player when he's out there. Like you say, like this is somebody who's had a lot of problems staying on the field. He's played or he's missed, what has it been?
14
games. Yeah, 14 over the last 2. It's like Chop says, a decent risk reward move for the Giants. It's just a matter of
it's a better Evan Ingram that they have. Evan Ingram always hurt, always banged up
until last year.
Well, magical contract year. Wow, amazing. So he had his year in Jacksonville, and you're getting a better version of Evan Ingram, always banged up. But look, for a third-round pick, now Daniel Jeremiah did say yesterday on the NFL Network, he has 13 starter-level tight ends in this draft. 13 tight ends he has as an eventual starter, so they could still draft tight end. Darren Waller's not a blocker, so they could still go and get one who does some work on the line of scrimmage. But look, man, if you're going to give Daniel Jones this much money, go ahead and get him some help.
Put some weapons around him, and that is one. It's
they missed a receiver badly.
It's been pretty rough for them.
They missed a receiver and offensive line over the past 10 years.
They nailed Andrew Thomas, but outside of that, it's been pretty rough for them. But
Thomas looked awful his first year.
He did, but I mean, a lot of offensive linemen do. There's a learning curve there. But Waller,
Tyler Smith, good enough to get demoted to left guard.
Waller is good, but also, I mean, you got to look at the fact that how many years has he been in the league now? 7. He had 9 touchdowns in 2020. The other 6 years of his career, he has 10. He hasn't been able to stay healthy. He hasn't had a 1,000-yard receiving season. In fact, he had more receiving yards in 2019 and 2020 than he did in 21 and 22 combined. And that's playing 20 games in 2021 and 2022 compared to the 16 he played in 20. But he's somebody who is a good player. I think he's the talk of him being a top 5 tight end to me is a little much just because of the questions about his durability and his availability and how feels like we're leaning on a couple of years there instead of what he's been consistently. But it's not a bad move for the Giants.
He's a freak athlete. He's an athletic problem.
Sure.
If he's out there.
Yeah. And that's something that the Cowboys are going to have to contend with. And that's something that they'll have to make sure that they match up against as long as he's healthy. I mean, you remember his chop he said in his old TCU Syracuse tape, defended herself with the rim. You know, Darren Waller may defend himself with the practice week and get hurt and never have to play the Cowboys.
Diana Rossini reports Aaron Rodgers has provided the New York Jets with a wish list of free agents that he wants them to target and acquire. It includes Allen Lazard. They got the deal done with him yesterday. Randall Cobb. Man, I'm trying to think of who has been brought along as many times as Randall Cobb.
James Jones.
James Jones?
The
Darth
LeBron guy. James Jones goes everywhere LeBron does.
Jack Haley, Dennis Rodman's babysitter. Who did you say, Bobby?
No, he said James Jones, and I said, you mean Darth Vader? He's talking about James Earl Jones. I'm trying to think, who else has followed somebody somewhere? Parcell, like if you include coaches, Parcell's always had guys follow him. Testaverde followed him.
Who was his fullback or running back?
Richie Anderson, who ended up in jail.
So for what?
Yeah, he did some bad stuff. I don't remember what
Johnson followed him everywhere he went.
Yeah. So Allen Lazard to the Jets, and also on the wish list, Randall Cobb, Mercedes Lewis, who spent the past 5 seasons in Green Bay, and Odell Beckham Jr. So Aaron Rodgers is putting it all together. We still don't have news on this, and he'll be on Pat McAfee's show today where maybe he announces it. Maybe he just says, I'm not going to play football anymore. That'd be hilarious.
Follow up, prostitution sting. That's what Richie Anderson got in trouble for.
Mercedes Lewis was in the same draft class as Reggie Bush.
What?
Vince Young, Jay Cutler.
Mario Williams. Don't forget the number 1 pick.
Bobby Carpenter.
He's that old.
Antonio Cromartie. Nick Mangold. He was in the same draft class as DeMeco Ryans.
Oh, my gosh. He's 38 years old. How old is Cobb? This is why you don't let these guys become general managers. Cobb is only 32.
He was in the same draft class as Andrew Whitworth and Greg Jennings.
What made you look that up?
I just like, man, how old is he? And then like, 2006.
You know who he wasn't in the same draft class with was Greg Olsen, because Greg Olsen went the next year. So Greg Olsen, who's now been in the booth for 2-3 years or whatever it is, was still playing at Miami when Mercedes Lewis was playing as a rookie in the NFL.
Yeah, it's lunacy. Like this is nuts. So you know why he's doing this?
Because he can.
Well, he can't. One team's allowing him to. Okay, this team of simps are at the front office. All right, but this loser is giving them a wish list of players before they go out and make a trade for him. And you know why? Because he probably bought tickets to Bonnaroo and he wants to skip the OTAs. And he says, these guys will go for me. I already know how these guys play, so they're going to go for me. That way, I go to Burning Man or South by Southwest. I go trip balls on a beach in Costa Rica over the summer.
You know what this says though is that nobody can be and complain about, well, last year look at his supporting cast, because he's trying to put the same supporting cast around him now in New York, which means he clearly approves of these guys.
Well, he's going to have one big difference.
Which is?
Stud on the outside.
Garrett Wilson?
Yeah.
You do have Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson's a stud.
But you're essentially building with the same guys that everybody just said, oh my gosh, that was so rough for him in Green Bay last year.
You like bets?
Yeah.
Would you like to bet that the New York Jets offensive numbers are better than the Packers numbers last year? I'll make that bet with you.
That they put up not with each other.
The same thing you're trying to do with McCarthy versus Kellen when it comes to that.
Look,
bet.
I agree.
Let's
The Jets
look.
will put it better, but I do think that has nothing to do with the staff cast. I think Rodgers was actually checked out last year.
Okay.
He wanted nothing to do with that team. He was already gone.
Allen Lazard.
Points. Yeah, they will
Garrett
not.
Wilson.
They were 14th in points. They won't finish better than 14th in points.
How many did they score a game?
I don't know what that averages out to. Let me look
All
here.
right, we'll make that bet.
Yeah, they were 14th though. That was it was 21.8 per game.
Why don't you think they'll be higher than 21?
Because I think Aaron Rodgers
done.
is washed.
You don't think he was just checked out last year?
No.
He was absolutely checked out.
I mean, maybe that
it's
was
very
it too.
hard to judge being checked
It's
out.
hard to
How are
ju-
you judging that?
Even being checked out like he was before the Jordan Love trade, he was still putting up QBRs of like 58, not 32 or whatever he did last year.
Why was he checked out?
Because he wanted nothing to do with it. He was debating on whether to retire or not.
Okay.
And then he didn't like
Which
the
he's
team.
doing right now too.
Well, it is, but he didn't like the team that was put together. I mean, like he hated the GM. He wanted nothing to do with that team. I think then there's a rejuvenation of going to a new spot with a team that has pretty good roster. I mean, I don't even think it's a question. And I put Aaron Rodgers on the ground 6 years ago.
Yeah, we all did before the MVPs.
Yeah, he was terrible for those 2 years.
So we'll go ahead and we'll make that bet on the Packers and the Jets offenses last year to this year, and then Odell Beckham. I've every time we have an insider on and we're talking about the Packers, I've always wanted to ask, and I always forget, why did Green Bay never get Odell Beckham? Like, why did that marriage never take place? And now apparently A-Rod wants to make it happen in New York. Give me the percentage chance today that he does not end up a Jet. He stays in Green Bay or he retires.
I mean, given the way the Jets are acting, where whatever Aaron Rodgers dictates, they get him there. Oh, so not Odell. I was sitting here thinking Odell is who you're referencing. So
No,
Aaron,
Rodgers.
no, there's it's retire or Jets. I don't think he's going back to the Packers.
I agree.
Yeah, I know it's retire or Jets. I asked what the percentage is about him retiring. Pie chart it three ways.
Zero at this point.
0.
95% he's playing for the Jets next year.
I would say 0% he retires. He wouldn't put this wish list of has-beens out there for the team to go get.
I agree. I'm just saying, it's Aaron.
It is Aaron.
Like, he's not going to go on and announce this on McAfee today.
I think he is. I think that's what it is.
Well, he didn't do it last time. There was this build-up. Everyone tuned in, and he didn't make an announcement. And the insiders are going to get this, I think, beforehand. Plus, they have to agree to his salary. Michael Lombardi said they've agreed to compensation. It comes down to the negotiation. Now, maybe he goes, I do plan on playing for the New York Jets. And they still haven't worked out the deal yet because, I mean, he's got a crazy number to mess with. Maybe he does say, my intention is to come back and play.
They haven't acquired Bubba Franks yet. Once they do that, then Aaron will agree to terms.
Eddie
and
Lacy, baby.
Yeah, after they get Sterling Sharp in there, then it's like, okay, I can finally come to the Jets.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. What does Bobby see and think about the Michael Irvin tape? Was yesterday a good or a bad day for the playmaker, our weekly guest on this show? That's next.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford location in Terrell, located between I-20 and Highway 80. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, and they are going to hook you up with that brand-new Ford at Platinum Ford in Terrell. Why go anywhere else? Adam Vincey, the GM's got a 41-bay service department, and it's Ford Truck Month, 0% APR for 36 months on a 2022 Ford F-150. They've got them on the lot. Tons of vehicles on the lot. Basically, the lot's full. You can find whatever you want on that lot.
Coming up at 7 o'clock, we'll have another Dave Matthews ticket giveaway during the Expressway. And Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys. Does he like what Dallas did yesterday? Brad will join us at 7:30. Thanks for being a Tolo. It's the Hump Day edition with Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt. We talked about it to start the show. Bobby, your reaction to the Michael Irvin video that was released yesterday?
I mean, there's no smoking gun like Marriott seemed to act like there would have been, or how everybody's actions involved in the first, 48 hours that we were aware of this case. Everybody seemed to indicate, oh yeah, this is something sincere, and there's stuff here that's going to look really bad, really damning. There's none of that. Is there, can you interpret some uncomfortable body language from her? Probably. Like I think there's a little something there, but does it look like anything that crosses a line or elevates to remove him from the hotel? That doesn't, at least from what we can see, we obviously can't hear, what we can see, that doesn't look to be the case.
So the story has gone from sexual assault, which I didn't see any of in the lobby video, to the woman accusing Mike of making a lewd comment, touching her without consent, and saying he would find her later in her work week. Specifically, Michael asked if she knew anything about, how did you phrase it? What were the letters?
British Broadcasting Corporation.
About any experience with the BBC.
Yeah.
And yesterday, Michael addressed that allegation.
Yeah, and I imagine they're trying to now, since we're here with this lawsuit, trying to say some things to help win a case. I believe even the filings that filing that you have, that they wrote that after all this came together. That's not anything that they came up with prior to. So, I don't speak like that. You know what I mean? I've never spoken like that. So I'm not even, I totally deny saying that. I totally deny saying that.
He also rebuffed the suggestion he posed any danger to her because of the fear he'd find her later in the week. He's like, what am I going to kidnap you? What am I going to kill you? And that he was forced to change hotels the next evening. And that came from the NFL Network.
This is more than just work. I'm in between big businesses here, businesses that make billions of dollars with and for each other. But when you get called in a room and you're said, somebody tells you, hey, pack your bags, you relieved of duty, go home. And I said, what happened? You sexually assaulted someone. I said, who, when? Nobody was in my room. Well, don't worry about it. Go home. We'll talk about it. I said, wait, if you're telling me I'm doing something and I do not know what I'm doing, you can't tell me to just go home. I played this game hard. I played the game physical. And you guys know, we all worry about it. We see what happens with our brothers, and we now know about CTE. I'm saying, how can you say I'm doing something and I don't know it and you tell me to go home? I couldn't go home. Steve, they put me in a hotel, in a Marriott, and they watched me, him and the staff, for 3 days. 3 days to make sure that I wasn't doing anything crazy.
So Florio texted me last night. He said, this video may support some of her version. And I wrote Mike back and I was like, man, you're way off on this one. I was like, everyone is agreeing Mike didn't do anything blatantly wrong in this. The internet is rooting for him to get paid. People are saying throw her in jail. This is how people get, wrongly canceled. This is ridiculous. This is cancel culture, perfectly defined. And then Florio wrote this. It all comes down to the story that was told internally and to the NFL. If she told the same story they told last week, bad for Mike. If the internal story is all over the place and eventually crafted to match the video, good for Mike. So that was Florio's interpretation of it. I think he was a little bit more against the grain in terms of everyone's reaction than we were.
I mean, attorneys see things, sometimes differently. He's seen, I'm sure, more. I mean, I don't know what kind of lawyer he was, but they see more videos and have to see him in a different light. So, I mean, look, you can, and we've said it, you can have 4 people see a foul call, and 3 of them see something different. and you could see a bunch of people have, see an interaction like this, and the same amount will see something different.
No, not that CA.
Yeah, no, not that CA.
What? And look, this comes down to part of it, like Sean says there, is that this feels like, at least from my perspective, the way it was discussed. Now, I think we need to go back and look and see, like, what did the initial reports say he did? Because I
almost thought that we should replay Mike with us at the Super Bowl to, like, kind of match it up.
Yeah, I remember he said, I guess this girl says I said something to her.
Because that looked like an interaction that Michael wouldn't forget. I was thinking there might be like 9 or 10 more people in the lobby, and this whole thing lasted like a minute. Let's see, Michael Gelkin tracked it all down. He's been very good with the reporting. I think he said it was a minute 45 discussion, but it was an isolated discussion. So unless Michael was really, really feeling the drinks, I would think he would remember the encounter. But he also does this with how many people per day? Michael Irvin stops and has these conversations. Right after this, a couple of guys were lingering. They were waiting for Mike to be done. They took him to the corner. Let's take a selfie. And then it looked like Michael went to the elevators to leave. Michael's attorney also wanted everyone to know that there appeared to be an angry coworker in the bar waiting for her to be done with the Irvin discussion. She leaves the discussion. She walks towards the bar. Michael also quickly turns around. Marriott says he's leering at her. You know, a lot of guys, in many instances, when the girl walks by, they will. It's the famous meme, right, on the street. You turn around, you turn around, you check her out, and Marriott said he's leering at her. He's clearly like looking at her. And Michael's attorney yesterday was like, no, he was talking to two guys inside the bar. You just can't see it because the legalese, the technicalities of everything, man. It's a lot. It's a lot with the law.
Yeah. Now, when you talk about, is that something he would remember? Based off of their version of events, based off of the story that Marriott is telling right now, does that sound like Michael would have thought he was going to get in trouble for the interaction? Even if he did something wrong, does it sound like Michael was acting like somebody who thought, oh, this is an interaction that just got me in trouble? No. I don't think it does.
No.
So if that's the case, I believe him when the NFL Network came to him and said, did you talk to anybody on the way to your room last night? And he said no, because he wouldn't have thought he was getting in trouble for that interaction anyway. I think he probably forgot.
Look, we can't know what Michael said. We can't know what she said. We can try to decipher body language on a video. The first time he touched her arm, looks like she took a step back. The second time he touched her arm, he bent over and did the laugh that I've seen a million times from him, that he's done to me, done to everybody. It's where he grabs your arm and bends over and starts laughing and does that classic Irvin laugh. Every single time he's been in a social situation, he has done that same thing. That's how he is.
Yep.
I have no idea what he said, no idea what her comfortability was, no idea if he looked at her as he left, which is not illegal to look at her as she leaves. I'd much rather, let's just say he was. If looking at her as she leaves is no big deal, I would much rather his attorney say that than, oh, he was talking to people in the bar. He was talking to the bar 30 feet away.
What if he was?
What if he was? Maybe he was.
Because it adds to the notion that he was trying to, he was advancing on her sexually. That adds to that thought that as soon as she walks by, I'm getting whiplash, turning around, checking out her body or her rear end.
No, I'm saying, but what if he was talking to somebody in the bar? Because he said
if he was talking to the bar, that's great for him.
That's what I'm saying. Is that like he very well may have done that? But it looks like just on
video he's checking her out.
If I was watching that video, not knowing who was involved, and going, "Is this guy checking that girl out?" I would probably say yes. Or at the very least, he may be tracking her and still talking to her as she's walking away. Is what it looks like to me. But either way, it looks like his attention is turning towards her. But I mean, I also can't see if there's somebody in there that he's talking to.
Yeah, and it's not illegal to, it's not against the law to hit on somebody. It is when you broach the contact barrier, that's where it becomes a slippery slope from Michael's standpoint.
That's what I always tell my wife. It's not illegal for me to hit on somebody. It's okay.
Yeah, like Wolchunk's girl.
Yeah, it's like, advancing on someone in terms of just like, talking to them and asking, that's not throw you out of the hotel worthy. making her uncomfortable with physical contact.
Well, you can make someone uncomfortable with words too.
You can,
one's
but
dying.
I'm just saying, like trying to hit on somebody is not something that's it's not illegal.
Now, what I will say
You
is,
can't get sued for that.
what is a little unbelievable probably is I don't remember this interaction with this girl, but I do remember I was talking to two guys for 5
Right.
seconds as she walked away. That he remembers that. That's a little tough to sell.
Inconsistent.
But I also know that as soon as somebody's done talking to you, it's possible somebody could have been sitting in the bar, eyes on Mike, waiting for as soon as he was done to then go, "Hey, the Cowboys," and like yell something. I've
Sure.
seen that happen to him in public before.
How are the Tolos judging it? What percentage believes that this is a good look for him or a bad look with the video that came out?
Do they have interaction prior to the encounter with the girl, like in terms of the bar? Sounds like he shot his shot. Don't make excuses. Let's see. Irvin lost his case on the morning show the next morning. Blank that money grabbing. You know what? It sounds like all the people alibying for Mike were lying. They can't know what he said. Let's see. The video is different than guys slapping each other on the shoulder after a joke. You sound like you're talking about your kid. Irvin's innocent. Too much inconsistency in her story in the timeline.
So the fan tech's a little bit more even than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Well-
can you do sexual assault without physical contact? It's a good question. I don't know.
I think that the majority is there's still in Irvin's favor. Like, I mean, I think that there's a loud group that doesn't want him to. Basically, everything I see on social media is 90-10 Michael. Everything we've generally seen on the fan text, other than, I mean, in this very situation, like everything we've seen on the fan text for the most part has been about 90-10. Now, there's also potential bias involved there because people love Michael Irvin around here.
Sure.
But
As they're accusing us of with the bias. All right, let's get to headlines. A big day for the Cowboys. Is there anyone who actually doesn't like this trade for their brand new number 2 corner? Lamar Jackson gives us some details on what the Ravens have offered him. Stars lose, Mavs are back, and RJ gets you set for the madness. Headlines next on The Fan.
Oh, let's get you over to the greatest.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3rd and 10. Snap is back. Pressured. Now protected. Prescott wings it left, intercepted by Gilmore. At the 50, down the right side to the 30. Gilmore to the 20. Tackled finally at the 20-yard line by Connor McGovern.
Hey, that's Brad Sham. He'll be on the show in 30 minutes during the commercial-free expressway when we hook you up. Whale alert. And we're going to hook you up with a Dave Matthews ticket giveaway for turning it on, leaving it on. The Cowboys gave up a 5th-round pick for Colts corner Stefan Gilmore, entering the final year of his contract with a base salary of $7.9 million. He'll be 33 in September. Started 16 games last year for Indy. One of his 2 interceptions came against us. And it feels like for a 5th rounder, everyone is pretty much happy with this. I am. 5th rounder, I don't care. Get some help for right now. And let's get a replacement or some help for Anthony Brown, Deron Bland, Gilmore, Diggs, Bland. You re-signed Donovan Wilson. I feel good about that secondary.
Yeah, your secondary's set right now for next season. Now, is it set completely into the future? No, that's why I don't think you should completely blow off the idea of still taking a cornerback sometime in the top 100. It's still a position that you need to build around. But for this next upcoming year, you're in a really good position because Stefan Gilmore is still a really good corner. How much longer is he going to be a good corner? How much longer can he stay healthy? Those are questions for the future. But for right now, 2023, this is a really good move for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any issue with it at all. You're adding depth. I don't like high-priced guys on defense, but I love having a lot of depth on defense. And this is going to do that. I mean, the secondary room was terrible in the last, 4 or 5 weeks of the season?
Yep.
And, basically when Brown got hurt and Lewis was not there, you were what?
You were relying on burnt man toast.
And what happens is that the offense picks on who they pick on. And when you've got at least league average guys, there's nobody to pick on there. I think it's a fine move. It's not expensive. You're not giving up a ton of draft capital. So, yeah, no, go for it.
Rumors that the Cowboys were sniffing around Darius Slay. Would you prefer Darius Slay? Big play in Philly. How much more expensive would that have been? And they bring back James Bradbury, the best friend of Juju Smith-Schuster. Wasn't that him? Super Bowl? Was Bradbury the hold?
Yes, he was.
It was Bradbury. Jane Slater with a report with the Cowboys. They're going ahead and cleaning out the flea market, baby. Leighton Vander Esch, 2 years, $11 million, first year guaranteed. Texans made a last-minute push. The Steelers were interested, but I think we all like this. Leighton Vander Esch, 2 years, $11 million.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I mean, the money was too similar to Edwards. I just think Edwards had a much better year over the last 2 years than Vander Esch.
Who was Edwards?
The Eagles guy went to Chicago. I mean, they got him as a steal. They got him for like $17 million over 3 years. Oh, it's just an absolute steal. And that's too close in money for me. But Vander Esch is an okay player. There's nothing wrong with him. He knows the system. He's played well. He's healthy. He plays well. And last year when he was healthy, he played well.
Yeah, not just plays well. It's the intangibles. It's the football IQ. It's the how he gets everybody else in order, how he keeps everybody else accountable. And so, yeah, I think that I don't think Vander Esch is that far off, to be honest, from what TJ Edwards is. I just think that Vander Esch is somebody who the biggest question about him is his health and how consistent he's going to be able to stay on the field.
He's no doubt the quarterback of the defense.
Yeah, in terms of him orchestrating, especially all those young linebackers, he helps them know what their gap responsibilities are.
Noah Brown is going to the Texans on a 1-year deal, according to Michael Gelkin, and Micah Parsons continues to recruit. It's about that time, I emoji to DeAndre Hopkins on social media. DeAndre responded last night at 11 o'clock with the emoji shrug. Like, I'm here. I don't know. I'm down. Whatever. You tell me. So that's Micah trying to continue to recruit DeAndre Hopkins. That is who Marcus Spears is wanting the Cowboys to get. Not Odell Beckham for $20 million. DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh, that's who G-Bag wants. That's who G-Bag got all bent out of shape that I wasn't, just thrilled and saying that he's the greatest player of all time still. He's a good player. He's not
Even
the same guy anymore.
Broadus is a huge fan of the Gilmore deal and also wants DeAndre?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. And so to me, my whole argument was if it's a third, fine. I'm not giving up a 2 for 31-year-old DeAndre Hopkins, who is on the back end of his career. This is not just when does he enter a period of decline? He's entering a period of decline. He's not the same player anymore.
Yeah, I don't want to get to a point where we start we start going crazy with 30-plus-year-olds. We're not the Jets getting Aaron Rodgers, retirement home in here. You've got Gilmore. Do you want to get Hopkins too? Fine. Again, I'm with you. I don't want to give up a 2 for him.
I don't want to give up a 2. I'd be okay with a 3.
Sure.
But you do have to figure out a way to get yourself over the top. Because this team is not good enough to win a Super Bowl right now. I like the Gilmore deal because you're adding to the defense. I'm the only one in the city who wants to keep. We're building the Dak fence. That's what this is. Let's make the defense as good as possible and try to win a 17-14 game in the playoffs if and when it comes to that.
I agree. Make the defense as good as possible so that you can lean on your great quarterback to take you to the title and not have to have the defense blow it.
Just bus drive it. Just put him back in a yellow bus. I'm trolling a
golden
bit.
Bus
because
that's what he is.
Because that's what he is. So that's the DeAndre Hopkins recruitment from Micah Parsons. The Giants trade a 3rd-round comp pick in the Kadarius Toney deal. Shots fired from the NFL Network. I can't remember the woman's name on there. She covers the Jets.
Oh, I don't know. That would have been that's somebody new. It used to be Kim Jones. I don't know who it is
now. That's your colleague. That's your coworker.
I know, but it used to be Kim Jones. I don't know.
What an employee. What an employee, buddy.
I almost got fired from the network the other day. So
fill out their.
I did it. We're good now. But I was told if this is not filled out by the end of the day, you are gone.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I did it.
She took a shot saying, finally, Kadarius Toney has contributed to the New York Giants because they traded his 3rd-round comp pick for Darren Waller. So Darren Waller is going to be helping out Daniel Jones if and when he stays healthy. Aaron Rodgers is getting the former Packers signed in New York, Alan Lazard, to the Jets. Diana Rossini says A-Rod has provided a wish list. Lazard, that's done. Randall Cobb, Mercedes Lewis, and Odell Beckham Jr. Aaron Rodgers scheduled to be on the Pat McAfee show today. Also, Andy Dalton is going to sign with the Panthers, 2-year, $10 million deal with $8 million guaranteed. And David Montgomery goes from the Chicago Bears to the Detroit Lions.
This running back market looks pretty dead right now. Broadus said yesterday he thinks the Cowboys are probably seeing that they made a mistake franchising Pollard. That if they could have played this just direct, it wouldn't have cost them as much money. That they could have had him back for less than $10 million.
You mean finding out that, Bill Barnwell said the market for Tony Pollard was going to be 1 year, $6 million.
Now, Barnwell just makes up numbers, but Barnwell's, that's his projection of what it's worth. Barnwell doesn't know what the market actually would have paid, but the fact that the running back market is like it is also lends itself to, I think there is a better chance today than there was a week ago that Zeke is back. I'm not saying that I still don't think he is back, but I think there's a chance that Rocky Arsenault, Zeke's agent, looks at the market and says, you will get $2 to $3 million regardless of where you play. So there's no harm in taking that $2 to $3 million from the Cowboys, which is what they'd probably ask him to play for.
Look, if they found out a week later that signing him to that franchise tag was a mistake. A week into it.
They are
a week into it.
Every single year, they have their idea of the market. Then they get a week into free agency and go, "Oh, it was radically different than we thought," and that's what they're running into now.
Who misjudges things more, this Mark Cuban or the Cowboys front office? In terms, Cuban misjudged, he failed to read the CBA the right way, or thought that it was going to be much different post lockout than it actually was.
Oh, I still think Cuban probably misreads the market more.
What would it be, his 5th year, 6th?
Who doesn't know how many years the players have been on the team more?
How about Lamar Jackson? He's being vocal on social media. Adam Schefter said that Lamar rejected a contract last year that included $200 million in guarantees. Lamar then tweeted yesterday, 3 for 133, fully guaranteed, but I need an agent? Basically saying, I don't need an agent to tell me this is not good enough.
Well, he's completely wrong. If that, again, proves he does need an agent, because 3 for 133 puts you at about the top of the market for most guaranteed money over the next 3 years. And that's what players want. They want the most money possible in 3 years. Any agent will tell you, get the most you can in 3 years, and then you want to get paid again after 3 years. And so, yeah, Lamar, you do need an agent.
Well, that's not the most money possible, because that's less than Watson. And that is what part of this argument is about. I'm better than Deshaun Watson, so I need to get more than Deshaun Watson. And while the Ravens, see, this was smart by the Ravens. They're like, 3 years. It was very smart to offer him 3 years. Injury-wise, who knows what happened? You don't want to fully guarantee. How many years did Deshaun? I know these contracts are BS.
Mm-hmm.
How many years really is it guaranteed? Like his is it 5?
His is full, so it's the entire length of the contract.
How many
is
years?
guaranteed. 4, I think, is what it was.
Okay, so Lamar's like, no, I want another year of absolutely guaranteed money. The Ravens are like, let's make this a shorter-term marriage, and you can get back to the market, Lamar.
5 for 230.
You can also get back to the market, and Lamar is saying, no, it's not enough. I don't need an agent to tell me that. You can tell everyone on TV. Look, let's just keep it real. Everyone on TV that's reporting on this wants to say that his mother is incapable and that she's the problem. But no one really wants to cross that line because that sounds personal, and Lamar may get furious and you're going towards someone's family member. You can tell everyone's heard the same thing, and everyone wants to say that Lamar Jackson's mother as the agent is the problem.
$133 million in the first 3 years. Like, and I'm the one that needs an agent? Yes, you do, because here's what was fully guaranteed for other guys in the first 3 years. Patrick Mahomes was 63. Dak was 95. Daniel Jones, 82. Josh Allen, 99. Aaron Rodgers, 101. Kyler Murray, 103. Russell Wilson, 124. You need an agent. You're being offered something that I don't think anybody else in the league would offer you. 133 fully guaranteed over the first 3 years of a deal. No one else in the league is offering you that.
Look,
fair offer? Good offer?
Is it a fair offer? 3 for 130? Yeah, it's fair. That's 44 million
a little over 44.
I mean, that's completely fair, and basically it's fully guaranteed over those 3 years. That's a fair offer. Is 44 the right number per year? No, it probably should be higher. If Daniel Jones getting 45,
yep,
it should be higher.
It would be higher than that, though. Is the thing is that when you see the number assigned that says it's this much per year, that's averaged out over the contract. That's why agents. That's a number to quote to the media that matters less to them than what am I getting paid in the first 3 years, because that's what ultimately is going to determine what you get in terms of cash flow.
The Stars lose to Vancouver last night, 5-2. The Mavericks back in action tonight against the San Antonio Spurs. Mavs PR says Luka will remain out. Kyrie and Christian Wood are questionable, along with Tim Hardaway Jr.
So Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
So there you go. Bobby taking off his headset as Peyton Russell knows exactly, literally, what button to push. And RJ is going to get you set for your bracket at 8 o'clock this morning. Listen, he's just going to feed you all the info to win your March Madness pool, whether you watch the season or not. That's coming up at 8. Brad Sham at 7:30. But let's chop it up. $3 worth of cheese can get you dumped, apparently. And the Buffalo wing controversy for the wings you may be slamming this week as the madness begins. Micah Parsons has even weighed in. Let's chop it up. Dave Matthews ticket giveaway and Brad Sham during the Expressway next. But let me
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now, and it's brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
The great chicken wing controversy of 2023, Sean, or the chicken nugget controversy of 2023, or the chicken tender controversy of 2023,
or the things that I can no longer afford controversy of 2023.
That's true as well. We'll get to all that. Things are
ordering
expensive.
steak bites out there.
Things are expensive nowadays. Inflation.
Filet medallions.
Filet medallion. Inflation. A Chicago man.
Thanks, Biting.
Has filed a class action lawsuit, easy for me to say, against Buffalo Wild Wings, which at one point was Buffalo Wild Wings WEC, which I never understood.
Buffalo Wild Wings what?
That was they dropped the other the W. It was BW3s at one point when they first started. Buffalo Wild Wings WEC.
That's bizarre.
Didn't
WEC or what?
WCK. WCK. They claim the restaurant chain, Sean, falsely advertises boneless wings as the real deal, when in reality he believes them to be nothing more than chicken nuggets. He filed this complaint. His name is Ayman Halim. He filed a complaint Friday in the District Court of Northern Illinois against Buffalo Wild Wings, saying they were responsible for the composition, preparation, advertising, and marketing sale of the BW product. The complaint seeks to challenge false and deceptive marketing and advertising of boneless wings, saying specifically the name and description leads reasonable consumers to believe the products are actually chicken wings. He says the description says boneless wings are deboned chicken wings made up completely of chicken wing meat, when the product is actually slices of chicken breast deep fried like a chicken wing, which are compositionally more like chicken nuggets.
You know how Deion Sanders says there should be separate wings in the Hall of Fame? Like you're a third ballot Hall of Famer, or you're not a number one top tier gold jacket Hall of Famer. That's what we should do for these types of lawsuits. You go to jail for a week. They have a wing in the jail when you're a dip-ass loser, moron, idiot with nothing better to do. You bring this type of lawsuit and waste everyone's time, you go to jail for 5 days. So you can bring the lawsuit if you want. I would give the judge that type of jurisdiction and leeway. Throw him in the slammer for 5 days if you want to be an idiot. You want to be a moron. Now, RJ is our boneless wing expert. Although, Bobby, I could see you being a boneless wing guy.
No, that is Peyton. Peyton is boneless wings.
You boneless, Peyton?
Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Why?
Because I get more for my buck.
Explain. Give us a hack. Give us a wing hack.
There's more meat for less dollars, you're going through all that work. Like I at home, I bone in wings and stuff in the stores. But yeah, if I go to the Buffalo Wild Wings, just drench it in sauce, you get more for your buck.
I'm exclusively bone in.
Yeah. If I'm gonna there are certain places where boneless makes sense, like Pluckers.
Why?
They're giant chicken breast. It's a giant chicken breast. Your boneless wing is the size of your cell phone.
No.
And it's huge.
Really?
So it makes sense there. There are places where it doesn't make sense. I am a boneless wing guy. Why? Because I don't like to see it on my fingers 4 days later. Or even an hour later.
That's what she said.
Okay?
Man, I would have paid. I would have bought your meal at Shell Shack yesterday just to watch you eat there. It would have been amazing. That's where G-Bag was.
Choppy?
I have no problem eating seafood with my hands. I eat shrimp. I eat peel and eat shrimp all the time.
Okay, what's the difference?
The difference is that the wing sauce gets all over the place.
Peel and eat shrimp. Oh, so Shell Shack comes in like a sauce. Like they'll drench it. Yeah, I'm sure you can get a plain no sauce, but
I'm a dipper. Like I like to dip in the cocktail sauce.
Yeah, no. I mean like the crab legs, the shrimp. It comes like all in a bag.
Yeah,
a bag marinating in the sauce.
Yeah, I hate that because then it gets all over your wrist. You got to dip your hand in the bag. I'm out on that. I'm a clean eater, Sean, until I'm eating.
Yeah.
And then I just scarf it down. But, I just it's just a pain. Plus, I find you get more chicken. You get more chicken when it's off the bone than when it's on. Even though I am one of the people, and Sarah hates this. When we have baked chicken at home, those like thighs and legs and all that stuff, I eat the cartilage. the crunchy cartilage on the end of the thing.
What?
I ripped that off and
What do you mean the cartilage?
So you know, like when you get towards the
corner of the bone?
The
Yeah.
corner of the bone, it's got that white hard stuff.
Yeah.
I eat that.
No, you don't.
I absolutely do.
No, you don't.
You won't do that.
What?
You'll do that.
Is that not normal?
The crunchy?
Yeah,
You don't
cartilage.
You don't eat that.
Ask her, absolutely do.
Why?
Yeah.
I don't know one person on earth who eats the.
I don't know. I didn't know one person that didn't. I thought everybody did. You gotta get every last ounce of.
Do you eat the shells on the shrimp?
No.
Okay.
No, I will on sushi. Like, when you get tempura.
Yeah.
I eat the whole thing, the tail and everything.
Yeah, some people eat like the shell with the shrimp,
No,
which I
but
can
normally
never do.
I would not. No.
I've never heard of anyone eating the chicken cartilage. The little circular. Do you think it's like? Is you doing it for health or something?
No, I'm just still hungry.
Wow.
That's why I don't
So
eat. That's why I don't eat wings with bone on them, because you don't get enough meat. I need more meat.
You can't eat the bone.
Can't eat the bone.
Okay.
Although I will.
So I'm gonna
bone-
put you to this. On Saturday, I'm gonna get a bone-in wing, and you're gonna eat the end of it, the little circular hard part.
that little white thing. That,
Ew.
that you can
You're gonna
peel
eat
off.
that.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we'll see. If you do that, I got you a shot. Shot if I see you take down one of those things. You chew it, or you just like swallow it?
I chew it. Yeah, you chew it. It's
Anyone
crunchy.
else? Fantex, Bobby.
Here at Chop, I do. I eat the crunchy cartilage. The cartilage is fine. Go back to Jersey. One less wing.
Back to Frank's Chicken
gotta
House.
eat the extra meat on the chicken bone.
That's extra meat on the chicken bone. This is cartilage.
Sean, a lot of people do that. Where you guys been?
I'm flabbergasted.
I do the same thing.
I'm floored. It's
disgusting.
Y'all are liars. I've never heard of it. I've never seen it. I got to see it.
Cartilage has the flavor. I mean, they're just pouring in.
That's my petty class action lawsuit is people who eat the cartilage. I wanna sue to have them out of restaurants.
Yes. Micah Parsons has weighed in on this on Twitter. I would have sued just because they didn't put sauce on my wings. So he took the picture that was involved in this lawsuit. You know, a lot of times, sometimes buffalo wings, they're like salty. You know what I mean?
They are.
Like,
Yeah, they are.
It's saltier. It's like a different taste. And no one has ever. I've never thought I'm eating a chicken nugget when it comes to a boneless wing.
But here's the thing, and I eat, like I said, I eat boneless wings a lot. This guy said you assume that there's de-winged chicken wings. I've never thought that. I've always thought that. I mean, I didn't know what
nuggets.
I didn't know what they were. I never called them chicken nuggets, but I didn't think that someone was in the back deboning the chicken wing and then breading them.
The only place I'll eat boneless chicken wings is Boomer Jack's.
There you go.
On Wednesdays.
Absolutely. Very nice. It is boneless wing night. So there's your chicken wing.
I'm Google imaging cartilage to make sure we're on the same page. I'm like, there's no way that we could be talking about the same thing, but we'll find out Saturday.
We'll find out.
We'll find out. Okay, next one. Can $3 worth of cheese end your relationship? That is what this woman on TikTok posted the other day.
Guys, I just got back from a Hinge date. Why am I doing this to myself? So we scheduled to go to dinner. We are sitting at the restaurant. Seems very nice. Not a catfish. Things are going well. And the waitress comes over. She wants to take her order. And I said, okay, I'm going to take the branzino. And he said, I'm going to take the burger. And the waitress asked him, okay, how do you like your burger? He said how he likes his burger. And do you want some cheese on your burger? And he asked, is this going to be extra? And she says, yes, it's $3 extra. And he said, okay, then never mind. And I'm like, what the actual f***? I'm like, okay, I'm hungry. I'm going to eat my branzino and see what happens. And he's like, oh my God, you have to pay extra for everything these days. And I'm like, yeah, it's New York City. So I got my branzino, he got his burger, we were eating. And once I was satisfied, I got up and I was like, I'm going to the restroom for a second. And I took my purse and I went to the waitress and I was like, hey, I just want to pay the bill. And I just paid the bill and walked out of the restaurant. I texted him, the check is taken care of, you should have gotten the cheese. And I blocked him.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah. So she thought she was like flexing on this guy, and she is getting destroyed. I wonder what she's feeling reading these comments. Hope she doesn't delete this. It's crazy to me that he didn't complain about her getting the Branzino. I wouldn't pay $3 for cheese either. A restaurant with Branzino doesn't include cheese in their burgers. LOL.
That's a great point.
Girl, you left over $3 cheese. LMAO. And now we wait for the algorithm. This is an awful way to treat someone.
What does that mean?
That means like for the algorithm to post this to everybody's feed.
Right, which is her intent at the end. My ruling on this is I can defend her not wanting to go out with this guy again.
Yes,
over
me
this.
too.
If you're gonna on the first date, don't you're setting the tone that you're a cheapskate. It is ridiculous that the cheese is $3. That's ridiculous. But you are setting the tone that you are. Look, if they are asking you, these restaurants try to peer pressure you too with liquor, right? Oh, would you like the I want a margarita. Oh, you want the 1942 in it? No. I want like the rail margarita, like what's just above the rail margarita. I don't need the 1942 in my mixed drink.
You want to drink a bar at a bottom shelf.
What's that?
You want to drink that bar at a bottom shelf. That's what you want.
$3 cheese is ridiculous, but him asking on the date, he deserves to be shamed for it. But she only, if she even did, paid the check and left for her little social media to get all the algorithm. That's my ruling.
This is fake. That's my thought.
Oh, you think so? I don't think it's fake.
I think
she's getting destroyed.
I know, and there's still some clout in that.
If she didn't leave, I'd defend her. If she didn't pay the bill, walk out and block him, she didn't block him. I don't think.
See, I don't think this is a cheap thing on him. I think it's a principled thing on him. This is a financially literate, principled thing. You ain't going to charge me for cheese.
If you ask, is cheese extra, that's cheap. Once you know
that's the principle.
If you know it's $3 and everything else and you don't want to do it, I still think that's cheap, but it's a little different. To even just ask the question, is cheese extra?
It should come with it, though. That restaurant should be put out of business.
Sure.
That's criminal.
It's
if you order a burger, the cheese should come on it with the option to take it off, not being charged extra.
Don't go out to dinner in New York. Like
that's good advice.
I'm just don't go out to dinner in New York and do those sorts of things if you're gonna ask questions like, is there $3 worth of cheese on? If $3 is the difference, then you probably aren't in a position where you can go out.
To me, see, it's not the $3. To me, it's the principle for him. He's not paying for cheese. It's the principle,
and that comes off as cheap.
Because I won't pay for parking. I don't pay for. I will drive around.
What do you mean you don't pay for parking?
Like it's a principle thing. Like if I put a little bit of effort into it, I'll get it for free. It's like sex. I don't pay for sex. Put a little bit of effort, I can actually get some.
Who's the cheapest at the station?
Spittle.
Who's the cheapest? Who's the cheapest on the shows?
Okay.
Like when we've been on trips, because nobody's ever stood out to me as being cheap. The cheapest thing I hear anybody say, and it's not even a cheap thing for Chop, is the parking thing, but that's more a protest of a particular family.
Yes, I'm protesting the Bass family, and I'm taking that to other cities.
I don't know about the nosebleeds where they're spending heavy. Look, they came out with us. We ripped them off with a bad Mexican restaurant. They didn't cry and complain about it. I give them props for that.
I would say Eric. I think he got the soup.
No, he got like a pork dish. I don't know how Dawson is. I don't really know. I would think Kevin Hagelin and Bassick are cheaper than Corey. RJ's he's not cheap. He's probably the cheapest on this show if it came down to us three.
I'm the most reckless.
Yes.
You're reckless. You're reckless.
Yes.
If you saw my bank account, you would see I'm reckless as well.
Yeah. And I don't know about the other shows. Do you guys have an answer on who's cheap?
I mean, I still use like coupons and stuff for like fast food.
There you go.
You do? Mm-hmm. Wow.
Like
okay.
I'll go to Popeyes and get a full meal
fund
for like $5.
$5. Yeah. It's Spittle or Tim. They're the cheapest. Tim will eat for the week when we go on the road for $23 total. He eats one meal at night for $4.65, and he's covered.
Yeah.
and he's good to go. I'm trying to think who else is cheap. I don't know. That's a good question. So she's getting killed. I imagine
she's getting killed. Even on the fan text, it's not cheap skipping out on cheese. I make $2.50 a year. There's no way I'm paying $3 for a slice of cheese.
Yeah.
It's not paying a restaurant trying to nickel and dime you.
I'm trying to think. I agree with you, RJ. On the
I think it's cheaper for him to get a burger at a fancy restaurant.
So like like the Southwest airline, the internet thing that we went through, right? When we flew to Arizona, the internet didn't work on the way there or the way back. And I paid for it. We all paid for it.
Yep.
And I still haven't done it. But I made up my mind, I'm going to fight this. I'm going to argue with them. And it was just the principle of it.
Yeah, I would too. I just forgot.
It's not the $16. It's the principle of it. When I fight with the station over per diem stuff, it's just the principle of it.
Sure.
It's like that. So I can agree with the principle of stuff.
Yeah, I have a bigger problem, honestly, with him ordering a burger at a nice restaurant.
But first,
that's the let's find the cheapest thing on the menu.
First date, though, pay the $3 on the first date and don't set the tone that your $3 is too much.
Or just look at the menu beforehand, like I do.
You could set the tone that you're a principled individual. You know, I'm not gonna sit there and do that.
Let's see how this plays in Dallas. Peyton, on your next few dates, you should do this.
Peyton goes to Fort Worth.
Peyton already lost number 2 because he hesitated at the bill. That's my feeling. You weren't in. Peyton, RJ asked Pay before the show, how's number 2 going? And it seems like that's done and over with. So I feel like
maybe it's because she heard him on the air say, I don't know if I want a second date. I don't know if I want to go on a date with her, you know?
Are you going to get mad at us again?
No, I'm listening. Let's go on. We got 20 more minutes.
No, it's sweet. It's great. I love it.
Let's hook up the Tolos and then the voice of America's team on all the Cowboys moves.
That's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band at Dos Equis Pavilion on May 20th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, we're going to have to ask Sham about the wings and the cheese. Right to start off. He will. The cartilage thing is the biggest development of this whole chopping it up. The chicken cartilage. With the amount of people, real people eat the chicken cartilage. I just don't think we're talking about the same thing. I'm thinking about hard bone.
Oh no, it's not bone. It's so at the end it's the white stuff.
You are a child.
Comes off.
You are a child. You need to go to Live Radio over there with those people and respond to every fart and sex joke, every word. You can never be said. You called out nosebleeds for being children. You're the worst.
I just said right. I just said right.
I really did. You're misinterpreting.
I just said right. That's all I said. I agreed with what you were saying. You were talking about hard bone.
What were you about to say, Ralph?
It's the white stuff at the end that you peel off. That kind of comes off.
But is it a hard?
It's harder than the chicken meat.
Okay.
It's harder than the chicken. It's softer than the bone.
All right. And you're the guy, you don't like toilet talk. It's amazing to me that you don't like fart and toilet humor. I thought I was getting an adult joining this show. You're the biggest child of all of them. Even Peyton is so much more mature than you. Are we getting, is Sham on?
We just did a giveaway, so I think he's trying.
We jam up all the lines. Oh, we have a hotline? Let's get Sham on, and then we'll get the Dave Matthews people. Let's deal with this. Now you put me in a bad mood.
I did.
8 o'clock. RJ is going to help all of us win our office pools for March Madness. Peyton. Are you talking?
We got voicemail right now.
Oh, we got voicemail right now. By the way, Bally. Bobby, you've been kind of covering this, but Tolo D and others are sending me the Bally bankruptcy filing. Diamond Sports Group, they've officially filed Chapter 11, and I guess they are the group that, kind of runs Bally. They will continue broadcasting games and connecting fans with the sports and teams that they love.
Yeah, and MLB's plan, I guess their thought process, their contingency plan in place right now is if there's any sort of interruption for some of these teams, some of these regional networks. Texas was not listed in them, but I think there were like 6 or 7 teams that they listed and said if they are interrupted, they will start streaming games for free, which is great. I think that's awesome of MLB to step up and do that. Yeah. But it also just shows what a stupid relationship they got themselves into.
Let's bring in the voice of America's team, Brad Sham, on the Diamond Factory Hotline, back on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, Bradley. How you been, buddy?
Been okay, fellas. How are you?
Why just okay? You don't have to go into it. I just don't like to be one of these fake intro people. I listen to when the person. I was judging your tone right there.
I had a very death in the family of a very, very close family member, and I've been spending the last month running 2 households and taking care of my son.
Okay.
All right.
Brad Sham here on 105.3 The Fan. The debates that broke out right before you came on, bone-in or boneless wings? And
well, all right, go ahead and finish the question.
And then would you pay $3 extra for cheese on your burger?
Ooh. Well, for me, it's boneless, but I understand that there are some people. I'm not a huge wing devotee, but I like them. Now, I understand that there are some people for whom that is very close to religion, and then you don't mess with the bone in the wing if you're that kind of person. I'm more interested in the taste, and so a boneless wing is something that if I want to, I can use a fork. I don't have to get quite as messy. But to a real devotee, that might be blasphemy. $3 for, I would say 75% of the time, no. And then I would not close the window to there being some times when, you know what, I just need the cheese more than I need the $3.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you're a hamburger dude.
I like hamburger.
No
I am not a cheeseburger. I love cheese. I just don't like it on the hamburger. I don't think it goes. I don't think it pairs well.
Okay.
I'm a real American.
Okay, yeah, real American.
Well, okay, hold on now. You did just fine until you, RJ, until you demeaned the patriotism of people who like cheese on their burger.
Yeah, he thinks he's Davy
you
Crockett
can be a real
here.
American and like cheese on your burger.
That's fair.
He's become Davy Crockett in the past year, so he's more American than the rest of us.
Be as rustic as you want, but Democrats wear flag pins in their lapel too.
Get it, Brad! That's right, baby. That's right. Good job, Bradley.
Wow. Politics.
Well, he listens to the show. Brad, your thoughts on the Stefan Gilmore deal?
I overreacted, but I will tell you that I was driving across town. I was actually listening to NFL radio at the time that I heard it, and I literally did a fist bump. I tried to keep one hand on the wheel. I understand that he's 32, and he's not the same Stefan Gilmore who won the Defensive Player of the Year now 4 years ago, but he's still good. And I also understand the nature of highlight films, but if you go to NFL.com and look at the clips of some of Gilmore's best plays last year, what you realize is that even at 31 going on 32, he is not afraid to stick his nose in and tackle. This is not a guy who's going to shy away from contact, and he's a good tackler. And the fact that he had 2 interceptions last year doesn't bother me at all because he had a whole bunch of breakaways. I really believe you can make a case for Diggs being a better player last year than he was with the 11 interceptions, because he was most of the year last year. Trayvon Diggs was among the league leaders in breakups. So Gilmore's raw statistics don't scare me. He might only play here 1 year, but he will be a great teacher for Deron Bland and anyone else, any other young players that they bring in. And that's a really good player. Like when he won the Player of the Year in 19, I know he won the game that they beat the Cowboys when he was with New England. And he is a really, really good, smart player. So that's a huge plus for me, especially for the price.
Would you have wished that the Cowboys had made an offer or upped the offer that got the Jalen Ramsey deal done?
I think that I don't know either of them personally. I think that my sense is that Gilmore is a little better for locker room chemistry than Ramsey.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with what they have with Gilmore. It's not about the defense. I would like to know if they had a chance at Waller for that price, but that's a whole different subject. You might have been getting there eventually. I'm happy with Gilmore. That Ramsey scares me.
Brad Sham here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to get to Odell and DeAndre Hopkins and all the other talk, but just your general reaction to the Cowboy fan who thinks that the Joneses skimp, they're too cheap to spend. Why don't we participate with the big fish in free agency to push this team over the top? You know that storyline. You know that feeling out there. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I think my feeling about that, Sean, is that their experience tells them that when they've done that, and they have done that, it has not gone well for them. They've wound up overspending. Now, when they did that, Will McClay didn't have quite the voice that he had in the decision making. But when they did that, they overpaid, didn't get what they thought they were paying for, and wound up with buyer's remorse. And they have a much more solid football team than the times that they did that kind of stuff. Now, this year, I don't know who you would want to do that to your cap for. People don't like to hear it, but it's true. They've got to have some of that money. That cap is over a 2-year period. You better want them to re-sign Lamb, and you better want them to re-sign Diggs and Parsons. And so that money doesn't grow on trees.
Yeah.
Whenever you have a year like this, nobody's talking about Luke Gifford, but Luke Gifford going to Tennessee is not going to make them a better team. And Noah Brown, I don't know, maybe you wrote it on Twitter, Sean, somebody did, that the days of Noah Brown being the third option at wide receiver or the top option on third down are over, but that's not Noah Brown's fault. He was a really good football player. He was a better football player than he was a wide receiver. But
yeah, I didn't write that. I defended Noah Brown.
Yeah, I think that Noah Brown and Luke Gifford are the kind of guys that make your football team better. But those are the things that happen in free agency. But you sacrifice guys like that if you want to spend big money, and they're not spending big money yet. But we'll see. I just think that you have to be really careful with the first day splash. The best example to me of consistent success that we've seen in the league in the last quarter century is New England, especially when Brady was playing there, and obviously that had a lot to do with it. But you go back and look year by year, how many big free agents did they sign? The first week is usually it's like going out on New Year's Eve. It's for amateurs. And the second week, then you get value and you get smart and you find a guy who can play in your system. And the money that you spend in a hard cap era, to me, I would never say never, but if you're going to go spend big money early in free agency, man, it better be worth it. And you better be sure it's going to pay off for a long time.
You're running the team. Would you be more apt to build up the offense to help Dak or build up the defense? Yeah, you got to pick one to, win a defensive battle and, not expect much from Dak in the offense.
Oh, I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. I think Coach McCarthy might come to regret the way he phrased, I don't want to score points. I just want to run the ball and take care of my defense and win more games. You can do both. You can score. They'll score plenty of points. And I don't think that's an either or question. Like yesterday, clearly by keeping Wilson and Vander Esch, in addition to getting Gilmore, they made the defense better. The defense would have been a lot worse without Wilson. And now if they didn't sign Vander Esch, maybe they'd get someone else. But Vander Esch has just changed who he is in their team culture over the last. If you look back at Vander Esch from 2020 and compare that to the Vander Esch we saw last year, that's the guy they signed, and it's a whole different player. But that doesn't mean that you can't go get help for Dak. I think if we didn't see anything else from the playoff game in San Francisco, we saw that when Pollard got hurt, they had one playmaker.
Yep.
And you can't win in the league with one playmaker. You got to have several, and I still think they need several. I think they've got work to do on that side.
Brad, how do you feel about, this is the first time I think we've gotten a chance to talk to you since all the coaching changes and the philosophy changes have come down. How do you feel in general about the approach that they're taking on offense and some of the things that Mike's had to say since the season ended?
You know, Bobby, I think that there are some times when an approach can use just a little different ear. And you heard, and I know you heard them, there are plenty of things during the year that happened that kind of gave you the feeling that maybe Mike and Kellen Moore were not 100% in sync. They might have even been on the same page, but one of them was reading from the paragraph at the top of the page, and one of them was reading from the paragraph at the bottom of the page. And I don't think it was all year. I don't think it was irreversible, but I think that I'm playing amateur psychologist. I think that might have gotten into Dak's head a little bit and helped explain some of the decisions that he made. The year he had with the interceptions and the bad decisions, that's an outlier for his career. And that tells me something. That's not who he's been.
Right.
And so I know that they wanted a somewhat leaner, younger staff. They didn't not bring Philbin and Edwards back because there's anything wrong with them as coaches. You could have those guys coach for you for a long time and win. I think that they wanted some changes, and so they're going to get them. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. You just have to make sure that you feel real good about who you're bringing in. The biggest question will be how the offense, given health, how the offense functions. And that'll be the thing everybody will watch, and that's completely on the head coach now because, you I think were there to hear him say it. I wasn't, but I read it, that he's having more fun than he's had in the time that he's been in Dallas. That was not a surprising quote to me because he said things like that before. But he now has also voluntarily taken on a bigger burden. The rest of the staff changes, I think. I know Mike Solari. He's the one older guy they brought in. And I was here when Mike was here with Tom Landry. And so he's a really solid offensive line coach. He will be a good addition. And the other younger guys getting more, younger guys on the staff getting more influence and more responsibility, that's not a bad thing. That doesn't mean the other guys were bad coaches, but it really, the changes on the staff are going to come down to essentially how whatever tweaks they make to the offense work. That's how they'll all be judged.
Real quick, you can just answer it with a word. Odell, Hopkins, other.
Hopkins.
Ooh, there it is. Thank you, brother. We appreciate it, and condolences with your family stuff going on.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Call me anytime.
We will. Brad Sham on the Diamond Factory Hotline. RJ helps you fill out and win your bracket next.
Well, let's get you over to QC Connects. Let's get you out. Let's keep you.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Three-pointer, Ezekiel Elliott for the win. Tip-up try by Jeffries. No! Off the mark! Pittsburgh escapes. 60-59. The madness has arrived.
Some of the play-in action last night on Westwood One. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on 105.3 The Fan with the Hump Day edition.
Day.
We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, and in my hands, I hold my empty, unfilled out men's NCAA tournament bracket. Myself and the Nosebleeds guys are going to be participating in the Eagles Nest bracket tournament. We're going to have the Get Right with the Nosebleeds and the G-Bag Nation out at the Nest this week. Boat Club Road in Fort Worth, 73 TVs and the 163-inch monster. And I've been waiting for this segment to fill out my bracket and win it yet again. Help us out, RJ Choppy.
All right. First of all, in terms of the wagering.
So this is really 2 and 2. RJ and Peyton have followed along with college hoops. Bobby and I have not. And this is your cheat sheet. Whether you watch a ton, whether you didn't watch at all, this is the info you need to know in order. And we need to come up with a show bet as well.
Yeah, we do. I pick based on mascots largely. That's why I don't think anybody could beat Bevo. And so that's why I'm going to have Texas winning it all.
Okay. Mike Choppy.
Here we go. $16 billion was wagered on the Super Bowl this year. $15.5 billion will be wagered on the NCAA tournament. This is by far the second most and second most every year.
How is that possible when less and less people are following and watching college hoops?
Because everyone follows this week, you know. And
but we're betting on something we don't know. I'm talking like general.
Yeah.
In general.
Well, there's enough people that follow it, and there's enough games. Remember, there's 68 games in this tournament, or 67 games, whatever it is. So you're going to have, there's enough people who bet on this regularly. I mean, they've got all these gambling sites, BetMGM, BetQL, all that stuff, Caesars, they have college basketball betting shows. Well, you hear me Saturday morning on it, the BetQL.
Wow.
So, 15.5, 21% of the American population will place a wager at some point over the next 3 weeks of this tournament.
Wow.
21%. There'll be 70 million bets wagered. But who are you betting on? And how are you filling out your bracket? Okay, I've got some numbers for you. Ready for this?
Yes.
Mark it down.
Item.
At least one seed will make the Final Four. It has happened in the last 9 tournaments. At least one seed was in the Final Four.
Okay.
2 seeds. At least 1 2 seed has failed to make the Sweet 16 in 23 of the last 25 tournaments.
So you have to find a 2 seed and keep them out of the Sweet 16.
Yeah, so Arizona, Marquette, UCLA, or Texas, one of them will not make the Sweet 16.
Probably Bobby's Longhorns.
Disagree. Probably your UCLA Bruins.
Hey, Texas Tech.
A Power 5 team, Big 10, Big 12, SEC, ACC, Pac-12, seeded 9th or worse, has reached the Sweet 16 every year since 2008.
Okay.
So that means one of them is going to,
a number 9 seed or worse from a Power 5, get them into your Sweet 16.
Last
Number
year,
9.
3 of them did. All right. Since 2011, one team seeded 7th or lower has made the Final Four.
One seeded 7.
I'm sorry, 11 teams. Oh, sorry, one team.
Do it again.
Since 2011, one team seeded 7th or lower has made the Final Four.
7 or lower has made Final Four since 2011.
Yeah, that is.
You
I
seem shaky.
miswrote that.
Okay.
I will get back to that one.
All right.
Hang on a second. 11 teams, 7th or worse, have crashed the Final Four. 11 teams since 2011. have made the Final Four.
Is that enough?
11 teams in 12 years?
A 7th seed or lower Final Four.
Yeah. So there you go. All right, next one.
I don't feel as like locked in with that one, but I'll consider it.
So tonight and last night. So last night, Pitt won, and so did A&M Corpus. Tonight, you're going to have a couple of more games, Arizona State and Nevada, Texas Southern and FDU. One of those teams will win a game this weekend.
Oh,
okay.
One of the play-ins will win round one.
Every year except once, 2019, one of the first 4 teams has won an NCAA tournament game. Okay.
Now, Bobby, are you a type of guy who follows along with all this stuff and you believe that the trends is something that you should copy in order to win something like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are certainly some like I think the number 1 seed making it to the Final Four, like that stretch, that's something that I think you can replicate. The like
Number
you say, the
7.
7 one, that one's a little less reliable, I would think.
Yes, I agree.
But yeah, I mean, there's certain trends there that I think you can follow.
By the way, if there's a 7 seed or lower that's going to make the Final Four this year, I think it's going to be A&M.
Really?
I'd pick Missouri in that one. But
Ooh, look at Peyton trying to one-up you a little bit.
And Missouri's a 7, that's true. I think A&M should be about a 4.
Okay.
Okay, next one. The Mountain West. Faded. San Diego State, Utah State, Boise State, Nevada. They're all in it. The most teams of any non-Power 5. All right? They are 3-15 as a conference in the NCAA tournament since 2015. And they've lost 11 of their last 12.
Ooh.
Last year, they did not win a single game. They had 4 teams in. They lost them all. They've lost 9 consecutive games in the NCAA tournament. None of those teams that were in it last year scored more than 60 points in any of the games. Be wary of the Mountain West.
All right, give me those teams that are in there.
So it's Utah State, Boise State, San Diego State, and Nevada.
All right.
I like Nevada.
I like that you say Nevada. A lot of people don't get that correct.
That's how it's been supposed to be pronounced, I guess.
It is.
All right, next one. Conference champs. Only 4 times in tournament history. Tournament history! We're talking back to the 30s. Whatever. Only 4 times in the history did the overall national champ not win either their conference regular season or their conference championship tournament. 4 times.
So conference champs
matter.
That's an indicator of going really, really far and
winning it all.
winning
If you
it.
the only teams that have, there's only been 4 times where the team that won it all did not win one of their conference regular season or conference tournament.
Wow. But does it count for? It counts for conference regular season
Yes.
and tournament.
You don't have to do both. You got to win one or the other.
One or the other.
A number 1 seed has won the last 5 titles.
You know, I kind of that one seems kind of common sense when you add it could be the regular season too, right? You're going to be the best team
over the long haul.
Yep. Or you win the tournament.
Right, absolutely.
All right. So go ahead.
A 1 seed has won the last 5 titles.
1 seed has won the last 5.
Not the number 1 seed, but a 1 seed.
A.
Yes.
Because that would be Alabama this year is the overall one.
A 2 seed has not reached the title game since 2016.
Wow. Number 2 has not reached title game since 2016.
Who was that?
What do you want me to answer?
You had to
Trivia
ask me that
questions?
one.
So I thought he had. I was curious who it was.
Trying to think who it was. A 5 seed has never won the title.
Ooh. Okay.
Until this year, Duke.
Do they have a chance?
They're a chic pick. They're playing well.
Well, they're Duke. Kevin Hagelin.
12 seeds have won at least 1 game in 37 of the last 37 tournaments. A 12 seed. So they've upset the 5 in 32 of the last 37.
A 12 seed has won the 12-5 matchup?
At least one.
At
At least
least
one
one.
12 seed has won a game.
Everyone tries to find that. That's like the sweet spot in your back. Who's the 12-5?
Yeah.
Who's the 12-5? Everyone tries to find that.
So that would be because of the Mountain West. A pick might be you get Charleston over San Diego State.
Charleston's a great pick.
That's my pick.
Charleston's a fantastic team.
I'm picking them, Chop. Thank you.
This is not necessarily from a bracket perspective. This is from a betting perspective. This next one. Every single game involving a 13 seed versus a 4 last year was single-digit game.
Oh.
Okay.
Close.
So a close game. So maybe you want to bet the dog on the 13.
These are RJ Choppy's bracket cheat sheet tips as we get set for the official madness tomorrow.
Got 5 more. If a 14 seed is going to win a game over a 3 seed, it's going to beat a Big 12 team. Big 12 3 seeds are the only 3 seeds to lose in the first round since 2015. It's happened 4 times. This year, your Big 12 3 seeds are Baylor, Kansas State. So if it's going to happen, it's going to happen to those 2.
Does it happen a lot?
It doesn't happen a lot.
Okay.
Doesn't happen a lot. If it happens, it's going to happen. It's happened 4 times since 2015. So I guess that's, every other year.
And Texas lost to Abilene Christian, I think, like a few years ago.
Texas
lost. Peyton, we're not talking about that.
Texas lost to Abilene Christian. You've had West Virginia lost in that. West Virginia lost to Stephen F. Austin. Georgia State beat Baylor. UAB topped Iowa State. So it's happened. All right, next one. First 4 teams have reached the Final Four twice.
First 4 teams?
So the teams that played last night and tonight.
Have reached the Final Four twice?
Yeah, so first 4 teams have reached the Final Four 2 times.
Well, that tells me that that's not happening.
It's only been around for about a decade. VCU was one of those first 4 teams that did it. At-large teams, so teams that did not win their conference championship, have won 6 of the last 8 titles overall, but they were all, except for 1, regular season conference champs. The last team from west of the Central Time Zone to win a title was Arizona in 1997.
Okay, say that
Mike
again.
Bibby.
The last team from west of the Central Time Zone, so Mountain or Pacific, to win the title was Arizona in 1997.
So they don't win.
The Western teams don't win. No Big Ten team has won since 2000. Since the year 2000. And then, finally...
God, this is so good. This is process of elimination. I'm just crossing people out.
In terms of 11 versus 6 seeds. 11 seeds have a winning record over 6 seeds since 2014. They are 15 and 13.
There we go. That's a great nugget right there.
So, that would be Pitt over Iowa State. The winner of Arizona State, Nevada over TCU. Providence over Kentucky. And NC State over Creighton.
All right, there it is.
There's your bracket facts.
RJ Choppy's cheat sheet. I wrote down every single one. Peyton, are you going to use and apply a lot of these?
I could have just emailed this to you.
No, don't email. That's everyone. Although, I will apply this to 95% of my bracket. And I usually end up being pretty successful. It's crazy. More than people who actually watch the regular season, which I did not. Like, this will beat Chiafalo and Wilchuk. Guaranteed.
I think it's almost like too much information a lot of times. Like when you have 64 teams in there and you have followed it, you almost have too much information that doesn't allow for the randomness of the tournament that somebody who's just almost sort of guessing or cramming at the last minute has an advantage over.
Yeah, and I don't know how many of these trends are predictive.
I don't like the one you had about the number 7s. That's not one that I would follow. I would also not follow the West Coast one necessarily.
Right. It's just random, right?
It's interesting to know.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't necessarily like make a hard and fast rule like, well, I can't pick somebody out there.
Correct.
All right, maybe during the tournament, you're going to find out what the rest of the country is, that your girl is now out drinking you, and what you need to know about going to jail these days. Next on The Fan. But first, what you need to know about...
Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Besser across, Garland with room, passes to Kuzmenko, he scores! Canucks work the seam pass beautifully, and Andrei Kuzmenko with goal number 33 makes it 2-0.
Stars lose to Vancouver 5-2 as they start a 6-game
Canucks.
Or the Canucks, they start a 6-game road trip. And the Mavs will be on the road tonight in San Antonio. Don't look. What do you think the spread is for this game? Mavs against the 18-win Spurs.
Oh, let's see. There's questions about health. So they haven't been ruled out yet, though, have they? Nobody has.
Luka's out. Luka's been ruled out.
Mavs minus 7.5.
I would say 4.5.
5.5.
Damn.
Mavs are favored by 5.5 with Hardaway, Kyrie, and Christian Wood questionable.
Ooh.
I was listening to more of Jason Kidd's one of his press conferences.
Nobody died.
The other day, man, KMC was relentless. I'm glad they were. KMC was relentless with that
No one's
drop.
dying.
With that drop yesterday. And you think that Mike McCarthy sometimes has a little thin skin with the media?
Most of the time.
Yeah, well, Jason Kidd. Now, look, you're going to have to ask McCarthy questions this upcoming season on Friday.
You get me out of my KRLD hit?
Even if we don't, when you come into the room after they make you go downstairs, we're gonna have to break this ice. We're gonna have to acknowledge this somehow, some way. But
Okay.
Probably at training camp.
I don't mind.
Do you think that Mike McCarthy knows who you are?
I think, yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you think that Mike McCarthy is aware of your critiques of him?
Yes.
Well, you said that confidently.
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Because I know he's aware of all the critiques of him.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Okay. Well, Jason Kidd's thin skin, and I heard that in his press conference the other day. He was like, it kind of became clear that he was aware of like a Twitter thread. There's some Mavs bloggers who do some great work online, and Jason seemed to kind of be referencing that. Like there was a report the other day about our big men, and you guys know everything, and I just want to make you guys happy. Just being really thin-skinned, and it would not surprise me if Jason Kidd had a burner account. It would not surprise me if he was monitoring like John Daniels was accused of doing years ago. So Mavs Spurs, Mavs by 5.5 right now. Kyrie, Christian Wood, and Tim Hardaway are all questionable. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. We were talking about March Madness, and I love to get in these social scenes with the electricity of the bar and everyone reacting. I suggest Eagles Nest in Fort Worth, home of the Fan, this week with the G-Bag Nation and the Get Right. And I'm going to be looking around the room to see if this new survey is true, because I don't believe it is. I don't believe this is true.
This is from, let's see, the director of the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism. This is a guy named George Koob. He's been following data, or data if you prefer, to uncover a gender role reversal when it comes to binge drinking. Now, he says the binge drinking is, 8 drinks for females, 10 for males. That is the general historical term for binge drinking.
8 drinks, what, in a sitting?
Yes, in an evening, in a sitting, whatever.
8 drinks for females and 10 for males. I mean, that's a lot of drinks. That is binge drinking.
That's me levels.
Yeah, that's very bingy.
You at the Super Bowl. Yes.
Very bingy.
Yeah, combined.
So in the post,
you drank. Honestly, how many drinks do you think he had in what time period at the Super Bowl party to cause that next
media party? I say he had 6 or 7 in 90 minutes.
Oh, I think
maybe less. Maybe an hour. Maybe an hour.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it was. I think it was a little more drink. It was something like, I think I finished with 10 in 90 minutes.
Dang.
Yeah, stupid.
And pounded them, baby.
Post-pandemic, there's been an uptick among women on college campuses Women are binge drinking more than men for the first time in history, in recorded history.
Huh.
So following that global isolation period, there was a sharp uptick in binge drinking. He explains this as the alcohol deprivation effect. People tend to really rebound in drinking after a period of not drinking. So it's like when you go on a diet, we're going up. We're on a pre-Mexico, sort of diet, if you will. You got 46 days. As soon as that's over, who knows what's going to happen. But chances are you revert back and you binge eat. Well, they're concerned that spring and spring break is going to return to a good amount of binge drinking, and that's the talk now. So what he is saying is the women have rebounded on this alcohol deprivation effect at a far higher rate than men. And for the first time ever, women in general are binge drinking and out drinking their male counterparts.
I don't believe it. I don't buy it.
I don't buy it, but I will say I feel like I have noticed an uptick in being out, and definitely there being, if you're out at a bar and you can, whether they're in your group or not, you can definitely spot the people who are just hammering drinks. I have noticed that women are included in that group more frequently than I feel like they were 10 years ago.
What do you think? You're the ones drinking Henny on the weekends.
We are drinking Henny on the weekends.
I will say that when we were at Boomer Jacks for one of the fan hangs, the only one who consistently every time was matching me and saying, yep, let's go, was Sarah.
With the shots, with the drinks?
Yeah, where Sarah was like, all right, come on, let's go. And so she was matching my drinking energy.
Yeah, would you put her in this mix?
She's not a binge drinker. We do enjoy a drink or 12 on a weekend. We do enjoy quite the drinking. But she can hold her own. She works in the liquor industry. It kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
She can definitely hold her own, though. I don't know that they're out drinking men, but I definitely see an uptick in terms of consumption for sure.
Peyton, what do you think? You're out there in the streets.
Yeah, you are.
You're
seventh.
You see more and more groups out there because it's like the women that are out there drinking, like they're there to drink. They're not there just to socialize and stuff.
Really?
So they're down and drinks. Oh yeah. Lots of friends and stuff that are females of mine that are in our groups and stuff.
Yeah.
They'll drink.
All right, y'all tell us if you see that same thing when you're out socializing. 877-881-1053. And enough about being in the streets. Apparently, Bobby, we need to get him in the cell.
Yeah, Peyton, look, if you're looking to really up your dating game now that you've chased off another woman,
RJ says to do.
I think I know what we can do for you. All right?
Okay.
We're going to get you to prison.
Yeah, that's
what we're going to do. But I got to be very, very specific. Prison in the UK.
Oh.
Particularly.
I've been there before, so I know.
Oh, good. Then you should know all about their prison. Now, Ryan, do we have the lovesick jail guard?
Oh, we got it.
Oh, do we? Okay, so this is just one of these guards in this UK prison. One of 18 female guards at a single jail who have been fired for having illicit affairs with inmates.
18?
18 female guards, this is from the Mirror in the UK, at a single jail have been fired for hooking up with the inmates. The record figures uncovered in Freedom of Information requests come after 3 of the women ended up in court filings over the illicit firings. The relationships took place over the past 6 years at the privately run jail in North Wales. This is...
Man, I could feel RJ last night in the email. Lusting.
This is it.
This is the dream.
If you're in prison, let's say you're in prison. How many men are in a typical prison? Let's just a nice round number, 100.
Sure.
Just a nice round number. Mm-hmm. Is there anything sexier than the female prison guard saying you?
It's a role play right here.
Yeah, I've seen these videos.
Yeah, you're the one. Yeah, like that's where it's at, man. I can't think of anything sexier than having relations with a prison guard.
Maybe a liquor rep.
One of these officers, Peyton, if you're not just
in
looking,
a role play form, I'm saying I'm in jail.
Peyton, if you're somebody who like, hey, this sounds like a little bit of a fling, I want something a little more serious, a little more long term. These prison guards are also looking down in some instances to, settle down, have children, as one of these officers also had an inmate's baby. And so this has been a nice dating scene
There's
for
a
guys.
show that I suggest to you guys. It's our Friday night at around 8 p.m. when we're home. Love After Lockup. It's amazing.
I know a lot of people watch it. I've not seen a single episode of it.
I don't know how.
It's awesome.
I mean, there are guys that are in jail that are getting more women than Peyton. And I don't know how that's possible.
Well, it's
Like,
sugar
how?
models. If they take advantage of these women. There's all these like app sites for inmates, and these guys and girls go on there, and the people in there, they get taken care of. They get sent money for the cigarettes or sent money for, I don't know. Jails apparently have a lot more things inside than I would have thought. And that show, it shows their life when they leave the prison. They try to make it in society and have a relationship on the outside. It's fantastic.
Dude,
what?
I am looking at these prison dating site names.
What are they?
Meet an inmate, love a prisoner, inmate classifieds, inmate mingle, friends beyond the wall.
Okay, there it is. So, Bobby, you sponsored his OnlyFans for a week. We pay for how much is it? We do a show bit where we fund his jail app.
Yes.
For a month, and we see what happens with the interactions. If you'd be willing to do it.
Peyton, you're doing this.
There, other shows here used to do letters from prison. Let's just get him on the prison app, and we do the back and forth. That you thought he was terrified of us talking about his dating experiences before. Wait till we do it with an inmate.
I love this idea.
So I
Peyton.
match with someone and then
You match with someone
and then go see them.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, look.
Or they see me when they get out.
We do the back and forth. They see you.
Now make sure this is a white collar prison, conjugal visits and everything.
There's a women's prison in Fort Worth. You like the Fort Worth girls? So
Yeah.
that makes perfect sense.
Is there a Rockwall jail? Is there a Rockwall prison?
Yeah, they don't do bad things out there.
County jail.
Talk about white
They don't need prisons. They have moats around the Russell estate so people can't get in.
They just light boats on fire. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. How did a pinky swear? When's the last time you did a pinky swear? How a pinky swear guaranteed the Cowboys will be better than the Giants for the next 4 years. Bobby explains it in Below the Belt next.
Let's get you over to Boomer.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Pinky swears. A pinky swear ensured that the Cowboys would be better than the Giants for the next several years.
I'm going to say something probably controversial, but
say it.
When I was younger, my brother and I, the way to always tell, this was ironclad. This is 1,000,000%. If you made them say, swear to God, like that was 1,000,000% truth. You could never lie. And I was thinking about that with the pinky swear. And then when do you start lying even after you go, swear to God? I swear to God.
Once you do it once, if you do it once, you might as well just keep going.
Yeah, but when do you did you always lie when you said it? Like, I'm talking about a period of my life where for a long time throughout the childhood, like, we knew that's going to get you sent to hell. If you break the swear to God, you're done. It's over. Or did you always lie even after saying it? Ooh. Like, you're ironclad, I promise, that you ended up breaking, or maybe you still stick with it. You know, a phrase or a term.
Depends on how much you got to dig into the bit.
So did you guys pinky swear growing up ever? You said the swear to God, but did you ever pinky swear?
Not ever over something serious.
Okay, so when you pinky sweared, though, did you just lock pinkies, or did you lock pinkies and kiss the back of the thumb?
No, I never kissed the back of the thumb.
That's I'm telling you, the kiss that your own thumb. You lock it.
Yeah, I've seen people do it, but why?
I don't know. It's just the way they did. I've just found there are two different people. The people who just lock fingers, and then there's the others who you say you got to kiss the thumb.
When your nose is as big as mine, chances are you're going to get face-to-face contact, and you just can't do that.
There was a hilarious video on Reddit earlier this year where it was some guy had shared a video thinking like, hey, look at this. I got two of my best girlfriends to like make out with each other. Oh. And while he's doing it, it's in the dark, and she said, one of the girls says, "You're recording," and he goes, "No, I'm not. It's for the light for the room." And she goes, "Pinky swear you're not recording," and he pinky swears, and he gets crushed in the Reddit comments for you POS, you pinky sweared that you were going to share this video. People had the video removed off Reddit because they're like, "You broke a pinky swear. You're a piece of trash."
That's awesome. Good. I'm glad that some people still respect. That word is bond.
You got it. The word is bond. Yes, it is.
So Daniel Jones's deal with the New York Giants was done on a legitimate pinky swear. So Albert Breer over at SI has the details of how the Daniel Jones contract negotiation came down to a pinky swear 4 minutes before the deadline. Because you remember, it came right up to it. It was like 3:55, and then it came out, oh, Daniel Jones is done. Saquon Barkley is getting franchise tagged. So it was late Monday night, and Daniel Jones's agents, this is from Albert Breer, Brian Murphy and Cameron Hahn were were cast from a day that started with a fight from Indianapolis to New Jersey, was spent mostly on the first floor of the Giants practice facility, and didn't engender a ton of optimism that a blockbuster contract was on the horizon. So they're delirious, they're hanging out in the bar, and after some conversations about lipstick on a pig during some of these negotiations, they just say, let's start drawing pigs. So they start screwing around and just seeing who could draw a better pig between the two agents. I'm being dead serious. The two agents are sitting there trying to figure out who can draw the better pig. And they end out saying that, you know, they're talking about through this, and while they're sitting there talking about it, that they kind of have this epiphany of like, look, the details are the thing that we really need to get through here. And the little minutiae is the stuff that we have to iron out. That was going to be the biggest stumbling block for them. So the next day, they're getting closer with Joe Schoen, the GM of the New York Giants, and they say that as the clock is ticking and no deal was in sight, they start, Daniel Jones is at the facility, he's working out, pops into the tight end room at 10:30 for an update. His agents tell him, team had they were at an impasse, say that, you know, you should go upstairs and talk to Joe Schoen and figure out where his head is at. And so Daniel Jones did that, went upstairs, started talking to John Mara, started talking to Joe Schoen, just to tell him, I'm locked in on being the Giants quarterback.
How commonplace is that a player goes in and talks to the GM or owner or whatever about his contract situation outside of Lamar Jackson, instead of letting the agents do it? Like, how commonplace is it for the player to talk money?
DeMarcus Lawrence partially got done because he got on the phone with Jerry. And so it's happened. That player,
is it common, or I mean,
I mean, I don't think that's it's not necessarily the norm, but I think every team has probably had that happen at some point over the last several years where they've interacted directly with a player of just, hey, let's cut the agents out for a sec. Let's just talk and figure out where each of us want to be, and then we'll bring in the lawyers basically to finish it up. And that's what he did. He told Joe Shane, he told John Mara that I'm locked in here, whether it's on a deal, a long-term deal, or the tag or whatever else, I want to be here. And that's with about 2 hours left that really spurred the conversation for let's start negotiating. Let's get some things done. So Daniel Jones's representatives start basically doing napkin makeups of a contract and trading figures. And it's getting closer and closer to where they're going to run out of time. With 5 minutes left until the deadline, the Giants group, having left the room for a minute after Daniel Jones and his agents were talking, take one final swing at an agreement. They come in, tell Daniel Jones and the agents, we've got a deal. Your proposal is acceptable to us. There's only one problem. Because of the clock, there was still no contract. They couldn't get the finer details written out that fast. And so at 3:56 p.m., Joe Shane said, Daniel, I trust you. Murph, I don't trust you, which is Daniel Jones's agent. Said, I can trust this sort of an agreement from Daniel, but not so much from your agent.
Wow.
So Joe Shane said, let's shake on a deal. A handshake means something, absent a real contract. So Murphy responded, his agent said, let's do a pinky swear and a hug. That seems better to me.
Wow.
So they locked pinkies. They hugged. They didn't say that. They locked pinkies. They hugged. And the deal was agreed to with 4 minutes to spare. As that was happening, a Giants representative ran upstairs on his computer, wrote 2 emails to the league. One was, he had 2 emails ready. One written to say they were tagging Jones. One to say they were tagging Barkley. He deleted the one for Jones, sent the one for Barkley, and they knew we were going ahead with the deal.
And the Giants get Daniel Jones help yesterday, trading a 3rd rounder for Darren Waller from the Raiders. What is this Darren Waller, Josh McDaniels story?
Darren Waller, I have no idea.
You didn't send that?
I don't think
I thought both of you guys.
I've got this one.
Okay.
So this is from the Big Lead has the wrap up of this, but this is from Vic Tafur, the longtime Raiders reporter, that Darren Waller got married a couple weeks ago to Kelsey Plum.
Yeah, you texted that to us.
From the Las Vegas Aces. So Vic
Did you not read the text either?
I did. I knew I didn't have it, so I was like, wait a second, there's something else.
This is the tweet from Vic yesterday. This trade comes 10 days after Darren Waller's wedding to Aces guard Kelsey Plum. The timing is only interesting because Josh McDaniels accidentally leaked the news of his wedding to reporters at the NFL Scouting Combine. Waller was upset with McDaniels when the Las Vegas Review-Journal posted a story announcing the wedding was scheduled later in the week. The couple had not publicly announced their plans to get married. So this is Josh McDaniels once again. Maybe it's intentional at this point.
So
Some of the just dumb stuff that he does.
He leaked the wedding?
I think it's similar to, you remember a couple years ago when Mike McCarthy accidentally retired Tyrone Crawford for him? When he was speaking to the media, he's like, yeah, and Ty's retiring. And everybody's like, oh, he is? He's like, whoops, I guess Tyrone didn't announce that yet. It's probably the same sort of thing. Like, well, I got to go to Darren's wedding this week. Darren's getting married? What? Like, it doesn't say specifically how it happened,
So
but
they didn't make their engagement public.
Nope. And in the course of the conversation, he ends out basically spilling the beans, and the Las Vegas Review-Journal then wrote about it, and that pissed off Darren Waller.
Wow. I love Kelsey Plum.
Well, she tweeted back, and someone was like, oh, why is McDaniels blowing up your spot? And she tweeted back, probably because he wasn't invited to the wedding. Woo! Oh, and I was like, oh, your head coach, now he's brand new head coach there, right?
He was brand new.
But still not invited to the wedding.
And this
But
comes...
why y'all doing, why are you keeping a secret?
Yeah, we secret.
I mean,
the public has a right to know.
Why are you
the
doing,
public has a right to know.
You're doing your secret weddings. Who do you protect? You're not Beyonce.
Maybe you're not inviting certain people, though, so you don't want it publicly getting out there that we're getting married and you're not invited.
Okay.
This also comes a day after Albert Breer has another story breaking down the Raiders and breaking down where they're at. And the headline on that one was, the Raiders view Jimmy Garoppolo as a better culture fit than Derek Carr. Now, that's wild to me because Derek Carr is Mr. Raider and Mr. Rah-Rah, all for the team.
It's not wild from that standpoint, it is, but everyone loved Jimmy in San Fran.
Yes.
Everyone loves Jimmy Garoppolo personally, but yes, Derek
But to draw it as a contrast, as Derek Carr was not, and here was the line in there that I think is really interesting. Okay, so on the field, why Garoppolo over Carr? The Raiders, for better or worse, didn't see Carr as a culture fit after having him in the building for a year, and they couldn't get that wrong again at that position. So they view him as wrong. It wasn't just Jimmy's better, it's Derek Carr is wrong for this building. He's wrong for this culture. It's like, man, there's nobody I feel like that's more stable, clean, perfect guy.
This is this is an indictment.
You think this is a drama queen move from
No,
Carr?
Derek Carr just is.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to start changing drama queen. I feel like that could be offensive. Drama king, the Hallmark Carr. It's just, he cares. He loves it more than anyone else. He was just beaming, his wife said, when he was talking to Michael Thomas on the phone. And she said, why are you smiling so much? And he goes, I just know this is like destiny. Give me a break.
Destiny, baby.
It's like, to me, this is more an indictment on McDaniels. Like, what didn't you like about Derek Carr? Like, nobody has ever said a bad thing about Derek Carr, the person.
Yeah.
Ever.
Well, there were stories that McDaniels was like coaching him too hard. One of you guys sent that, or
I sent that. Yeah, that he felt like he was targeted more than others in film sessions.
Yeah. So get over it. You're the quarterback. People use you as the example to send the message to others, like Belichick and Brady. Like, oh my God, like, something you've been doing isn't like been getting it done enough. So you got coached harder, and he cried about it.
Now, after Carr and Garoppolo, those are obviously two of the bigger quarterbacks that have moved this offseason. The rest of it's been a bunch of backup quarterbacks, and the Cowboys still have a question about what they're going to do behind Dak. Just want to quickly update where the backup quarterback market is right now. These are some of the deals that have gotten done. Case Keenum, 2 years, $3 million a season. Mike White, 2 years, $4 million a season. Jarrett Stidham and Andy Dalton, both 2 years, $5 million a season. Taylor Heineke, 2 years, $7 million a season. So looking at that, after what Cooper Rush has done 2 years in a row to win big games, I think you're probably looking at Dalton, Stidham, Heineke territory, and everybody's doing these 2-year deals. So would you lock yourself in to Cooper Rush at 2 years, and let's take the middle ground there, $6 million annually? Or would you say I'd much rather gamble on a young quarterback who I'm paying rookie salary and figure it out?
To me, the backup quarterback position is about upside. The quarterback position in general is about upside.
He's capped?
I think so.
Yeah, he's
I think
capped.
So he's capped. So if you want safe, go safe. I don't want safe at quarterback. I would never draft. Like, who's the safest quarterback? Who's the biggest, who has the most upside in this draft class overall?
I want to draft someone anyway as the potential Dak replacement. Below the belt, here on Sean and RJ.
You're just dropping that at the end of my segment.
105.3 The Fan. 1 hour left for the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Why is this NBA superstar and future Hall of Famer trying to guilt us over caring about championships? Final hour next.
Get your carpet clean.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour is fist pump time on the Fan Cam. It's the Hump Day edition. Peyton Russell's going hard. RJ Choppy. We got Bobby. We got Ryan. And hopefully we have you as well. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean and RJ. Way to hit us up here on the show. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com. Text line. Today is supposed to be Aaron Rodgers Day. He can have it all to himself for all the attention that he craves so much. He's supposed to go on the Pat McAfee show. Yesterday, the New York Jets signed another former Packer in Alan Lazard. Diana Rossini reports that Rodgers had given him a little request list. Alan Lazard, former Packer tight end Mercedes Lewis, his boy Randall Cobb, former Cowboy, and Odell Beckham Jr. The guy who butchered this story and got it wrong, saying that the Aaron Rodgers Jets deal was done, Trey Wingo, addressed it on the 33rd team.
The tweet that I put out there is going to happen. It's just a matter of when. And when I say it may drag into next week, you need to be prepared for that because it may go into next week. But Aaron Rodgers, the deal for Aaron Rodgers has been in place since last Friday. It's essentially been in place last Friday. Now, I don't know exactly what the delay is, and I might have something to do with that because when you're trading Aaron Rodgers, right, you need to button everything up. Right? From the Packers side, how we want to thank him for all these years at 50. They want to do it right and all this kind of stuff. And I'm sure the Jets want to make sure they get it right. So when the narrative is disrupted or the timeline of their narrative is disrupted, much in the same way it was for Tom Brady's pseudo-retirement last year when Jeff Darlington and Adam Schefter broke the news that Tom was walking away, suddenly people are like, oh, holy hell, let's move things. We gotta do some stuff. That might be part of it. That might be part of it. All I can tell you is this deal has been in place for a long time, and the holdup isn't really Aaron. It isn't Aaron.
Okay.
I like Wingo, but
how self-important
feels very ego-driven.
Yeah.
Like, look, am I responsible for delaying this? Probably.
Yeah.
Some would say that. I wouldn't say that, but you can. I like similar to how Schefter slowed down Tom Brady. I have slowed down this deal. My apologies, everyone.
Right.
I was too good of an insider.
Right.
So sorry.
Now, I think Wingo has some type of connection to Rodgers. I know Kenny Mayne does when Rodgers went on for maybe Kenny Mayne's last show. But Mike Lombardi said this the other day. The Packers and the Jets have agreed to compensation. It all comes down to the negotiation between Rodgers and the Jets. So there's some people thinking that the two teams have agreed. And what's going to get worked out between the Jets and Rodgers for the salary, Aaron Rodgers will be on Pat McAfee today. I hope he just says I'm retiring. That'd be hilarious. Actually, I mean, I do want to see him play. I do want to see him in a new market. But I just think for, an hour's worth of entertainment, it'd be hilarious.
Shannon, RJ, and Chop.
To laugh at the Jets and make fun of Rodgers for making them commit to players. It would allow me to hate him even more.
That's the thing. Imagine if he forced the Jets to go get all these guys and then says, now I'm retired away. The Jets are saddled with Cobb and Mercedes Lewis and everybody.
I would still take Randall Cobb. I think he's a good football player still. But it is one of the worst outcome of this. The absolute worst outcome is he goes back to Green Bay because it means we'll just do this again in a year and we'll be exhausted by it again.
Oh, yeah. I don't want him to go back to Green Bay.
No, that's the worst possible outcome. That would be devastating.
The worst possible outcome is him probably retiring, right? We want him in the league.
No, I don't. I'm done. I'm tired of this dude.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Mavs Spurs tonight. Hopefully, Kyrie and Christian Wood come back, but they're questionable along with Tim Hardaway. Luka has been ruled out. They're only like 5.5-point favorites. Why is Joker going to lose the MVP for kicking balls?
Kicking balls.
There you go, Bobby. You should be proud of that. He gave you a elementary school, teenage tease.
I'm more highbrow than that. Okay.
Are you though?
I think so.
Are you? Okay, so He leads the league, according to Zach Lowe, in kickball violations with 45. The second place kickball violator has 17.
45 and number 2 for kickballs is 17.
Yeah, now I don't know who tracks this.
Wow.
But it's his way, according to Zach Lowe, it's his way of saying, I don't feel like playing defense. It's smart, but we shouldn't allow guys to karate kick the ball. Look, the kickball, I don't believe is a bad defensive play. It's not a good one either. Hear me out.
Really?
If you're beat and that's all that you can do, is it not a sound strategy to keep the guy from scoring?
Yeah, if pass interference was just redo the down, we'd see pass interference every time you're beat.
But this is not as penal as pass interference.
That's what I'm saying. If it was just pass interference was not, you get ball over, it's just do the play over, then people would do it every single time.
So what this is like you just get the side out of bounds, 14 seconds on the shot clock. Now, you only get 6 fouls, but it's not a foul call. So all this is literally, I got beat, bam, kick the ball, or my man, beat me, from behind and stop it. And I just kicked the ball, side out of bounds, 14 on the shot clock.
Another example of hitchocracy here on the show, as you are Mr. Man Up, no gimmicks. If you can't beat me, you can't beat me. You hate the, illegal defenses and shifts and trick plays and all that stuff. So you, by that letter of your law, you should hate this. Stop being a little cheater. You get beat defensively with your little cheap tactics of kicking the basketball.
See, I don't believe this. I don't believe this. This is not strategy. This is not strategy. This is not a strategy. I don't believe in strategizing. Okay, I just believe in kind of rolling your shoulders and going out there and playing. I don't like all this practice and
thinking.
I don't like that. It's not a thinking man's sport. All right, it's a man up sport. But in this case, kickball. How is this different than wrap a defender up or wrap a guy up on on a breakaway?
It's not.
It's not. It's actually even easier because you're not getting a foul call.
We this isn't official breaking news, but we do have a new report out from Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
9:20.
9:20. Okay.
9:20. Maybe we should just get Clarence on.
I can text him.
Text him.
All right.
Text Clarence, see if he wants to hop on the show. 9:20 from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
We already have one person in here who thinks Texas is going to win the title. Can't have another one.
Okay, and now we have. By the way, none of us are punishing Joker for this in the MVP race, right?
No, because I don't care about defense.
Okay. Easy
in
enough
terms of the MVP.
Right. All right, now we have Damian Lillard trying to guilt us on JJ Redick's Old Man in the 3 podcast, talking about how he feels about the current NBA.
The NBA I play in now is not the NBA that I came into, and I expect it to evolve. Everything is constantly changing. I feel like I play for the love of the game. Like I want the competition. I want to know what it feels like to win. I want to see my teammates do well. I want to see my teammates get paid. I enjoy the bonding part of it. Like we spend more time with each other than anybody. But now it's like, that don't count. Regular season don't count. Get a ring. This guy's the MVP. This guy did this. He the first. It's like, bro, what is this stuff? I don't want to make it about my situation, but I was talking after a game like a week ago, and I was just like, they was asking me about Dame, but to win a ring. And I'm like, bro, I don't need to prove to y'all that I want to win a ring. Why the hell do I play? I don't need to prove that to y'all, but we cannot keep acting like, while I understand we play to win championships, we all want to win the championship. We can't keep acting like nothing matters. Like the rest of the stuff, the journey doesn't matter. We can't keep doing that. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like there's so many ways that the league is different. There's so many ways. And I think about it all the time where I'm like, man, I don't know if I can just play a long, long time because I don't enjoy what the NBA as a whole is becoming.
Wow. Damn. That sounds like a guy who's just worn out though from being in Portland. This is what that sounds like.
Well, he decides to stay there.
He does.
Look, we all love Dame Lillard, I think. Yeah. I do. I have respect for him with his approach. But no one cares about your journey. All right, get out the violin. Get out your Derek Carr, Hallmark car. No one cares. We do care about your regular seasons. That's why you're going to the Hall of Fame. because it's nothing having to do with the playoffs. And a lot of that is the Blazers' fault for not surrounding him. Dame has done his part. So your regular seasons, that's making you a Hall of Famer. It has you respected for Dame time from many a fan throughout the league. But the bottom line is, we're not going to start rejudging the tiers of greatness based upon you wanting to water down championships.
Kevin Durant already watered him down.
Kevin Durant watered him down. Some people would say LeBron. We in DFW have a different perspective on this because of Dirk's title. Giannis has a legendary title. And if Dame won one, he would enter that mix. But that's why it's so legendary, because it's so tough, because it's very, very unlikely to happen.
It's rare. Yeah, look. But the thing with
Dirk, but nothing has changed about today's NBA. I got news for Dame. Nothing has changed about how we judge you compared to the 90s. There's a reason that Patrick Ewing and John Stockton and Karl Malone and the number one person most made fun of for not winning a title is
Barkley.
Charles Barkley and Reggie Miller too. They all get caught out. They all get made fun of. Nothing is different. Nothing is more intense about it today.
It did change in the 90s. It changed when Elway. I never thought anything less of Dan Marino because he didn't win a Super Bowl. Never crossed my mind to think less of Dan Marino because he didn't win a title. I never thought any differently. Patrick Ewing was a great player. Not winning a championship doesn't change how great he is. It may not add to his legacy, but it doesn't change how great of a player he was. And that's just, look, when I hear someone, talk about rings a lot, sometimes I think I put 3 Z's on it because, I start snoozing. The rings comment, the quarterback rings, all that stuff. Is Dame right that we do forget the journey? Sure. Coach Joe used to tell me all the time, if you don't enjoy the journey, you'll never appreciate the destination. He's 100% right on that. And Coach Joe was Mr.,
all or nothing
guy. Almost a Bill Parcells, don't tell me about the pain, just show me the baby. But he even knew how important the journey was.
Yeah, but that's all for us. No one cares about no one else's journey. You're supposed to care about your own journey and appreciate it and realize the hard work and the dedication and all the pitfalls and the ups and the downs and the roller. I don't care about Dame Lillard at practice, and I don't care about him in the weight room, and I don't care about him running the hills. Nobody gives a flip. You're supposed to care about your own journey and realize the significance of it and appreciate it once you get to the mountaintop.
Whose legacy gets dinged more, do you think, by analysts? If, let's say, Dame finishes his career, stays in Portland the whole time, stays loyal, never wins one, or Durant doesn't win another one, and Durant is viewed as somebody who took, you think that's the interesting thing to me, is that while he's saying that, man, it's not all about this, it's like I think the national conversation is more critical of Durant's legacy and how he won one than you would be for basically martyring yourself and not leaving Portland.
You become a sympathetic figure. Dame has become a sympathetic figure. He's just sitting there in Portland. And,
look, man, there's a cover, there's a cover charge to get into the most important places. Kevin Durant's not really aware of that. In order to have the special all-time conversation that you walk on sports water, you got to pay. There's something to get in there. And him not winning one, quote unquote, by himself or with less help, that's not enough at the door. There's a cover charge to get into that conversation. There's a price to pay. And his Warriors titles, to me, that don't get him a boot. That don't get him his own table. That don't get him bottle service. You can go sit at the bar. You can order some drinks at the bar, but you ain't sitting down at the VIP table. You ain't getting behind MJ's rope to get in that discussion. You're an all-time scorer, but you're not approaching any Mount Rushmore. We can break you down in separate categories. You can be on the Rushmore of scoring, like Harden is, but Harden ain't going to be in any GOAT conversations. Fair, unfair. Do I believe that Dan Marino is a champion of a personality, a worker? Yes. I didn't go back and look at his Super Bowls to think and wonder if he came up short in those moments like many people thought Romo did around here in playoff games. And Dame Lillard, he's just the wrong guy to be sending this message because he has gotten the utmost praise for his career and where it's probably going to end up, more so than anyone could get. You know what I mean? Like, Dame Lillard is loved.
Yeah.
And he's respected.
Partially because of his martyrdom, essentially, and just saying, like, I'm gonna stick this out. I'm gonna be loyal.
Yep. 877-881-1053. Did Chill write you back?
He hasn't yet. I'm gonna call him as soon as we get to break.
All right. Either way, we have a developing report. Is this finally the end of this Dallas Cowboy? Next on The Fan. But look, it is never.
Store.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Thanks to the Tolos sending us the very latest from Clarence Hill, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. The title of the tweet is "The Time Has Come." From a source close to the situation, the Cowboys are set to part ways with Zeke Elliott, and the running back is preparing to start fresh with a new team. The move could come as soon as this afternoon when the 2023 calendar officially starts at 3 p.m., and teams have to be under the cap. And joining us now on the Diamond Factory hotline is the Clarence Hill from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Good morning, man. What's up?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Doing well. So, were you expecting this info to be given to you today? Was this writing on the wall, or did you think in the back of your mind, Cowboys are going to figure out a way to keep Zeke around?
You know, I always figured this was going to be the end result. I never bought into them figuring a way to keep Zeke around. I just didn't see a path, a number that made sense. You know, especially if you give Tony Pollard the $10 million signing bonus. I mean, not signing bonus, but the franchise tag, and the way things have gone for Elliott in declining play the last few years. I just didn't see a path forward. You know, and it sounded good, and certainly Jerry, you know, said the right things, but you know, they never moved in that direction. That, you know, there was not any real talk with his agent about doing that.
Yeah, I was wondering how little Zeke was willing to stay for. Like, was he going to be cool with being a backup to Pollard? Would they have actually made him the backup to Pollard? Like, under what circumstances was Zeke willing to stay for? Does he think he can go and start somewhere else?
Well, you know, yeah, and that's part of it. Certainly, we would certainly have to, you know, discontinue the charade that Zeke was the starting running back and Pollard was the backup, right? Which kind of was the deal at the end of this year when Pollard was the primary running back on this team, you know, the most important weapon on this team outside of CeeDee Lamb. But we had to have Zeke start the game.
Right.
You know, and Zeke believes he has some years left for sure. And they certainly think that, you know, they you know, healthy, you know, if he's healthy and doesn't have the knee injuries, you know, he probably would have topped 1,000 yards last year, you know, and he had it going pretty good until the knee injury. So, you know, they feel they can, you know, obviously they think that, you know, their name and their history and their resume that they will have a market, and we'll see.
Clarence, you know, we know what was said in the locker room by Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard in terms of how this transition was playing out. And we saw the you know, puff pieces, I guess you could say, on Sunday Night Football and stuff like that about, look at this, how it's just been so smooth and everybody's without ego. Do you think it was probably a more just difficult transition for Zeke than we were led to believe publicly, just the having to kind of cede that a little bit to Tony Pollard?
No, I truly believe Zeke is the team player that everybody said he was, and he displayed that. If you just watch his interactions, he was Tony Pollard's biggest fan, and you know, I think Zeke understood the importance of Tony Pollard and what Tony Pollard was bringing to the table. I think that, you know, earlier last year, or year before last, when people were trying to force it, you know, it got personal. But I think this year, Zeke, you know, came to understand and is talking to his people. They understood how important Tony was. So I don't think there was any animosity with the sharing of the load. And Tony Pollard's greater role this year than in past years. But yeah, with any athlete, when you have been the man and always been the man, not being the man or the primary guy, it's a transition. It takes something to get used to. But, Ezekiel's guy, you go back to Ohio State, he shared the load. He's always shared the load. And here, he's been the primary guy. But from an ego standpoint, from a team player standpoint, Zeke was good with, how the Cowboys handled the running back position this year.
Chill, do you think the position is in play in the first round for them?
Or who's available? I mean, tell
your
me
guy,
who's
your
available.
boy, your guy's available.
Bijan, Chill, say yes.
What's crazy to me is these sycophants or whatever you want to call them. You can never take a running back in the first round.
You're talking to one in RJ Choppy.
Yeah, I am one.
That is just, poor team building.
Yes, correct.
So you don't take a great play in the first round because he's a running back?
Tell him, Chill.
That just makes no sense to me. The best player on the board, and some people have Bijan, if we're talking about Bijan, is a top 5 talent in the draft overall. If you look at some of these, draft nicks and everybody else and how they break that down as far as the top players in the draft, but because of his position, he's going to be pushed down. It's interesting. We talked to Stephen Jones at the Combine, and he said that I asked him that question, about the philosophy of running backs, and he's with everyone else, because of the value of running backs. Certainly he has Zeke, and he picked Zeke's 4th overall, but, because of the evaluation of running back, you don't take a running back at the top end of the draft, top 10, 15 picks. But if that's the case, that whole mindset is out because, as you said, most drafts only have 18 to 20 quote-unquote first-round picks. If a running back at 26, and most drafts only have 18 to 20 first-round picks, that's not a position where you say, well, we can't take a draft running back. Especially in this day and age, if you're going to get a guy, and I think that's one thing that we've learned about running backs, certainly now, that when they come in, they're in their prime of their career, this is when you get them. This is when you use them for the first 5 or 6 years. Run them to death like you did Zeke. Get your money's worth. People talk about Zeke's career, but the first 4 years of Zeke's career, first 5 years of Zeke's career, he was everything the Cowboys wanted him to be. He was a big part of this team. He was not that running back position, drafted running back in the first round, did not hold this team back, from achieving the Super Bowl success. He was a big part of their success, period. And if you get a running back at this point, at 26, to be a big part of your success, especially when you got a team that's ready to win now, you have to pull the trigger, don't you?
We're talking with Clarence Hill Jr. from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram about his report that the Cowboys are set to part ways with Ezekiel Elliott. Chill, do you think this would be something where they're just ripping the Band-Aid off and saying straight release, or are we looking at a post-June 1st release? How do you think they're going to handle it?
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I think post-June 1st is probably best just because, it gives you more cap room to work with this year. And of course, the cap is going to go up next year. You can absorb, the next part of it. But, you need the room. You need, you got all these trades. You got to get room for the Gilmore trade and pretenders and everything else, and you still want to be players in free agency. You need the cap room.
Clarence, how do you feel about, you're on Twitter as much as anybody, and you hear it from the fan base. Many of us have been critical. Man, the Cowboys, they're just asleep. They had a big day yesterday, but it was for a 5th-round pick and minimal money to Vander Esch. How do you feel about this free agency approach and Stephen Jones being cap boy and keeping all the money underneath his pillow?
Mm-hmm. I've always said, and it's funny because the Cowboys have not made major moves for free since Brandon Carr.
Right.
And poor Brandon Carr, since 2012. They have not made a big splash of free agency. And it's their philosophy, we're going to draft and develop and sign our guys. We like our guys, and that's good. But I've always felt, and I've said this, written this year after year after year, you still have to supplement what you do in the draft with free agency. I mean, free agency is there for a reason, and you can't get everything in the draft. You have to supplement that we're making moves in free agency, not necessarily bargain-based moves, making moves to get sometimes top-tier talent in free agency. And I've always thought they should do that. I didn't like when Jerry tried to claim that Dak's contract is what is stopping them from bringing top-end talent to the team, because they weren't bringing top-end talent in free agency before, Dak got his deal.
Yeah. Is there is there a name on your wish list, or a name you think that could be in play? Jalen Ramsey, we had a lot of discussion over the weekend. You got the Odell stuff out there. You have DeAndre Hopkins out there. What do you think they could be thinking, if anything?
Well, yeah, that's just it. I don't know if this is a great free agent class. There's not this guy that, hey, we got to move heaven and earth to go get. Do you see that? Just like we talked about, Gilmore was a nice move, but again, you gave up a 5th-round pick for him.
Right.
So that and he's 33. And you're not paying him a boatload of money. I don't know if that guy is out there where you're going to be spending that kind of money on a free agent to help this team. But, yeah, they need to go get a veteran receiver. There's no question about that. This receiving core was one of the worst in the league last year.
How do you feel about this Kellen to McCarthy offensive play caller transition?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's funny because I think that Mike McCarthy has won 12 games in back-to-back years. As Stephen Jones said, they won more games the past 2 years than any team except the Chiefs. Yet they certainly don't have the Chiefs' playoff success. No Cowboys coach has won 12 games in back-to-back years since the 90s. But it feels like Mike McCarthy is coaching for his job in 2023.
Hopefully not. Sean Payton's got a job now. I don't have to worry about him looking over his shoulder.
We got Dan Quinn, baby.
Doesn't it feel that way?
Yes,
it does.
Your job, you're still coaching for your job. I just think that, if he's going to go out, he's going to go out his way. He wants to do it his way. I mean, there's always been philosophical differences between how he the coach the game and philosophy of the game and in Kellen Moore's philosophies. And so he's going to do it his way. Again, the notion that the Cowboys have gone as far as they could go with Kellen Moore and the way he did things, to me, is offset by the fact that you give him the best weapons to work with in 2022. How do you know that you've gone as far as you can go with Kellen Moore, that this system reached its limit when you had that type of receiving core out there, and you wouldn't have 49ers game with just 2 weapons in Tony Pollard and CeeDee Lamb that would scare anyone. And certainly when Pollard got hurt, you had 1.
How far are your guys going in the tournament?
All the way to the Final Four, baby.
There we go, Chill.
Listen to this guy.
Carried to the Final Four. The new Steve Fisher. He might have a Steve Fisher-like run here.
Wow.
Clarence Hill with the report that is blowing up this morning. The time has come. The Zeke era appears to be over in Dallas. Thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate it. Great work, and we'll catch up.
All right, thank you.
There he is, Clarence Hill Jr. on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Do you guys just annoy everyone in the press room? Is there another Robin, a Longhorn Robin, to go to with Clarence's Batman? Are you Robin?
You've got Derek Eagleton's a Longhorn. Jane's a Longhorn. So there's plenty of it. It's funny. It's basically, I feel like the beat is completely Longhorns, Aggies, and
shocker, in
Tigers.
Texas,
LSU,
Aggies,
LSU. It's whoever is not an Aggie or a Longhorn is a Tiger, either a Missouri or an LSU.
All right, Bassick and I almost fought over Kyrie in the commercial break.
It was fun.
Let's see if it carries over. And what did Derek Holland think of the Michael Irvin video? Crosstalk with the fellas next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
one coach said that he thinks his team got soft, and the Mavericks kind of look a little soft right now. I want to know from two pro athletes what were the best motivation they got from their managers and coaches. So we'll ask Derek and Mike that at 10:20. And then at 11, Jimmy Butler. I wanted to go into this. What would be your torture song? Do you have a song that if you hear it, it is torture? Because Jimmy Butler was torturing his teammates over the weekend, and I wanted to
Nickelback.
I wanted to hop into that.
That's how you remind me, right?
What's that?
How you remind me.
Yeah.
Move Your Body by Nina Sky.
What's that?
Move Your Body by Nina Sky is the worst song of all time.
What's going on over here?
Japanese shoulder care.
Yep.
What?
Hold it up.
Japanese shoulder. He can't. He has to stay where he is.
Elbow.
It looks weird.
I know. I got to keep my elbows. Here we go. There we go.
Yeah. There you go.
Explain what's going on, Derek.
Japanese
so I'm
shoulder
doing
care.
some shoulder care here while I'm here. I'm just going to do some stuff.
It's actually hurting my right shoulder more than
RJ, explain to the radio people
All right,
what's happening.
Hey, don't stop. Keep going.
I'm trying to explain here.
You can do two
explain and do it the workout,
so
bro.
You have your hands, your elbows on a table, and you've got this very small rubber band, not a rubber band, but like a fitness band, and you just keep going back and forth, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. And boy, this is barking. I'm gonna go this way now.
No, you can't. You still
well,
got a
too
minute.
bad. I've already stopped.
Oh,
This is cardio.
Just imagine him
3 minutes
having
is all you needed.
He's got two fists and he's basically pushing them together.
I
And
did shoulders this morning, so
Yeah,
find out.
Shoulders were yesterday. I'm barking already.
Yeah, I bet.
I could totally see how that would be good for your back of your shoulders. Totally see.
The whole
My
shoulder.
neck.
Never would have
My
guessed.
back.
I've been sitting here doing eyes wise and T's, and that's way better. Way
thing
better.
is tiny, and it was burning.
Well, what people don't understand, and Derek, you can
also, you don't work
explain
the back
this
of your shoulder
too,
much.
is that once you start getting into big weights, your big muscles take over. And so the thing is, the rotator cuff, the 4 different parts of it, are very small. If you do stuff that are cords or 3 pounds or less, kind of your Job exercises, it will work your rotator cuff.
Yeah.
Once you get above, and really 5 pounds, most everybody say once you get above 5 pounds, you're now shoulders, biceps, triceps, lats. They'll start taking over the exercise. So then your rotator cuff can relax because it is a very small area.
Very small.
And this is Derek's little exercise thing?
So no, I learned this from Darvish.
No, I'm saying that's your
that's
string or whatever.
Yeah, that's mine.
But Darvish is the one that introduced you
Darvish
to that?
introduced it to me because as pitchers, we're always watching everybody do their arm care. Everybody's doing something different.
Bobby's face.
And
throwing a weighted ball for 8 hours.
And so, hey, switch to this. And then so like I'm learning from each guy, and I want to try to do what they're doing. And obviously seeing Darvish, Japanese culture, how they're doing things over there, see how it compares to here. And man, that thing will whoop your behind.
Help with the
that
feeling.
hurts.
But
Here, you can have that back.
I told you, it's tough.
But I do
man.
want to say, like, the one thing, and I know we're going to talk about it on the show, so I'm going to promote the show.
Thanks, man.
We're going to talk about the mental health, too, with pitchers. The kid that pitched for Canada, he's one of our prospects here with the Rangers.
Brat.
What he went through it can be a good thing or it can be a bad thing. And that's why I want to talk about the mental side of it, because it can really destroy people when you do, you go up and face guys like that and you you get shelled. It's tough.
Because we were talking about that because, like, there's not a player on that field, not a single player, who at some point wasn't overmatched at some
100%.
point. Mike Trout, his first 15 games in the majors, he was at like 163.
Yeah.
Like every single player in that sport has been overmatched at some level, right? You jump a league and you're just overmatched. And I went back and looked at his last year.
Where was he at?
A-ball. He played Kannapolis last year. Second start or whatever it was. He pitched 1 inning, gave up 4 runs. And he rebounded over the next 40 innings, only allowing 9. Like that's pretty, that was his jump, and that was a pretty good rebound for him. For anybody really, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I mean, to me, that's like one of the coolest things is you got to see what it's like to be at the big league level. Yeah, you're not going to face lineups like that when you get up here, but you still got a taste of what it's like, and now you know what to experience when that time comes. And then now you go back and you're facing these, nothing against him, but it's not the same competition.
Like, he made a good pitch to Arenado.
He's a good hitter.
Right.
Good hitters hit good pitches.
The other thing, too, which is tough to explain, like my son was asking the other day, the guy for Philadelphia, lefty reliever, was throwing for Venezuela 100 miles an hour.
Abad?
I believe so. And Teoscar Hernandez was up. And he takes 3-2, 100 miles an hour inside corner for strike 3. And as soon as the catcher caught it, he just started walking back to the dugout. And he's like, Dad, because, you teach your kids, dude, 2 strikes, you got to expand the zone. You got to make contact. And he's like, Dad, he just took it. And he didn't even try to swing at it with 2 strikes. And I'm trying to explain to him, well, with you, I understand why I tell you, son, hey, 2 strikes, take a rip. I'm like, in the major leagues and even in the minor leagues, you have to start giving pitches away. As in, I cannot cover both sides of the plate. They throw too hard with too much movement. It's too good. I have to give something away. And if they execute that pitch that I'm giving them, I tip my cap and I walk back to the dugout and I say, you threw it where I wasn't covering, and there's nothing I can do about it. The hope is, like Mike Piazza would tell me, the hope is if I'm giving you the inside part of the plate, you throw it too far in, it's a ball. You miss middle in, I can handle that. But I'm giving you those 3 inches or 4 inches on the inside part of the corner because
that's important.
I cannot cover a whole plate. It's impossible in the major leagues to cover the inside and outside at the same time. So Nolan Arenado, which we don't know, could have said, I'm going to give this kid the corner on the outside. I don't believe he's executing that pitch today. I've seen enough of him to try to get a quick scouting report on him. I'm looking for the ball middle and inside. And so that might be like, hey, it was a good pitch, but he had already gone through sequences and things to let Nolan Arenado know where he's probably going to throw the ball.
Corey, did you watch the Michael Irvin video?
I've seen the section where he stands there and puts his hand on her shoulder. She puts her hands behind her back and steps back. And I asked my wife about that, and she was like, yeah, that is a protection thing for women, where if they are touched and feel uncomfortable, they step away, and they're trying to be nice. So I was discussing that, but I couldn't see anything else that made me go guilty on either side.
Did you watch it?
Mm-mm. I'm going to during the show. I'll watch it.
I watched it, yes.
What'd you think?
Hey, thank you.
Way to prep, Derek.
First time.
Getting your rubber band in here ready to go instead of
There's
watching.
obviously very little physically that happens, right? I mean, really the most at any point was when he was laughing and kind of on her right side touched her, but you can't really tell in the video how much he touched her.
Right.
And it didn't look like at all in like somewhat of a private area, like boobs or down. So it's like side area, right? That's the only time where it looks like something could have happened. But then I'm not trying to take any side here, but the whole thing about, remember the person that said, and he slaps himself in the face and he's like, like that did happen. If you watch it, Michael does slap himself in the face a few times after she walks away.
He did?
Yes. So the lawyer didn't say anything about that because that's kind of the other side of the story. Who knows what he said? Now, the woman is way far away at that point. There's no way the lady can say what he was saying or why he was slapping himself in the face a few times.
Yeah, what is that supposed to suggest?
The other side said he was saying, like, get it together, like, stop going after her.
Interesting.
So that's what they were saying when he was slapping himself in the face was like, stop it, Mike, like, kind of like, don't give in to this physical feeling that you have. But who knows? There's no audio on it, so we don't know what he's saying, what she's saying. It's just the physical part of it.
The goalpost is also kind of moving. Like when this broke when we were at the Super Bowl, it was sexual assault, right? And now it's comments made.
Yeah.
From assault to harassment, basically.
Lewd, yes, to harassment. I think the majority of people on the internet that I've been looking at since last night think that this was a good thing for Michael. It makes him look really innocent. I would lean towards it making him look better. I think this is a good video versus a bad video for Mike.
Does it change anything from the network's perspectives, though?
That's a good question.
That's what he really wants back. I mean,
he might want the $100 million first.
Yes, that too. That could definitely change a lot of things. But obviously, like the ability to have when we talk about Zeke, his whole situation, what was he fighting for the whole time? To clear his name.
My wife walked in as I was watching it on YouTube. And she was like, oh, this is the Michael Irvin thing. One of my nurses was telling me about this. Like, she didn't know. And she was kind of watching it with me. And she was like, is he drunk? And I was like, because she knows very little, just kind of watching his body language through this, and she was just like, hey, and I'm like, supposedly, yeah. Like, I don't know, only he knows how much he drank and or didn't drink. And I know that he came on the show and said he had a few drinks or whatever, but she just noticed, she was like, the way he's kind of moving kind of looks like a person who's drank quite a bit.
Verdict?
He's innocent.
Okay.
But he did slap himself.
He did slap himself in the face.
He did.
Multiple times. It was more than 2.
How the heck I missed that?
I didn't.
I mean,
see
it's
it
not
either.
like he was going like, give himself whiplash.
Why you
He
hitting
was
yourself?
Just
Why do you say innocent?
because it doesn't look like he's doing anything bad. What?
Right.
He did a typical
He's potentially. I mean,
it's just like if we were out and about having drinks, and all of a sudden you say something funny, and that's it. It's not
innocent until proven guilty. He's not proven guilty by that video at all.
and it's not like he grabbed her and was like, "Hey, come here."
Right.
He didn't do anything.
Right. All right, there it is. Is Kyrie going to play tonight?
No.
I don't think so either.
Do you agree with Mike that this, I don't want to put words in your mouth,
Right.
that this may be more than just an actual foot injury? Or it's not a foot injury at all?
I've heard from people that there's no foot injury at all.
I mean, I don't really know, but I did hear how, I think it was you talked about, he's missed a lot of games throughout his career.
I think in the last 3 years, he averages 33 games a year.
Yeah, see that?
dear God.
That kind of bothers me there. Because we need a little bit more than that.
But here's where I disagree with you. I know we don't have a ton of time. I feel like, does he not have anything to gain? A lot of these insiders, I know you watch the morning shows, they're talking about how he's going to be on his best behavior. If I was the Lakers and I thought that, like, in the stretch run, every game now is must win, and he was faking an injury, that would contribute to me signing him, and I wouldn't want to sign him. Don't you think he has that to lose?
I think a normal person would say that, but I don't think NBA teams look at it like, we accept this. This is what it is. We're going to deal with this. We know going in, he's going to miss 20 to 45 games a year, maybe more,
but
and
to
we're just
possibly
going to deal with it.
bail with 15 games left, you're the 8th seed. That's a different level of sports crime to me.
It is, but does Kyrie say, hey, look, we're the 8th seed. What am I really playing for? If I'm on the Lakers and we're the 2 seed or the 1 seed, I got a legit chance.
Yeah, but I would think I'm compromising my chance for the Lakers to sign me a little bit. That would be my thought process.
Well, I mean, I've been around it too, and that's one thing I will say. There is an athlete that I've played with, I'm not going to say who, that would kind of like fake injuries. Like he'd take himself out of games and stuff, and I can't stand that. Like, so I feel like as a teammate, other guys would definitely. That was a good one.
Does Kyrie have a great reputation right now in your eyes?
Thanks, Mike.
To me?
Yeah.
Does he have
like as a Maverick fan, like does he have like you're very
so far,
we have 4 hours, Derek. We have 4 hours.
So far he's got a positive reputation.
Yeah. He's protecting that.
But I would turn on him if I found out this wasn't true. Anyway, we'll
close it out. It's fine. You guys interrupt me.
It was Rizzo, wasn't it?
We'll get to it, man.
You destroyed the first.
Hey, y'all can stick around. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, you. The other day you were great radio. That was bad.
Moses
radio.
Alou.
KFC.
What did I do wrong? I thought it was
Next on the
amazing.
fan, Rubber Band Man.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, we are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Today we have Derek Holland along with myself, Mike Bassick, and Joey, otherwise known as, what's the nickname there, Joey?
Slim Scotty.
Slim Scotty is what Mike likes to refer to you as. And I guess the first question is, Derek, did you want to finish with your thought on your teammate that used to check out of games early?
Well, it was just more of like
Mike interrupted you.
Yeah, I
earlier.
know. That hurt.
That's what I do.
I know, and I'm okay with it because it's you. But it's just as you play with a group of guys, like everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to play to win and all that. And when one guy is taking himself out for a fake injury, I guess you could say, that's where guys get pissed off, and they don't like that. So that's why I'm wondering if this is an actual thing, how long are those guys going to hold on to that? Like, how long are they going to let this keep going before somebody's like, all right, this is crap?
With Kyrie specifically? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because I do wonder if the players on that team would be like, man, we can't make this run without him. We need you. If they would have that team meeting, 25 games with him, and they're like, we got to have a team meeting with you, bro, because we need you.
Yeah.
If you would listen, if he cares enough about the teammates that he has. I don't know who he's really connected to there so far. So that would be an interesting approach to that. We'll talk more. I think we can talk more 10-20 about this. I kind of got some Mavs stuff lined up in that vein right there. But, man, the Cowboys finally made some moves, gentlemen. 877-881-1053. Is it enough to satisfy you for now? Or are you like, no,
This is our
need
year.
more.
This is our year.
Okay.
What?
Listen, Mike already said that.
I know,
Mike
but
said
that's
this is
normal,
the
isn't it?
year the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl. Mike never says that.
Browns are going to the Super Bowl.
That would be an awesome Super Bowl for this show, right?
You better believe it.
We would
I'll be there. I will 100% be there.
Man. They did a lot. I do like what they did. They took a pretty much worthless pick. A fifth-round pick has about a 20% chance of making the NFL, and making an impact on your team throughout their 4 years that you're hoping to get out of them. Maybe 10% of fifth-round picks actually make an impact on your team at any point in their career. So to get a guy who's still a good cornerback, yes, he's lost something at that position. The athleticism that it takes to play cornerback at a very high level at 32 years old is very hard to do. That's why most guys, it takes them a couple years to figure out the NFL, and then they still have the great athleticism. And then somewhere between ages, let's say 23 and 24 till about 30 years old, that's when you're in your prime of being a cornerback, as long as you're good enough to play that long. So for Gilmore being, I believe, 32 years old is what he is right now, heck of a pickup. And you're really only asking 1 year out of him.
Yep,
you have
absolutely.
no clue if you're going to keep him long-term. I don't think there's really any plans to keep him long-term. But this year, that is great. The other thing that I don't know about, which I really like this pickup, I don't know how well, and Derek, you can speak about this, how well of a leader Gilmore is, because Diggs has a lot of maturing issues and a lot of heart issues, as in, do you have the heart to make that tackle? Do you have the maturity to kind of stay in this game? And Diggs is a very good corner, but there's a lot of people like, I'm sorry, I think it's Chiafalo on the G-Bag Nation who just release Diggs. Just get rid of him. I hate him. He gave up on the Dallas Cowboys by not tackling. I think that's, but I do think I'm wondering if Gilmore, not only being a good player, could also being a guy who's been an all-pro, probably not a Hall of Famer, but like a guy who'll be considered for it. How much could he help Diggs in maturing into one of the elite corners in the league?
Players like that are definitely going to be outspoken and help out, get guys to do what they're supposed to do, be where they're supposed to be, just hold guys more accountable. So I think knowing, everybody questions that whole tackling from the playoffs last year. I think that's going to be a big factor. You won't see that this year. He's going to change that. There's going to be more of a, what's the right thing to say? I guess that it's just more of the kill type of mentality out there.
Yeah, and I think that we talked with a lot of pitchers when we were at spring training a couple weeks ago. And the question I kept wanting to know is, the Rangers invested a lot into their pitching staff. And they have a bunch of guys that are competitive, and not only competitive within themselves, but probably competitive with each other. And that is something that we've talked to a lot of guys that have said, yeah, man, we were competing against even guys that were like, he had a great day, I'm going to go out and have a great day today too. I always wondered that about those Braves teams. And so I can see where this isn't now you can just take it easy. Now you got to step your game up, Diggs. I would say now you take your game to the next level. You have somebody opposite you that is still an elite coverage guy. When it comes to health, I can't fix that. I can't fix any hamstring, soft tissue things, knee stuff. But I can say that I watched the dude play the football game, and whenever he plays, it's like, how are you going to get any yards on this guy? It's difficult to complete passes. So now if you want to take your game to the next level, Diggs, that guy's right across from you. He knows what it's like to be elite. So I think it's good to have in the locker room for sure, not just for leadership purposes, but to say you can't rest, man.
Well, it's like you said, too. It is a competition amongst each other. So it's the same thing. If me and Mike were on the same team, we're both left-handed. I'm going to try to challenge him to be better than me, just like he's going to challenge me to be better than him. Same thing is going to be with those football players. No matter what, like all the competition is always amongst each other. And that's what makes teams so much better is you don't really worry about the outside stuff. Yes, you want to beat every team you play. There's no doubt. So I don't want people to think, oh, well, we don't think about that. No, we do. It's just now it becomes more of if we focus on trying to be better than everybody that's in here, because if I go out and have a great game, he wants to go out and have a great game.
Yep.
He wants to be better than me, just so it's like a bragging right going back and forth with each other.
It's kind of what you want with Luka and Kyrie is 100% to have that little bit of a competition with each other.
I was, me and Matt Harrison would do that all the time. And then, whoever else was here with us at the time, we would always compete against each other. But it never affected the relationship like, oh, well, I'm not talking to him because he had a good game and I got to make sure
you
I
might tease him, right, in competition. Hey, I showed you the way. All you got to do is do what I did. And, if you didn't have a good game, especially lefty, you might go, hey, not after you had a bad game. You're ticked off at yourself. You want to kind of shower, answer the questions, go home. But the next day you might go up to Matty Harrison and say, hey, Matty, I did this, and this is why. If you do this to him, you'll get him out.
But see, that's the thing I think that was different. Like you just said, like we would probably possibly like walk away, not really talk. What's great about the guys that I play with, if you had a bad game, we immediately talked about it with each other right away. Like, man, I felt like today I had a good fastball, but I couldn't spot up. My off speed was, not doing very well. Then Matt would be like, yeah, this is what I saw. You were too quick or you were too slow on certain situations. Like every inning when we would sit down in the, in the tunnel or wherever we were sitting, we would all be telling each other, hey, you got to do this. You got to pick this back up. You're getting a little bit behind. There was never like, you had a bad game, you were by yourself. Nobody was ever left alone. That's the easiest way I can put it. Like and that's why I want to talk when we get to it is talking about the mental side of it with the kid that just pitched for Canada. Those are the things. That's what makes great teammates is you constantly helping each other anytime, whether it's during the game, after the game, you notice stuff, you help each other. So that way you're continuing to improve. They will definitely do that.
And the other thing too, and this is different, I guess, in football a little bit, but I can see you guys in the dugout feeling this way. But whenever I'll go back to our conversation yesterday, Mike, of my best friends that I was playing baseball with, I would compete in inter squads against them, right? But then whenever we get out on the field against an opponent, I'm rooting my butt off for them because I know what they're capable of. So Derek, I can just imagine you watching, one of your best friends pitch for your team. You're off that day. You're watching him pitch. You see a high leverage situation, and you're like, I know exactly what he's about to try to do. And then he does it. And you're like, bam, he did it, baby. And it makes it gets the energy going, man. It really does. That coffee has the energy going too, Derek. Derek brings in coffee, and he always injects some extra caffeine into it. I know he does it. He's like, put a couple extra pumps in there.
I mean, wouldn't that fire you up more if you saw your guys getting amped up like that? And that's why, and I know I'm going back to the whole Kyrie situation here. If there was a fake injury, you're killing that mojo.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying there is. I want to make sure it's clarified that I don't know if there is or whatever. I'm just saying if that was something that was going on, it's going to affect that clubhouse.
What is the defensive weakness for the Cowboys still at this point? 877-881-1053. I see people texting in saying, do you think the Cowboys are interested in Darius Slay? I think the Cowboys are done in that respect. Right now, you've really solidified what you have in the secondary, man. Like your secondary, and we'll talk more about it at noon today, but you've solidified that, and it's going to be very difficult to say, you know what, we're picking on Anthony Brown today. That's where the Cowboys, even with Bland, like this is now you're looking in the slot maybe, and you got guys that can play multiple different areas on the field. So the secondary is looking pretty good. But what's the rest of the defense? Where's your weakness that you need to find? Or are you just saying there's only one weakness, and that's on the offensive side? The defense is fine for right now. 877-881-1053. Mike, for me, I think I'm going to preach this. I'm going to say this until the end of time with the Dallas Cowboys, until they finally do it. I need a big, beefy body in the middle. I have to have something. I don't mind giving up 100 yards in a game on the ground. I don't mind doing that, especially if my secondary is pretty decent at shutting down everything else. It's difficult. It's going to be difficult to throw. The Browns, they'll probably try to run for 250, 285, some 300 yards against me, but I don't mind that. I don't mind 100 yards.
Okay,
I don't want 300 yards. I don't want 300.
You're not winning with 300 yards given up. Sorry.
No, at all. Not at all. So that's where I'm looking at my linebackers. I feel pretty confident, pretty comfortable there. I think I have a pretty decent pass rush, but the one thing that I need is a run-stopping big body in the middle. That's all. I would be perfectly fine if the Cowboys spent some draft coin trying to make sure that they solidified that spot, because that's what this defense is needing right now.
You don't think the offensive line needs a little upgrade?
I do.
What's more important to you, the offensive line or the defensive line?
I'm probably, because I feel pretty comfortable with the ability to stop the pass right now, I'm probably looking at the offensive side of the ball and saying, all right, we have work to do there. But I like that the Cowboys said, we're making sure Donovan Wilson's back so that we have a headhunter out there. We're making sure that Leighton Vander Esch is back so we have a solid linebacker in the middle. And again, somebody to keep bodies off of Leighton Vander Esch is what I want, because then he's a better playmaker. Mike is a better playmaker because of it. But offense, man, I'm looking receiver. I'm looking offensive line. And right now, after the news about Ezekiel Elliott and understanding from Clarence Hill that they are more willing to move on, it looks like they are going to be moving on from Ezekiel Elliott. Then what is my backup running back situation? What's the future at running back for the Dallas Cowboys? Because if they go into the season with just Tony Pollard, that sets some things up. So we'll have to see what's going on.
What's your thoughts on D-Hop, Diggs, and Cooks?
Okay.
Jumping ahead here. I'm sorry.
Stefan Diggs, give me Stefan Diggs.
I would like that just because you could see the brothers playing together.
I love DeAndre Hopkins. Mike knows that Stefan Diggs might be one of my favorite wide receivers in the NFL.
I think D-Hop is going to go to the Browns. What? Just because the reason I say is because they have the connection already, him and Deshaun Watson.
Okay.
So it just makes the most sense. And they want to get another wide receiver. I mean, I hope they don't. I kind of like where they're at right now and just continue to upgrade everything else around it. But that's what I've got from the Twitch. They're asking about D-Hop, Diggs, and possibly Cooks.
Brandon Cooks would be a fine receiver to add. The Cowboys have wanted him for a while, but they could never financially make it work with the Texans to get a trade off. So I think that was more like they were like, hey, we're demanding all these picks. And the Cowboys were like, no, we're going to use our 5th round compensatory pick to go get a 5-time Pro Bowl cornerback instead. So I like that. I would love, Mike has been saying, if you add Bobby Wagner and DeAndre Hopkins to this thing, man, it's Super Bowl. He's like, we'll win the Super Bowl.
Is that what it's going to take, Mike? We have to get both of those guys? What if we got one? And if we could get one,
we didn't
which
expect
one?
the Gilmore move. Like, we didn't know that was going to happen. That's a great addition.
It's a good question. I
Could
really
only take
like
one.
the Gilmore thing. I really like Leighton Vander Esch. I really like bringing back Wilson. I don't need Dak to throw the ball all around the field. I don't think he's good enough to. I think you lose if you start adding a whole bunch of weapons to Dak and then make him throw the ball. He will screw it up. So I like that they're doing more. We're going to go defense and maybe even more running game. So your offensive line thing, yeah. I don't think it will benefit Dak to just have weapons all over the place. I think he'll accidentally throw the ball to the other team too much.
So we definitely need more offensive line to help out.
Yep.
Yeah,
definitely. And man, if everybody's getting excited about Bijan Robinson again, so obviously that discussion will never sleep until the draft has been happening. All right, coming up next, the Mavericks out with Luka again, and this coach says maybe his team got soft. What's the best motivation you've ever gotten from your coach? Next on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss and Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Hey, all the Stars fans out there, before you get like upset and you're like, hey, why are you talking about a team that's on a 3-game losing streak? Just understand this. Anytime we talk good about the Stars, bad things happen.
Curse is real, Corey.
I think and it's true. This is the history of the KNC Masterpiece. Derek.
I know. Gosh dang it. This has been going on the whole time you guys have been a show.
Since we have been a night show, at least, in the history of the KNC Masterpiece, anytime we talk good about them, they end up losing. One time we ate cat food to try to break the curse. Literal cat food. Because of the wheel, and it didn't work. Like, it didn't work out for us. They ended up losing to Anaheim, and I think it was my fault. So I was like, there's no way they're going to lose this game they're up by like 3 goals. Everything's going to be fine. And all of a sudden, everything exploded.
Do we got to sacrifice something?
So maybe Mike. I might have to sacrifice
he hasn't
Mike.
been talking all day.
Yeah.
So.
And I think
here he comes.
Mike.
I'm dealing with some serious stuff over here, okay?
Stove?
Yes.
What is stuff? Like stuffing?
Like stuffing?
No.
I think Mike is such a huge Stars fan, he would sacrifice himself.
I think he's buying a jersey.
Are we talking about Stars right now?
No, we're not.
Okay.
Well, I mean, kinda, yeah.
Stars
I'm basically
at
telling
night.
everybody that we can't talk about the Stars because of our curse. And it's a really bad situation.
I did see people were upset. I did watch the other day, and I felt like kind of video game-ish. They had like the line behind the puck, and then they were showing the person's name above their head, like when they got the ball.
Yeah, the 3D thing they were doing, yeah.
Like whoever, like, you know, McCluskey has the puck or whatever. And
Who's he?
I don't know.
We just get him.
And I was like, oh, kind of looked like a video game type of deal when I watched the 5 minutes of the Kraken game.
All right, there you go. So Joey, I appreciate the Stars.
Let's go Stars.
They lose.
Hey, they're going to bounce back. We're
They
fine.
lose, and
No panic.
We need them to bounce back, and whenever they do, Stars fans, just know that I won't be talking about them because I don't want to hurt the Stars' chances, okay? So we'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Now, Michael Malone is the coach of the Denver Nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
They lost. Again, they're on a 4-game losing streak. The Mavericks are on a 3-game losing streak. And last night, after the game, he said, right now we're in chill mode, and you can't be in chill mode with 13 games to go in the season. We've got to try to find a way to get our swagger back. Maybe we've gotten a little soft with this success. We've been on cruise control for so long. I always did, like, I was concerned about the Rangers team that got way out. Was it 2011? Way out in front and just after the World Series. And they were like, I want to prove to the world all this. I was very concerned. I was like, they're too amped up. Can they last for 162 games like that? I always was. And so like but like this is a team that has been in first place for a while, and they're just like, we're just cruising through the rest of this sucker. So I see Jason Kidd. He's got Luka injured. He's got Kyrie, who you don't really know exactly what's going on there. There's foot being blamed. There's all these other things in the mix. And then you got Josh Green saying, we got to buckle in. We have to go out there and play like the rest of the season. We got to play with this high energy and all this. But Jason Kidd's tactic last year was,
we're not dying.
We're not good at defense.
Oh.
You know, we just stink at defense. We don't make our shots. We're not good. This year, his tactic, I think he may have like expelled everything he has. There may be nothing left for Jason Kidd to say to his team. Unless there is. When you guys have had those moments where the coach has said, I gotta have a talk with my guys, what's been the best motivation? Has it been scare tactics? Has it been
I think this is really tough, Derek. I'm just going to stop you right there because when you just play, and I'm not trying to take a shot at anybody, but when you just play high school sports, it's very different than playing professional sports. So yes, scare tactics by Coach Rombach, the Hall of Fame coach at Duncanville High School when I was in baseball. Scare tactics by Hall of Fame, coach at Duncanville High School in basketball. Yes, scare tactics work when you're 15 to 18 years old, and I think they kind of work even in college. It's very tough, Derek, for scare tactics to work when you are 22 to 42 years old.
I mean, we're just playing for a piece of metal. We're not dying. I can't get over that. Yeah, it's you can say whatever when it comes to that, but I think that it comes from within. You know, one of the things that I loved about Wash was he let the clubhouse take over. Somebody's going to step up, which was Michael Young, Kinsler, all those guys were, hey, we got to bear down. We got to stop trying to play. Like, you're putting too much pressure on yourself, so then you're playing tight when you're out there. You got to be loose while you're playing the game, and that was the big thing is those guys would always encourage it. Like, hey, get back to being goofy at third base, Beltray, Elvis. Do your thing like you have been. You know, stuff like that. Just get the guys to be more relaxed. That's what you want. When you start putting the pressure on yourself or added pressure on there, then you're not playing with the same passion you had before. You're no longer really enjoying the game. It's more of, man, I've really got to do this. And if I don't, we're done. We're never going to get to, you know, whatever. You can't have that kind of mentality. You got to be able to be loose. Hey, you miss a shot, so what? Let's go again. Or as Mike would say, just be like Timmy. Just throw it up there again. Just keep shooting.
Just keep
Am I
throwing
right?
the ball.
No, I mean, and then, you know, shoot or shoot.
Yeah, and that's actually a great mentality.
Well, and that's the, like, when kids, that wasn't a scare tactic then, whenever he said, when we our shots aren't falling, we're just not good.
He's trying to call you out as almost like, in a way,
pride.
not embarrass you, but embarrass you.
Yeah. Like it's kind of, to me, I felt like it's more of the professional way of not really saying like
Right.
an individual. It's calling out the team, that kind of way. And I think that's the big thing is like, let's go. We've let this go too long. Let's get back on track. Let's do what we're supposed to do.
Do the pro athletes get more offended or motivated whenever a coach calls them out, like in a press conference?
Mostly
we
offended.
We don't get offended. It's part of the game. Like, what I'm not even going to try to make my regular
like, don't you
comment,
want
but-
a coach to come to you and like this is what my wife and I, all right? So if I say something stupid in public, she'll support me. But then whenever we get in private, it's like, hey, idiot, that's not true.
To Derek's point, though, when was the last time any coach ever called out a player specifically? Like it's very
like Malone's
rare.
calling his team out, but saying maybe we're a little soft. You know, like that's
Right,
more
team-
like
saying. He's talking
team
about
is
a team.
different.
Yeah, calling out a team is good.
You didn't say Luka Doncic. Now,
Right.
the closest we got to that was during the playoffs, and it did work, is that Jason Kidd said Luka has to participate in the defense. So he did specifically say
that was a player.
But he didn't say Luka's horrible on defense. He just was asking in a very way of like, I'm going to call you out here about you got to participate with us because I know you're good. Because here's the deal. People that don't really follow the Mavericks, Luka's not a bad defensive player. He's solid, but you're not going to get a lot of effort from him on a minute-to-minute basis there.
Unless he wants to.
Right, but when he wants to, come playoff
Yeah.
time, he has that professional, like, hey, come play. Like, I know that there's a few former Dallas Mavericks that got to play with LeBron James. And they're like, dude, LeBron doesn't participate in defense for a lot of the regular season. We're having to deal with LeBron not really caring about defense a lot of times. But come playoff time, LeBron's going to care about defense a lot because he knows how important it is come playoff time, and he knows how important it is on certain moments in regular season basketball games. But I think this is really tough, Derek. I just think it's really tough to explain. And it's our job to do as former professional athletes, but it is really tough to explain the difference between kind of high school motivation and professional motivation.
Yeah, there's
When Wash was,
I don't even know how I'd relate to it, like how to say it.
Because, for example, I'll give you this example. Bobby Valentine, he's ticked at us. We've lost all these games in August. We had a chance to make the playoffs, and we screwed up August, and we're out for the New York Mets. Well, Bobby starts having a meeting, and this meeting's going on a while. He's not yelling. Look, too bad. It ain't going to happen. We make more money than you do. So here's the deal is like in high school, you can just say, then you're out of here. You're off the team. In college, you can be like, you're off the team. Well, after a while, John Franco, who's a 40-year-old guy, a 20-year vet, he takes all the papers, throws them everywhere, looks right at Bobby and starts screaming and cussing at him about this meeting and how BS this meeting is and how he's part of the problem too. You know what happened? Meeting was over. That's it. He's like, Bobby was like, all right, let's go. That's it. Like, he's like, crap, this didn't work. A veteran called me out on it, and he wasn't screaming and yelling at us. I remember he had like a fungo in his hand walking around the room, and this and that, kind of upset that people didn't want to be on the Mets, and they were talking possibly to the media about it and stuff like that. But I don't know. Like, that can't happen in high school. Even my best player, whether it's Trey Johnson at Lake Highlands or Ron Holland at Duncanville, who's about to play in the McDonald's All-American game, they can't do that in high school. Like, they'll just be like, you're suspended. You can't. What are you going to do to John Franco?
Oh, and that's kind of where I am with this whole, like, the Kyrie and Luka team, this team that they have right now. If Kid's at his last straw and he's like, I don't know what else to do. And Mike's suggesting, he's given up.
He's
like
done.
This is a coach that's like, I can't coach this
He's
team
like, I've tried
better.
different ways. It isn't happening. That's why he's like, look, nobody's dying. I've tried to get Christian Wood to understand this. He's not. I'm done with him. I've tried to get this team to understand some of our defensive philosophies. I've tried to get Magoo to, I'm assuming, because he brought in Magoo. Like, that was his Laker guy that he brought in. And he gave up on him, 3 weeks into the season and barely gave him any more time to maybe redeem himself. And maybe he doesn't want to redeem himself. We're not at practice. We don't know how hard he's working or not working. But, like, he has not been able to, Jason Kidd has not been able to connect with this team at all. And I think he's like, I'm tired of trying to connect. You guys do what you want to do. Obviously, you don't want to follow what I'm saying. You guys do what you want to do. Now, he's not saying that in public, but you can tell with his body language and his answers. He's like, I've tried to change the culture or whatever of this team. And he's like, I'm done trying.
Like Parcells, just my memory of it was his approach was protect when things are bad and push when things are good. When things are going well, man, that wasn't good enough. Like, let's just keep grinding and keep pushing forward on this. When things are going bad, it's like, hey, put all the blame on me. That's what Parcells would do. He was like, blame me for this. This is my problem. You know what? These guys, I could have done this better for them. And the players felt like he was protecting them. But then whenever it was like time to, all right, now we got to go get better. We just got a couple wins in a row. Let's go be better than that. He was out there pushing them harder.
Yeah, the big thing for me is just like Mike was saying too, the quotes gives it away that you're not really invested is what I feel like. If somebody's telling me, well, nobody's dying. Okay. And I get it. We keep using that quote a lot, but it's like, dude, why would you say that? That just shows me you don't care. You're not into it. And I get it. You're trying to figure out situations, get things right with the locker room, but you can't have that as your response.
So sometimes, Derek, it's almost like this. Hey, I've already made the Hall of Fame. I already won my championship. If you guys want your Hall of Fame, ceremony, if you want your championship, you guys go do it. Like, I don't care. You guys can do it or not do it. I've made my $100 million. I got my championship ring in 11. And that's the way I'm feeling from Kid. He's almost putting it on Luka and the rest of the team. Like, dude, I already got everything. I don't need this.
From the 6'8",
I've tried to help.
From the 6'8" you think maybe a player said no one's dying to Kid, and he's now throwing that out there? It's like
that's what I'm wondering what the locker room's thinking of this.
Yeah.
Like, as a player, as a professional athlete, like, if my manager's saying, well, nobody's dying, and I'm literally going, what? Okay, so what are we doing? Are we not playing for anything? Do you care? What's going on? Like, it's kind of like Manfred saying, well, it's just a piece of metal.
Right.
Like, what is that?
You just walk in, Mike, with a big old watermelon, put it right there, get your sledgehammer out, start smashing, and that'll get everybody going.
Mike McCarthy style.
Mike McCarthy style. You get 12 wins a year, baby.
It is. I like what you're saying, Derek, because I haven't, like, as a player,
like, that bothers me.
Like, I think he's tried to motivate through, you got to participate. We're not a defensive team. Like, he's done all these things throughout the season, or last year, obviously, playoffs was like Luka has to participate. He said multiple things through the media, and now he's to the point where he's like, I don't care anymore.
By the way, I just got a text from a very reliable source that says very bluntly, D-Hop is not coming here. Cowboys are not in the mix.
That's good. That's
so
fine.
I think that's kind of where, if you're out there going, hey, that's the thing, I would be surprised based on what I'm hearing there. So, all right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's chit chat with Jared Sandler from Arizona next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation,
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts. More than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, Derek Holland with us today. And we also have Joey in studio. And right now joining us, thanks to Sonic, good. It is Jared Sandler. Jared, how you doing today, man?
Guys, I'm great. It's raining, so action on the backfields is going to be limited at most, and the game status is a little up in the air.
Oh,
Cage day, huh?
Yeah, it seems like it might be a cage day.
Seems a little windy out there, Jared.
What's that?
Seems a little windy out there.
It's windy? Oh, shoot.
Great service.
Oh, yeah. Thanks a lot, Jared.
Hey, Jared, are you still there,
You
buddy?
going to do an interview with us or
here.
what?
Can you guys hear me or no? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm trying my best here.
All right. So,
doing my best.
Texas Rangers talk. And I know you talked yesterday about DeGrom and Evaldi, and especially DeGrom, is now that we are March 15th, so we're pretty much 2 weeks away. I just got kind of news from Cole Reagans will join us Friday on KNC Masterpiece. Nice. I was hoping that it could be today, but he's going to join us Friday. Right now, as it sits, Cole Reagans will be where or what on March 30th?
I think he will be getting ready for opening day as Round Rock's #1 starter. And the reason – but here's where it's tricky, right? Like, I know we like to sell it's just one game, and in a lot of circumstances, for the sake of conversation, it's just one game. Like, that general cliche applies. But the Rangers want to make the playoffs this year, and you can't convince me that what we've seen out of Cole Reagans so far, he is not one of the 13 best pitchers in camp. And obviously, that doesn't mean that you take the 13 best because everyone's got to fit a role and whatnot. But early in camp, especially if DeGrom and Evaldi are not stretched out fully, is there value in having Cole Reagans who can kind of piggyback and be a multi-inning reliever? I think the question they've got to ask themselves internally, and I don't know if it is more complicated because he's had 2 Tommy Johns, how do they feel about, all right, Cole Reagans, you're going to start the season, you're going to be a 2 to 3 inning guy, and then we're going to send you back to Round Rock and build you back up to be a starter and, a 6-7 inning guy. And then, maybe we'll call you back up, either to fill a spot in the rotation or to just help this bullpen out because there's a need. Like, does it, from a physical standpoint, does it make more sense for someone like Cole Reagans, who has had 2 Tommy Johns, to just say, hey, you're a starter. That's all you're going to be. You are going to start at Round Rock, and the minute we need a starter, you're going to start with the Rangers, but we're not going to yank you back and forth between roles. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not smart enough to answer that. But if the answer to that question is it doesn't matter, I think there's a really good chance that Cole Reagans is starting the season with the Rangers as a piggyback starter, and then invariably guys get hurt, and maybe he never does go down to AAA because there's a spot in the rotation that needs to be filled.
So you are saying though that he has earned that right now at this point. Like he's done everything he needs to do.
Absolutely. And I know I led that off by saying he'll be in AAA as their opening day starter. That might have been confusing. That is if the Rangers feel like he needs to start, and they don't care about using him as a abbreviated starter, a piggyback starter, whatever the case might be. He has looked really good. I'd say of all the pitchers who are not established veterans, he has looked the best in camp. And he went 4 innings last time out. We'll see him again. I'm sure he'll go 5 innings. It is fair to ask, can he sustain what he has demonstrated in innings 1, 2, and 3 through 5 and 6? Derek, I'd actually be curious. We spoke to Dayton Moore after the start in which Cole Reagans went 4 innings, and he ran into a little bit of trouble in the 4th inning after basically being lights out through 3. And Dayton Moore said that the jump during spring training for a starter, getting through 3 versus getting into that 4th is the toughest jump. Was that your experience? And I'm just curious why.
I would say it is. It's the way you should always think. Keith Comstock was one of the guys that helped me out with this. When it comes to pitching, the first inning, the third inning, the fifth inning, the seventh inning, all your odd innings are your toughest innings to get through. It's for some reason, it's just a mentality of you got to get through those innings. It is a big jump, though. I kind of got sidetracked from what you were asking because I was thinking of something else that reminded me with Reagan's is you don't want to see a guy like him bouncing back and forth. I've been in other organizations, and the way that they were messing up the starting rotation, I was with the Blue Jays, AAA. They literally had one starter in AAA for almost 3 weeks because they were trying to get guys to be openers, basically going 2 innings to possibly 3 innings at the most. I don't like that. I think you're taking away from a guy who has a chance to be a starter. Either pick one or the other. Don't play mind games with him because then it becomes something else on the mental side of, well, am I a starter or am I a reliever? And then you're constantly going back and forth. I get it. Guys' goals are to get to the big leagues and, help the team as much as they can. But if he wants to be a starter, you got to keep him as a starter. If you see him being a longtime starter, keep it that way. Don't play the mind games of going back and forth.
And I agree with that. And the thing that, like, and Mike and Derek and Corey, you know this as well. You don't go through an entire season with just 5 starters. I mean, it just doesn't happen. Guys get hurt.
Once.
What's that?
We did it once.
Did it? Okay. And how I would say there's one team every season that might have only 5 guys make at least 5 starts.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I think I looked at this a few weeks ago. I don't think anyone did it. And the last team to do it was the Reds in like 2019. Obviously, 2020 was a weird year. With all that said, there is going to be a 6th starter for this team. Like, there will be a role. It's not like backup quarterback where as long as the starter stays healthy, you're never going to see the field.
Right.
And so I agree. I just worry about, and again, I'm not a doctor. I don't know. But 2 Tommy Johns for a kid who it seems like is taking a big step forward, I think I'd want it to be consistent. And I got to believe that the Rangers have other options, guys who can go 2 to 3 innings early in the season as a piggyback, because there's a really good chance. I mean, we know we've talked about it. This rotation, they've got injury issues that 1 or maybe 2 of them go down. And now you don't just need someone to be a stopgap. You need someone who can really make a difference. And of all the depth starters the Rangers have, of all the guys who are not one of the 5 who are projected to be in the opening day rotation, Cole Reagan's not only looks the best, it's not even close. Glenn Otto is having a heck of a time throwing strikes. He is really struggling. I think we kind of know who Dane Dunning is, and that's no disrespect to Dane, but the upside that Cole Reagan's offers is way higher. And Cole Winn is, he's not going to be ready right away. And so I just think that it might be smart to protect Cole Reagan's as a starter in the way that Derek just described. But, I guess the other option is, well, we really need him as a 2 to 3 inning guy. And one person told me this too. One person was curious because of his injury history if being a full-time starter for the rest of his career is what is best for him health-wise, and that maybe his best role is a 2 to 3 inning, hybrid reliever, which I guess that's another conversation too. But again, I just always have a tough time with the physical medical side of it because I don't know. I'm not smart. And the reality is I don't think anyone knows, because if they did, then we would limit Tommy John's and arm injury significantly. And we just clearly as an industry aren't doing a good job of that either.
Yeah. And with the injuries too, with Tommy John, obviously, you said he's had 2 Tommy Johns. Those are now you're getting to the point to where everything's stressful for him now. The big league innings are considered very stressful innings.
Yeah.
So that could be a big factor too, that you could possibly see. Now I know he's got some big league time, but could be a guy that you call him back up, have him help the bullpen, which leads to me is, obviously you got your starting rotation. I don't know how close they are to being fully set going into the season, but I feel like there's a lot more question marks on that bullpen. Do we have like a set closer? Do we feel confident enough going into the season with what we've got that we can actually be successful to hold down the fort for these guys that actually have the quality starts? Are we going to be able to keep that for them so we can create more W's for those starters?
That's a great question. And I do think that this rotation, if healthy, will help the bullpen. because, last year starters were having a tough time getting through 5 innings if you weren't named Martin Perez or John Gray, and John Gray was only healthy for, 40% of the season. With that said, no, I think Jose Leclerc's the closer. If the Rangers are playing today in a regular season game and they need, they need someone to close it out. Mike asked the other day what 7, 8, 9 looks like, and it's probably some combination of Burke, Hernandez, and Leclerc with Will Smith mixed in there. But, I just remember, like, when the Rangers played the Mariners last year, if you weren't winning after 6, you were done. They had 5 guys who could have been closers on half the teams in the league. And maybe Jose Leclerc's that guy, but it's tough to say because last year he ended the season pretty good. It was good over the last 2.5 months. But last time you entered the season with Jose Leclerc as your closer, it didn't go as well. Teams or players were starting to pick up on the Salambio. The reactions you got in the batter's box from hitters were way different than the prior year. So I do think the Rangers, before the deadline, are going to have to make a move to improve the bullpen. But I think right now, if the season were to start today, Jose Leclerc's your guy in the 9th inning.
But do you feel confident about the bullpen depth?
No, I don't.
Are they hiring? I'm still available.
Well,
but I don't forget that.
It's a great question. I'm not super confident, no. And some of it's just the general volatility year to year. Like, Brock Burke, Siri, I don't know if you guys could hear it. Siri isn't confident either, apparently.
Yes.
But, is Brock Burke going to be the same guy this year as he was last year? I know it's easy to think, well, absolutely, he was so dominant, but we see this, right? Like Reyes Maranta, for instance, who's in camp, and Derek, I imagine
Yep,
Reyes
exactly who it
Maranta.
is.
Right. Reyes Maranta's in camp. He had an ERA in the 2s, was it 2 years ago? And I don't even think he's going to make the team. And so bullpen depth is so important, and I'm not sure if 1 or 2 of these guys does not have the type of year you'd like, which I think is very realistic, year to year for every team. Where are you turning? And the saving grace for the Rangers could be if Jose Leclerc is back to Jose Leclerc form and Jonathan Hernandez is back to Jonathan Hernandez form, and you can figure the rest out. But that is definitely the biggest question mark going into the season.
Jared, thanks for your time today, man. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
See you guys.
There he goes, Jared Sandler. We can always rely on him, even in the rain, to make sure that he is giving us some information on what's going on with the Rangers. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, what would be your torture song after what Jimmy Butler did to his team? Plus, Derek, it looks like your guy found a home. We'll do it next to the Fan.
The latest from and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors, Mike Bassick. We got Joey in studio as well with us today, making sure all the buttons are pushed the proper way so that we can get into your ear holes. But also, we have Derek Holland joining us today, and Derek is currently... Somebody just said Holland can't go back to the Rangers. He and Mike are too entertaining of a duo. He was showing you a video, Mike.
He's talking about a bed, right?
Uh-huh.
So he's getting a new bed, and he has a split California king.
Okay, and you've always wanted a king-size bed.
I had a king-size bed.
Why was it split? What is it?
Well, that means because one side can adjust and the other can stay like a different way, or you can adjust them both the same. So it's kind of like two beds in one. And his buddy just showed me that bed that I'm thinking about getting. But I'm like, I have more questions, but probably not on the air. I feel like some of our listeners would be like, but we want to talk Cowboys.
Yeah, I understand that.
Stuff like that. So I have more questions, but at least I have a visual now of what the bed looks like.
877-881-1053 if you want to hear more about this bed that Mike and Sue will be sleeping together in.
We call those Dak Prescott beds.
It is a Dak bed.
So let me ask you this question real quick.
Okay,
Are you trying to take money for this bed? Or are you just giving it away? What are we doing here?
I'll give you money.
Okay, he's going to give me money.
I'll take it for free.
I'll give you those Dirk Nowitzki cards you wanted.
Oh, my God.
We're going to do trade. I'm just
We're going to trade it.
Look at that. I love
where
deals.
we're going with this.
All right, 877-881-1053. A couple of things I do want to make sure we get to real quick regarding some football topics, Mike. The Bucs are finalizing a deal with Baker Mayfield.
Yes.
This is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, not the Milwaukee Bucks.
Dude, why?
I just want to make sure that people understand this is not the Milwaukee Bucks. This is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah.
They are going to be finalizing a deal with Baker Mayfield. 1 year, $8.5 million. He will compete with Kyle Trask for the quarterback spot for the Bucs.
For the backup.
Yeah. Well, no, hold on. Are you suggesting that Tom Brady's coming back out of retirement?
There's two backups there. And they're like, guess what? You won the backup job. Unfortunately, you're the one who has to start.
Man. Come on, Baker. Get that job, baby.
But I just hope they don't bring in somebody else, because what Baker will do is he'll get in his car and he'll drive to Norman, Oklahoma.
And what is he going to do there?
Well, that's what he did last time when they're like, hey, there's competition here at Texas Tech. And he's like, I quit.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Eric Crouch
was actually a great decision, honestly, because then he went to Oklahoma, tore it up, became the number one pick, and then showed that he really can't play in the NFL.
Well, I think there are things that I think that Baker can play. I really do. I think that there's also this, like, he has to be better at a lot of other things, too. And he has to have the right coach. I've said this adamantly, and Carter, the one that works here, not my son Carter, he can argue with me all he wants. I've been saying for years, do not get an OU quarterback. Now, Jalen Hurts, I understand he just went to the Super Bowl.
Yep, he did.
He also came from the Alabama program. Like, that dude, he is different. But Lincoln Riley was really good at just finding some kid and turning it into a great college quarterback. Once they leave the system, and this even goes back to the Mike Leach days, it goes back a long way with offensive coordinators in OU. They actually did a really good job of creating offense there. They just didn't turn out in the NFL. And I don't know if it's because it wasn't so easy for them because they didn't have the best blocking like they had at OU, or if maybe he just saw Lincoln Riley, the coaches just saw things and were able to help them a little more.
This is my only thing I can protest to that is for Baker. Baker did a lot of great things in Cleveland. Think about it. Cleveland has been a stepping stone for a while. As a fan, I know this. Like you know that. And they made it to the playoffs for the first time. Got a win in the playoffs. They were one win away from getting to the championship, not the Super Bowl, the series. I'm thinking baseball terms.
AFC championship game.
So he did a lot of great things there. So I'm not going to sit here and allow you to just destroy Baker Christ.
Right.
Did he win? Gosh. Or did Ben Roethlisberger play so bad?
No, I'm not even going to let you do that. No.
Ben Roethlisberger thought he was playing for the Browns the first quarter, didn't he?
You want to know how bad it was in Cleveland that Baker passed Ben Roethlisberger for most wins at Cleveland Browns Stadium?
Oh, yeah.
That's bad, okay?
Wow. So keep that in mind.
I would think I was at your house for that game, for the Browns
The
win
win?
over Pittsburgh. Wasn't it like, didn't they snap it over his head and the Browns recovered? Then Tim.
I don't know.
Then,
I don't want
then
no
Ben
excuses.
Roethlisberger threw
Did
it
they
to
win?
him.
Did they win or not?
They won.
Okay, that's all I need. And
Well, that's
Baker
like
got
saying
the win.
Jimmy
That's it.
Garoppolo did not beat the Dallas Cowboys when you go back and watch the 2021 playoff game.
I
it
agree
was
with you
that the
there.
Cowboys offense was really bad and San
The
Francisco's
clock
defense
management
was really good.
Clock management by the Cowboys was really good.
Tim McMahon is reporting also that that Luka did travel with the team to San Antonio, even though he is considered
So you
day
could watch
to
him
day.
lose?
Yeah, I guess I don't know. He just wants to be around the guys. You know, he wants to just be there and smile with everybody.
What if you lose to a team tanking for Wibbenyard?
Well, he's got to go to the Alamo.
And then they're ticked off because they're like, "Hey, we're trying to lose here," and they're like, "Well, I mean, we're just that bad at this point." I don't know. I don't know exactly what happens in that situation. And then so here's kind of what I wanted to dive into. And 877-881-1053, what is your torture song? The song that drives you insane. The one that, if you hear it and you were actually like locked in a room and somebody played this song over and over, it would make you want to finish everything. Because Jimmy Butler, he had 38 points in 39 minutes on Saturday. He hit a huge three-pointer, and it was a very difficult one, sent everything into overtime. And then in overtime, they fell apart. The Heat did, and they lost 126-114. Afterward, ESPN said the sounds of Nickelback coming from the portable speaker inside the Miami Heat locker room were unmistakable. As the rest of his teammates and Heat staffers quietly showered, got dressed, and picked over a post-game pizza spread, Jimmy Butler decided it was the right time to pump up the volume on his stereo and blast Chad Kroger's voice.
You know what's funny is I know we're about to get into music stuff real quick, but I'm like, gosh, Miami's been really bad this year. So I just looked up standings and they're 37 and 33, and I'm like, God, they're way better than the Mavericks. And I felt like, what a disappointment. I'm sure Jimmy Butler's so mad they're not playing well. They are the 7 seed right now. They might be able to get up to 6, but I mean, they're even 4 games over 500.
Yeah. And that's kind of, so should Luka be in there playing some torture songs going?
He does play torture songs. I've been to the games early, and Shippy, who runs the music, he will sometimes put Slovenian music on.
Oh, really?
Where
you don't like it?
No, it's horrible.
It's
Derek, have you
cultural.
been that early when Shippy will play like Slovenian music when Luke is on the court by himself?
I haven't been there that early.
It's horrible.
You got to get there
I was
earlier.
like, man, this is Slovenian music, and I get it. Probably Luka has given a list of songs that he likes from his native country to play, especially at like 5:30, 6 o'clock when he's on the court by himself warming up.
If you went to Japan and played baseball over there and they were like, hey, what kind of music would you want to listen to over there? You don't think they're going to be like, what kind of garbage is this?
Probably.
You're out there.
Yeah, probably so.
So I mean, I get it. You got to respect that. It's a guy from a different country coming here playing his music. It's what gets him going.
Yeah, but I don't mind in the clubhouse when they would play Hispanic music, obviously Latin music. I'm like, no, there's a beat there. There's kind of, there's rhythm there. I'm like, do they know music in Slovenia? Like, doesn't seem to be rhythm to it or anything like that.
Dude, Mike.
Well, okay. Hey, now you get to work on your mental game. I don't like this music. Tune it out. Let's go.
How do I lock it in? How do I focus a little bit? And
I want to say too, though, like with the Jimmy Butler thing and the music and the locker, I don't care. Play whatever you want. Like, I have
Some guys
headphones.
get mad at that, though. You know that.
I know they do. I know, but like, put headphones on.
Royce Clayton and Chad Curtis that got into a fight in the clubhouse back in the day.
I would say it happens.
It happens a lot.
Yeah, it happens almost every year on a team where they're like, turn that off or turn it down.
Because something went bad, or just because I hate your music.
It just does. It could be somebody's in a bad mood that day, Derek. You can take over from there.
Yeah, it's more, somebody's in a bad mood, like Mike said, or it's just like, we've played this song to the limit. Like, let's get something else in there. Like, there's times I've been on teams where it's like, it's Latin music Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Oh, wait, here, we could play country on Sunday.
Okay.
Like, it's like, can we get a little bit more variety? Like, that's it. The good thing, like, I've been lucky. Every team that I play for, I've had great DJs. Elvis was incredible. Like, he played everything. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He played everything. If there was something new that was out, he had that. If it was Latin, he had that. If he had smooth jazz, we played it. It didn't matter. That's probably what makes it helps with your clubhouse camaraderie. Like, you've got to have good music being played. You want to make everybody happy, play every style of music so it's not just one. Now, granted, some of the other things, like other teams, it was like, okay, a Latin is pitching today. What's he want to listen to?
Oh, okay.
They'll do that, which
For
is
sure.
perfectly fine too. The guys are okay with that, and that's just it. But the music, like for the most part, like you'd have some of the other guys, well, you don't like the music, either go somewhere else or put headphones in.
See, that's Mike. You're talking about John Franco throwing those papers all across the room. I want to hear that story about that teammate that walked in and grabbed somebody's portable speaker and just launched it into the shower
It's
or
happened.
something, and
you'll get it unplugged is usually what happens, and then once it gets plugged back in, then it gets hidden, and then it's like, all right, why are you hiding my stuff? And then it becomes an issue. But you're not always, the thing is, nobody's ever gonna always be happy. So it's like you got to continue to just try to make everybody happy and play multiple music, like different things, not just one.
877-881.
Elvis was good at going around and like asking guys, "Hey, what do you like?" And trying to put that in the mix. Of songs.
Yeah, and also
he definitely would do that. He had and the thing is too, he would have the playlist. Like that's what's cool about Spotify. He'd have the playlist. Everybody had access to it. There's something you want in there. You could even put it in there.
What? That's awesome. Yeah, I do that, but that's interesting that Elvis was like, yeah, I'm opening it up to everybody to make sure that we have good music playing all the time. That's great. All right, so the texts have been coming in. 877-881-1053. Lots of texts coming in on their torture song. And unfortunately, we're only going to play a very small clip of this. I just want to get everybody aware of it. Joey, this is the one that all the Tolos on the fan text are saying that would be their torture song. All right, that's good. That's good. That's good right there, Joey. Thank you very much. Yeah. That was all we needed from that one. That was all we needed.
I feel bad saying it's a bad song because it's for something good.
Such a great purpose.
I get it sticks in your head. So
it's stuck in
that's the goal of advertising is can we get this stuck in your head so you're whatever do on the golf course putting and you're like donate to Junk for Joy. They've done it. They have put it in your head and you're like, why is this song in my head?
Next time I play golf, I'm singing that for Mike when he's about to make a big putt.
All right.
The 267.
I knew you were going to say that.
From the 267, the Baby Shark song. I'd rather listen to Stephen Jones talk about needing to execute or a Garrett press conference than hear that song. And that one will get stuck in your head very fast too. Yeah. That one definitely. For me, and I don't know why, when my wife for like about a month, when she'd say, "Hey Alexa, play whatever, like pop music or whatever in the morning while she's getting ready," this song would play, and it drove me insane.
Started to cry, but then remembered I can buy myself flowers.
I can't do it. I'm like, go ahead and get your own flowers. Then I thought she was sending me a message. I thought she was telling me I don't need it. And she was like, no, it just keeps playing it first. I don't know why. So I was like, but that one, I usually like Miley Cyrus.
That's a new song?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. It's a response to a Bruno Mars song, I think, in some respect. But yeah.
I'm with you on that. But for me, I think you got me lined up in there. Okay, good.
Do we have the clean version?
Yeah.
Okay.
I get tired. I'm annoyed. And it's also a rabbit hole for me, too. If you slow this person's voice down, they sound like Jay-Z.
Look, it's all bad, it's all real. It's a big tall hills, big fat checks, big large bills, run out flip like 10 car wheels, cold. I give Ross.
Didn't we have Broadus like read some Cardi B lyrics a while back too?
I can't stand her.
Why's that?
I'm irritated by her to that McDonald's commercial. I'm just like, why am I so irritated by her?
It's weird, and I don't. What is? Grr? What is that?
Oh, I don't know. It's just a different way to say okay.
I mean, I just don't. I can't. Yeah, and that's fine. I respect it. That's whatever. I just don't like her music. It's annoying.
I find I was thinking that the other day when the McDonald's commercial came on for the 7 millionth time. I don't even know who's with her. I don't know if that's her husband. I don't know who's the person eating McDonald's with her. Somebody can help me out on that. I'm not good with stuff like that, but I'm just like when she does a da 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 da, and I'm just like, I don't know what it is, but it just is irritating.
That's been done for years by other people, but it's her specifically.
Just her voice and everything. Is that really her voice, or did she make that up to be different?
It's Jay-Z.
Yeah.
Jay-Z, sped up.
You know what? I've heard that theory, and I could believe it. I could totally believe that Jay-Z is like, you know what? I'm just gonna produce things that bang. All right,
it's the wet arse pancakes.
And this is,
you thought I was going to say something different.
Mike, you had mentioned this, and I just saw a bunch of people text that Kevin would probably be the guy in the clubhouse that would play this song, and it would drive Mike nuts.
I think we should just play it the rest of the time.
I just can't. Like, if they played this, I'd kill.
Oh my gosh, no, Mike, you can't do that.
If
That's illegal. You can't do that. I don't want you to go to prison.
Hey, does Dirk still have his celebrity baseball game?
No.
Oh, man. I was hoping he would because I was going to just get it to be your walkout song.
I'm pretty sure I'm eliminated from that, from what I've said this year about the Dallas
I think he's on his way to like do more pickleball stuff. So maybe
he does the tennis thing at SMU. Like, Dirk does a lot of charity stuff. I think that the Heroes baseball game has gone away. Obviously, COVID killed it, and I don't think it's coming back. I've heard Dirk talk about possibly, but Dirk's not the biggest kind of baseball guy, but he understands probably that thing sells out so easily. Maybe for charity purposes, he would do it again, but
I don't have a job. I want to go.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Derek and Mike.
All right, let's talk about Brat, and not a brat, but the pitcher Brat. I think you have some interesting takes on the Rangers prospect and what he might have to deal with mentally this season. Next.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we do have some Ezekiel Elliott news coming up. There is potential that the announcement will be made that he'll be cut as soon as this afternoon, maybe 3 p.m. according to Jane Slater. It could be a post-June 1st cut, which could save them $10.9 in cap savings and $5.8 million in dead money. We'll have more discussion about Ezekiel Elliott coming up in about 20 minutes in Gridiron Gravy, but right now it's time to do some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
All right, so let's talk about the World Baseball Classic. Tonight is the night you turn off the Mavs. They don't care anyways. They told you nobody's dying. You don't need to watch the Dallas Mavericks.
They're playing the Spurs,
but
nobody's dying.
Nobody's dying. Nobody cares. The coach doesn't care. They don't care. Tonight, you need to watch this. And I'm telling you, this is the game to watch all season for baseball. And it is the elimination game of Puerto Rico versus the Dominican Republic.
Wow.
That is tonight on Fox Sports 1. So hopefully you have that channel, but it is a 6 p.m. start because at 9 p.m., after that game's over, they will go to then the United States playing Colombia. But I'm looking at right now, if you want to get into the game tonight in Miami, it's a minimum of $200 before fees. So obviously, if you're on Ticketmaster or wherever you're going, I'm on right now. But you can get into the building right now for $200, and you are looking at kind of premium seats around $500 to $1,000. If you would like to get into kind of in the lower level, you're looking more at like right behind first base. You're looking at the cheapest ticket being $781 before fees. So you're probably looking at about $800 to $900 before fees to be behind a like base. If you want to be kind of behind home plate, it's about the same actually. It's somewhere between about $600 to $1,000 for that game. So this is like going to Game 7 of a World Series.
Do you have a favorite view, Mike and Derek?
I like being behind home plate about 15 rows up, I think is the best seat. But I don't mind being behind a base either. But that way you can see the movement of the pitch way better. Like when you're in the dugout, Derek, we can only complain about up and down. We cannot complain about corners.
Yeah.
We try to, though.
We try to, but we know that we can't see if that ball was on the corner or not. We can only see if that ball was up or down.
There's nothing better than yelling at the umpires like, oh, that was outside. We can't see it.
I think I was like 10 rows up when I saw Scott Feldman pitch, and just you're talking about the movement. You see that ball go from one place to another real fast. And that was my first ever to see that kind of that close before. I'm trying to actually create content of watching the ball move when I throw like bullpens and stuff. Saw this.
Trying to make as much as I can so that people can really see it. Like, I'd love to just let people stand in. I don't care if you hit it, cool. I'd let random fans stand in just so you can see what the experience is like. I have no problem doing that. But with what Mike's talking about too, tonight is going to be the closest thing right now to the World Series type vibes. Like, this is a huge battle between Puerto Rico and Dominican. One of them's going home. That place is going to be packed. That place is going to be loud. The atmosphere there is going to be nothing close to it until you get to the World Series. This is true playoff type baseball right now.
Will the players celebrate?
Oh my God. It's going to be the most animated game.
You've seen what Venezuela and Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico, like this is going to be, and they want this more than the World Series. I mean, they've admitted like this is bigger than winning the World Series for themselves and their country. This is bigger than playing in the World Series for the Texas Rangers or whoever it is that they're playing for in the regular season.
What upsets me the most, this should be getting so much more hype.
Yeah.
I mean, this is our Olympics of baseball, and you've got a team that could be going home, a country that can be going home, a baseball country could be going home. This is huge, and you're going to see, and I get it.
And Fox is stupid for putting this on FS1.
Yeah,
by the way.
that's dumb. Which, of course, we do such a great job of just televising all of our baseball games. Please keep up the great work, MLB. This is awesome.
I think he's being sarcastic.
Very. But on top of that, you're going to see all the animations. I get it. Some people don't like it. I don't care. This is going to be so passionate of a game. You're going to see so much celebrations going on. Yeah.
The dugout will be waving guys home or holding them up. They'll be jumping out of the dugout. This is going to be awesome.
They're going to look like Wash during the playoffs. Just animated as hell on the side.
That's going to be awesome.
I love it.
This is going to be really fun. Now, tonight, after that game is over, so to me, like turn off the Mavs. They don't want you to watch anyways. They've told you we don't care. Is after you watch Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic, it could be a little bit of a letdown because it won't be the same atmosphere as, let's say, United States versus Mexico. That was an awesome atmosphere. Unfortunately, being an American, Mexico won. I'm sure there's a lot of fans that are listening that was very excited about Mexico winning. In a weird way, man, Mexico is really disappointed the way they've played besides playing against the United States as they lost to Colombia.
U.S.-Mexico is a rival in baseball.
And they barely beat Great Britain last night. I think it was 2-1 was the final score.
Their jerseys are so bad. The letters are even coming off. They literally made them like an hour before the game.
Yeah. Somebody in Phoenix was like, Great Britain came to him and said, we don't have jerseys for this. And they're like, we have gray and white pants. We bought those. Can you just take this jersey and throw letters on it that say Great Britain? Because one of the guys, the T fell off of his jersey the other night because they're just ironed on. They just took iron-on letters and ironed them on. And if they don't iron on perfectly, they easily fall off. So, all right, so United States versus Colombia tonight, and we'll get into Brat here in a second, is the United States needs to win this game. Why do they need to win this game? If they lose, it becomes somewhat of a three-way tie. Now, Cuba just got into a four-way tie. In their pool play, every team, all 5 teams went 2-2. But, and I saw this earlier, Cuba did get the 1 seed because of runs per out is the tiebreaker when it's not head-to-head. So when you have 3 teams that tie at the same record, let's just say you have 3 teams that are 2-2, they will take the top team with runs per out and the second team at runs per out. Right now, taking out records, the United States have 75 outs recorded because there are run rules, remember, and they did run rule the other day, Canada. Colombia has recorded 84 outs, and Canada has recorded 69 outs. Runs allowed, and then it goes into this. Right now, USA has .187 runs per out, which leads in their pool play. Colombia has .19, and Canada has .29. So Canada is in third place and out. So not only does Canada need to win their last game, but they pretty much cannot give up any more runs because they gave up so many runs to the United States. They need a lot of things to go their way for Canada to make it. 1 being they need to win. 2, they really need the United States to win and beat Colombia. They don't really need the United States to lose this game for Canada to make it. And Mexico, obviously, they're not in this thing right now, and I wish they were in it because it says Canada loses to Mexico, all these different scenarios. But if you're wondering, hey, if the United States were to get upset and there's like a 3 or 4-way tie between Mexico and the United States and Colombia and Canada, runs per out is the tiebreaker when you can't go to head-to-head because there's more than one team in a tiebreaker situation. So, all right, tonight is baseball night.
It's definite.
Basketball, go stick it up your rear end. You don't try for 55 games, and then you're like, oh, we think we might want to try, but injuries have caused these issues. Jason Kidd, stick it up your butt.
Okay.
You know what has caused these issues?
Well, they're not
your
dying.
dumbasses didn't try for 50 games. That's what's causing the issues with the Dallas Mavericks. Those dumbasses didn't try for 50 games. And then they had to make a trade where they're like, oh, no, we're in bad shape. Let's go trade for Kyrie Irving. Why? Because the dumbasses didn't try. So if you would have tried a little bit harder, you'd had a better record and be in better shape. But instead, you said, screw basketball until we get past the All-Star break. And now it's like, oh, these injuries have been the problems. My ass, these injuries have been the problems. Your problems have been you didn't try at basketball for 50 games. Derek, let's go to the guy, Brad. All right. So Brad was the kid, 19-year-old kid, pitched for team candidate because you had your thoughts on this. And after getting one out in the first inning, giving up 4 runs, 2 guys were inherited runners. They did end up scoring. He obviously was visibly upset with his outing. Talk about what you feel like he might have to go through this year mentally.
So one of the things, like, this is going to be huge for him to see how he responds. This is truly adversity at its best. He's facing the world's best. He literally faced the best lineup in baseball. And yeah, obviously it didn't go the way he wanted it to. And what happens is a lot of guys get caught up in that because now, like as you've talked about before, you gave up the home run to Barry Bonds. People are calling you the home run guy. They're going to call him, he could be called the crybaby, whatever, because he was crying on the mound. He got one out. He didn't do very well. So that's what's going to be hard is now he's going to deal with the fan base, not his fan base, but people that he goes up against or whatever. They're going to pick him apart. And this is where the mental game gets destroyed because of the lack of success he just had on the world's biggest stage. And so for me, what I would strongly suggest, and obviously he's with the Rangers organization, correct?
Yes.
Get with the psychiatrist that they have there and just continue to work on keeping yourself in a good mindset.
Do they have that in the minor leagues?
Yes, you have access to them. Now,
that was not the case when I was playing.
Right, and that's one of the things that's great about the Rangers. They fixed all of that stuff because of how important it really is. Don Cockstein was the guy for the Rangers while I was there. Michael Young introduced him to me. So that's what these guys do. Hopefully a veteran guy, one of the veteran minor league guys will do the same thing. Well, hey, you need to get in with such and such, whoever the psychiatrist is, and work on that. Because this can truly destroy a player because now he's going to have any time of visual. If he gives up a few runs, this is going to be in his head is, oh man, here we go again. And people are going to sit there like, well, how is he going to think of that? Because it's something that was so important to him. You worked so hard to be on this stage. And now all of a sudden you had that taken away because of one bad outing. And that's what lingers because people will constantly bring that to you.
And baseball fans will do that. In 2008, I pitched for Columbus in AAA. And I remember giving up a home run in Indianapolis. I almost went into the stands. I was so furious. But I gave up a home run. It stunk. I gave up a home run late in the game, and then a guy's yelling at me for giving up the Barry Bonds home run. And then mentally, you got to fight that. So I mentally had to fight, like, when I gave up a big hit or a home run or something in 2008, I'm mentally fighting inside of my head that these people are like, oh, that's all they see me as now, as the guy who gave up the Barry Bonds home run. So when people are like, you intentionally gave it up or you love that you gave it up. No, it mentally, I really had to fight every day mentally that I was on the mound in 2008, that's not who I am. And so that's what he's going to have to fight at 19 years old. I was fighting at 30 years old.
Right. And the closest thing I could say to what he did and what I've got to experience was the World Series in 2010, because I know you like to bring up all the bad stuff.
There were lots of great things that happened too.
But I'm sure do you guys remember when I pitched again in San Francisco 2010? I didn't throw I threw 1 strike out of 13 pitches. Walked 2 guys, they scored a run, whatever.
That,
yeah, I'm sure. And so the thing that made it good was Benji Molina pulled me aside. We didn't have the psychiatrist at that time. Told me, we know what you're capable of. Let this one go. You got to try to get past me. That was the hardest thing, was getting it past me, because here I am now when I go warm up in the bullpen. San Francisco's fans are right there. They're just screaming at every pitch I threw, ball. This kid can't throw a strike. They just kept going. So then it's in my head is I can't throw a strike. It's kind of like getting the yips. That could be something that could happen to him, and you don't want that. That's why I wish that I was a part of the Rangers organization, that I could go and talk to this kid when I see him, because once WBC is over, all these guys come back home.
Right.
You're going to help him. Lucky for me, I got a chance to bounce back again in the World Series in 2010, and I went out and I did a great job. And then obviously next year is when the good stuff happened. But that's the thing, is it's going to come down to his teammates getting there and helping him, because this is not a journey you can go by yourself. You're going to be stuck with this one memory, and that will linger because you're constantly playing baseball every single day now, and you're going to have to relive those moments. It's going to be in your head, and you got to continue to keep visualizing positive stuff.
Yeah.
Get a highlight reel, help yourself that way.
Great stuff, Mike.
Yeah.
Good
That's
stuff,
baseball
Derek.
nuggets.
Man.
Tonight, It's baseball. Do not turn on the Dallas Maverick game.
Well,
turn on World Baseball Classic.
Kyrie says it's not looking good for him to play tonight. So
I thought it wouldn't look good.
It's
Mike,
the big toe is what's giving him a problem.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Mike, should we get on Twitch tonight? We'll even try to get Corey and just watch the game.
I have to. I'm going to be watching the game on my phone and walking
call,
the
man.
track. I'm going to be at Parish High School as my son has baseball practice, so I'll be walking the track, watching the game, the Dominican-Puerto Rico game on my phone while making sure I don't check in on the Dallas Mavericks and those fart heads who are now blaming injuries for their situation.
I always knew Corey was a good friend.
There you go. Just give me a call, man.
Oh, man, mentally, my big toe isn't feeling well.
All right, coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy. We have an update on Zeke and when will Aaron Rodgers talk? It's going to be sooner than you think. Next on The Fan.
Coming up tonight on the Get
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, Derek Holland, and Joey all hanging out today. Kevin will be back on Friday. We'll be at RJ Duke Sports Cards in McKinney, and I'm looking forward to being there, cracking some packs, hanging out with all the Tolos that want to stop by and say hello. Always enjoy the conversation while we're out there in McKinney. Looking forward to it. But right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip. All right. Dip. I can say whatever I want. I've never established that I have to say the same thing. That person in there, today it's Slim Scotty. But whether it's Reggie, Slim Scotty.
They have to say dip.
Yeah, Alec, whoever it is, they have to say dip. I can say let's dip.
All right.
I can say whatever I want.
I love you, Reggie. I haven't seen you in a while.
You should see Reggie.
I haven't seen him in a while. He's never here anymore.
You should see him. He's here nights.
I know, and they're killing it. Keep doing it.
Crushing it. Also, this midday show is doing pretty badass too.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
We might not be. Who knows?
No, we are. I'm pretty sure. No.
Who left
Joey,
the door open?
Do not do that. Who did leave the door
Maybe
open?
me, but I'll tell you what. The nobody's dying thing, I can't wait to use it when our ratings aren't what we want.
No, they're going to stay great. That's what we're doing, Mike.
Can we make that a shirt?
They fluctuate.
We're going to make our ratings great.
We're going to, again.
Still. We're going to keep making the ratings great.
Make our ratings great again.
Nobody's dying.
877-881-1053 if you want to help us continue to make the ratings great. That's what we're going to do. No, that's not the approach. It's just different wording.
Still. Lost track. All right. Favorite ice cream?
Ezekiel Elliott. That's where we're going to start.
He gone.
As soon as today, he could be gone. It will probably be a post-June 1st cut. But yes, they will make the announcement as soon as today is what we're being told and what you can expect. Clarence Hill was the first to break the story this morning with the Star Telegram. It's not like this wasn't something that was being discussed a lot, but here it is. And I'm sure we'll get into more of that part of the conversation of, man, what exactly is this team without Ezekiel Elliott now? Well, Ezekiel Elliott's...
Yeah. Oh, wait. No, I'm not supposed to.
I mean, you might be right, Mike. They might be a lot better because they don't have to think about handing him the ball. There was this thing of, just hand Zeke ball.
Yeah, and I get it. Like, the Joneses paid him $1 million a game. And so there's a little bit of pressure when you are a coach and your owner and your general manager, same person, are paying a person $1 million a game. They don't want you, using him only 30% of the time. You have to use that guy. They will speak up, and I know the Jones family speaks up on certain things like that, hey man, that dude's top 10 in jersey sales. I know that it's not as specific as this, but it's like you as a coach, you start benching a dude that they're paying that much money, you might be getting fired because of it.
Yeah, no, and that is kind of, I'm hopeful that it is something that because you asked the question, Derek, earlier, what's the chance that they cut him and then they re-sign him?
That's what I was getting ready to ask you again.
I don't know how often that works. But I mean,
you see a lot of teams do that. They let him go and then it's like, no, we're actually going to sign him again, but way cheaper.
Yeah, and that would have to be this guy's at a point in his career where he is willing to take whatever that cut is just to wear the star. And that being said, I don't know how it is with the Rangers. I don't know how it is with the Mavericks. But we do know with the Cowboys, man, if you are loyal to the Cowboys, Jerry's pretty loyal back to you, and you have opportunities for work beyond your playing career.
No comment.
That is the way that it is with the Cowboys. Is if you need to, you know what? I'm looking at our friend George Teague. Just the other day, he went with the Cowboys to present a prize for one of the teachers doing some amazing work this year. Awesome stuff. And I know that the Cowboys group says, hey, we want you, George, to work with us. They do this with a lot of the different Cowboys players. Nate Newton's been around. So I know that part of it. But I'm very interested to know if Zeke thinks, you know what, I am done. And I don't have any other options but to stick around here for as little as possible and play for the Cowboys. I don't know if he's willing to admit that yet. So
you think he could be considered like a player mentor kind of guy?
On how to party?
See, that's where I think, Mike.
I can't say anything. I know some stuff, so I'm
whenever it comes to that part of it, if you watch Hard Knocks, they had the player mentor part. If you watch Hard Knocks, he gives good advice to the players. Mike, when we were out in Oxnard,
I wouldn't mind if you had a fullback. Like, honest to God, if you're like, I want to bring you back on $1.5 million, and I know he wouldn't do that, to be our fullback, like you're not going to be a running back, and we'll carry the ball 3 to 5 times kind of as a this and that, but you're going to be a lead blocker when we want you to. And you can do more than, I know Connor McGovern isn't here, but you'd use Connor McGovern as kind of a fullback at times. I think, like, hey, I would do that, but I don't think that he wants to be a guy who plays 20% of the snaps as a fullback. And the other thing too is I'd say you're going to have to at times you're going to have to do special teams. You got to figure out how to do punt return, punt coverage stuff.
I just remember when we were in Oxnard this year without Kevin, because Kevin was allegedly having a baby,
and me,
and without Derek, there was a play, Mike. You and I talked about this a couple different times, where Malik Davis had the ball, he was running, and he got lit up by one of the defensive backs. And Zeke was screaming, no, that's not how this happens. You run through him next time. You don't try to run around him. If he's going to play that game, we're playing this game right back. That was his own teammate he's telling to go, plow through his own teammate there. And I think there is something to what Zeke can offer as a friend on the team, but that definitely comes with, man, he had the respect to being the lead back first. You always have that. So where's his mentality if he's one of those guys that's a little further back on the depth chart? Aaron Rodgers is supposed to break his silence today with the Pat McAfee show. So coming up around noon sometime, we'll be getting some Aaron Rodgers cuts.
Are we going to get to break the news?
I think maybe so.
That'd be cool.
Like McAfee, like he said it's time to talk, and he's going to be on with McAfee today. So I think after we heard the demands yesterday, or his wish list, which I thought was pretty amazing, and I think it's awesome that he's doing that, man. I talk about the players trying to go out and get as much money as they can all the time. Hey, force the owners to pay you. Aaron Rodgers is really trying to push the limit of what players can get or try to get a franchise to do for them, and I think it's pretty cool. I like that movement.
I mean, as a player and somebody that's looking out for the NFL, man, they need to go against those owners. They need those guaranteed contracts.
Yes.
I'm sorry, like you're playing the most extreme sport out there, constantly beating up your body. They should have guaranteed contracts. So fight for whatever you need. That's my only thing I'm saying. I'm not trying to overstep. I love football.
Good luck, man.
Mike,
I know.
Miles,
NFLPA has fought for nothing their whole lives.
I know.
So
I saw their last deal. That was.
Miles Sanders saw that the Eagles are going to sign Rashad Penny.
Uh-oh.
And so Miles Sanders said on social media to the city of Philadelphia, "Thank you from the bottom of my heart." Did he finally get the respect, Mike, that he demanded he deserved?
Well, no, because they're not even going to offer him like a contract, most likely. Maybe from the city. The city kind of liked him, but the team has moved on and moved forward because they found a deal that they knew that Miles Sanders wouldn't accept, right? I do think this, if they thought Miles Sanders would accept the deal that, sorry, I'm drawing a blank, help me out here. Who did they just sign yesterday?
The
running back.
I just made up a name.
Okay. Did Rashad Penny?
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you. Is that if they knew that Sanders would accept the Rashad Penny deal, they would have kept Miles Sanders, but they knew he wouldn't accept that deal, so they moved on.
Yeah, he was like, I demand more respect. Andy Dalton is agreed to a 2-year, $10 million deal with the Carolina Panthers.
Super Bowl.
I think they're going to draft a quarterback, and that's
Super Bowl?
No, not. You know what? That would be a first, I believe, Mike, for the rookie quarterback to take them to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl.
Nobody's ever done that.
Nobody's even gone to the Super Bowl as a rookie.
What about playoffs?
Oh, playoffs, yeah. Dak Prescott, obviously, 13-3. There's plenty of...
It happens a lot, yeah.
Right, but getting all the way to the Super Bowl, even losing the Super Bowl, no rookie quarterbacks even taking a team to the Super Bowl.
What about championship games?
Yes, it has happened.
Yeah.
That's cool.
The Eagles have released Darius Slay, and I know a lot of people are kind of like, hey, what do you think about Darius Slay? The Cowboys got their corner. They're good. And actually, we're going to talk about that in just a moment. The Cowboys won't need to add that, and if you look at some numbers, the guy that they got actually was better in coverage than Darius Slay. I know he's a big play guy, and he said nothing but love for the city of Philadelphia. But I did predict, Mike, that a lot of those guys that were on that defense were going to be gone. And here we're looking at, I think there are 5 big names from the Eagles now that are gone from that team.
And look what the Cowboys did.
They added and kept.
Oh,
add
in
and
your
retain.
face, Philadelphia. Here we come,
That's
Las
fine.
Vegas. I just got an email from Las Vegas.
You did, huh?
Yeah.
Super Bowl tickets.
Yeah, they're like, you want to come to Las Vegas? Your Dallas Cowboys will be playing in the Super Bowl.
Nice. All right, coming up next, do the Cowboys have the best secondary? What does it say about Joseph and Wright next to the fan?
Where you going? Your day gets better with the G. Fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Derek is taking calls during every break, trying to get this bed situation taken care of. Mike is currently working on his bracket. It looks like he can't decide between the school that his daughter is about to attend.
It'll be very Mike likes it. UT, like, don't we want, in the state of Texas, I guess if we had Kevin here, Kevy, he would say no because he wants A&M to beat UT. I don't mind who wins between A&M and UT. I just want that team to make it to the Elite Eight versus Houston. I get Houston has tons of alumni, but they don't have a good following. The University of Houston is somewhat of, I guess I'm taking away from whatever we're supposed to be doing here. They're kind of a commuter school rather than like a huge following school like UT
like
or
a UNT
A&M and stuff like that. Houston is like UNT. It's a school that, yes, hundreds of thousands of people go there and they graduate from there and they're happy they went to that school, but it doesn't really have the following that you would want. But I do want Houston versus A&M or Houston versus UT in the Elite Eight.
Okay.
So that way one Texas team makes the Final Four.
All right.
But then I have to decide between UT and Houston. And I don't know who to pick.
You have to just you know what? Put them both up on a dartboard, throw the dart. Let's see what happens.
Everybody tells me Baylor's not good this year because they've been playing bad at the end. But I want Baylor to make it. Let's surprise people, Baylor. Why not?
Yeah,
you won a national championship.
There you go. Yeah.
We had on Coach Drew at the end of that.
He was awesome.
And now we have Uncle Drew in Dallas.
Okay, speaking of.
He's hurt again.
This is Kyrie's quotes, according to Tim McMahon on his foot soreness. We're going to see, but it's not looking good. This injury on my foot, it's going to take a little bit more time than I thought. It's obviously still day-to-day, which means he could play against the Lakers, but we've just got to take more time. It's around my big toe, right around my plantar. I took a wrong step in New Orleans, and it just felt like my knuckles cracked. I just wanted to take precautionary measures at this point in the season. I make my whole entire living with my feet, so I'd rather take care of it now than when I'm 40 years old. We'd love to be out there, including myself, but we just got to get our health right first and then try to make a push towards the end of the season. So that is where we are with Kyrie at the moment.
Can't wait too long, though. I mean, I like Kyrie. I'm happy he's here, but we can't wait too long. We got to make something happen here soon.
Yeah.
The clock is ticking. We don't have that much time. And if we might not even have him next year, I mean, let's do something.
All right, so I did want to get into more of the Stefan Gilmore acquisition yesterday.
Yes.
This might
did it.
This
5th round pick. We picked a Pro Bowler pretty much. I won't say all pro anymore. We got a Pro Bowler already with our 5th round pick.
You think this is a really good move? Like I
do.
You immediately jumped into no, this is good for the Cowboys.
This is great.
Okay.
You used a pick that had a 20% chance of making the team. I'll put it even more. A 33% chance of making the team and about a 10% chance of making an impact on the 2023 Dallas Cowboys. And you went and got a guy who might make the Pro Bowl this year, who I don't think he'll be better than Diggs. I do like Diggs. I get Trayvon has his issues, but I do like Trayvon Diggs. And he does need to get a little bit tougher physically and mentally. But you got a guy who might end up being as good or better than him this year. So now if you're healthy, you have, when the quarterback drops back, he can't just go, I'm picking on this guy. You have to watch out for possibly a pick. And so I love that with a 5th round pick, they got a dude that you can rely on that could be a veteran leader too as the season progresses. That's a great trade for the Cowboys.
I think having him is going to really help Diggs. I think that's going to be huge. I think you're going to see more improvement. Diggs was good already to begin with. It's only going to get better now, having Gilmore.
Yeah, absolutely,
okay. I was like,
man.
wait a minute. I thought I said the wrong name.
Yeah, Mike, when we were kind of going through options for this team, I never thought that they would make a move like that. And this is where everybody's kind of like, oh, man, the Cowboys do nothing around this time. They didn't sign anybody outside yet still that they're like, hey, we've added this. They did trade for a guy. That is something that they take those little, calculated risks on, but they don't hit all the time with these kinds of things. That's the perfect way to use a comp pick. They just showed everybody, here's what you do. You use this, but you always have to get another team to say, we're willing to make this deal with you. The Colts did it. And that's a they're very frugal with a lot of things, except for whenever they're negotiating with their own players. But when it comes to moves like this is where they go, hey, look at that. We just put that pin on our shoulders right there.
And the other thing too is, and I get Anthony Brown, I get how some people liked him, and you know how he got built up this year? Not himself. This is Derek. This is always the best part about getting built up some ways. He got built up because the other guys behind him were so bad. He actually wasn't good this year. He wasn't bad. He was below average. When he was on the field before injury, he was a below average cornerback in the NFL. But he got built up because then we started seeing, and I think this gets to your point, Corey, then we started seeing the second and third round draft picks that were in their second year and how bad they were at cornerback. And it's like, oh no, Anthony Brown. It's like, no, Anthony Brown wasn't good either. He was just better than that. And so that's where Anthony Brown got built up. So now I would throw out the question, guys, didn't we get a lot better than Anthony Brown?
Oh man, for sure. Oh, and to Mike, to the point of where were we in the playoffs last year or this year, whenever we were trying to figure out who's going to even play. You got Bland out there, a rookie who had some really good games, and Diggs doesn't want to tackle. That was the big concern was, does Diggs even want to like tackle or be involved in that? And at one point, one of the moments when he like spun out of trying to tackle somebody, he got his safety hurt. So that really stung for him.
Is it really him not wanting to tackle, or is it just that one play that we continue to hold on to?
No, there's multiple.
There's more.
Okay.
Yeah, there's more.
I'm just always curious because I know that we can always take one play and we make it become a big thing. So I wanted to make sure, like, are we really just going to hold on to this, or is it really something that he just doesn't do?
He's been a business decision guy on his body, but he's also great at, I think he's a great cover corner. I think obviously he does have the hands. I know this year the picks weren't coming left and right like the year before, but he is a guy that can snatch the ball out of the air and turn the ball over for you. And so there's enough positives that I'll live with his business decisions, but he has to make better business decisions. When it's 3rd and 7 and the guy has caught a ball for 5 yards, or he's running at you, there's a screen. It wasn't even his guy. Let's just say there's a screen or something like that. Dude, like right here, you can get us off the field. That's also turning the ball over to your team. And when you make a business decision on 3rd down, short of the sticks, what are we doing now? Now you're letting the team continue a drive. So it's like, hey, I'm okay at certain times making business decisions because you are a small guy, you're a cover corner. But there are certain times where you made bad business decisions by not getting that team off the field on 3rd down.
And I don't know that Stefan Gilmore brings any more physicality to the secondary.
Agreed.
You have probably the most physical safety in the league, in my opinion, who kind of fills in as a linebacker in Donovan Wilson. They have this really, I love what they're able to do because they can take a linebacker off the field whenever it's pure passing downs and say, go out there, Donovan Wilson, and be both. Be a guy that can stop the run if we need to, but you also can cover. And when you hit somebody, people are going to be like, oh my gosh, why did I even catch that ball? That's the way that he plays. Kearse matches up well against big tight ends. He matches up well against receivers as well. So he's a good mismatch. And then Malik Hooker can do a lot of different things back there as well. So that's your safeties. That's 3 safeties. And now you have 2 guys on each side of the outside that are very good in coverage. When it comes to coverage, these 2 are right at the top of the game. You would probably put them. Jair Alexander was in that mix this year. I mean, and then you had Tariq Woolen. There were lots of really good corners this year. And then Bland made his push. He can play slot. He can play outside. And you know what? Stefan Gilmore can move. There are so many different ways you can say we can manipulate offenses now as a defense. So that's where I kind of still get back into the, what does it say for Kelvin Joseph? What does it say for Nahshon Wright? Those were draft picks that they believe, the Cowboys have said, these guys are good special teams contributors and they are NFL caliber cornerbacks. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they are Super Bowl caliber cornerbacks. And that's what the Cowboys, they said we need to address this because our depth needs to be better. I think, Mike, from just the way it looks for me, Kelvin Joseph and Wright are continued backups, and by the end of their rookie contracts, they're gone.
I hear what you're saying. I think there's a good chance they just release Kelvin Joseph out of training camp.
You think so?
I think he is character-wise, teammate-wise. I'm not going to put talent, but now his talent isn't looking that good either. So now we have character issues. We have a little bit of teammate issue. We have study issues. And now the talent isn't looking that great when we put him on the field in his second year. I think there's a 50% chance that Kelvin Joseph is released at the end of training camp.
Okay.
So I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like end of rookie contract, 100%. There's no way you sign that guy to a second contract with his character issues. But I do think that there is, when you start looking at, you talked about the depth, talk about the two guys we've already talked about. You talked about Bland. There's 3. Jordan Lewis is coming back.
Yep.
4.
They could release him and save themselves about $4, maybe $5 million. That Jordan Lewis, that is. They could do that.
Okay, could do
but
that.
I'd like to keep the guy.
And then there's 2 more spots on your team. You're going to keep 6 corners. Well, if I keep right, and I'm not 100% sure you are, but let's just say I keep right. What if I draft a cornerback in the 3rd round? What if there's a dude in the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th round I like at corner? That's my other guy. Now, Kelvin Joseph has to hope for injury to keep himself on the team. And there's going to be a guy that probably gets hurt, but that's where I see a guy like Kelvin Joseph. This is where you ruin a career in a heartbeat is, and I always go back to the Eminem song. He has more than one shot, one opportunity because he blew it by being part of a murder, and he wasn't doing any. He didn't shoot anybody. He didn't kill the person, but he was there with his buddies who did it. Is now he's on his 2nd to last try. They gave you the benefit of the doubt there and kept you. You were trash in the NFL as a cornerback last year when you got your opportunity. Now you better show quite a bit in training camp or you will be released. And then does he get picked up by another team? Maybe because of his talent. Maybe. But because of his history as a person, you're going to run into some issues where probably at least 16 other teams write you off completely. And then probably another 5 to 10 teams write you off because you haven't even been good at football. And now you're down to about 5 teams maybe that will give you another opportunity.
And man, there's so many fan texters in right now that are saying, just let the guy go. Just let Joseph go. I
think they'll bring him into camp just in case. He has a great offseason, great attitude. They love
and bodies
his talent,
are important. Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, bodies are important. You could have 3 injuries in training camp. Like, oh, man, we did let go of our 2nd-round pick, and he didn't have any off-field issues.
Yeah.
So I totally get why you bring him into training camp, but I think he is fighting a 50-50 battle to make the team.
Secondary is, do you think that's the strength right now of this team then? Like, that's in my opinion, I think the secondary is going to be the best part of the team at this moment.
I lean towards defensive end.
You still like
because Micah Parsons is arguably the best. You have Lawrence, who's still good. He's like edging out of his prime. He's kind of just out of his prime, but still good. And then I need to go look at a depth list. But I do like
Armstrong.
Dorrance Armstrong, solid. I need to go look at other depth lists. I feel like we're okay and almost better there because you have the best in the NFL. And if he's not the
Sam
best,
Williams, who
I love him.
There are some things that I'm still concerned about that I just want him to, mature just a little more.
So we just named 4 guys right there, and you only play 2 at a time. So I think defensive end is your strength.
Okay, I'm gonna go. I think the Cowboys additions that they made in their secondary make that their strength. Now this is where a lot of Tolos, I'm seeing it on the fan text as well. They don't have any money to spend on offense. Maybe they don't need money to spend on offense. Maybe the Cowboys can continue to draft there. And if they picked an offensive lineman in the 1st round again this year because that's the best spot this year, I don't think that Cowboys fans would be too upset because the Cowboys typically crush it with their 1st round pick. Typically, that's the way that it goes. Derek, you look a little concerned.
Yeah, I don't feel very confident about the offense. I mean, you're still missing some pieces.
The
we
weapons.
need a stronger line to help out with Dak.
I will be shocked if the 26th pick isn't an offensive player. How about that?
I agree.
That helps out your offense.
Yeah. That's a 1st round pick.
It'll be?
I think it could be tight end. I'm not putting them in order. Tight end, wide receiver, offensive lineman. Maybe running back. If the UT kid falls, I could see them taking a running back there. But I do think I won't even put 2nd round there. It could be 3rd, 4th round. They're going to take a running back if the UT kid doesn't fall to them at 26. So they're going to take, I think, an offensive player at 26. I think they'll probably look at defense in their 2nd round, but if an offensive guy falls that they're in love with, they could do it again. But I think 3rd, 4th round, they take a running back they like.
So what's the biggest concern for the Cowboys then? Is it offense or defense?
Keep pushing offense.
To be honest, if you're being that general, I'll say offense, but I'll say their biggest issue is their quarterback has to play like a top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
But what's going to help the offensive line?
What's going to help them is getting the ball on 3 and outs and controlling the clock and not putting a lot on his plate. He is not a great quarterback, but you can make him great. I would say this, look at what they did with Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia. I still don't see him as a great quarterback, but he's entered the topic of top 5 quarterback because they didn't put a lot on his plate. You start saying, hey, Jalen Hurts, we need 30 from you a game, or we're probably not going to win 10 or 12 games. I'm not sure Jalen Hurts can do that if you put that much pressure on him to do that. But when you put pressure on Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, they're like, yeah, that's no problem. You want 40? I'll get you 40 if you want 40.
Their heart rates are a little bit different when all the pressure's on them. Coming up next, speaking of pressure, where do the Rangers rank on the pressure list to win it all this year? Next on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KFC?
Piece is brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
That's right. It is the expressway right here on the KNC Masterpiece. Everybody's driving around, getting a lunch and doing their thing. And before we dive into this Rangers conversation, what was that?
A car.
Do that sound again? I've never heard a car sound like that.
That's a weird car.
Yeah, what kind of car is that?
What is that? A clown car?
Yeah.
That was a horn. That wasn't a.
Oh. Is that what you want?
That's a car honk. Okay, I get what you're doing there. I was doing the vroom sound. You were doing a horn honk. I see what you're going with there. Yeah, I like that.
Traffic out there.
877-881-1053. Text in your car sound. All right.
Wait, how do you text that in?
Don't worry about that, man. The Aaron Rodgers is talking with Pat McAfee, and here is the quote so that you kind of understand this. Aaron Rodgers said, "Mike, since Friday, I made it clear that my intention was to play, and my intention was to play for the New York Jets." That is the quote. Evidently, compensation is the only thing that is holding this up. He said he was 90% set on retiring before he went into his dark room, 10% set on coming back, and then when he heard that the Packers were shopping him, it changed his mindset on everything. So I guess they're still just waiting on compensation. I guess the Jets try to figure out what they will give, and the Packers are like, man, come on. In order to do this, we need something big. We need something massive in order to make this trade done. And the Jets are just trying to figure out what they can do. So that story is not going to go away anytime soon. It's just not, Mike. They're going to keep pulling this. Aaron Rodgers will keep going with it until they say, hey, it's done. And then Aaron Rodgers probably won't shut up about his time with the Packers, too, at some point.
Okay, so do you want me to assume this? Because I'm going to assume this. He's going to be a New York Jet. It's just going to, whether it's announced today or next week, he's a New York Jet. But when you look at what he's doing, it's just interesting to me, and I get he should have all the confidence in the world. He just won, besides this last year, he won back-to-back MVPs. I get he's older and all this stuff, but he's going into the conference with Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow and Josh Allen, and the list continues, right? Even Herbert, who's a good young quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, a good young quarterback. Like, he is now taking himself out of the weakest quarterback conference in the history of football. I can't remember it ever being as bad as what it is right now, that you have right now, Dak Prescott and Jalen Hurts battling out for best. I mean, as much as I'm not like, to me, Dak Prescott is borderline top 10 quarterback and really not even top 10 quarterback right now, but he can work his way back. Is that you're looking at the NFC being so bad at quarterback, and he's going into a conference where 9 out of the 10 best quarterbacks are in one conference?
I think more than anything, Mike, it's him saying, I want to go somewhere, A, where I truly feel wanted. They're not trying to push me out. And B, where I can kind of control things I want. And, I mean, he gave a wish list. They've already agreed to terms with one of the players. And so he's kind of in that space where he's like, I get to do more things that I want to do with a different team. I would say the NFC South is probably still the worst quarterback division right now, but he inserts himself into the Bills conversation and that Dolphins situation too. So very interested to see. And if Tom Brady comes back and plays for the Dolphins and you're gonna have Rodgers and Brady in the same division, how insane would that be? Don't worry about it, Derek. It's not gonna happen. All right.
Yeah, I know.
The CBS Sports ranked all 30 Major League Baseball teams on the pressure to win it all. Like how much pressure is on them to win it all this year and for what reasons. And when you guys are kind of looking at these teams, I don't know that in my mind the Dodgers have a lot of pressure because they did win recently. Like they finally did that thing where they won recently.
I do think there is pressure on them, not the most, but I do think, let's just say they don't win it all this year, or let's just say they lose the division and they don't make a playoff run. I think they're going to make the playoffs. I do think Dave Roberts probably will get replaced. So I think there's a lot of pressure when if your manager doesn't possibly make it to the World Series, that there's a good chance your manager gets replaced. I think that's quite a bit of pressure.
I'd go with the pressure of not winning the division for the Dodgers. That's got to be up there. But the World Series, I don't think it's that high.
Let's just say San Diego wins that division, but the Dodgers make it to the World Series. I think that you keep Dave Roberts.
Well, I was gonna say if they get into playoffs, you still keep him.
Yeah. Ooh, I think at this point,
okay. How about this?
I think they let him go. And Doc's my buddy.
Make the playoffs, wild card team, win the first round, then you could lose in
I think it becomes a borderline, like it'll be a discussion for like.
But how could you get rid of somebody who keeps getting you in the playoffs?
Because you have Chris Woodward in the organization.
Well, but look at when Wash was here, we were in the playoffs almost every year until
2014.
Yeah, and I mean we still went to the playoffs after, but
if they wouldn't have won the Bubble World Series, I think they would have let go of Doc.
Yeah.
And that would have been even making the World Series.
I get that.
Do you guys think that the Rangers have little pressure?
I'd say they're number 10.
Okay. All right. Number 10. Mike, where would you kind of put them?
Actually, I'm going to change it to 8.
8? Interesting.
I wish they would.
I'll explain why.
When I pull up standings, don't pull up.
All right.
Okay, well, he's looking.
Standings.
I'll give you the bottom ones right now.
All right. So I'll give you the 2 top. You want me to give you the 2 top?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to. I think it's both New York teams.
All right, CBS Sports has the Mets and the Padres.
Yeah. All right.
They've got such a stacked lineup. They have to do something.
The Padres?
Yes.
The Mets 100%. Have thrown a lot of money around,
yeah.
And so have the Padres. This is the interesting thing about the Padres. They were looked at as a market that didn't make any money. Their organization just didn't make any money. They go out and they spin really big. Is it Preller over there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's like, hey, we're spending money. We're going to get players in here.
They're trying to lock up Soto before this thing starts, but...
And now they're printing money like that. Because their fans were like, "You are going to give us a winner? Thank you. We will show up for you." And now they're printing money and they're one of the best when it comes to profits right now in Major League Baseball.
Isn't that interesting that we're getting a little bit of honesty from San Diego and MLB that, man, we spent a lot of money. We've put together a winning product. Now they've developed some good players too. Obviously, Tatis, who's coming back, an MVP candidate. Grisham didn't have a good year last year, but they've developed a starting center field.
Though.
Right? Yes. And so I think he's going to have a better year because he just had, for some reason, a down year, but good players. Like they've developed some pieces and they've made some trades for other guys. They've developed some good pitching. And now I know they got Yu Darvish and they got some other guys, but they've developed some good young pitching too. You make a lot of money when you develop or produce a winner or a team that your fans believe, I want to go watch that team play. But you'll hear like a lot of lying from other owners that like, oh, we lost money even though we won.
Yeah, they definitely don't lose money. I love that they try to throw that out there. Sorry, as somebody who's been with the union, we know what's going on. Don't Don't try that crap. We know you're making money. Nice try. On top of that, though, it goes to show, like you were just saying, the Padres spent money. The fans showed up.
Right.
The Rangers spent money.
I think
there's going to be fans there. I can promise you that. And this team is going to contend. I don't care I'm being biased because I played here. No, I'm telling you the truth. They're going to be a fun team to watch. They're going to be very competitive. If the starting rotation stays healthy, that's the main thing. They will be in the playoffs this year.
And they have so much depth in their organization going to spring training that they could trade it. I'm not saying trade these guys, but whether it's Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith, Justin Foscue, you can go down the list of pitchers, whether it's Cole Winn, Owen White, Kumar Rocker, they've developed now enough. I don't think they're going to trade Evan Carter for anything. Just to be honest, Evan Carter's untouchable. He's their starting center fielder next year, and probably they want to be for the next 15 years to come. But they have so much depth that we're going to get to the trade deadline, and they're going to be able to add a couple pieces that are missing to keep contending or to hold on to a spot maybe that we are a little bit surprised that they have. I think it is Houston's division to lose. I do think they're the best team in this, but because they just won the World Series, there's probably not tons of pressure on them to do it again.
This is the 2010 version right here. They are going to, you're going to start out, you're going to be okay. Who cares how spring training is again? We weren't very good in spring training. Look what we did. I feel the same type of vibes. We were talking about it. It's going to come down to, like you said, trade deadline. We need to get some pieces because we are going to win. The biggest question mark, though, going into the season is obviously one, health with the rotation, and two, the bullpen.
Okay, I agree with you 100%. I think there's more pressure on Seattle than there is Texas.
All right, yes.
Let's go number 3, the Yankees, which they're kind of always the mix.
They won 99 games last year. They obviously spend quite a bit of money, and the Yankees haven't won in their history. They haven't won in forever. They haven't won since 2009. That's forever in the Yankees organization.
They do have an injury with Rodon. So
I know.
I do.
See, I'm glad we didn't get him. I'm just kidding.
There's some 10-year-old kid that's like, I might never see a Yankees World Series again.
Right.
They have the Angels at 4. And
I understand that because of the Shohei Ohtani situation.
They're not going to win this year.
I know, but
there's a lot of pressure.
Because you got Ohtani, you got Trout, you got to do something.
And they're going to let him walk too. They're not going to trade him.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to. Now, I'll say this. If they're 15 games under 500 around the All-Star break, they're just going to have to.
I think
But if they're around 500, they're going to keep them.
I see. That I could see, but I definitely think they're going to trade him. Try to get some pieces now because you might as well. They're just going to rent Ohtani. Ohtani's going to go west.
We all know that they're not contenders, right?
100%.
Okay, so we know that. The Angels know that too. And they're not even considering trading him when you could get more value for a guy being there the whole season. Like right now, the Mets would give up a lot. Honestly, I think the Rangers would give up a lot to get Shohei Ohtani as a Texas Ranger for this year. And they can't even discuss it because they won't even discuss the trade. So I think if we get to the All-Star break and you're not going to get as much for him on a rental,
you can't let him walk. You can get pieces for him now. I would get something that
but if they're 50 and 50, Derek, they're going to keep them to be like, let's see what and then they're going to get nothing because we know that they're not going to win this thing.
That's tough.
The Phillies, Dodgers, and Braves come in at 5, 6, 7. I understand that.
Yeah.
8, 9, 10, the Cardinals, who we all hate, the Red Sox, and the Blue Jays. That's your top 10 on pressure.
What's the pressure on the Red Sox? They're a bad team. They don't
have anything.
Trevor Story's done for the year. Alexander Bogaerts left for the Padres. Like what? They're going to lose
here's what they say.
90 games.
Ben Cherington fired in year 4. Dave Dombrowski fired in year 4. Shane Bloom is now entering his 4th year. So maybe that's the
they should rebuild. They should trade if Chris Sale's healthy. They should trade Chris Sale. Like if he shows that he has any kind of resemblance of the guy he used to be, you move him as fast as you can. I think. Obviously, they got, I'll say, lucky in a way that Devers signed an extension because they were going to have to trade him. But they got him long term. But I just look at the Red Sox, and I think they're 3 years away from competing because when you look at the Yankees right now should win 90 games or more. The Blue Jays should win 90 games. They're that good. When you look at Baltimore, that team that was rebuilding showed last year with 83 wins. Not that they're ready to maybe win the division, but they're good enough now for the next 3 to 5 years with Gunnar Henderson, Adley Rutschman, Cedric Mullins. Keep going down the list of what they've done. Like the Orioles are better than the Red Sox, and to me, there's no competition. And then Tampa Bay just keeps doing Tampa Bay things. They figure out a way how to win 85 or more games every year with a limited budget.
Yeah. Yep.
At number 11, the Seattle Mariners.
Okay.
And you think they have pressure on them to win?
Yes.
Yes, they definitely do.
They've won 90 games back-to-back years. Let me ask you this. The Rangers this year win 90 games and don't make the playoffs. That would be tough to do.
Very
but
frustrating.
Guess what?
Yeah.
That's what Seattle did in 2021. Then the Rangers win 90 games again, make the playoffs, and lose in the first round. Do you think there's more pressure on the Rangers the next year after winning back-to-back 90-win seasons and not really making the playoffs because of just being unlucky and then making the playoffs and getting swept?
Yeah, and they made that significant trade for Castillo, and they have a young. See, my thing is,
They also
I'm looking
brought in
at
Teoscar Hernandez.
I'm looking at
They
Julio
have
Rodriguez.
to me, they have a
though.
better rotation than the Texas Rangers. To be honest, I love the Rangers rotation. I like theirs better.
Okay, see, my
I
thing.
don't know.
Go ahead.
I don't know if I would say that.
I think it's an argument, though.
It's
To your
just,
point, there's
yeah.
a discussion on this.
It's gonna come down to health. That's the only thing that stands out against the comparison.
Okay.
And what they have, which we don't have, is they have younger guys that I really like, which the Rangers don't have any younger guys, right? But Logan Gilbert, I believe he might be pitching tonight. Merrill Kelly for the United States. If you look at, am I getting that name right?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if that's who's starting. I don't know.
He is for the United States tonight. But if you look at Luis Castillo, who they traded for, Robbie Ray's a Cy Young winner. So you just look at, it's a very competitive Rangers versus Mariners. Like their rotations are very, if you don't know the Mariners, I totally get why you wouldn't know the Mariners team. And then Julio Rodriguez showed last year that he might be a guy you can build a franchise around.
Still got to stay healthy.
The San Francisco Giants then come in at 12.
They're in a tough division with LA and San Diego.
And plus, Aaron Judge was like, I don't want to play for y'all. I want to play for the Yankees forever, is what he said, not me.
I do think there's more pressure on the Rangers than the Giants.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you think there's more pressure on the Rangers than the Astros?
The Astros have a win-now championship team. So the Astros, if they don't win it all, that's a disappointment for the Astros. That's how good they are. If the Rangers don't win it all, they could still have a very successful year.
You think Ray Davis is thinking that same way? Like Chris Young just wants this team to be competitive. Obviously, he wants to win. But he's like, I just don't want to get my ass kicked all the time. Like, that's the feeling that I feel that
I think
Ray
Ray
Chris
Davis,
Young
I don't know. I got to meet him in spring training.
That's pretty cool.
But I would say for Ray Davis, he wants them in September to be competing for a playoff spot.
Yeah.
That would be pretty successful for him. I know that he'll be disappointed if the Rangers don't make it, but on September 1st, if we're Cowboys talk here because the Rangers are 12 games out of the division lead and 6 games out of possibly making one of the wild card spots, that would be disappointing for him. As long as they're within 5 games of a wild card spot on September 1st and keep competing throughout the month, I think it'll be like, that's a great step. Now, can Evan Carter and maybe signing a couple other guys in the offseason help us get to the level that Seattle and the Astros were at last year? Then he can live with that. But if he gets to the end of this year, if Ray Davis gets to the end of this year and they finish, let's say 80 and 82 or 78 and 84, how much more do I need to spend to even make this competitive? We didn't even show that we competed for a spot at the end of the year. So if you're 84 and 78, which I think that's a lot of the number that a lot of us are going with, like right around 5 to hopefully 10 games over 500. If I'm the owner, Evan Carter can take us over the top. Maybe Jack Leiter can take us over the top. Maybe me adding, I know this is big time, but maybe me adding Juan Soto takes us to now we can win it all type of situation.
And I like that. I like that feel. This list has the Rangers at 14 and the Astros at 13. And I think I'm kind of in the same boat of I think there's pressure on the Rangers in that it's more internal pressure. I think a lot of the fans have this expectation of, man, we just want to see better play. Like, we just want something to be better than it was the last couple of years. More than I think it is, y'all have to win a World Series right now.
I think the Ranger fans are this, and who knows, everybody's different. Some Ranger fans, it doesn't matter, right? You could lose 150 games and win 12. There's still going to be big Ranger fans and watch all the games. Those are your diehards that you need. But I think the Ranger fans, what they want is at the All-Star break and come trade deadline, that the Rangers are making moves to improve the team because they've shown that they're that close to being a playoff team. If you get to the trade deadline and you're talking about possibly having to move Evaldi or move Jonathan Gray or trade, I think the most tradable piece would be Martin Perez because he's on a 1-year deal. If you're talking about, man, maybe we should move Martin Perez to improve the 2025 Texas Rangers, I think that'll be really disappointing to Ranger fans rather than let's move, nothing against Cole Winn. I'm just using him for an example. Let's just say Cole Winn and Justin Foscue. Boy, if we move both of those guys, can we get a closer to really lock down the 9th inning? Like, that's what you want to be hearing from the Rangers. Go ahead.
Well, we got the breaking news.
You did?
Yep.
Breaking news brought to you by?
Hold on. Yeah, breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Aaron Rodgers has informed that he wants to play for the Jets.
There you go. Aaron Rodgers wants to play for he wants
to
that to happen. He's just
going.
Needs this to happen. He also says
he'll get what he wants in this.
He's
situation.
going.
He also said that he told Adam Schefter to lose his number. He said when Schefter was tweeting out, and he said he'd do the same for Rossini on the list that was put out there. He said, "I'll speak for myself. I don't need y'all to speak for me." And he also said that I'm debatably the best player in franchise history for the Green Bay Packers.
It is debatable.
And I don't think that that's something that's not
He'll
insignificant.
never be the most liked. He'll never rise above Bart Starr.
Yeah.
He might rise
Does
above.
he seem like a guy that really cares to be
No,
most
you know
liked,
what?
though? That's the thing.
I'm not rooting for him.
No, I know. A lot of people aren't.
I don't know what it is. I think he's just not a likable person. And maybe he is. Maybe in real life he is. Maybe teammates like Randall Cobb and stuff would be like, no, he's a great person to be around. Because I remember this, Derek. I don't know where you should be talking about Aaron Rodgers, but I had to defend Michael Young to a lot of people around here because people didn't really love Michael Young that were media people because he gave the generic answer. He was kind of boring in interviews, and I had to tell people, dude, I understand that you don't like Michael Young because he doesn't give you sound bites that you want. He is not the emotional guy you want him to be. I'm like playing with him, and I only played with him for a few weeks. It wasn't a lot. And I was in spring training with him. As I was like, Michael Young is everything you want from a team leader perspective. You'll follow Michael Young. He leads through example. He leads through words. He leads through all of these things. He is great. And I would hear from people that cover the Rangers, well, I don't like him.
Yeah, he's a pro's pro. And the thing, this is what it just
Where
sucks.
I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is that guy.
Right. But that's the thing is it sucks is like either if you have a personality, you get criticized for that because you do interviews and all that, not to bring up my old thing when I was here. Everybody criticized me because I did interviews. And then you get upset because somebody's boring. Like, what? You can't have it both ways. Which way do you want it? Do you want a guy to have a personality and give you good interviews and interact? Or do you want the guy that gives you the plain answers? Because either way, you're going to be upset. Well, he's boring. Oh, well, he's too much entertainment and he's not focused on pitching.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. By the way, Adam Schefter did tweet out a screenshot which shows that he has full battery for one, but
That's
also
good.
Here is the tweet from Aaron Rodgers. Lose my number. Good try, though. And so that's him. That's Schefter saying, I'm confirming this is what Aaron Rodgers said. So, yeah, he said lose my number to Adam Schefter, which is pretty kind of awesome. And
it means Adam Schefter does have his personal number.
Yeah, he's somehow got that number.
You won't put it out there.
All right.
I wonder, can you get sued for that?
Probably.
Phone number stuff?
If you put out somebody's phone number, if you're Adam Schefter and he says, lose my number, or you don't have, like, what if Aaron Rodgers were to say, you don't have my number, so you don't even know, things like that. What if he put out, well, here's Aaron Rodgers' number. I have it. Would you get sued because you're trying to prove a point that you do have it?
Yeah. I don't think that's a good idea.
Don't put that number out there.
Idea.
All right, coming up. Actually, you know what?
Let's put your number out there and see how many calls we can get.
No, because I found that out because I gave Kavanaugh $20 one time. And he was like, yeah, for $20, I'll do it. And I put his number out. And so, everybody has his number now.
That happened to me one night.
Has a different number now.
I don't think he does. You can check and see if you're a Tolo because you have it.
Yeah, it's not a different number. Kevin one night when we were on was like, hey, I was like, you wouldn't give my number out. And he starts giving my number out. And I was like, you won't do the last number. And he did it anyway. I was like, what are you doing right now? So the next night, we gave Kevin's number away, one segment at a time. And I think we had 2 numbers left and he started getting texts. And by the end of the night, he had like 1,000 texts. It was awesome.
See, That's tough.
It was awesome. It is a lot of fun. Mike, did you like that?
I did. What? You want to interrupt Mike Likes It? Go.
Yeah, I do actually.
Go.
I've got something going on.
It better be really good. I'll judge it first.
Somebody's been ordering pizzas to my house, and it's cracking me up. It makes me laugh. And it's always paid for cash.
But they don't order them up here.
No, that's the thing that stinks.
Right.
But I've been getting like last night we ordered some food, and like got my food, whatever, and all of a sudden this pizza dude's standing at my door, and I was like, "Hey, what's going on?" And he was like, "Oh, did you order a pizza?" I was like, "No, I didn't order a pizza."
And they
what
have
is
your
it?
address.
They got
and
my address and my name, obviously,
and
and they were like, "Well, they called in and it's cash only." I was like, "Yeah, that's not me,
Okay.
but this is pretty funny." I got 4 pizzas ordered to me last night.
Nice.
And I mean, it was
Were they
funny.
good? Did you eat them?
No, I didn't eat
And you didn't bring them up here?
no, because that was yesterday, last night. I mean, I could have brought it for you.
Did you eat all
But
the
I didn't
pizzas?
get I didn't get it. I didn't take them. I was like, "Here, man, you go enjoy these pizzas." But
You told
it's
the
not for me.
delivery guy to enjoy the pizzas?
Yeah, I was like, "It's not me."
I wouldn't have done that.
It was funny though.
Next time, I'll give you my address, and you can tell the pizza guy to now make a 30-minute drive from where
but
he's
it's
at.
not. But you have to pay for it.
Oh,
I didn't pay for it.
somebody. I think you
They're
said somebody.
putting it They're charging it to me to pay for it when it shows up for cash.
Oh, that stinks.
And, I mean, it's funny.
Okay,
I had a
Mike
good
likes it.
laugh out of it. So tell me, was that Derek
Who's out
likes it?
there
No, that
ordering
was good.
pizzas
That
to
was a
Derek
Likes
Holland?
It.
That was a great Derek Likes It that somebody is delivering pizzas to your house
Ordering
but not
pizzas
paying.
into them.
Yeah, ordering them
And
because they're not.
trying to make me pay for it.
That's not right though, because now it's costing that pizza place
I know, I feel
probably
bad
like
for 'em, but they-
$1.75.
Well, the funniest thing is so I'll get Papa John's
And the
during
driver
football
fee.
season, and the guy was like, "Yeah, this definitely was not Derek because one, and I love saying this, he tips way better, and he uses card. He never uses cash." I was like, "Oh yeah, that's definitely it." And he goes, "I've always appreciated coming out here." So
All right.
yeah, they
good.
got
Now that I have 5 minutes left.
good because this better be good.
All right, so obviously tomorrow starts the tournament, right? And I'm filling out brackets and stuff like that. But at the end, I have Bama versus UT. Would that be a nightmare for the NCAA tournament that their championship game would have a team that they had to fire their coach because of an abusive situation in Chris Beard, who's now at Ole Miss? But like their team made it. How did they make it? They even had to change coaches halfway through the season. Well, why did they have to change coaches halfway through the season? Well, because Chris Beard had domestic violence. And he had to leave. And then who's on the other side? Alabama. Man, what's Alabama's story this year? Well, their best player, who's going to be a top 5 pick, gave a gun to a player that ended up murdering a person.
Yeah.
And so now we have a team. Like, I know I have this, and I'm like, would the NCAA almost be like, hey, call some fouls on Alabama and make sure UT's not in this game, because we don't want the championship game being, well, this team made it even though they had to overcome their coach having domestic violence situation, and we don't maybe want Bama to make it because then we'll have to talk about a murder situation that's ongoing.
Yeah.
With their best player being not really part of the murder. He wasn't there. He just ended up giving a guy who ended up using it to murder somebody, his gun, to then murder somebody.
Well, I mean, we talk about Kelvin Joseph a lot, right? He was just in the car, but that looks like a stain on his record for the rest of the society.
So I have a nightmare matchup for the NCAA championship game, and that is Bama versus UT, I think, for the storyline.
That sounds like a nightmare matchup to me.
Now, my daughter, she told me that she has pretty much chosen UT. Now, last night she backed off of it for just a second, but I think she's going to go to UT. So congratulations to my Mary Grace. Well, my wife said, as we were sitting on the couch, she goes, I guess we're going to have to buy a lot of UT gear. And I said, no, we don't. I said, she's not playing for UT. She's just going to UT. Like when we visit her, I don't need to wear burnt orange. Not that I have anything against UT. I just don't care to really buy a whole bunch of UT gear. She's not playing on any team. She's going there for school. So my question is, Derek doesn't have a kid, but I'll see if he can answer this or not.
Not that I know of.
You do have kids, Corey. Not that he knows of. That would really, can you imagine?
No, I can't.
That somebody would come to you 10 years later and then say, this is your kid.
It happens.
I know it happens. I saw the movie Forrest Gump. Jenny had a kid. She's like, that's your kid, Forrest.
Forrest is like,
deal with
Are
it.
you comparing me to Forrest?
And I'm dying.
Well, I mean, he was a great man.
Can you imagine if a woman was like, I didn't want to put this on Derek, but I'm dying now. So here's your kid I haven't told you about for 5-6 years.
How you
And then you have to
handle it?
raise that kid and take him to the bus
That kid's
stop.
gonna be so lucky.
Clearly, I would have put it on her.
That kid is gonna be. He's gonna be like, hold on.
You need to change one of those words.
I get to play golf with this
no.
guy.
I had to.
Okay, so Let me ask you this, Corey.
Yes.
You have a
I thought
child.
I was going to get the kid question.
Well, you just did. We got to move on, okay?
Fine.
We only have a minute left here.
What a segment.
When your kid chooses a college, and you have kids, when
Mm-hmm.
they choose college, are you going to just buy the gear of that school because they chose that school? Because I have decided, not that I won't buy any UT gear, but I'm not going to buy UT gear. My kid's going to that school. They're not playing for that school. When my kid, let's just say my 14-year-old, chooses a school based off of baseball and he's going there to play baseball, when I go to that school and I'm sitting in the stands watching him play, I'll be wearing that kid's gear. I'm not going to Mary Grace's classes to watch her do class, so I don't need to wear UT gear in that class.
I'm here to watch her school. That's interesting because Avery didn't make the Plano team, and I don't have a Plano hat right now. When he makes the team, I'll probably go ahead and grab one. So, Mike, I'm with you there. As I'm there to support him as that. I don't know. Probably when he goes to college, I might latch onto that college too, though. That seems like a different deal. Like that's a big part of him at that point.
You're a big OU person. What if he does one of your children decide to go to UT?
Oh man,
will you wear UT gear?
That'll be really tough. Well, and obviously because Adrian went to OU. So like that's a I don't know if she will accept that in our house.
I mean, my wife went to Texas Tech. I signed with Texas Tech. So if they choose Texas Tech, it's easier to buy that gear because my wife's alumni there. I did go there for 3 semesters just to pick up classes to make sure that I could possibly graduate after I was done playing baseball. And luckily I did. But I don't know. There's just, to me, I might buy a UT t-shirt, but I don't really feel I have no connection to their school, really, besides my daughter's going to go there.
I will say this, father-in-law did say that if Avery chose UT, that he would pay for his tuition. So if that's the case, tuition's expensive, man.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, then yes, I'll absolutely buy a UT.
I think it's like 15 to 20K at UT.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you're out of state, it costs a lot more.
I'm totally for my kid getting a free college education if that's the case. So
if I had a kid and he went to college somewhere, I'm going to support. If he's like, hey, Dad, let's go to the game. Yeah, okay. I'll get no.
See, I just put it on you.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'd be like, hey, that's cool. You can stay with, that. It's the same thing. If like I'm gonna. Still
what about
be
Penn State?
I'm still not buying gear.
Okay, so any school any school that Michigan is like somewhat of a rival of. So a Big Ten school, you're not buying any of their gear unless it's Michigan.
I would. You know what? Except for Ohio State, I definitely would not buy anything. If it was Penn State, I would buy it and I would wear it. That's the only time it's ever going to be on.
But if your child plays the sport, you got to buy their gear.
Yeah, I'll support him,
even if it's Ohio State.
Nope.
Wow.
You don't understand hatred.
I guess I don't have any hatred
I wouldn't even
towards
let my
college.
kid go to. I would be like, look, we're going somewhere else. I don't care. You're not going to go to Ohio State.
Okay.
All right, man.
I hate Ohio State.
He is saying, sorry, kid.
You would even
no son of mine.
Your son or daughter. Your daughter. Like, what about if your daughter is a basketball player and is playing basketball at Ohio State?
Okay, cool, but I'm not wearing Ohio State.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Mike doesn't
believe
understand.
I like the passion of hating Ohio State. I hate it.
But you don't know the love of a dad to a child.
Yeah, and that's fine. I will love my love for my child will be there. I don't have to love the school that you go to.
Coming up next, more of this. And
will you root for Michigan to like get a hit off of your daughter in a softball game?
Absolutely not. I'd be like, hey, strike them out. That's it. I couldn't
finish this game 0-0. Yeah. All right, if you could sleep over, if you could win a Tolo sleepover, whose house do you want to stay at? Or do you want somebody to stay at your house next on the Fan?
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time for the C Block. By the way, KNC Masterpiece will be out at RJ Duke Sports Cards in McKinney this Friday. Looking forward to seeing everybody come out there. Kevin and I will be out there as well. Kevin will be back on Friday, is what I meant to say there. So really looking forward to having that. I got a couple of things I want to get to before I ask about the sleepover. Now, we did talk about sleepovers a little earlier in the week, and I would like to know, 877-881-1053, if you were to sleep over at anybody's house from this station, who would it be? Where would you want to win a sleepover with whomst? And the other question to it is, maybe you want somebody to come sleep over at your house. Which host do you want? You can win it maybe one day. We'll auction that off as a prize. I don't know. But we have a backboard in the Pimp Cup. All right, there is a little mini hoop in there, and it appears that Joey was taking shots from way downtown. And you took about, Carter said 1,000.
I would put it around probably about 110.
Okay, 110.
During that entire break.
All right. And how many did you make during that?
0.
And you can see this on the Twitch cam right now, the twitch.tv/Dallas fan cam. It's a tough shot.
It's a very tough shot because the ceilings are not very high.
It also looks like you don't even have a backboard.
Yeah.
You got to shoot it like Kobe, a straight line shot.
I'm doing the Reggie Bullock, just try to wear the rim out situation.
Lucius has a look on his face like he's just not good at shooting. That's kind of what I'm seeing back there.
It was a tough scene in here. It was a good workout, though.
Okay, good workout.
That's it for the day.
All right, so Mike, I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have a competition and see who can make the most shots in there. We each get 10, and we just see what we do. So, and you know what? For me, I'll make it a 9-foot rim, and I'll just dunk on it in front of you.
I'm going to throw a basketball hoop up right there.
That's a good spot. That is a good spot. All right, I saw this a moment ago, and I was just kind of curious on how you might approach this, Derek, if you get the opportunity. The pitch clock.
Mm-hmm.
Zach Greinke, you know Zach? Have you?
I mean, I've talked to him a lot. But
he's an interesting guy.
I like talking to him. You can't tell where
Very
he's
dry?
going. Yeah, it's good.
Oh, he can take it in lots of different directions.
You don't know
on
if
you?
he's serious or he's sarcastic. And
Okay.
he's that guy. He's funny.
He was having an issue with his PitchCom device, and the pitch clock was running down. Have you used the PitchCom device, by the way?
Just in a bullpen.
Okay. You like it?
It wasn't working as well.
Okay.
So I didn't really get to test it out.
Some of the pitchers, Mike, that we talked to at spring training were like, it makes it easier, but if it's not working, that could be a problem.
They wanted it. Taylor Hearn said he wants his, if the catcher knows, just punch in the call before I even get to the rubber. Like after I catch the ball, if you know what you want next, punch it in now. That way we don't have to, if I don't want it, I can immediately say no. Like it's really quick where he didn't want to get on the rubber, look, and then not like the pitch and feel nervous about the clock running out on him. So he wants the pitch comm to tell him immediately after he catches the ball what they want.
I think that's the big advantage. Like for me, and I'm pretty quick with it, is I'll call a pitch, like with my hand. I'll catch a ball and I'm like, hey, this or this. Because the hitter's not looking. Usually they got their head down, looking away, whatever. So I can hurry up and flash, whatever.
You can catch a ball. Some guys will do it this way. You can catch a ball from the catcher. If you want fastball real easy, you can just turn to whichever side as you walk back to the mound. And like, all right, he wants a fastball, let's say inside, or he wants a fastball outside. And the hitter's not watching really to see if you're turning to your left or to your right back to the mound.
Okay. And like, you're big on visualization. You've talked about like even visualizing getting yourself to the stadium. There are things that you do. And I do wonder if what you're talking about with Taylor Hearn, get the pitch while I'm walking back to the back of the mound or up to the rubber, and I can start visualizing, all right, I'm throwing fastball, this is what I got to do, get all your mechanics in place before you even get rolling. Well, Zach Greinke was having issues with his PitchCom device. Instead of taking the clock violation, he just threw a 47-mile-an-hour pitch. He just was like, screw it, I'm just going to throw the ball, I'm going to throw it up there and just see what happens. It was a ball. It looks like it was in the strike zone. This is weird to me. It just dropped a lot, and it was still a ball. It's so like either way, it would have been a ball. Are you going to get suspended for having multiple pitch clock violations in a season. Is that an approach that pitchers should take? Just throw the ball up there, even it could be a strike.
I literally averaged a pitch clock violation every time I came into a game.
Okay.
For a little bit in AAA because I'm not gonna, like I've said before, I'm not trying to rush. I want to throw a quality pitch. I'm going to take my time and do it the right way, and then I create my own tempo. So yeah, you're not gonna get in trouble for it. It's just more of, well, you got a ball. That's it. The only reason I got in trouble for it is because the umpire was basically instigating it with me, and that's why I ended up getting suspended, even though I threw the ball way over his head, but tried to make it sound like I threw it at him with the intentions of hitting him.
I would say I'd rather you not throw a pitch. I'd rather us, let's get this down where we never have a violation, but I'd rather you not throw a pitch than lob one up there, because I would say at that point, there's very little that can happen because an umpire is never going to call it a strike. So this is why they don't even teach really at times big curveballs in the major leagues. If you have a big breaking curveball that you came out of high school with, you're like, man, it's so awesome. Like, first of all, it's professional
Mark Mulder
hitting.
Curveball, yeah.
They're going to, and not bigger than that, but they're going to, sometimes Yu Darvish, right? Yu Darvish had that big slow one that a lot of times like, dude, let's not throw that. First of all, the umpire's never going to call it for a strike because it's going to either for him be it's too high to call it for a strike because it never really got in the zone, or by the time it has that big break, I can't call a strike if the catcher's digging it out of the ground. Even though it was a strike in the zone, it's going to look really bad on my part as an umpire to call that a strike if it's short hopping or the catcher's catching it so low. They're like, dude, that's not a strike. So a lot of times big curveballs are eliminated by the umpire's never going to call it for a strike. So let's not have a big curveball in the major leagues because the umpire is going to have too difficult of a time calling the one that you like a strike. So now we're going to throw a whole bunch of balls with it and get behind in the count. So it's not really an effective pitch if the umpire can never call it for a strike.
What would you guys suggest to pitchers then this year if that situation's happening, their pitch comm's not working?
Can you not call time and say it's not working?
You
like
have
a technical difficulty?
The ruling, at least that's how it was before. Now I don't know about the pitch clock, the pitch comm thing, because nobody had it in AAA. Nobody was able to. It was just big league thing. You can't, it's just like asking for a new ball. You can't wait for the clock to get down to a certain time and then be like, oh no, I need a ball. That's happened, and they'll be like, no, I'm sorry, you can't do that. That's a ball.
It's so weird, Derek, last year, being at major league games, is that the first 10 warm-up pitches that a guy in the bullpen is throwing in the pen, when they call and they say, get Derek Holland going, you won't even have a hat on for like your first 10 throws. You're throwing without a hat on because they're trying to get that all set up. I don't know whose job it is. There's somebody there in the pen. I don't know if it's the bullpen coach, if they have another person that's supposed to do it. But when you go and you watch guys warm up, if it's kind of a quick call, they have to have their hat off because they're getting their hat set up for the game.
Oh, interesting.
And then they have to make sure when they go in, I believe they have to test it real quick as the catcher and pitcher meet to make sure that everything's on the same frequency or whatever, because that is what it is. So it's really weird. I'm like, for me, pitching without a hat on would feel really weird. Like it's like part of like not having a glove on and throwing would be like, dude, I need my glove.
There's
on.
a lot of space now in front of your eyes.
Well, it's just weird watching guys warm up without hats on in the major leagues because they're trying to get their pitch comm set up.
The question was, if you could win a stayover, a sleepover, a spend the night, as Mike likes to call them, at one of the fan host's house, who would it be? And from the 801, I want to stay at Chop's house because I'm a big gambler, and then Chop and I could start our own sharp business. That's one approach. Got somebody saying they want to sleep over at Alec Medford's house because they feel like he would be easy to talk to and he would be super awesome to hang out with. I really appreciate that. CA's gotten some, but the big winner at the moment is definitely Derek Holland. Everybody wants to stay at Derek Holland's house. And I think, Mike, it's because of you. I think it's because when you pointed out his coral.
Yeah, the coral's amazing.
That I think
and you
a lot
have the
of
right lights for it and everything too. It's so cool.
I got some glasses that'll make it pop out even more.
Hold on. Well, and it's kind of unfair because man, Derek has like a TV room. I say a TV room, but like a movie room where that's where you can watch you can watch great football games there, or sporting events. You can throw on a movie. You have everything. You have the pool table.
I do have a pool table.
Yeah. So you have a pool.
Room. Yep.
You have it all.
From a golf simulator upstairs.
I do have a batting cage.
I don't have I have a net.
Yeah.
We
So
can soft toss.
I do have the batting cage over you.
And you have you also have a pool.
I have
yeah.
a golf course.
Oh,
I have a golf course, but it's like a mile away. It's not in my backyard.
Mine's in my backyard. We did say a pool. I have a sauna.
Yeah, you're going to beat me on this. You win.
Okay, I just want to keep winning.
I just have one thing over you and only one thing.
I have
and
a
it's
gaming
batting
computer
cage.
for upstairs, so I can.
I
let
dare
my
you to
friend
get
play
a
up there.
batting cage.
I could set one up.
Dare you?
I'll set one up.
Would you set one up in your living room?
No, I just put it right out in the backyard.
Oh, okay. You have that much space?
Do you have one of those golf simulators where you can play golf inside?
Mm-hmm. But I don't have like the full. I just have a net and it's hooked up to my
like I know, like
TV.
I know I'm calling BJ Ryan. You remember him, the
Mhm.
closer? He like had like one of those $15,000 or $20,000 simulated. Like you can just type in the course and everything. Like
I
if you
can
went
do
to
that.
PXG or whatever, and we're testing things out, like that would be a dream to have one of those in my house.
Yeah, we can definitely. I have that. We can do it. It's just I don't have it in front. I have like you can either put it on the TV to the right or the TV to the left. Like we can have
But
it.
you hit it
anywhere.
into a net,
Hit it
not
right into
like
a
the
net
mat
instead of the
where it's-
actual. Yeah.
Can
That's
we
the only
VR?
difference. It's a cheap version, but it's still great.
Can we VR Fortnite? Like, can
We do have VR
as a team?
We yep, we have. I have plenty of. I have a couple Oculuses, so we could do that. We have the VRs. You can play that. We have all the
I wanna
retro
stay at
gaming
Derek's house.
systems.
I wanted you guys to play VR, but
We have
to
a
really
massage
put a little
chair.
bit more on it,
Okay.
Derek, you should play it next to your stairs. So that way, if you take a misstep, you fall down the stairs. Like
That
it's-
sounds very safe.
Yeah, I know. That would make it even more fun to watch. As I'm just watching you guys. 'cause
You're
I don't
getting
wanna
a
be-
broken nose and definitely messing up
Potential
your legs.
death.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
yeah. That should be part of the VR experience.
No, I don't want to die by just enjoying VR. That's not something that I want to do. There are some texts coming in saying they want Brian Broaddus because he makes a great dinner spread. He does make some amazing food and would probably babysit them when they're drunk. And he's a good handler. I'll say that. We saw him, Mike, whenever he was talking with Jim McMahon at the Super Bowl and how much the conversation went along there from the 817 Brian's house because he would make some good old food. Kevin, they want to go stay at Kevin so they can check out all of his cards and his Legos. And then somebody said that the nosebleed seats could definitely move in with them full time. They just full time move in with them. And then somebody said, no, not Kevin, because he will not have pizza rolls. But I think Derek and Mike could be a lot of fun.
I do have pizza rolls.
You're not it's like, oh, pizza rolls are below me. That's the way Kevin is. He thinks
I eat like crap too. Taco Bell, that's my favorite.
Oh, come on, man.
What?
Taco Bueno?
No, Taco Bell. Ding.
If you're going to go fast food, Mexican food, it's Bueno over Bell 1,000 times.
If you ever need to get a colonoscopy, just go to Taco Bell.
I know. That's the point.
Okay, so
you just made my point.
And I love that.
What do you love at Taco Bell?
Cheesy gordita crunches with nacho cheese shell.
God, I mean, I might
and the
get
beefy
one on
melt
the way
burrito.
home. Coming up next
Both at the same time?
on the
And
K&Z
steak
Master.
quesadilla.
I
And
got
3 Doritos Loco Tacos.
Mike.
In one order?
And cinnamon buns. Or Cinna Twist.
I gotta get into the next one.
Oh, we got to tease.
It does matter, Mike.
It's spring break.
It's not spring break for everybody.
Oh,
Look how many
man, look at
cars
the
are just sitting
traffic.
there
Nobody.
right now.
That's
And I
spring
mean
break
nobody.
traffic.
That is
dying.
nobody is. Oh my gosh!
Nobody's
Coming up
dying.
next, Scotty Scheffler
You
is
get
released.
paid more money if we're on time?
We'll see if we'll see if we come back next on the Fan.
Dollar.
Always a welcome.
happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel. The consultation, it is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and I'm looking into the conference room right now. Broadus, Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk getting ready for the show this afternoon. It looks like Chiafalo's eating an entire chicken because he's a savage.
But he's eating it like it's string cheese.
Yeah. He's just peeling chicken off.
I've never seen somebody peel it off like that.
We get those probably once a week where we just go to the grocery store, the Tom Thumb where I'm a celebrity, and grab a chicken and then, do something with it. Throw it on nachos or something like that. That dude's just sitting in there saying, I got to get my protein.
You would think he's never seen food before the way he's eating.
Mike, what exactly were your thoughts on Eric Chiafalo's eating styles while we were in Arizona? Because you had some wings.
They're horrible. And some of the worst wings I've ever had in my life. I forget the name of the place. It wasn't Knockouts, right?
I think that's a haircut
Maybe
place.
it was Knockouts. I can't remember.
Knockouts might be haircut. It was something like that, but I was trying to warn every Ranger fan, do not go to this place. Worst food you could ever have in your life. Have no clue why they're open.
Yeah, I can't remember what the name of it was. It was Tap House.
Tap House.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Tap House is horrible. So if you are going to spring training ever, write this down. Never go to Tap House. Pathetic food in kind of your surprise area. And the wings were so bad. But I knew Eric would eat them. In my head, I'm like, I'm not eating any more of these. I'm still kind of hungry, but I'm not eating this trash anymore. And so I was like, Eric, do you want the rest of these wings? I'm not going to eat the rest of them. And he's like, serious? And I'm like, you just had wings. Are they as bad as mine? He's like, yeah, they're pretty bad. And he's like, I'll take it. But he still ate them. Trash compactor, man.
He is devouring this thing. His mouth is so full. He's like a hamster storing food in his mouth.
It's just chicken too.
I don't know exactly.
Is that the thigh?
Is it a whole bird?
That's the leg right there. Yeah, he's eating the whole bird.
Breast.
Oh yeah, he's keeping us abreast of the situation. I appreciate that.
Everybody likes a good breast.
Well, there you go. They'll be up here coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll chit chat with those fellas, and then they'll take it for the rest of the day. Always, I love working with those guys. Man, they're an absolute blast to travel with, and I love talking to those guys.
I can't wait to travel with you guys for football season.
Nice.
It's going to be I'm going to learn a lot from Broadus. I'm going to definitely be trying to learn how to scout. And then obviously being around these guys and getting to watch the food choices that you guys provide, I can't wait.
If you get to go to Oxnard with us, let's just say.
I'll go on my own. Don't worry about that.
No, I know. But I'm saying, you might be playing, right? It's in August, so you could still be playing. If you do,
don't have a job.
What amazed me the most was how easy football training camp is. I just thought, well, not versus spring training. Spring training gets like this rap of like, oh, all you guys do is play a little bit of catch and play golf all day. And I'm like, well, sometimes there are days where we just play catch and go play golf.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. But when I went to Cowboys training camp, I thought I would just see this intense, it's football, it's training camp. I think about when I was at Duncanville High School and watching my buddies do football practice before the season started or whatever. And then I went to Cowboys training camp. I'm like, crap, this is a walk in the park, man. Like I heard there's a lot different supposedly when Emmitt Smith and Michael Irvin and like Jimmy Johnson's training camp and maybe even Bill Parcells. I wasn't around for that. I was still playing too, but it's amazing how they just walk around and jog around for 2.5 hours. And you're like, gosh, I thought it would be more intense.
But do you remember how much sweat came off of Osio Digizua that day we were interviewing him? And I guess it's just standing around in pads. You sweat like that. That dude was just what do you say? I'm going to lose another 10 pounds today?
I can't wait. I want to try to throw the football while I'm there.
We used to be able to go on the field, but COVID ruined everything.
Yeah.
Sounds about normal.
One day. All right. Thanks to Joey for sending this over. I just saw it. Scotty Scheffler, DFW's own Scotty Scheffler. Is he the most boring champion in all of golf? I saw a column on that the other day. He's very good, very good. There's not a lot to him. You watch the
full swing.
The
with
full
him?
swing.
Huh?
It was kind of like, man, he's a nice guy.
It's the best way though to probably be in that sport.
Yeah, probably so.
I mean, to really be able to not get too high or too low on whatever hole, it's very tough to do. We see that Tiger kind of changed that. I know that there was Chichi Rodriguez, and there was guys that would obviously Lee Trevino that would have a lot of emotion. And I'm just going off of maybe when I was a kid and my parents were watching golf, seeing a little bit of emotion. But I think Tiger took it to another level of golf can be an emotional sport too. So I think Scotty Scheffler is more in norm of what a golfer is usually supposed to try to be mentality-wise.
He released his Masters Club dinner menu for this week, or for the Masters, whenever they get that thing rocking. It'll be April 4th. Do you think Eric Chiafalo would eat everything off of this menu? Mike, yes or no, before I even give you anything?
Eric, yes.
Okay.
Kevin won't eat anything unless they have dinner rolls.
Okay, all right. I think we got one. To start things off, cheeseburger sliders served Scotty style. I don't know what Scotty style is, but what's that?
Messy.
Well, I'm going to guess this. Kevin's out because Scotty style is not meat and cheese. I guarantee you it's not meat and cheese.
Maybe it has a pickle on it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It has something on it, and so Kevin's out.
Derek, are you eating cheeseburger sliders Scotty style?
Yeah, I will.
All right.
Yeah, I don't mind really anything on a burger. I enjoy the other things on burgers. I don't mind eating meat and cheese, but I mean, I do like condiments. I do like lettuce, tomato, onion, bacon. I like different things on a burger. The other day I had a burger from one of my favorite places in Fort Worth because we're out in Grapevine. Crap, I'm drawing a blank
really
on
your
it.
favorite for something you don't remember.
Kincaid's.
There you go. Nice.
Kincaid's is one of the best burgers I've ever had. And I tried a new one because I haven't been there in 15 years, I bet. And I was like, oh my gosh, there's a Kincaid's over here in Grapevine area. And I got a burger with bacon, pimento cheese, jalapenos.
There you go.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I was like, God, this is amazing. But it was something very different on a burger. Still great. So Kincaid's, highly recommend their burger.
Firecracker shrimp, sweet Thai chili, and sriracha mayo on the firecracker shrimp. You guys chowing down on that?
A+.
Kevin, is he eating that?
F-.
All right, yeah. Kevin is not eating that at all. He likes shrimp, but probably he likes fried shrimp, I bet. Yeah. He'll be like, okay, give me some coconut shrimp, but probably not that kind of shrimp. Tortilla soup, avocado, crispy blue tortilla strips, sour cream, cilantro, lime.
I mean, I don't really care for soup, but yeah, I would eat it.
I like tortilla soup. Adrian
It's
makes
good. Like,
Adrian makes a damn fine.
I'd rather have the other options.
All
right, here comes.
You don't have to eat everything.
Here comes the main dish, Derek.
Eat Taco Bell, you're out on tortilla.
No, I just don't want to eat it. I don't want soup. Make me Taco Bell soup. I'll eat it.
Are you serious?
I love Taco Bell.
Texas ribeye.
I love that you said it that way because I feel like we're going to have that for 1,000 different times.
Yeah, we'll hold on to that one.
What, the Taco Bell?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good, because I love Taco Bell.
The main dish, Mike, is a Texas ribeye steak or blackened redfish. The family style mac and cheese, jalapeno cream corn, fried Brussels sprouts, seasoned fries.
Hold the fish, but I like it all.
You don't like fish?
Black and red
Not
fish?
really, I don't. It's weird. But I'll eat sushi like it's going out of style.
Have you ever had black and red fish?
No.
Okay, so
I would try. I get really paranoid about the bone.
Okay.
Getting in there. That's the one thing I hate.
When I go fishing
to-
in the Gulf, Mike, that's what we're fishing for is redfish. Now there was a little bit of when the freeze came, they said you can't do that. You're just catching trout now.
Redfish, bluefish.
Well, it's different. You got redfish and blackfish, and
Is that a Dr. Seuss book?
the
There we
redfish
go.
is like a meaty. It's a meaty kind of fish, and so
I would
blackened's
try it.
great.
I'm
It's
not-
fantastic.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to trying it.
You go catch some.
I definitely can't eat salmon though. I broke out bad twice. It's happened twice.
Salmon.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's interesting to know. And then for dessert, warm chocolate chip skillet cookie, milk and cookies ice cream.
Is
Like
that like
Cheddar's?
the pan? Is that who makes it with the? It's in a pan.
I know
And the
Cheddar's
ice cream's
does.
on
I'm
top
sure
of
there's
it.
other places that do, but I can remember going to Cheddar's
God, that's so
over
good.
there kind of.
It's like the Pizookie, right?
Yes, that's what it's called.
It's good. It's really good.
I like that.
So you got the cheeseburger sliders, firecracker shrimp, tortilla soup, steak or redfish, and the warm chocolate chip skillet cookie. Did Scotty Scheffler do it the right way?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Does that mean
That's great.
Chiafalo's got to eat that whole thing?
Well, yeah, we should actually just order the whole thing up here to the
A lot of
station
food for you, buddy.
and
A
just
lot of
see
food.
if he can finish it all during the one show. I think that's a
Shovel it
He
down
says
your gullet.
thumbs up. He says thumbs up
Well,
over there.
Derek, since you just heard what Scotty Scheffler ordered or what his menu would be, and you just talked about you wouldn't have fish, if you could make yourself the Masters meal, what would you have it as?
Yeah, let's-
what would your
I would-
appetizers
what's our
be? Your
appetizer?
main course, your sides. And your
Oh man. Well, I'm just gonna go with the main course because I definitely I'm gonna have Italian food. That's for sure. I always gotta eat. It's just like pitching wise. I always eat Italian before. I'm not a big dessert guy, so I don't really have desserts.
So what's your favorite Italian meal?
I'll go with the chicken Alfredo.
All right.
Oh man,
fettuccine Alfredo.
We made some of that at the house the other night. Lucy wasn't a fan. I haven't had it
Really?
since I was a kid. My mom used to make it all the time, but I haven't eaten it as an adult in years.
I could go with the Alfredo sauce, or I could go with the vodka sauce.
Oh,
I think it's really good right before you run marathons or 5Ks.
Yeah, ask Michael Scott.
Yeah, it's not. That kind of gets you.
All right,
like
so
had
you have
rabies.
that. So what is an Italian side that you like?
You doing salad? You gonna do the Italian salad? Mediterranean style salad.
I'd probably get the bruschetta.
Yeah, that's good.
Or
That's more of an
there's
appetizer, but yeah.
Well, I know that's what I'm not. I don't get like. I'm just trying to think of what I get before my main meal.
What soup would you have?
I wouldn't.
You'd like
I'd get
refuse the
salad.
soup?
Yeah,
They'd
I'd
be
go
like,
salad.
there
It's
will
like
be
if
no
it's not
soup.
gonna go
Taco
here,
Bell
you want
soup, don't
or
worry.
salad. Yeah, if it's not Taco Bell soup, I'm not getting it. It's either you go soup or salad, and I'm going
The
salad.
day Taco Bell makes a soup, we're gonna be like, Derek Holland finally called it.
Man, what if they did? What if they're like, you
They're
know what?
probably listening.
We gotta crank out a soup now because Derek Holland. We'll call it the Holland soup or something. I don't know.
Let's do it.
I just remember the Taco Bell commercial where they pretty much said, "Now made with real meat."
That-
I'm like,
you
what
know
are
what
we? What were we eating before you guys started using meat?
Seasoning. It was seasoning.
But
I think it was 85% seasoning, and then something like meat is what they were rolling out there for a while.
The other thing too that I do that I get this from my dad. I eat my salad after the meal, like the main course. Because I don't know. I saw my dad doing it growing up, so I started doing it too. My dad also
he didn't want to fill up
extremely
on
slow.
salad. He's like, if I have any more room in my belly, it's
He
gonna be
also
for
is
this.
the slowest eater ever.
Probably the right approach, right? Like,
his response is, "Well, I just want to taste my food." I
Man.
tasted it.
I watched
I
this
just eat
dude.
fast. Everything has to be done quick.
I've been watching these people on YouTube that are able to win all these eating contests where they go around the world and beat all these eating contests. And I was like, man, I wonder how they do this. And so he had a video. This guy had a video on how to train, and he'll weigh it out. He'll get 8 pounds worth of watermelon. He's like, I'm training my stomach just the way you'd train whatever. And so he'll sit there and he'll try to eat 8 pounds of watermelon as fast as he can. And he's like, if I can eat 8 pounds of watermelon, I know next week when I go have this challenge in Las Vegas with these burgers and cheese fries and everything, I just look at the pounds of food as pounds of food. I'm just expanding my stomach, working my stomach.
Doesn't care what's in it, just as long as it's
he's
massive
like, you have to
quantities.
work on chewing and stuff. So he'll sometimes work on certain vegetables or whatever to really work on his chewing and stuff. But they weigh out their food and they're like, all right, if I know I have a 6 pound challenge, as long as I train for 8 pounds, I know I'll be able to take down this meal or whatever.
Man, that is I've never thought about competitive eating before.
Couldn't do it.
That seems like a world that just the after effect of the competition is the part that scares me the most.
They don't chew. They just open their mouth's throat.
They're
and
able to,
just
like-
let it drop into their gullet.
They're able to just keep eating a burger without ever stopping. It's amazing. I'm like, at some point, there can only be so much in your mouth, but they're able to just get, and then I guess
Yeah, you're right.
that's the way that it goes if you're a competitive
so
eater.
much.
Thank you very much,
Go in your
Mike.
mouth.
Always appreciate you. And you know what? Friday at RJ Duke Sports Shop, card shop, we'll be hearing that one again, I'm betting.
I won't. I'll be freezing my A off.
Nah,
in
you'll be
College
fine.
Station.
Call in
Wait,
call
you're
in
not
during that
going?
segment.
I'm taking my boys to LSU at A&M for
yeah.
baseball.
You know
I'm going to
what?
go
That's
see the
cool.
#1 pick, and supposedly the guy pitching Friday night for LSU there's a very good chance he is a future Texas Ranger.
Coming up next,
Could be.
let's chit chat with the fellas from the G Bag Nation. Next on the Fan.
Coming out tonight on the Get Right.
Wednesday, March 30th, right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. It is time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is you doing?
Terrific, Corey. Thanks for asking.
Did y'all just, say, bring more of the shellfish over when y'all got the Gilmore news yesterday? How did that go whenever you, was it just let's just eat now?
Well, yeah, it called for a celebration.
Yeah.
First off, I want to thank my best man at my wedding, Mike Lombardi, for kind of having that first. And then we went into scramble mode, and I couldn't get a hold of him. And I'm just kind of thinking okay, well, here we go. And I tell you, the young guys did a heck of a job, and Gavin too, of kind of going through and talking through the players and which one made the best sense. And we just kind of got to Gilmore, and it worked out for the best. So that was an exciting time. Anytime you get involved with stuff like that, it's kind of a lot of fun.
It's like who's old, who's still pretty good, and who's still super cheap.
I think we talked
There's
it
really
through
only
well.
one. It's Stefan Gilmore.
I think we did too. We were like Slay, maybe, and then it turned out that they did think about Darius Slay, and then Gilmore. Okay, yeah, that sounds likely. We even went through maybe a Marcus Lattimore. Nah, that's probably too expensive. So I think, constructive reasoning. Well, we finally got to the right player, and it ended up working out for us.
Nice. And they're done in the secondary, right? They don't.
You know what? We were talking about this on the draft show that Zach and I are on, and this was maybe last week would you double dip at corner? And Zach brought up something really interesting today, and go ahead if you want to talk about the future of it real quick.
Well, I think for this year, you're pretty loaded in the secondary, but they have a lot of expiring contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Lewis, and I know you've talked about it as well. They could move on from him, save some money, but even if he plays this year, it's the last year of his deal. Israel Mukuamu, final year of his contract, right? Diggs, you're going to have to pay him. Do those negotiations go well? Do they not go well? How much longer is he going to be a Cowboy? So if you want to look to the future, I think corner might be arguably the best position group in the entire draft. And if you like some guys, I do think it's still one of those where you can double dip, throw some darts in there like you did with Jordan Lewis and Cheeto several years ago, and just replenish that position because you're about to lose a bunch of guys after this offseason.
I think you, in Arizona, you said there were 11 that you liked and maybe only 3 that you haven't liked so far as cornerbacks go.
Yeah, there's not a lot that I don't like.
No, they're all, they've all, the only thing that you would not like about some of these guys is their weight. And you worry about, they're
too light?
Yeah, one of the best corners in the draft's a kid from Mississippi State, weighs 166 pounds.
Wow.
He better walk on water.
He does walk on some water.
He's really
Brian,
good.
When you were early in scouting, college teams threw the ball 20 to 30 times a game.
Not very much. Yeah.
Now they throw it 50 to 60 times a game. So how much better are maybe cornerbacks getting that you've been scouting over decades because they're getting so many reps of it's not hand the ball off, it's throw the ball first.
Yeah, offensive linemen have gone from being really good run blockers to being really bad run blockers. Quarterbacks have gotten better because of high school and also 7-on-7 camps. So you got guys that are better throwing the ball. Receivers have gotten better because of the 7-on-7s and the way the college game has evolved as far as throwing the football. So yeah, the cornerbacks mean you've got to match up. There's a lot of these guys that are corners that were former receivers. And what we're seeing now in college football is a taller, longer corner. And so I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that you're trying to match up against these teams that love to throw the football. It's been a big switch.
Did you have something, Derek?
Nope, just talking pickleball.
Oh, okay, all right, pickleball.
Just talking pickleball.
Trying to get these guys to come play some pickleball.
No, I'm down to come play some pickleball. Tonight, I'm going to be at Baby Dolls from 7 to 9. It's the VIP monthly party.
That's why he's wearing his button up, dude.
I'm looking sexy.
Cleavage is
feeling
gonna make an
sexy.
Show off your chest pubes.
Absolutely. And there's tons of that to show off. So come out, talk some draft, talk some, we can cry about the Mavs together.
Where's our pickleball? Do you built a stadium at your place?
Pretty much. She built an arena.
I'm about to say, have you got a
It's a place
pickleball
next door.
Yeah,
next door.
Yeah,
we got control of
pickleball.
the lights. We can go out there and play a little night pickleball.
See, that's what I'm saying. The man's got a stadium where he's got lights, probably got refreshments for you too.
Come stay at the house.
Comfy seats.
After you're
He's
done,
always
you
got
can go
something on the smoker.
Look at some coral with these new glasses that he has that you can just check them out.
You guys have been there. You guys have been there.
Yeah,
too.
it's
You
legendary.
three, you've only been at the
Derek's
old house.
I've only
Bud
been to
is
the old
delicious.
house. What's that?
Yeah, he makes the best bud.
That's what I keep seeing. That
Seriously,
butt.
he really
Yeah,
does.
really good butt.
I can only speak for his brisket and his ribs, but
Briskets was
the
good.
butt. No, the brisket was incredible. Yeah, no, all was
I thought you
amazing.
said
The
bud.
ribs were really, really good.
No, the brisket and the ribs are both good.
Bud?
That's the bud. I thought you said
No,
bud.
not bud. No, butts. B-U-T-T.
Yeah,
Working
I got
on
good
that
butt,
too,
dude.
right?
Let's go.
Yeah.
That's-
The butts and the buds.
Now,
Top notch.
I don't know if you guys saw this. Dan Orlovsky, who we have a full-sized card of over here in the studio, somebody suggested we could use it as a dartboard if we want to.
Love it.
Said he uses his shower towel 30 days at a time.
Nope.
What do you mean? Like he goes a month
Oh.
straight?
Doesn't
just
wash
reusing
it,
it.
but once every 30 days.
So we're gonna do some restroom revelations coming up at 3:20. We might get into this, but I think like 2 weeks max. But usually I try and wash that thing every week.
One towel?
Yeah.
2
yeah.
weeks max that's a long time.
That's a long time.
For me,
Does
it's
it
a week
start
max.
Yeah,
smelling on you a
no,
little bit?
Walchuk air dries his private parts.
That makes
Right.
sense.
No, but that's
So-
only if you're trying to conserve water. I don't know what people are doing out there, but I'm a once a week. I'm changing that thing out.
Yeah.
Now, did you hear him just
Once every
crawfish?
7.
He said
was like
did.
2 weeks.
This is what Chiafalo does. He just makes up stuff as he goes along. Sometimes I think when
I guess I've been rubbing off on
He
Walchuk a
did.
little bit.
My man said
I'm
he
gonna slap Brian around all show today.
Yeah.
My man said 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden you
Said
kind of
at
called him on it,
max
and then
2
you go,
weeks.
well,
I do it
like
every
5
week.
days, maybe. I don't know. that could-
Rewind the tape, Mr. Tape Man.
You said 2 weeks max.
You did,
And then
You
I
did
said,
say
but I
2
do it
weeks.
every week.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
All right.
and then you kind of like, well, trying to conserve water. Like
I think people out
like
there
there's some
Look,
conservationist.
I'm
or
sorry,
something.
I'm not a millionaire.
Uh-huh.
What?
That's right. Not
that
yet.
have
He's getting
Mike?
close.
Yeah.
When he becomes a millionaire, then he will wash his towel at a normal human rate.
He's living by himself now. You think that towel's going to get washed or
No.
those sheets?
I was going to say the bed
Or the
sheets.
sheets.
That's the real
I
thing.
just
That's
washed
the
the
real
sheets.
question.
There's no way those sheets are getting
How
washed.
often do you wash the dang bed sheets?
He's
How
going to
crusty
lie.
are they?
Both are once a week, very
Crusty.
crusty, and that's why I had to wash them because that's where the magic is happening.
Oh, we should do a Room Raiders edition of Walchucks.
Yes.
Oh my
that
gosh.
would be outstanding.
Holland's got the black light. It's time to party.
Oh man, that's.
I'll get us one.
Especially after a night of baby dolls.
We'll make it happen.
Oh, and so that is it. Then she follow the same for you every week.
Yeah, no.
He's got a family.
Yeah, mine is.
Yeah.
It is a little bit weird now because there would
Family
be
towel?
like 3 or 4. Yeah, like I'm using towels that I feel like I know either my wife or my daughter has used. And it's just like, okay, all right, here we go. And I think they just kind of every 3 days or so, the towels become different towels.
My oldest
and I just rock
uses
with it.
a new towel every day.
See,
And I'm like, and I told him,
She living in a hotel?
He was just, I don't know. He's like every day he walks in, I see him go by, grab a towel, and I'm like, didn't you just get one yesterday? He's like, yeah. I'm like, don't do that. We got to wash all these towels at the end of the week.
that's a big flex,
It's a
but
lot.
the bigger
well,
flex
that's bad.
is the double towel guy.
What?
Who needs a waist towel and an upper towel? I bet that's Derek.
Yeah, see,
Derek's got a robe. He's walking around with a robe and a
castle.
towel.
He has somebody that is. He has like personal fanners, that guys that like just fan him off, or ladies, whatever.
You will never get this.
My wife.
I do use one towel.
What was that
Per
voice?
shower.
That's Borat, baby.
Is that Borat? Okay.
He doesn't watch movies.
I don't. Not movie guy.
You know what? We'll do that one night.
Movie night.
We're gonna watch a movie.
Pickleball. You're gonna shower, have towels.
I want to go see pickleball under the
Have
lights.
some butt.
That's awesome.
Under the
You gotta
lights.
play with the wind though.
Oh, with the
What were
wind.
you gonna say?
I can't wait to play in pickleball.
I can't wait either.
I've never played it, but I bought the paddles the other day and everything.
Know
Are you
the
just
rules.
like
He's hitting his kids.
just
with 'em.
imagining right
we,
now?
we play up at APEC and where we train. I'm not kidding. The older people, we're talking older,
Right.
destroy us. It's unbelievable. But they hate when you like. I will spike the crap out of that ball
Because they don't want to get hit by it by accident.
Yeah, and I don't care. You make me run all over the place. Well, then you better believe I'm going to spike the crap out of that ball.
I'm actually going to teach kids tonight, pitchers that are 14 years old, on how to hit people.
Hey,
with
there you
baseball.
go.
Teach
I'm
them,
like,
don't
We need to
be
get
afraid.
the game needs to come back to that.
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
hey, guess
Going
what?
Bob
to. It
Gibson.
won't
Hey,
because
Don
the umpires-
Drysdale.
I'm going to tell them though, like, if you're on deck
and you see a kid throwing, I know this is like for 14-year-old, and you see a kid throwing in the mid 70s, which is firm.
Yeah.
80 is really hard at like 14 years old. And
it terrifying.
the kid gets hit, you accidentally hit a kid in the ribs. And let's say you're the kid on deck. You excited to get in the batter's box?
Don't dig in.
No.
Don't dig in on me.
Right.
And I'm also, on top of that, I'm also teaching my kid, if you hit somebody, don't go up there and be like, hey, man, I'm so sorry. No,
Nah.
we don't need that. It's,
buddy.
you're against
Just-
each other.
You
hate
act
each other
like you
on
meant
there.
to
No,
do
good.
it.
When you just hold your glove up for the umpire to throw you another ball? Is that what you do? Yeah, just kind of.
Yeah, I always try to tell kids it hurts him more than it hurts you.
Yeah.
But like it's an advantage. Like I got to teach these kids how to throw inside, and if you hit them, so what? Advantage you.
Ribs or hip, guys? I mean, which one you go
Butt.
with?
You're trying to go
Ribs?
you're supposed to go lower.
Lower,
Yeah. You go
okay.
up here, it's a little deadly. But you guys got for us on the show today there, Broadus.
Oh, pure gold as always. Thanks for asking there, pitcher. What do we got today, Woolchuck?
Oh, well, you could have just teased Krusty's Corner at 2:40.
Oh, we got that
for
today.
you.
You left it off the schedule yesterday. So
I
I'm
just left
making
it
sure.
off the tweet. You sensitive little
my
whiny
God.
bee.
I am that.
All
Thank
right,
you very
around the
much.
rim at 3 o'clock. And does Brian make it through the whole show? Find out next on the G-Bag Nation.
That is it right there. Coming up next, it is the G-Bag Nation. Till tomorrow, you've been Masterpiece.
Say I love Taco Bell, Corey.
I'm not.
I love Taco Bell,
Derek
Corey.
can do that, yeah.
Blasting out 100. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation, and we are awaiting the official news of the potential end of the Ezekiel Elliott era, I should say, here in Dallas. As I made an error.
Came out of the gates on fire, baby.
Clarence Hill, the time has come. He's got a great article in the Star-Telegram, popped on with Sean and RJ earlier this morning. He was fantastic. You can always hit that Odyssey Radio rewind for that. Jane Slater, she's inquired about Zeke. Here's what she's been told. There's been discussions about his release. Not sure if it's happening today, according to his source. Last I heard, we were trying to make it work, but that was weeks ago. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, and our guy, Carter Freeman, producing your video. The General Gavin Dawson off today with Abby, who is on spring break, and I hope he's having a great time with that. But I think that with Clarence Hill's article, it certainly was one where it's sad. It's a bummer whenever you watch a player that has had a tremendous career with the team that you love so much. But I think as we've talked about this on our show, the time has come. Ezekiel Elliott, where the touchdown numbers are there, and I think he had 9 straight games with a rushing touchdown last year, but he's just not the same player anymore, and he certainly doesn't warrant the money that he's making right now.
No, when I first heard about the rumors, and I was, listening to Clarence this morning, and matter of fact, I called him afterwards, told him I did a great job of, getting the story on that. That's something that I was kind of under the impression that maybe they would try and find a way to work things out, with him. But it also comes down to the fact that they don't want to take him down. They don't want to take down the salary. They don't want to, the more you think about it, their third back last year made around $800,000 last year. They don't want to take him down to the point where it's a veteran minimum or something like that. I think they have too much respect for what he's done, and what he's meant to the organization, playing hurt, being a good teammate. Yeah, let's be honest. I didn't think he would last this long with some of the off the field stuff that was going on with him early in his career. I mean, he matured so much along the way. He's a great teammate, absolute great teammate to have. So, that's that to me is where I think it's at, where with him that they just didn't want to just take him down to the point where he was just, that they wanted to remember him as for what he was, and what he meant to this team. They won a lot of games with him playing running back.
Sure did,
First 4 or 5 years. He got Dak Prescott through those early years.
Absolutely.
With his ability to run the football.
So you guys won't think of that final play at Zeke at center. That won't be how he's remembered in your guys' mind.
Not for me.
You'll have to get through 5 or 6 things before you get to that point.
Yeah.
Because I was one. You know how they do those things where I actually think I saw a team doing it. Mike Pouncey did it. Mike Pouncey did it with the Dolphins. He's been out of the league. Like, he hasn't played in 3 years, and he just signed a 1-day contract to retire with them. And I was thinking it might be fair for them to do like a 1-play contract. Like, first play of the regular season, Zeke, we get the bad taste out of our mouth of him being a center and getting put on his behind and being memed across the internet. And let's not let that be his final play. Let's do a 1-play contract, whatever the dollar amount is there, prorated, and then we can let him, ride off into the sunset. I think that's the fairest way to do it.
I do wonder what the market would be like for Zeke. Whenever this...
I agree, by the way. I couldn't get my bomb on at the time, but I definitely agree with that right there. Because I don't want that to be the last situation for Zeke, because it is very awful.
It was sad.
Yeah, nationwide, they made fun of us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they sure
Worldwide.
did.
This is the Cowboys, Lucius.
Yeah, my bad.
They were talking about us in New Zealand, bro.
Here you go.
The memes was really bad.
Yeah.
But, man,
not fair to him, man.
I don't know. I think that for Zeke, could he just retire? I mean, he did talk to us when we had him on at training camp last year. It was the first time I'd ever heard Zeke even kind of mention thinking about his post-football career. He was like, I don't know how much longer I'm going to play. And he was very open to the idea of sharing carries with Tony Pollard because he could prolong his career. And that's why you really saw the split backfield approach. But I wonder if the Cowboys make the decision to move on, he hits the open market, and maybe there's not a whole lot of buzz or he's not getting the offers that he wants. Would he just play to keep playing? Or do you think that he's done enough in his career, he's made enough money to where I'd say, look, I'm just going to retire?
Oh, well, he absolutely has made enough money to hang him up if he wants to. I mean, that's the beauty of the situation he's in. He will get to decide that if he does have teams calling, and if he doesn't like the offers, then he absolutely could do that, and kudos to him for it. Great on you, bro. You get out relatively unscathed as far as we know. I mean, we know the long-term damage of this stuff, but for sure, you made your money. You can get out of here, retire a Cowboy, no problem. If that's what you want to do, absolutely. He's been afforded that opportunity and that ability, so for sure. But if you want to keep playing and there's teams that want you, then so be it as well. I don't think he's going to have much of a market. I really don't.
903, and I'm just looking at this text here. He says it was grossly overpaid for years. It's not his fault. It's Cowboys' fault. Cowboys the one that paid him. Don't blame the player. You know, you're kind of an idiot if you believe that, if he's grossly overpaid. It's not his fault. He just got what the Cowboys, what the Cowboys felt he was worth.
Yeah, I mean, he held out. His agent, Rocky Arsenault, and him worked out and got the deal that they wanted from the Cowboys.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing with the Cowboys is that, people have taken them to the task of, holding out and doing things or, kind of saying, hey, this is what we want to do. It's what we feel like we're worth. And, ain't his fault. Hey, that's what it is with all these players. You want to sit there and blame Dak and then these guys for what they get. Cowboys are the one they're making the determination. It's their cap. They're making the determination who they want to pay. So, man, to me, when you start to blame these guys and say that they're grossly overpaid, not this guy.
Well, and it really hits you in the face when, we're at Radio Row and you start seeing some of these retired, aging players that come up to us and they'll talk to us for interviews.
Anybody in particular?
You see the physical. I think we can all pick a couple. The physical toll that just playing the game of football has had on their body, not only physically, but also mentally, right? The CTE and everything that goes on. So I'm never going to go ahead and trash the players for cashing in and making the most money possible.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, that's on the team decided to pay them that.
Again, Cowboys fans have every right to rail against the Cowboys for doing it.
You have a short shelf life in this career,
There's people on this text. Again, this is the fault of this text.
Well, I'm surprised you're looking at it.
I know, I am too, but it just was up. And
this is firing you up.
No, it
Krusty?
Absolutely is.
Krusty's getting fired up.
No, people are saying it's his fault. He was overpaid because he didn't live up to what he got paid. That's not his fault. The Cowboys are the ones that gave him the money. I think for a long time, you look at Ezekiel Elliott, he did exactly what you needed him to do. The last couple of years, the knee, he played through a knee injury. He was out there in the field. How many times have your stars or people you think what they deserve to get paid, don't even show up and play? At least that guy went out there and played, banged up or not. That's where I find people, when you start talking about these players' money, you're going down the wrong path, man. You're going down the way wrong path on that.
Cowboys will save $10.9 million in cap space with a post-June 1st cut, if that's the route they decide to go. So we're waiting to see exactly when that becomes official. But Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram reporting that this is looming, that the Cowboys most likely are going to part ways with Ezekiel Elliott. It will be a $5.8 million hit in dead money for the Cowboys. Elsewhere in the NFL, the Eagles did release Darius Slay. So there's another hit to the NFC champion defense there in Filthy, as the Eagles did designate Slay as well as a June 1st release. They're going to save $17.5 million in the cap. On the cap, they're going to go ahead and pay $8.6 million in dead money. So we had heard they were shopping him around. Guess that market didn't heat up, and now they've just gone ahead and moved on.
Yeah, sounds like a no-brainer if you're going to save $17 million against the cap right there. I mean, my gosh. A.J. Brown's not happy about it, though. You saw his GIF that he tweeted out. It was one of those Jonah Hill GIFs from one of the movies he was in where he's just clearly not happy about whatever decision that was just made. So A.J. Brown's seeing talent walk out the door, but that's kind of the way it goes, and that defense is going to look a heck of a lot different now, man. It's Bradbury and Graham are really the only two they've brought back, and everybody else is
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, I think, still out there.
And they're trying to get something worked with him, I saw. And shout out to whoever the insider is. I think this has been a great NFL free agency for, is it Jordan Schultz? Because it's always in the NFL, it's Schefter and Rappaport. And then all of a sudden, here comes young Schultz, man. He's actually breaking news. He's not doing the dove climbing, just regurgitation. He's breaking his news. He's putting his name on it. He's making people that are regurgitating it put his name on it. Shout out to the young Schultz, man.
Schultzy,
We saw him floating around the radio row and doing his thing. He's, he's a taller gentleman. He's got a presence about him.
He does.
Clearly he walks into these rooms and he's just kind of stiff-arming. That's the advantage he has, is he comes across more like a player than a Schefter or a Rappaport. They're like tiny little dudes running around with their computers. Jordan Schultz walks in and is like, hey, man, did you play? I don't know, but yeah, I'll tell you what.
Did you play?
I'm about to.
You look like you could have thrown the football.
I'm about to let you know, Jordan, where I'm about to go.
Some broad shoulders you got there, Jordy. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers today, and speaking of Schefters, he's called out Schefter, and he called out Diana Rossini today. But Aaron Rodgers was on with Pat McAfee. Here's what he had to say regarding his future for 2023.
At this point, as I sit here, I think since Friday, I made it clear that my intention was to play, and my intention was to play for the New York Jets.
Okay. Playing for the New York Jets, Aaron Rodgers. Surprise, surprise. Guys, I'm stunned. I didn't see this coming. I don't know when he made this decision. I can't believe the Jets are going to do this.
Kept everybody in darkness for a while, didn't he?
I really thought he was going to Vegas. I really did.
Honestly, there is no better way to prepare for New York and Gotham
than the darkness,
and then go spend 4 full days.
I was born in it.
Exactly. Yeah, you got to go. You got to go get familiar with the dark, and then you can be like, okay, now I'm prepared physically and mentally.
You thought the
to go
darkness
to New York
was your ally.
and play for that organization. Thank you, Bane. You know what movie that's from?
Adapted to the dark. I was born in it.
Name that movie, Broadus.
What is that? The Batman? One of those
Nice
Batman
work,
shows?
bro. Hey, you
Dark
deserve
Knight
a golf
Rises.
clap for that.
Dark
Get it.
Knight Rises?
Get it.
Dude.
Got me.
You think that they're a legit Super Bowl contender if indeed the Rodgers stuff becomes official? Apparently, the compensation that the Packers want is what's causing this deal to be held up. I think it's a little bit ridiculous. Like, the Packers don't want Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
It's basically Jets or retire. So just take what you can get. If they want to give you a first-round pick, take that first-round pick. Why are the Packers being stingy?
It should be tied into where, and if I'm the Jets, I try and protect myself. I'll give you one this year, and then next year, let's talk about it. If Aaron Rodgers continues to play, or he plays this game of like, I'm not sure if I want to play anymore, if it goes badly and he wants to retire, then the compensation is far less. But I'm not going to sit there and give you 2 1s, with the thought that maybe next year he's not going to be happy and not want to play. You forget that. You're the one that's trying to move. The Packers are trying to move away from a $50 million salary, or more. So to me, if I'm the Jets, I'm like, listen, you have no way out of this. We're your way out of this right now. We'll give you 1, and we'll talk about next year if he continues to play.
Consider yourself stuck. Mavs are going to be back at it again later tonight. They're taking on the Spurs. Luka not going to be playing. We're waiting to hear about Kyrie Irving. We did get some news from Adrian Wojnarowski, though, in regards to Memphis Grizzlies star Ja Morant as he met with NBA Commissioner Adam Silver in New York today. Morant has left a counseling program in Florida and moves closer to ramping up to return for this season. He must wait on a league announcement of findings in his probe, which was expected soon. So we'll hopefully get more information on Ja Morant. But how excited are you guys to watch the Mavs in San Antonio? Did you get something now?
Yeah, no, I don't know if did you just read the Woj breaking news?
No, this was different. Well, this was from like 30 minutes ago. So if you got something fresh, then read the fresh.
8 games without pay
for Ja.
Conduct detrimental to the league, according to Woj. NBA is suspending him.
Okay.
So that's literally almost as you said, Ja Morant. My phone
Boom.
dinged, and I'm like, wait, is he reading the same thing?
No, this was different.
Yeah, this is NBA suspending Ja Morant 8 games without pay for what they're describing as conduct detrimental to the league.
Wow.
A little Woj bomb for you.
Okay. So he's going to miss another game against the Mavs then.
Yes, he is. And we promised not to right? Isn't that the vow we made? We pinky promised with basketball. We were gonna watch the WBC tonight.
Yeah, we're not going to watch the Mavs.
Instead of the Mavs.
Are we boycotting?
I don't know if I saw Broadus's pinky.
Yeah, I've always got to watch the Mavs because I've got to see what's going on with Hardy and with Green and those guys.
You know, the beautiful thing for me is I'm going to be at Baby Dolls from 7 to 9 tonight.
So you're just going to be watching all the sports.
I'll have I'll have the WBC on and I'll have the Mavs on. And I encourage all the Tolos to come hang out with me. Great drink specials, free barbecue, and tons of great entertainment that we're going to be feasting our eyes on. But come on by, say what's up. I'll be there from 7 to 9. We can talk draft. We can talk Mavs, Rangers, Cowboys, whatever you want to talk about. It's a party out there.
Dang right it is. Walchuk's giving out free draft takes. He's got his button.
Usually I charge.
So this is going to be a big time night, man. Very excited. I'm happy for you, Walchuk. Happy for the Tolos too.
Thank you. Stars losing to the Canucks 5-2. The Canucks
tired hockey team playing last night.
What the hell? They've won 5 in a row. Stars though still the number 2 seed right now in the West behind the Golden Knights. They've got 90 points. Stars have 87. They're in a tie there with the Kings. Stars getting a little bit banged up now. You got Sags who's hurt. So, I mean, look, hopefully this final stretch before the playoffs, they can figure this out together. I know we got a new Spits and Suds podcast up with our guy Gavin Spittle. If you want that, you can always find that on 1053thefan.com and our Odyssey podcast, as they've got all your Dallas Stars hockey fix for you there. All right, coming up next, a spring break tradition unlike any other. The Masters, next on The Fan.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford.
from the Twitter account of Adam Schefter, Dallas Cowboys and running back Ezekiel Elliott officially are parting ways, and he now will be a free agent. It is official. Ezekiel Elliott and the Dallas Cowboys have broken up, if you will. Breaking news right here on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today and hang out with me and Walchuk on Sunday afternoons on the BetQL app. So it is, it's official, boys. There it goes. There it goes. Amicable. All is well. Broadus, in your mind, you're thinking probably didn't even ask him to take the pay cut because that seems a little bit too disrespectful. Hey, you're going from like the highest paid running back in the league to league minimum.
Yeah.
Not cool.
Yeah, not cool at all for them, and not cool at all for the player. But this market this is why I wouldn't have given Tony Pollard the franchise tag. Just because I don't feel like the running back market is going to be, now maybe next week things pick up and you get some guys signed, but not for the money that you think that they're going to sign for. So they're giving him an opportunity to go out there and explore and see if that's what he wants to do. But I wouldn't have given Pollard the franchise tag.
Yeah,
I would have gambled. I think the running back market is, with what we've seen so far in the college draft, that it's people are going to take opportunities, or they're going to wait and sign somebody on the cheap that's out there on the street right now. So paying Tony Pollard $10 million, I don't think was a good thing for them. I think they had a really good day yesterday. Cowboys front office did a lot of things I didn't think they were going to do. But the one with Pollard, that's the one that's got my scratching my head a little bit.
I agree with you, and we just saw David Montgomery, who was one of the better running backs on the market, get 3 years, $18 million from the Lions. So you're looking at $6 a year. And I think Pollard right now is better than Montgomery, but he is coming off of that injury. And most people seem to not think that that's going to be an issue. Like, he'll be ready to go for training camp. You shouldn't worry about it. They don't think it's going to affect his speed, his burst, all those things. And let's just hope that that is the case. But I agree with you, Brian. I think the $10 million cap, the tag for him is a little bit rich right now when you look at what the market is. And look, kudos to the Cowboys. I'm happy for them for making this decision today, at least to move on from Zeke.
Okay, gut feeling right now. Is Zeke on a team in week 1? I will say no.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to go with yes, and I'm going to guess that team is the Houston Texans.
Okay. Leave it up to the Texans. They want all of our people, right? Weren't they trying to get Leighton Vander Esch? And
they signed Noah Brown. They like to kind of bring in older veteran running backs. They did it with our guy Rex Burkhead.
Well, let's here's the reason why I don't think so is just when you look at the production, if you remove the name and you look at the production, you're going to say this is not what you would call quality NFL running back right now. Secondly, are we not in the midst of an offseason where there is maybe the best running back draft class we've seen in some years?
Yes.
We're in the midst of a free agent market right now that's actually saturated at the position, so much so that we're talking about all these cheap deals, and man, might like to have that $10 million guaranteed on the tag back for Pollard, because there's plenty of running backs that are out there right now that are solid and younger and have less miles on their body than a guy like Zeke does. So with all that being said, I will go with no. I don't think Zeke will be on a team right here. All right, 877-881-1053. It is officially official. Zeke and the Cowboys are no longer a duo, and we will see what happens with Zeke moving forward. This is going to be a really interesting storyline to follow in the offseason. What teams are interested in Zeke, and how interested is Zeke in playing for another team?
Zeke is capable of getting in shape.
Oh,
We've seen him do that, and and like I said, I mean, it might be a situation if he goes to the right situation too, where they have a feel for how to use him and not ask him to do some things that he can't do, but capable of the inside running stuff, the short yardage stuff. If with the way that teams are, with the way they rotate backs, you could absolutely see a market for him. But again, it's not going to be anything
substantial financially.
Well, but if he wants to keep playing.
Fair text from the 903 with the Austin Eckler stuff going down with the Chargers and the relationship with Kellen Moore.
Could he go to the Chargers?
I don't know if that's a selling point or not. I don't know if Kellen Moore's in there saying, no, we want nothing to do with this guy, or vice versa, where he's in there going, no, this is a guy we'd like to have. But
Cincinnati with what's happening with Joe Mixon?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, I think there's going to be some opportunities for him if the money matches what he wants and he wants to keep playing.
Man, honestly, I think, and I don't know, maybe not because we hate this team so much, but it would be fun. We know the team that could get the most out of it.
Say the Eagles.
No, not the Eagles.
Okay, thank goodness.
The Niners.
Oh, okay.
I would love to know, what could Kyle Shanahan do with this guy?
Do you think he does try and make him Kyle Juszczyk 2.0?
Well, he's already got Juszczyk, so I don't know if you necessarily need him, but sure. I mean, yeah, I'm sure he would carve out some type of H-back, fullback, running back, short yardage, or maybe not because it's Kyle Shanahan and he can make do with just about any talent in the backfield and make them look pretty dang respectable. That would be a fun experimental thing. Go to the best rushing attack and offense that turns average running backs into really good ones, and can they get something out of you? I don't know, but the Chargers and Austin Eckler and Kellen Moore, that would make some sense for sure.
Zeke was so good, man. I mean, now you're starting to see all the videos of the highlight reel, like Prime Zeke was so much fun to watch. PFF just tweeted out end of an era in Dallas, and he was, man. I mean, Prime Zeke was special.
Did you ever find yourself going down Prime Zeke YouTube rabbit holes? Because, there's nothing more fun. I know, and Broadus, you're a YouTube expert, and I know you're doing a lot of the barbecue stuff, but you do all your television-style consumption through YouTube.
I have not.
And it's so fun to just pick a player and then just start going down the rabbit hole of their best career moments and highlights, whether it be in any sport, really. Maybe tonight's the night we do that with Zeke, and then we end up like Wolverine in the bed with the framed photo.
Yeah,
we get all emotional.
We're staring and we're looking and we're staring. What was your favorite Zeke moment? 877-881-1053 as we say goodbye to Ezekiel Elliott.
The touchdown he had at Heinz Field.
Yeah,
to seal that game against the Steelers.
That was huge.
That was a crazy game, and the Cowboys were trying to find ways to lose that game, and for him to bust through the line right there and finish that run the way he did. That was awesome.
The one touchdown run he had where he just splits the entire defense up the middle versus the Bengals.
Right here at AT&T. Yeah.
Oh, man, that was beautiful. Out. But you're right. Number one probably is the Steelers play.
And the hurdle over the Eagles. All right, more Zeke to come. But right now we throw it into the Pimp Cup, Lucius Alexander, and a Hump Day edition of G-Bag of the Day.
What award ceremony was that when Zeke had the half shirt on and he went viral for that situation?
The draft?
The draft. That was the draft, yeah.
That was my favorite Zeke moment right there.
That's a good one, LA.
That's it. It's my favorite Zeke moment. I'm pretty sure DJ D-Train is out here going to the Reddies having a celebration for old Zeke. Old DJ D-Train.
That's right. Get some bars.
Is that guy? Did he?
Is that the one Zeke punched?
I'm pretty sure he got a Cadillac out of it.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Did he?
Some pocket change.
Did he move to another city to be a DJ?
I don't know.
I think he did.
Really? I would use it. I would use the logo and everything.
No.
I would have me with like the little X's over my eyes and my punch getting like a Mike Tyson punch out. My face looking all punched out with a fist right there. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm the guy. I'm the guy that got beat up by Zeke on autograph or something.
I think the police were looking to question him, and he was nowhere in town. I think that happened to him.
Better go make that money.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, man, I'm crushing this Greek salad. Feeling good over here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Prepping the body for those wings tonight?
100% I am for the wings tonight. She said, don't you eat too much. I'm going to cook you some wings. I said, all right, girl.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. That's the best way. Is that the single best thing you could hear as you walk out the door for the day?
Yeah, it's fantastic. No, she dropped me off like I was a little boy. Yeah, she likes when she on her
off days. Did she give you lunch money?
She likes she 100% did.
Did she write a little?
She bought this Eaties that I'm eating over here.
Did she write a little note on the napkin for you?
Yeah, she would have.
See,
have a great day, Bill.
Yeah. I happened to be driving by when you were getting out of the car.
Yeah,
I didn't want to say anything.
No, you should have stopped and waved.
Because I got to go that direction. I was going to say, I wonder if he needs a ride home because I got to go through your area to get to where I got to go. Mm-hmm. So I was going to offer, but I figured you guys maybe had a little dinner date or something like that. The reason she dropped you off.
Yeah. No, on her off day, she likes to pick me up and drop me off as her way of watching me. She says, I like spending time with you. Now you just keeping my eyes on you, boy.
I know you're going to be at Baby Dolls tonight.
The moment my wife found out we were on YouTube, she was like, okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm watching you. Which one of these is Lucius's work wife? It's Broadus.
She's like, oh, I thought it was the juggy one.
Our winner is a horse rancher. I feel like somebody told him, man, if you just jump online and show him everything you do, you'll go viral. Well, he did that. And there's trolls. He didn't know about the trolls, actually. So he had a little word for the trolls. Here we go.
All of those who think it's cool to sit back in the safety of their mother's basement, make clips of my videos, and talk shit about me out there on the internet.
Pilgrim.
You little f***ers have no idea the life I've lived. 41 years working professionally with horses. 30 of those spent as a remote wilderness guide.
Did a lot of
I did
movies.
shit on a daily basis that would make you bitches piss yourself. Yeah. I stood down 9 grizzly bear charges in my life, 5 black bear charges. And I once stepped up and stuffed an 8-foot Tom Cougar square in the fucking mug with my walking stick to save one of my dogs. I watched 17 horses lose their lives out there. I lost 3 good friends. And I've held the lifeless body of my best friend in my arms. I've heard my own bones snap. I've stitched my fucking body twice myself. And I've felt the searing fucking heat of a hot brand. You fuckers have no idea what tough is sitting back in your fucking mom's basement, going to work in your cubicle, stopping by 7-Eleven on the way home, and then talking trash about fellas like me. You know what? I feel sorry for you fuckers, I really do.
Sorry for you.
I feel sorry for you, you know?
Sorry.
Come on.
Man's Scandinavian.
Come on, guy.
Just got to get some more pucks in front of the cage, you know?
Good job. R.I.P. to the great Bobby Caldwell. Yeah,
Bobby
talk to him, Bobby. All right, not too much before we get charged. Not too much, Bobby. Not too much on Bobby today. Let's see. How about this? I got this from one of you guys. You nosebleed fellas.
What's up, baby?
Because it came from the nosebleed account.
Oh, okay, that was.
So I didn't know which one of you fools did it, but I know one of you fools did it.
Yeah, I'll raise my hand. This one's on me. You can
the
blame
announcer
me.
for the Ole Miss and Jacksonville State baseball game.
I listen. After you hear the contents of this, you'll know for sure it didn't come from Walchuk.
It's not funny.
Do I need to go earmuffs?
It's not funny. It's not funny. Yeah, this is one hell of a slip up.
Designated Hitler. Excuse me, designated hitter looking to get aboard. Sorry about that, folks.
Sorry about that, folks.
What?
That'll get you.
I get it now.
Designated Hitler.
Sounds like some childhood game we would play we're not supposed to play.
No.
Because when the kid introduced me to the knocking game and running off, he didn't even care what I looked like. He just told me what it really was. I was like, all right.
And you're putting me in a real bad spot here.
All right, dog.
Lucius, I would have never guessed this is what Bobby Caldwell looked like.
You need to stop.
I would have never guessed.
Turn your computer. Let me see him.
You like that Bobby Caldwell?
Little blue-eyed soul right there. Oh, you know what? I love how Broadus mentions it, then you fools start doing your Googles. Even though I said it before, nobody moved.
You did.
No. It's a phenomenon.
I didn't think that he would look weird.
It's okay. Well, I don't think he looks weird.
He doesn't look weird. It's not. The voice doesn't match how he looks.
Broadus said he got too much soul to be looking like this.
I've seen this guy.
How about this?
He got way too much soul.
Mike Bassick, he says it's all about baseball now. No more basketball.
Yeah.
And I'm not even gonna repeat it. I'm gonna let him say this about Jason Kidd.
Tonight is baseball night.
It's definite.
Basketball, go stick it up your rear end. You don't try for 55 games, and then you're like, oh, we think we might want to try, but injuries have caused these issues. Jason Kidd, stick it up your butt.
Okay.
You know what has caused these issues?
Bro.
Well, your dumbasses didn't try for 50 games. That's what's causing the issues with the Dallas Mavericks. Those dumbasses didn't try for 50 games. And then they had to make a trade where they're like, oh, no, we're in bad shape. Let's go trade for Kyrie Irving. Why? Because the dumbasses didn't try. So if you would have tried a little bit harder, you'd had a better record and be in better shape. But instead, you said, screw basketball until we get past the All-Star break. And now it's like, oh, these injuries have been the problems. My ass, these injuries have been the problems. Your problems have been you didn't try at basketball for 50 games. Derek, let's go to.
Let's switch.
Good segue.
The conversation.
This is old Josh Young's fault because he was talking about getting it shoved up the butt, in the minors.
Okay, relax.
It's true.
Well, he did. Now Mike thinks that he can just talk about the butts all the time.
He said he actually played against a minor league team called the Butt Shovers, and they did exactly that. I mean,
The butt shovers.
They weren't.
I can't believe I repeated it on the radio.
You just did. Why?
No. We got it. We got a dump.
You handle all that.
No. We got a
right?
dump. Yeah. There was definitely a dump there.
Good.
Good God, I can't believe we.
After the
anyway.
shoving.
He's
After the
shoving it.
Relax.
Sorry.
Okay. Jeez, bro. All right, anyway.
You blame Bassick for this.
We got to go. Hey, so anyway, I'm going to play this little extra thing right here, though, real fast, okay, for you. You go to a fly little restaurant or a bar or something, they got a cool little bathroom. You want to take a bathroom photo of yourself?
Oh, okay.
But there's other people in the restroom.
Can't do that.
Oh, yeah.
All in the middle of a nice little video for the bathroom. All right, let's vote.
That's amazing.
We do have restroom revelations coming up next hour.
I should have waited for that one.
Oh, man. Okay. I think I'm actually going to run it back with the champ here, boys. That's what I'm doing. Lucius?
Yes, sir. Me too.
I'll throw a vote towards Mike. He's a Vite.
I'm going to vote for the Marlboro Man myself.
All right, by a score of 3-1, and it is now the two-time champion. Congratulations to that gentleman. Ezekiel Elliott, no longer a member of the Cowboys. We have one team already allegedly interested. We'll give you that, plus some Krusty's Corner. Where we headed, sir?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a scouting report on your new corner. We'll talk about him next.
Coming up Thursday morning.
the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts. It's more than Silverados, Equinox, Tahoes, Traverse, Malibus, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. The Cowboys have informed Ezekiel Elliott they are releasing him. Apparently, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are interested. So we're about to get into some Krusty's Corner here on 105.3 The Fan. Do want to remind everybody, come hang out with us at the Eagles Nest tomorrow, 8455 Boat Club Road in Fort Worth. We got a live broadcast out there from 2 to 7 as we watch the first full day of the NCAA tournament with you. And then on Friday, you've got the KNC Masterpiece. You're going to be at RJ Duke Sports. They've got their live broadcast in McKinney. But then back at the Eagles Nest is going to be the Get Right from 7 to 11. And Eric and myself are going to be hanging out there as well. So that's going to be a lot of fun. We always love going out to the Eagles Nest. Join us tomorrow from 2 to 7. And then the Get Right's going to be out there from 7 to 11. But how about the Bucs having some interest already in one Ezekiel Elliott?
Kind of makes sense for them, as far as they look at veteran backs. That's, you look at, what they've played with the last couple of years.
Leonard Fournette. Yeah. And, they were one of the poor rushing teams in the league last year.
Right. So they're like, let me get the next closest thing to Leonard Fournette.
I just feel like the thing with Elliott, maybe it's about a rotation. And that's short yardage stuff, goal line stuff. I mean, the guy's a capable finisher. When he gets down in that area and stuff like that, if you don't trust your guy at a inexpensive price, I don't think he's going to command a lot of. I don't think a lot of these running backs. I just feel like this draft is just so deep with them that the running back market is going to be, guys are going to have to scramble probably for what money they can get on 1-year deals.
Yeah.
I don't see this as being anybody paying anybody any long-term money for these backs, especially with the number of backs. Now, let me ask you this. I'm gonna ask you this question. I'll ask both of you guys this question. This comes from David Hellman. That was a really good question on Twitter. He asked, in the draft, would you rather have the second tight end in the draft or the second running back in the draft?
Probably the second.
Now that you know what you know about Zeke and, with Schultz being gone now too, likely.
Yeah, I'd rather have, and you guys study this more than I do, so maybe I'm wrong, but I would just rather have the tight end. I think the difference between running back 4 and running back 2 is probably not all that big. You could probably, with the amount of running backs that are available in this draft, I'm going, if I end up with the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th best running back, I'm going to be okay with that.
Yeah, see, this is just one of those cases where both those positions are pretty deep.
Yeah.
So they do stretch. But I think, for me, it's Michael Mayer is my tight end too. For you, what is it, Dalton Kincaid?
Yeah, it's Kincaid.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, if my 2 was Kincaid, I'd probably go Kincaid. But, my number 2 running back's Gibbs. And I think
my number 2 running back is Gibbs as well.
Yeah.
From Alabama.
I think I would rather have Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, that dude is really freaking good. And I think my number 3 back would be Zach Charbonnet. And I do think the gap between Gibbs and Charbonnet is a little bit bigger than the gap
UCLA.
Out of UCLA between the next tight end. Normally, I think that you're right, Eric, but this is a really good tight end class to where it's like, man, I even watched Wiley out of Cincinnati upon your recommendation.
Sure.
That dude's good. I mean, that dude can play. He's huge. He's 6'7". He can block. He's got a big wingspan. So, if you've got a chance to get a real bell cow like Gibbs, I think could be, I might want to do that because I think this offense is going to run the hell out of him.
Where do you have Spears from Tulane?
I'd take him in the 2nd round.
Okay. See, he's more of a 4th for me. And the reasons, I've got McIntosh from Georgia and Johnson from Texas in the 3rd, and then Evans from Ole Miss would be my 3rd round guys.
I like Roschon a lot. I got him as a 3rd.
See, but that's what I'm saying. This thing, if you're the Cowboys, I don't feel you have to take. I don't think you're forced.
You don't. I think both of those are ones where it's like, if you didn't want to take one and there's a lineman there you like, or even one of the corners like we talked about earlier, you don't have to take either position. You could wait and probably address that in the 2nd and the 3rd round if you wanted, because those are the 2 that stretch the most.
I kind of feel like that the cornerback spot stretches too for you. When you start to look at the guys that maybe are the 3rd round corners, 3rd round tight ends, 3rd round backs, I just, with the Cowboys, I wonder I wonder now with them signing Gilmore or trading for Gilmore, excuse me. I wonder if that's taken him out of the first round market for a corner.
Yeah, the position I think you really got to just go ahead and snag if it's there and you like a guy in the first round would be a receiver. There's a receiver you like, you just need to take him at 26 because you're not going to have a lot of options. And then the other would be probably a lineman, an offensive lineman, tackle or guard for me.
What if they traded for a wide receiver? And just, or, what if they, we talked about the guy down in Houston, or they did the thing with, with Hopkins. If they traded for a wide receiver, would that take you out of that as well? So you eliminate wide receiver, cornerback. Would that leave you with just a tight end or a runner if you're looking for offensive positions?
Not for me, because I still feel like I don't want to neglect the offense at all. And I would love for them to make a trade for Hopkins or Cooks. I think that would be really, really nice for them. But I still think the offense was your problem. The offense was your problem. And their defense, they're bringing their guys back, and they're bringing Gilmore, and I'm totally on board with that. The Gilmore trade is a no-brainer trade. Vander Esch was really good last year. Donovan Wilson's one of my favorite players. But my gosh, man, your offense is your issue. And so at some point, you got to restock that thing. And you're not just one even DeAndre Hopkins away from saying, okay, we feel good about our offense now. I think you're going to need another young back that you like. Probably if you can go get a stud tight end in this draft, I think that would behoove you. But wide receivers, I'm not in the business of trusting Michael Gallup and trusting Jalen Tolbert. So I want this offense just needs an influx of weapons. I'm not neglecting the offense at all here, as long as there's, respectable players that it's like worth it to take there.
Yeah. I mean, that's why during the draft show, with Brian and I and Kyle Yeomans this morning on DallasCowboys.com, I brought up, look, you might just need to, if you don't address that via trade or free agency, and that's still your biggest glaring hole, I think you might need to get aggressive and trade up to go get one of these receivers that you like. Because you're going to have, I think, a run right before the Cowboys pick at 26 on these guys.
Yeah, we did that this morning, and actually you can go back and listen to the draft show when you're done with us here. And we talked about that, and we had, with Smith and Jigba going at 12 to the Houston Texans, right? But then the run on the receivers started right around 21.
Mm-hmm.
So depending on, would you trade up for a wide receiver, the first one could be gone at 12. The next ones could be gone 21, 22, 24.
Yeah, and the Giants right in front of you. Yeah, they need a receiver.
Right in those spots as well. So it's kind of interesting. I don't know if they'll trade up for a wide receiver. I just don't think they will.
I'm not usually in the trade-up business, but if you can get a nice deal moving up a few spots to get Jackson Smith, I'd be totally in on it, man.
All right, I promised you a report on Stefan Gilmore, and I'll tell you what, this cat can still play. He can play. And the thing about him is you could play him inside. You could play him outside as well. He can match him up against tight ends, big wide receivers, smaller wide receivers. He's really kind of a one-stop shop when it comes to how you want to play him. And I kind of felt like that he preferred to play in off coverage more than he really wanted to play in up tight. But I'm not saying he can't play up tight. I think he wants to play at depth and break on the ball. I think that's what he does.
Still man-to-man kind of thing, but not bump and run man-to-man.
Yeah, he could still play. He could still play up on you and run with you. That's not a problem. I mean, I felt like he could kind of encompass all the various skill people that offenses throw at you. So but I kind of felt like his big part of it is play back and then drive. That's because this guy's got really, really, really good instincts. The ball skills are very good. He is he could be a physical cover guy if he absolutely have to. I saw a couple where there were some holding calls. He got some PIs, but that's what all these cornerbacks kind of deal with.
Nature of the business, man. Especially these days with all the amazing wide receivers that are in the NFL.
That's absolutely right. He's still good in run support. He's a good tackler. He might have lost a little bit of a step from what we've seen in the past.
Yeah.
But he's an athlete. I mean, he's number one. And the number one thing, and I was talking to some guys about this around the league about him. I called some people that would know him well up in New England. And they're like, listen, this guy's a pro. I mean, he is a pro first and foremost. He's a mature player. He's got a pro voice in that room. in the meeting room and stuff. And these guys are like, listen, you couldn't be around a better guy. So that's what, when you start talking about a guy that's a veteran guy that can play, that can make plays, is still capable of doing it. But in that room, if you've got some of those young corners, if you've got guys who need to hear that reassuring voice, see a guy making plays, this was a really good get. When you're starting to talk about a 5th round compensatory pick, you just gave up Cedric Wilson to get this guy. This sounds like a really, really, really good get for the Cowboys.
Good for guys like Deron Bland, even a youngster like Nashawn Wright, who's going to be in his 3rd year. I mean, heck, it's
Diggs, McQuamu.
I think Diggs, it could be a great influence on him. When you talk about being frustrated with the missed tackles, that might be a guy that says, "Hey, we can't be doing that."
This was a super player to watch when it came to he's not going to make mistakes. Things are not going to get. He's not going to be off balance in the way he covers and all that. I mean, there's just a lot of really, really positive things about him. As far as playing him opposite, Dallas was in such a bind towards the end of the year trying to find somebody that could play. This guy will line up and play for you and play well.
Yeah, I think it was a fantastic no-brainer move. Absolutely great job yesterday by the Cowboys front office, getting Gilmore. You bring back Leighton Vander Esch. You bring back Donovan Wilson. We'll wait and see what else is the big news today, that the Cowboys have let Ezekiel Elliott know that they are moving on, and it will be a post-June 1st designated release. So the Cowboys will save just under $11 million in cap space. They'll owe him over $5 million, though, in dead money. All right, coming up next, let's go around the rim. Mavs are playing tonight. Would any of these ideas actually fix the Mavs? And somebody lost his teeth yesterday. We'll tell you who next on The Fan.
Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation, and it's officially the new league year in the NFL. All deals can now be made official. The big news in the previous hour, Ezekiel Elliott and the Cowboys are parting ways as the Cowboys informed Zeke that he will be released. It's a June 1st designated release for Zeke, and it's already the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that have expressed interest, which makes some sense. Skip Pete, his former running back coach here, is now the running backs coach in Tampa. So there is a relationship. So we'll wait and see what happens with the future of Zeke. How are you feeling? Is this a big bummer for you, or was it just time to move on? 877-881-1053 as we reflect back on Ezekiel Elliott's career. We're about to go around the rim as well. Mavs are taking on the Spurs tonight as they look to get back in the win column. No Luka Doncic. We're waiting to hear about Kyrie Irving. It's Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman, and you are Turn It On, Leave It On Tolos. Appreciate you rocking with us here on this hump day afternoon. Eric, the Zeke stuff, we kind of expected and were hoping that this is what the Cowboys would do. But now that it's happened, where are we looking?
Well, I do wonder, do you guys feel like you're going to get an extension from the Cowboys and Pollard, or do you think he plays on the franchise tag? And like, what skill set type of running back are we looking at complementing Pollard here? Do we want another one of these short yardage thumper Ezekiel Elliott style dudes, or does it really matter? Just get the most talented guy despite skill set. Like, I don't know what McCarthy's looking for here in the type of running back, but I know there's a bunch of running backs, and there's some right in this state. Is it A-Chain? Is it Miller? A&M, TCU. You know about the two running backs at Texas with Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson.
I'd have to throw Eric Gray in there from Oklahoma as well as a guy if you want to talk about a Big 12 type of a flavor of these running backs and stuff like that. I kind of feel like that Eric Gray is a guy that you can mention with you. Roschon Johnson is another. I mean, there's some really, really good backs here in our backyard that could fit that. Kendry Miller, I watched him last night from TCU. I'm sorry, guys, I'm real late on the party with Kendry Miller.
Getting emotional talking about him?
No,
I
lose my voice when the longer I talk, it just goes away. So I've done 2 hours of shows already before I got here.
Yeah, and then you probably got Love of the Star tonight as well.
No, we did that last night, and I encourage you, Bobby and I felt like did a pretty good job. But with Kendry Miller, man, this guy, when you 5'11", 215 pounds, I'm not going to sit there and act like today, there's things they throw him, the screens and stuff like that. I have a feeling that the Cowboys are looking for a lot more in the passing game from their running backs. They've got to figure out ways to get, with Pollard, the screens, things like that. They've got to figure out ways to take advantage of these guys in space. And there's several backs. The Kenny McIntosh kid from Georgia catches the ball. Guy. I mean, 6 foot, 204 pounds. I mean, this guy is, he runs with some toughness. He bounces off guys. Kendry Miller, TCU, same thing. You hand him the ball. It's kind of, they hand it to him sideways on the inside handoff. And then the next thing you know, it's, he's attacking the line or he's bouncing to the outside. I mean, there's a lot of these backs that have traits that you would love. Just the physicality which they carry the ball, and several of them catch the ball very well. And I kind of feel like this is why the Cowboys have moved on from Elliott.
Yeah,
they've moved on. And even with Pollard being banged up, you could plug one of these guys in. I don't think you necessarily have to have that thumper you were talking about, because a lot of these guys do have good size, good weight, and they will bounce off. Tacklers will bounce off them, without being that type of guy.
Yeah, I love what you said about Kenny McIntosh out of Georgia. To me, he's a guy that would be a Tony Pollard-like replacement if he left. I felt the same way about Eric Gray, because you saw him line up all around the formation, and he was able to play out of the slot some. Not a guy that breaks a ton of tackles, but he usually falls forward, sets people up in the hole pretty well. With Kendry Miller, Roschon Johnson, I think those are 3 down backs, personally. And Kendry, you're right, it was simplistic in terms of, hey, basically we're going to throw checkdowns and screens his way. But he did a good job adjusting to the football. Not a lot of great throws always to him from Max Duggan, and he found a way to make those completions. But I think he might have the best balance of any running back in this entire class, Kendre Miller.
At 5'5", man. I mean, low man wins. He's the shortest guy to ever enter Indianapolis as a player, right? For the combine. Shortest of all time. He's the SOT, I think, Kendre Miller.
No.
Who are you talking about, bro?
I thought Kendre Miller was the shortest of all time.
No.
5'11", 215.
Are you talking Deuce Vaughn?
Oh, maybe it was Deuce Vaughn.
K-State?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is it one
His
of the
dad's a
different
scout.
Deuce
purple
Vaughn's
bags?
fun.
Yeah.
Is Deuce Vaughn respectable?
I'd be in on some Deuce Vaughn action, absolutely. I
Dad's a
just don't know
scout
if the Cowboys,
with the Cowboys
would.
Yeah. Dad's a good scout, too.
But if you want a bruiser that's just going to be able to essentially fill what Zeke was and just get you some...
Don't make fun of me, Broadus. I'm sorry. I got the names wrong.
You're okay.
It's two running backs that are in the Big 12 that wear purple uniforms.
It was funny.
My apologies.
It was funny because I'm guilty of like looking at my phone and like, by the way, if we can move around some things for 420, Jane Slater is going to join us at 420 today.
Okay, perfect.
It will go a little bit earlier on your top.
I can bump my stuff up to 4
Yeah,
o'clock.
so Jane Slater's going to come on 420 with us.
Let's party, Jane.
But that's what I was doing. I was taking care of that. And then sometimes, you don't always hear what's going on.
Yeah, you thought you were the odd man out.
I thought
Turns out it was me.
I thought I was the guy that wasn't listening very well.
I have that. No, unfortunately, I was listening well. I just generally I mixed up the names there.
They're all good. It happens. Chris Rodriguez out of Kentucky is the guy if you wanted just a bruiser back to fill what Zeke was giving you. That dude is downhill, no nonsense. He's not super fast, explosive, shifty, but I love the way he runs. There's something about that kid that I'm a big fan of. But my guy's Tyjae Spears. Like, if I had to pick two crushes out of this running back class that I think can do everything for you, it's Zach Charbonnet out of UCLA. A lot of wear and tear on that body.
He is a fun player to study.
And he's a big boy and moves really well. And then it's Tyjae Spears out of Tulane.
What would be the round that would surprise you of the Cowboys waiting to draft? Like, would you be surprised if it was the first running back they select is like in the 4th round?
I think 3rd round
would
be the latest.
Third round would be the latest.
I think 3rd would be the latest too. But I mean, like I say that, and I've already kind of put together my board.
If you want a Roschon Johnson, I think you gotta do that in the 3rd. And I'm not that into Chase Brown now. I know people are texting in. I mean, Chase Brown was okay. He was solid, not a bad player. I think it's probably a 4th round guy.
Yeah, me personally, if you're gonna give me one of those 4th round guys, I'll take Tank Bigsby out of Auburn.
Okay.
If you're going to give me, because I know he can run between the tackles. I know he could carry the ball to the edge. I know he's good on short yardage. I know he's good on the goal line, and I know he catches the football well. Like to me, their 3rd, 4th round, there might be. I watched the kid, the kid from Pitt,
Abaconda?
It's
Abanaconda?
Abanaconda.
He's got skinny legs.
Wait, we have an Abanaconda in this draft?
Abacanda, I think is how you say it.
No,
however you want to say it. I'm going Abanaconda.
Abacanda, I think is how you say it.
Well, let's get him on the phone.
Yeah, we need to get Abacanda from Pittsburgh. And this to me would be a very, very interesting guy, just because he's super, super productive when you watch him when they hand him. I mean, like they're playing against Tennessee and Virginia Tech, North Carolina, these games, and he's like 5'10", he's 216, and he's got this incredible lower body power.
Yeah,
I mean, he just slams into people, and I love the way he just kind of keeps driving for extra yards.
He's always lowering the shoulder.
The vision to make the cuts and all these things. The Cowboys, yeah, absolutely. I say it wrong.
Anaconda.
Abanaconda. You guys keep saying it wrong and it's messing me up.
He reminded me of maybe
Izzy is his first name.
Yeah, Izzy. Maybe he reminded me of a little bit of a bigger Alfred Morris. Just puts his foot in the ground and boom.
Yeah.
Hits the hole.
That's a pretty
you like
good,
that?
That's pretty good right there.
Yeah. He's not a bad player at all. And to me, I think that he's about a 4th, 5th round guy.
Yeah.
Well, after the last 7 or 8 minutes of hearing you guys just spit a bunch of running back names at me that you like, this is all good news because it sounds like there's about 15
you got options, man.
solid running backs littered throughout this draft, and you can replace Zeke and potentially even a year early our guy Pollard. Get the future.
A-Chain would be a Pollard replacement for you Aggie fans
because he's the speed demon.
He's a speed guy.
That guy's a finisher. I mean, you start to talk about start-stop quickness and violent cuts. Watching a running back, I don't have to tell you that. If you watch Texas A&M football, you know what I'm speaking about, man. I mean, don't let that size fool you at 5'9", 188.
Packing a punch.
That guy's running with some purpose. Really is.
No doubt. Zach Evans has some off the field issues for people that are texting his name in. I know a lot of
talent in that body.
A lot of talent in that body, but I don't know that he's a super coachable individual.
Around the rim?
Yes. Jane Slater at 420. Wooly Bully top 10 at 4 o'clock. That is beautiful. And right now we cut the lights out. We put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer, and the G-Bag Nation's going all the way around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
All right, we'll try and fix the Mavs a little bit later on in the program. I do need to let the people know that poor Torrey Craig last night
Torrey
just got absolutely crushed by full steam ahead Greek freak Giannis. He's listed at 6'11", 243. No way he's 243 pounds. He's bigger than that. That dude has more muscle in his body than he knows what to do with. 243, no chance. That's 6'11", 265 pounds coming screaming down the court, right into the face, right into the mouth of Torrey Craig of the Phoenix Suns. And I believe Giannis and the Bucks just lived at the free throw line last night. Monty Williams of the Suns was venting about that into the microphones in his post-game presser. And they actually called the foul on Torrey Craig when Giannis ran through his chest and knocked one of his teeth out of his mouth. So hopefully Torrey Craig and the NBA have some good dental insurance. Are you guys familiar off the top of your head? Now, Bryce, this is probably not a question for you. So you weren't totally confident in how many letters were in the alphabet.
26.
Do you know?
Is that right?
26 is correct.
Right.
Not 23, which was your first response.
I know.
Thank God we gave you the mulligan.
I forgot the X, Y, and the Z.
Do you know, before we get to Damian Lillard here, do you know how many teeth the average adult, or not the average adult, just a normal human has in their mouth? Do you know that number?
No.
30?
That's a good call. That's a good guess.
32?
Good guess.
Did I overshoot it?
32.
32.
Okay, let's go.
I didn't look it up. I just guessed.
But how many does Miles Austin have? That's the question.
And how many did Anthony Davis used to have before he got that bag? Questions we'll never know. And Torrey Craig officially has 31, unless he's already gotten into that.
My man got rolls and rolls and rolls of teeth.
My man's like
the Kardashian.
Mac the Knife, the shark.
Yeah.
My man's got rows of teeth.
Yeah. Mouthpiece just mess him up. I gotta get a custom mouthpiece for me, bro.
He's got an inner tube.
Respectfully.
He's got a big old inner tube.
Nothing but respect for old Miles Austin. All right, can we squeeze in a little Dame time here?
Yeah, Damian Lillard, he's opening up about he's not liking the way the NBA is right now. Dame, take it away.
Yeah.
It's not the NBA that I came into, and I expect it to evolve. Everything is constantly changing. I feel like I play for the love of the game. Like I want the competition. I want to know what it feels like to win. I want to see my teammates do well. I want to see my teammates get paid. Like I enjoy the bonding part of it. Like we spend more time with each other than anybody. But now it's like that don't count. Regular season don't count. Get a ring. You know what I'm saying? Like this guy's the MVP. This guy did this. He the first. It's like, bro, what is this stuff? Like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to make it about my situation, but I was talking after a game like a week ago, and I was just like, they was asking me about Dame, but like to win a ring, and I'm like, bro, I don't need to prove to y'all that I want to win a ring. Why the hell do I play? Like, I don't need to prove that to y'all, but we cannot keep acting like, while I understand we play to win championships, we all want to win a championship. We can't keep acting like nothing matters. Like the rest of the stuff, the journey doesn't matter. We can't keep doing that. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like there's so many ways that the league is different. There's so many ways. And I think about it all the time where I'm like, man, I don't know if I can just play a long, long time because I don't enjoy what they're doing.
So I guess,
don't blame him because I think there are guys and gals like that.
Yeah,
that really do. Now he gets paid well, because he's really good at what he does. But man, I could totally understand that. And I'm just saying my own experience. And this is just from working with a professional team. There were times when we get on planes after a loss, and I just felt like the whole week was just, we wasted it. We wasted because we went out there and we didn't play with pride and with passion and play for each other. And then we get on the plane and we act like nothing happened. Like, yeah, man, it's cool. We're good. And I'd sit in my seat and I'd feel like, I felt terrible because I felt like we put together a horse bleep football team. Because, the guys didn't care. I wish there was more guys in the league like Lillard that it bothers them that much to lose or to, and the game has changed. The money is huge. The individualism is out there. It's really, it's kind of a shame because it used to kill me to lose. And then people would sit on that plane and it wouldn't bother them one bit. And I'm about to get fired because we're not winning enough games. And I trusted you guys sitting in the back of that plane that we were going to win games.
Yeah.
That's the thing and that's why I could see, I always talk about going to the lake house. I could see Lillard just going to his home and getting a place in Hawaii or something like that, just hanging out, and just, be by himself.
Don Nelson on us.
Yeah, just be by him, hey, it's cool, man. I had a good run. Had a really good run here, man.
Yeah. I wouldn't blame him at all. And I love the idea of, hey, I don't have to prove to you with every decision I make and everything that I say that I want to win a title. That's a given.
Right.
But it's not so important to me that I'm willing to uproot everything. There's things about Portland that I love, and I'm obviously trying to win a championship here, but I'm not going to do the thing, and then all of a sudden now I'm bouncing around team to team. That's not what I want. I still want to win a championship, but not so much so that I'm willing to, grass ain't always greener kind of deal.
No, you're not ring chasing. I get where Dame's coming from. All right, let's go ahead and cut the lights back on, wake the kids up from their afternoon nap. Thank you for going around the rim with us. All right, restroom revelations coming up on the other side. This sports person revealed too much about himself and a bathroom invention we can all get behind. Next on The Fan.
The more you listen, the harder we grind.
your car will be picked up by tomorrow.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Baker Brothers.
Stay cool all summer and warm all winter with Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric. Get up to $5,000 off a qualifying new Lennox AC system. Call or visit us online today.
Baker Brothers makes great service fun.
Zeke is no longer a Cowboy, and Jane Slater is going to join us at the top of the hour to talk all things Cowboys and new additions as well. Stefan Gilmore, looking forward to getting the ins and outs. And what's next here for the Cowboys at the running back position? Will they go try and get a cheap veteran to throw in the mix here with Pollard and Malik Davis? Are you guys 100% confident they're not going in with Pollard and Malik Davis, right? We can rest assured that's not going to be the case. That's not your 1-2 punch next year.
I'm 100% confident they will draft a running back, yes.
Okay, fantastic. Jane Slater, top of the hour. It is the G-Bag Nation on a hump day. We got Baby Dolls tonight with Walchuk. 10250 Shady Trail. The legend lives on. All the draft talk, all the WBC, all the Mavericks, all the beautiful ladies, and the buffet as well, Walchuk.
Yep.
So that's a beautiful thing. Tomorrow, we are at the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth, doing all the March Madnessing with you, the Tolos. Cannot wait to party with you tomorrow and tonight. And now it is time for a little restroom revelations. Let's do this thing.
Who does number 2 work for?
That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
Yes, we are. We head to the Twitter account of Baltimore Ravens corner, former Alabama Crimson Tide, Marlon Humphrey, at Marlon_Humphrey. He tweeted out really inexplicably yesterday, I assume just shortly after taking a shower, and this sort of dawned on him, but he decided to tweet this. He says, I want to be able to shower and then have a full body blower dry me off.
That would be nice, though.
He says, boom, no towel. How has someone not created this yet? That's a heck of an invention, man.
I'll tell you what, an invention that I learned yesterday at the Shell Shack. That hand washer machine.
Oh, I'm so bummed. Walchuk, did you put your sausage fingers in that thing? But Broadus came over and was like marveling and raving about it. And then the commercial break was over. We jumped back on the show.
There's a hand washer machine.
I forgot to go get to the hand washer machine.
There is, if you go, and the Shell Shack is the first place I've ever seen this. But yesterday they have their crab legs. You could get the sauce separately, but I like it when they put it in the plastic bag and kind of mix everything up. So it's really a messy way to eat crab legs. And so, but they have a machine that has 2 circles, and it's almost like a car wash.
It's a car wash for your hands.
You put your hands in there, and it just completely, the soap, the water, the rinse, everything.
Honestly, Walchuk, you should try to put in a request, see if Baby Dolls can get one of those bad boys.
I'm going to talk to them tonight, see if we can get
it's
some.
It's the first one I've ever seen, and I kind of felt like when I get my lake house, I'm going to get one. Just because when you're out there, eating crawfish and your hands are
great way to keep them clean.
Pro tip, by the way, if you're ever eating shrimp or crawfish, whatever, or crab legs, use lemon juice on your hands. Just take when you're done cleaning your hands, use lemon juice.
Oh, post game lemon juice.
Post game lemon juice,
not pre-game.
Post game gets the crab or the shellfish smell off your hands.
Okay.
Yeah, and don't wipe your eyes.
Yeah, don't wipe your eyes. But yeah, I'm going to get me one of those for the lake. Just because I think when you're done, you stick your hands in there. They're completely clean.
Sure.
I was amazed how good it was.
Man, I got to be honest with you. This full body blower situation to dry yourself off so you don't have to use a towel after a shower.
Sounds a little vulgar.
It's a great idea. I mean, it is a great idea, but like how it actually works here, like this can't be something portable. This has to be something that you're almost installing like on the wall of your bathroom or like in your bedroom. You can't. It can't be too far from the shower. You don't be running wet across the house to the wall blower. But I think that's what it would have to. Almost like some level of like an AC unit, right? Like a window unit.
It has to be like a closet. I think it has to be like a closet. Like if you're going to get cryo,
like you just
okay.
Yes, that's kind of what I'm thinking
like
too.
You're in a circular,
like a phone booth, but it's just blowing air on.
You walk into it's 6 foot tall.
Yeah,
and you walk in there and it's got all the devices pointed to where it can completely dry you
It's
off.
like an air shower. You step out of the water shower
Yeah.
and you
And
enter
then you
the
go
air
into
shower.
the air shower.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you're going into a completely separate compartment.
I tell you what, we might totally be with this segment right now, giving somebody an idea.
We're innovating.
Well, hey, listen, we're cherry picking off of Marlon Humphrey here. This is
But
we
yeah, but
are
somebody's gonna
teasing
go,
it out.
Somebody's going to go figure it out to go build one of these things.
It's like a sauna, but instead we're getting blown dry.
I will say, like, one of my favorite things, and Walchuk learned this about me. We've roomed together now, not one, not twice, but 3 times.
We're working on that for next time.
3 times. Yeah, we'll see if we can fit it into the budget for next year where we don't room together. But honestly, even if they get us our own rooms, we'll probably just, tiptoe across the hall into each other's room every single night. That's just the way it's probably going to go.
Tiptoe.
But Walchuk, what did you learn about me? After I take my shower, why do I pick the bed that's closest to the wall of the hotel that's got the air coming out?
You do like the AC unit to kind of
Dry
give it a little
off.
fluffer.
Give it a little buff fluff. No
Yeah.
question about
Yeah,
that.
no doubt.
You still use the towel, but then you
a pro
mosey
tip.
on over to the window or the wall unit in the hotel room. It's cranked up on 63, 64, Walchuk, nice and ice cold.
Yeah, thanks to Dak. He told us to keep it nice and low.
And then I use my towel as a bit of a curtain for myself. So Walchuk, but he does see that, like, if he got the other angle, he'd know that.
Yeah, and
the
usually I
air
know,
is-
okay, Eric's doing his thing. I'm going to look away. Now, we did get a text from the 214 that said, come on, guys, don't be silly. You can mount it in the shower. You turn the water off, and then boom, now you turn the blower on.
Oh, okay. That's a much more efficient way to do it.
That
you
is.
Just you have two entry points. I can turn on the water, or I can turn on the air. It needs to be warm air, though.
Okay, my next thought to you, the folks that turn that in, you're going to put electricity around water. You're going to put electricity in the shower with you.
Is
that smart?
I mean,
well, people do that with all kinds of, sound. Like, what is it? Like a speaker in there. Some people have a television in
are
there.
those batteries? Is that battery operated stuff? But are you really to have a blower? You're going to have
sound. What am I trying to think of here? What are they using?
Yeah, but you're going to have to have something like that. You're going to have electricity, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to put electricity in the water. Okay.
No, there is definitely some health concern, just hazardous
You're onto something.
things.
Am I onto something, Eric?
I'm trying to find a way
There's some
to
HOA
rebut
violations
this, but-
involved here.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just making sure we're
now-
all clean here.
What about Orlovsky jumping on this tweet and saying, he says, the question is, how many times do you use a towel post shower till you throw it in the laundry? He says, I'm 30 times or so until it goes in. So he's taking, now he circled back and said, hey, I take 2 showers a day. So this isn't 30 days. He says, this is roughly 2 weeks. I'm showering twice a day. My towel gets run all up on my body 30 times before I wash it. So he's washing it like every 2 weeks or so. That seems a bit egregious. Do we all agree? Around the room?
Yeah, that's gross, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's drying off with a filter, basically.
Yeah, that's a good point. The thing about it is, I think Dan is married. Does Mrs. say anything like, Dan, please, the towel again? What are we doing?
Honestly,
like, wouldn't somebody just grab the towel and go ahead and wash it for him and not let him get the 30 days?
You have no idea, man. I mean, the amount of
you said
of
you
complaining that my wife does about how many loads of laundry we're doing or she's having to do all the time. Like, just one towel can seem like it's the end of the world. And I'm like, okay.
Has she gave up folding the clothes yet?
Yeah, bro.
She gave up?
Yeah,
You
pretty
just
much.
pile them over to this area?
Yeah, they're in a corner,
There
and then
it
it's
is.
like, then you'll see like
There it
4 or
is.
5 folded, but the rest aren't, and it's like she's slowly getting through that.
Are you
she's
any
never
help
gonna come
at
back,
all?
by the way. Never going to come back.
Very little.
you-
Yeah, she's never going to come back.
Oh, she's
Yeah,
too
once
far
you
gone.
decide I'm just going to put the clothes over here and not fold them, that's it. For life.
Yeah. We have a dirty hamper and a clean hamper, and the clothes are just still in. I'm like, okay, so these are clean.
Dirty and clean.
If you didn't know any better, they're
Yes.
just in the hamper thrown in there, and it's like, okay.
You're absolutely
Guess.
no help, are you?
But I'm not much in the way of help there. I mean,
You could see the clothes laying on the ground, and you're not even trying, are you?
But then I get complaints about my
You got
quality of
wings
folding,
or something to eat.
and there's, there's
No.
always the-
No complaint about folding. If you're trying, there's no complaint. Or show me how to fold the right way.
Yeah.
If you're somebody, hey, you want me to fold these, and you're complaining about me folding, and when I'm giving effort, you got no complaints. You're trying.
How often are you rotating towels?
Well, yeah, how often are you? Like every 2 days?
Every 2 days.
Okay, really?
Now,
Every 2 days.
Do you make a note of which side touched the private parts and which side touched your face, or do you just like
the thing that drives me
hell
nuts?
with it?
I've got
bleep it. We're going.
Maybe this towel was.
I'm like an
I'm not
old
even
man.
gonna wear a towel.
I'm like an old man. So the minute that
we know that
when I'm like I dry this. What I have of hair that's like not really hair, it's like wispy, whatever it's called.
But you got some good lettuce in the back.
When it starts to go, all of a sudden I'm drying off my face, and then like hair gets on my face.
You got a full on salad bar back there.
That's when I'm like enough with the towel. But it's 2 days. I am not going to go more than 2 days on a towel.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, and I'm even quicker on the sheets and stuff like that too.
How often are you washing your sheets?
Twice
a week.
Yeah. I got numerous
dedicated,
sets.
bro.
Twice a week. Okay, so do you not have a backup set to use?
No, that's what I'm saying. I've got 3-4 sets of sheets. I change those things out regularly, especially in the summertime, man. Sometimes it gets hot, and you have that night where you're kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah,
for sure.
And you're like, oh, you're gonna lay in that all the next day after that happens? No, absolutely not.
Shout out to the 903. Bought their wife a towel warmer, and it's been a game changer.
It's called a hair dryer.
Just
take the hair dryer.
It's called a hair dryer.
Run it on the towel.
In the winter time, it is nice to like get a fresh out of the dryer towel post shower.
I want to ask Lucius this question. Lucius, does your seat on your commode, is it heated?
No, it doesn't heat.
I experienced that for the first time in the winter. That is a game changer.
That would be amazing.
Bun toasters on the toilet seat?
Yes, the toilet seat is heated. That is a changer on a cold day. When you walk into that bathroom and it's that tile or marble floor.
Yeah.
And you're kind of
Brought us
cold.
be tiptoeing on that marble floor.
Yeah. And that thing, you sit down, that's a game changer right there.
Do you mind me asking, where the heck did you, where were you that you were sitting on heated seats? Is this when you went to Saudi or something and you were living like
this
a prince?
is Grapevine.
Yeah, you can get it off of Amazon right now for $80.
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah, man.
Heated and cool.
Wow. Heated and cool.
There is something that's somewhat intimidating about the first time you use that bidet, though.
No, it's amazing. You look at the toilet paper like, what have I been doing?
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So you use the toilet paper now just to dry up like pat.
Yeah.
And the rest of it, you're just enjoying yourself.
Are you afraid it's going to go like up your back and stuff like that?
I'm just afraid.
I hope it does.
Yeah, that's
that's what I'm bending over more for. But all you missed is
I'm afraid
this is amazing.
I'm going to get I'm not going to set this up right. Something bad's going to happen, and I'm going to be like shooting dirty poo water on myself, like I'm at FedEx Field.
Yeah.
You
want to feel like a Commanders fan? Go to the bathroom at Walchuck's. All right, there it is. Another quality edition of Restroom Revelations.
That's a good one.
Appreciate you, boys. All right, we got gondolas, supersized cruises, and 4-day work weeks. That's next right here.
Coming up tonight on the Get Right, we're Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. We get you ready for the Mavericks taking on the Spurs. And Jess Navarez of DallasCowboys.com.
and Resort. Walk the red carpet. Have dinner on the field at Globe Life Field, followed by an intimate performance by Kenny Chesney. For tickets, TexasRangers.com/TexGala.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you very much, LA. We have a statement from Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones on the decision to release one Ezekiel Elliott today. And Jerry saying, quote, Zeke's impact and influence is seared into the Cowboys franchise in a very special way. He has been a consummate professional and leader that set a tone in our locker room, on the practice field, and in the huddle. Zeke defined what a great teammate should be. And anyone that has ever played a team sport would be lucky to have a teammate like Zeke and be much better for it. His commitment and passion for winning is selfless, and the accountability he brings every day earn the respect of our coaches, his teammates, and our entire organization. He wore the Cowboys star with pride and purpose every single time he put it on, and we're a better franchise because of the example he set for veterans and rookies alike that carried over into our community as well, with Zeke's generosity and spirit about giving and caring for others. We have mutually agreed with Zeke that the best decision for everyone is that he will be able to experience free agency, and we can increase our flexibility and options as well. This is one of the toughest parts of operating a team. Moments like this come and extremely difficult decisions and choices are made. For the franchise, for me personally, for players too, we will always have a special place in love for Zeke and what he means to our Cowboys family, both as a person and a player. That will never change. That is from Jerry Jones. We also have this from Todd Archer, that the Cowboys have restructured the contract of DeMarcus Lawrence, which opens up $8.89 million in room. He's now the fourth player the Cowboys have restructured, which has freed up $45 million in cap space. So, wild day here on your home of Dallas Cowboys football, 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you rocking with the G-Bag Nation as we say goodbye to Ezekiel Elliott.
Man, that's a lot of cap space that they have available. I wonder, is there anything in your mind, like from a dot connecting standpoint? Is there any type of positions you think they're maybe wanting to go get, or is this just freeing up space to maybe get a deal done with one of their own guys?
Yeah, I think they've already spent some of it on Wilson, on LVE. They'll have to spend some of it on the draft class, and they had to still get under the salary cap.
And they have to for Gilmore as well,
right?
To take on his
$10
million.
So I don't know how much they actually still have. We'd have to double check that, but that's just how much they've freed up by the restructures that they've done. I don't think that they actually have $45 million in space right now to spend.
Yeah, they always told me every time they had cap space, it was always earmarked for something.
Yeah.
So I always assume that
it's for guys already on the roster. This
already
is
on the roster.
Diggs, Lamb.
Yeah, anything they're kind of trying to think about that you could see the number, but it's really not the number. That's what I learned 14 years of working there.
But I hope they bring back Jonathan Hankins. I think that's kind of an under-the-radar re-sign that they should really make, because he definitely helped out in a big way.
Yeah, agreed. Couldn't agree more. Interior D-line help's going to be needed. 10 minutes away from Jane Slater. We'll get all things Cowboys with her. What has taken place today, no more Zeke. What took place yesterday, welcoming in Stefan Gilmore. Now you're restructuring deals. You're creating cap space. So what is next for these Dallas Cowboys? Looking forward to hanging out with Jane Slater here in just a few minutes. But we are in the midst right now of a tradition unlike any other, at least when it comes to viral internet sensations. It is officially spring break Oklahoma drill season, boys and girls. Have you guys been soaking in some of the vids? This is just incredible.
I have not.
Oh, man.
Is there anything more violent than the 6 or 7-year-olds that do the Oklahoma drill?
Oh, that's how I grew up playing football, man. Hey, you lay on your back, you lay on your back. One of you is going to have the ball. And when I blow the whistle, get on your feet and then just run at each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we're all going to sit there and enjoy it as entertainment.
And the majority.
You guys ever played Bull in the Ring?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They call out numbers.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
You're just sitting there. Oh, my gosh. Yes, we did Bull in the Ring. We did that style Oklahoma drill. We did the
fumble
one
drills.
Where you're both up. Yeah.
Well, there was always the one where both guys lay on their back.
Yeah.
And then they throw the ball, and then you go and try and recover the fumble.
Well, there was one time I got thrown the damn ball.
That's guaranteed.
I'm
separated
like,
shoulder back.
Why? I'm not expecting to get thrown the ball, right? Why would they ever give me the football? I'm the big lineman. Next thing you know, they toss me the ball. They're like, all right, now you go make somebody miss. I got depleted, man. I got drilled.
Did you ever play in a league? Either one of you both were big guys. Well, I know Lucius, he was a skilled athlete. You two,
burly,
big guys.
No, I never had the red stripe on my helmet that said you couldn't carry the ball.
I had a green square.
Said this guy's too big to hold the football.
Yeah, it was
ours was a big red line sticker on the back of the helmet. That was just a flashing
like a
light.
warning.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to touch the ball.
We didn't have those. I thought it was just kind of common sense. Why are you flipping me the ball, coach? Oh, you wanted to have a good laugh today? Thanks a lot.
How did you get the ball?
We were doing Oklahoma drills, and next thing you know, he
flipped
just
it to the bully.
Flips it over to me. And next thing, I'm looking up at the sky. Shout out to David Leaks.
David Leaks put you on your rear end.
Yeah.
Had you leaking
It was a good form. It was a good form tackle.
Substantive things.
How many years did you play football? When did you quit?
2. Heading into high school.
Oh, into high school?
Yeah.
You played in 8th and 9th and then quit, right? Wasn't that it?
7th and 8th.
7th and 8th.
You said I'm going to be a broadcaster at this point?
I was like, look, I'm not making it pro.
It was after that Oklahoma drill. He's like, you know what?
Right after that.
Guess what?
Like, you know what, man?
I've decided.
Is that the only sport you played?
I played basketball as well as a kid, soccer. I played soccer for probably the longest time.
Really?
And I kind of think everybody starts off with soccer for the most part.
Most part you do, yeah.
Yeah, soccer's like the first one.
Yeah.
And then it's like, where do we go from here? Well, it does. I do get nostalgic when I see these Oklahoma drills, but I cannot for the life of me understand why these people padless. I mean, don't get me wrong; they're hammered and they're nuts and they're in college. Actually, you need to reach out. Can you reach out to Bennett right now and see?
He's in Cabo.
He's in Cabo. Let's see if he's doing any Oklahoma drills or if he's courtside for any of these drunken Oklahoma drills because they're all over TikTok and Instagram, and this happens every
spring
year.
Break drills. These are football.
Yes, you got to see the girls. These are super intense. They're like in bikinis, hitting each other super hard, bro.
They're right there on the
You said
shoreline.
bikinis?
There's a circle of hundreds of people, and
Yeah.
then 2 people lay down on their back. One has the ball. Someone says drunkenly, "Go!" And then the
Yeah.
2 drunk people get up padless, and they run into each other.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's incredible.
what
Girls
happened
do it,
And the
guys
girls
do
aren't
it.
sexy. It's like scary, actually.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, like this girl
Oh,
looks like she could be a real NFL fullback.
I thought, because I always kind of fall down the rabbit hole of the chicken fights.
I saw a chick today that I thought could be Zeke's replacement. I believe
did you?
not.
Yeah. She was built like Mike Dicker.
Yeah, bro. She had a cigar in her mouth and everything. She's in Panama City right now, hammered to
Is
the
this
gills.
a YouTube thing?
I could get her to the Star in the next 48 hours and at least put her through a workout. I think she's worth a workout. Or a 30 visit or something. But yeah, you go on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram every year at this time for the next 2 weeks or so. We'll get fresh videos. Now you can go down the rabbit hole and watch some of the old school stuff last year, prior years, and it's insane. It is truly insane that these
some of
people
these videos are nuts.
are willing to do this, man. And there's some big time collisions. Big time collisions going down in spring break. I'm surprised this isn't something you and your boys would do back in the day when you guys would go
heck
spring
no.
breaking.
Oklahoma drills on the beach.
Yeah, that's what it
Yeah.
is. It's on the shoreline.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
They do that and they do Fight Club on the beach.
They do the
Just
fight.
fight each
Oh
other.
my
bro.
gosh.
And
It's no holds barred.
And it's like fight each other like we're not angry. We're just fight clubbing.
It's fun. Yeah, let's do it. We're gonna dap up after this, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to dap it up, bro.
A couple of black eyes and bloody noses later.
Let me
no
get a
big
Keystone
deal.
Light,
Saying
dog.
Cheers. Yeah, hit me with one of them Keystones. Holy smokes. Where did you guys used to spring break at? Lucius? Broadus?
South Padre.
Padre. Yep.
Yeah.
We went snow skiing. So I was always in the mountains. I was in the
So
mountains.
you're not enjoying the warm air and the beach.
Oh my gosh.
I
this is
did one
brutal.
legit spring break trick. It was trip. It was to Panama City, and it was a great time. And I watched the Oklahoma drills. Couldn't pay me. There's not an alcohol level that I could have inside my body. There's not an amount of money that you could get me to wearing nothing but my swim trunks. Decide to lay on my back and run into another person.
Man, that one guy's huge that I just saw doing it.
Pause.
Yeah, dude. All shapes and sizes, male, female, whatever. It is just.
Some of these girls can
anybody
really
who wants
tackle,
to.
though.
Yeah. No, you got a couple of hole pluggers and you got a couple of short yardage backs, I think, from a female standpoint.
I'm very impressed. All right, let's visit with our best friend.
Oh, you think Jane's ever done a spring break?
100%.
Oklahoma?
100%.
That needs to be a question.
She drew out the lines on the sand and everything. Hold on, fellas. Hold on, damn it.
She was going up against the guys.
We bring in the best wing woman on the planet, the greatness that is Jane Slater, next on the Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. We're waiting on NFL Network Zone and our former teammate here at 105.3 The Fan, the great Jane Slater, to join us on the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Brian Rodis, Lucius Alexander. We got Carter holding down the video for you. Appreciate you rocking with us on this hump day afternoon. Come party with me at Baby Dolls tonight, 7 to 9 p.m. We will be out there as it is the 105.3 The Fan Baby Dolls monthly VIP party. But joining us now on the Diamond Factory hotline, the one and only, the great Jane Slater. Jane, how are you this afternoon?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We are fantastic. It's certainly sad on a day like this when you have the Cowboys moving on from somebody who meant so much to the organization, was so good on the field. Do you have a favorite memory when you think about Ezekiel Elliott?
I mean, honestly, there are so many. I think sometimes when I think back on the Salvation Army jumping in the kettle, or I had Chris D'Elia was that. I think he was canceled a couple years back, but he was a comedian who put out a funny meme when Zeke and I did an interview his rookie season with his crop top shirt. I just remember people having a lot of fun with him, but he always had just such a gigantic smile on his face. And what I really appreciated about him is, you know, in the last couple of years, I thought that he had really stepped up more of a vocal leader. I mean, that kind of the vocal thing was just never his deal, right? And I think that was probably a problem in the locker room for a little bit, that Dak and Zeke, at least to a lot of us, didn't seem like they were vocal leaders. And it felt like in probably the last 3 years, Dak and Zeke really found their voices. And I even appreciated at times this year when I would ask Zeke, you know, what's going on with the offensive line and what's going on with the run game? Why is it feeling like it's getting stalled? The way that he would break things down for me. And I always appreciate when, you know, whether they be coaches or players that are sort of taking their time out of their day and out of their treatment schedule to help me increase my football IQ. And so those are the things I'm going to appreciate about Zeke. And, you know, I think it's unfortunate if his number wasn't as high as it was and his contract hadn't had people sort of, you know, ruminating over it the last couple of years. I don't think he'd receive, I don't know about you guys in the fan text, but the vitriol towards Zeke is just a little bit shocking to me, quite frankly. I mean, I know he didn't have a 100-yard season last year, but if he hadn't given up the reps the way that he did this year to allow Tony Pollard to step up, I'm not sure they would have felt good moving on from Zeke. I mean, he sort of helped train his replacement, if you think about it.
Yeah.
You know, as I was talking to someone else too, I said, you know, do you think there'll be a market for Zeke? And I was told absolutely. Like, he is a third down, even a second down back, and it was his physicality that wore down opposing defenses. And, you know, I said he had 9 consecutive touchdowns of his 12 last year. And a lot of that, people come back at me and say, well, that was from 1 yard out, 2 yards out, whatever. I said, does Tony Pollard's skill set lend itself to those sort of touchdowns? Because everyone said, well, Tony Pollard can do that. I was told, no, Tony Pollard would get stuffed at the line of scrimmage. And so, look, this is not a disservice to Tony Pollard, but we saw Tony Pollard last year get his most carries of his career. And he had a great year, but a lot of that had to do with Zeke setting him up. And so given what I knew to be Jerry's love for Zeke and knowing what the running back market was, I mean, we just saw David Montgomery come off the board, but we're not talking big APYs, annual per year salaries for these guys. I was truly of the belief, and I love that Dave Hellman was too, that the Cowboys were going to figure something out late in the game. In other words, they would find a leaner contract that would make sense for Zeke. But I think ultimately this was kind of what happened with Dez. You know, with the Dez situation, they never even offered him a pay cut or a lesser role. And so my sense is that probably happened with Zeke. I've tried to get the story. I was basically told I was going to get the story later, whatever that means. But I think they still believe, at least Zeke's camp believes, that he is still a starter and that there's still a market for him. We'll see if that's the case. I mean, crazier things have happened. I covered the Saints. You know, remember Mark Ingram left, and then Mark Ingram went to Baltimore, and then he came back to the New Orleans Saints. So it's not outside the realm of possibility, but I do think that his time here in Dallas is obviously done, and, you know, I think it's sad.
Jane, Tampa Bay being the team, is this a Skip Pete influence maybe down there that Skip kind of believes like he could still play?
Keep in mind, I've been calling around, but because he hasn't technically been released, we technically can't. He's been released, but until it hits the wire,
sure.
Other teams cannot talk about Zeke right now.
Right.
And so, obviously, I think there would be a desire for him to reunite with Skip Pete, but then you have to ask yourself, do the Bucs have the money? That seems to be the thing that I was like, when I was hypothetically speaking about adding a player, it seems to be, do the Bucs have the money? Then I actually called around and I was even asking, about the possibility of him going to the Chargers. And I think it's something they would possibly be amenable to if Austin Eckler were to move on. But again, no teams can really talk about this, I think, until later this evening. And so then tomorrow, I'm sure you'll start hearing about a couple more teams talking about Zeke. But ultimately, I appreciate at least that the Cowboys released Zeke so that he could start seeing what his market is. Because I think it's always unfortunate when teams hold on to these players and then the market sort of dries up for them.
Jay, were you more surprised yesterday about the trade or the Vander Esch signing or the Wilson signing? If you had to power rank them.
Ooh, that's a good one.
In relations to surprise on the Jane Slater meter.
I don't think anybody knew that the Cowboys were going to go out and trade for Stefan Gilmore. I didn't see anybody that alluded to that or thought that they would go all in. I mean, they didn't even go all in. I mean, they got a fifth-round pick out of that. That they were going to get Stefan Gilmore. I mean, am I wrong? I didn't see anybody on the beat or even nationally that knew that one was going to happen. Now, of course, Stephen Jones and Chris Ballard are great friends. I remember calling Chris Ballard once and Chris Ballard reminding me, I think I was calling about Jalen Smith once. And he reminded me, Stephen Jones and I are friends. So I think that was a pretty easy deal for them. But remember, Stefan Gilmore, he sat out that 1 year during COVID, sort of giving himself a fresh year. But this is Defensive Player of the Year, Super Bowl winner. I think he's great for that room. He's kind of like bringing a J-Ron Curse on board and a Jason Peters, sort of a leadership in that room that you're going to need, because I don't know what to expect with Anthony Brown. And when I reached out about Jordan Lewis, he's still coming back from that Lisfranc injury, and it sounds like he's still a little bit away. It's like that one's going to, I don't know if he's going to be ready for training camp is what it sounded like to me. So I thought that was a really, really good move. The Leighton Vander Esch one was interesting because I was getting the sense that they were really going back and forth on the money. And as I put out yesterday, the Texans were interested and the Steelers were really interested. Mike Tomlin loved him, and there was talk that he might go out there and do a workout. But then they were able to get the money done, and I thought it was a really good deal for the Cowboys. And then as for Donovan Wilson, I thought there was a bigger market for Donovan out there, and so I didn't know if the Cowboys were going to necessarily be able to afford him, but I was told leading up to that deal, we want him, we're trying for him, and they actually ended up paying him. I think J-Rod Curse maybe felt the type of way, too, with what he ended up getting. So good for Donovan Wilson. So I think they feel good about their secondary. I think the big question now is what do they do with the wide receiver position? And then you also have to address now some depth with your running back position.
Jane Slater with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Are you anticipating a Tony Pollard extension, or do you think he just plays it on the tag this year?
I mean, good question. I think not dissimilar from what Dalton Schultz went through last year. They'll always tell us the door is open. They're in the business of deals, 365, 24/7. Does the money make sense? It always goes back to the money with the Cowboys, which is so funny because, Brian, I know you've covered this team for a long, long time and been in the building. We used to kill them for spending too much money or holding on to aging players too long. Mm-hmm. And now that they're doing it, people want to give them grief for that. It's Cowboy fans are like the Texas fan base, my alma mater. You can never truly make them happy. But I do anticipate that they'll try and get a long-term deal done with Tony. I think that makes more sense. But is he going to want the years? I think it always goes down to years, right? Because then they have the flexibility to restructure those deals, as we've seen with some of these other players. We'll see what his agent has to say. But if I'm Tony, I'm kind of striking while the iron is hot because of what the running backs market is. And last year was the most carries he ever saw. I'm not sitting here and discrediting what I think Tony Pollard is capable of doing. But while he's held with such an admiration for his services, why not try to capitalize on that? I mean, I think Dalton Schultz is kind of dealing with that right now, right? The tight end market is not what it was last year. The tight end market, tight end draft is deep.
Right.
And when I've called around, there doesn't seem to be much of a market for Dalton Schultz right now.
Jane, could you see him coming back on a 1-year deal here with the Cowboys?
Dalton Schultz?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, I've kind of gotten I've just got weird messaging on that so far.
Yeah,
so
if you could read him, good luck. Yeah, yeah.
And so I don't want to mischaracterize it. I mean, there's always stuff that's happening behind the scenes, right? Like I think people assume that Stephen Jones and Jerry pick up the phone and they just give me all this information that I put out.
Yeah.
If anything, I harass about 8 to 9 different sources. Like, I mean, I drive them nuts during free agency period and the draft and things like that. So I'm constantly asking questions, but if I'm not asking the right questions, sometimes I'm not getting the right answers, right? And so I've asked what I think are questions that would lead to an answer about Dalton, but they're always murky responses. So maybe I'm not asking the right questions, but I don't know if I can deduct one way or the other about the desire to bring him back. Again, I think what's hurting Dalton is the money that he and his agent seem to think that he's worth, a tight end market and its depth, and having guys like Jake Ferguson and Peyton Hendershot who kind of exceeded expectations last season. So I think that's what's working against Dalton right now.
It's Jane Slater with us on 105.3 The Fan. Have you heard anything about the wide receiver buzz, whether it's Odell Beckham Jr. or, I mean, any name that gets brought up, whether it's DeAndre Hopkins or any big name, they're linked to the Cowboys. Is there anything there?
Let's see. I inquired about DeAndre last night. Let's see what I was told. I was told nothing right now. Another source telling me, let's see, hold on. Oh, hold on. Let's see, there was one other.
You're like me, you save all your text messages, don't you?
It's the way to do it.
Some of them.
Yeah.
I said, anything on D-Hop? Answer no. Have you guys even approached that? No.
Okay.
All right.
Where it's from? I keep trying to figure out where this is coming from. I don't know either. There you go.
Okay.
So I've got another friend that I talked to in the business, and I was just curious the market for D-Hop, and it sounds like there's at least one other team that's very motivated for DeAndre Hopkins, but it isn't the Cowboys. And as for OBJ, the Zeke money doesn't free until after June 1st, right?
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys continue monitoring the OBJ situation, because it doesn't seem like any teams like the Giants, who needed a wide receiver, and Jacoby Myers has moved on, and the Patriots didn't they get themselves a wide receiver today?
They did.
Yeah, they got Juju.
Yeah, they got Juju. So as I look around the league, I'm like, no teams seem to be bending over backwards or jumping at recruiting OBJ. And then OBJ sends out a tweet today saying he feels good about he's still got five more months to go, right? So it wouldn't be crazy, in my opinion, that Cowboys wait till that money frees up with Zeke post June 1st. They're able to sort of keep an eye and monitor the OBJ situation. And then I think his market value sort of comes down from this rumored $20 million. Like, I could see if he was there at, say, 12 or 13, that Jerry specifically would go after that. As it's been described to me, this is the Jerry project. Jerry is, we talked about it in free agency. I think a lot of people in the building were all in on OBJ. This is, again, just my sense. They were all in on him until he showed up and he couldn't work out. And that was a problem for them. And then nobody went to OBJ's workout. And then when I asked about it, I've repeatedly been told this is Jerry. This is all Jerry. And then we've asked Mike about it. Mike talked about, he's talked to a lot of people who have worked with OBJ or been around him, and they've all got good things to say about OBJ. But I think the big concern is his age, the 2 ACL injuries, and the number that he's asking for. And so I just wonder if that market's going to come down a little bit. I mean, we kind of saw this with Dez, right? It feels very Dez 2.0. Dez put out the workout videos, got people excited, but his number was still high. And it took Dez, what was it? I felt like it was in the summer or it was late. And then Dez found himself, heading to the Ravens. He found himself heading to the Saints. So I feel like that's very similar to what the OBJ situation is.
When Jane Slater was in college enjoying spring break, was it a thing like it is now where people are doing the shoreline Oklahoma drills that we see all over the internet? Was that something that was taking place?
I was talking about something. What shocks me is the high school spring breakers. Like, I know that there was the internet was set ablaze a couple of years with the fact that I come from billionaire grandparents and that I apparently had the same kind of money as Jerry Jones. Not the case. My family didn't take us on these, trips to Mexico as a high schooler. I mean, it was basically like, all right, cool. Both my parents are working. Enjoy, watching your brother and sister at home. And college, my freshman year, I remember going to South Padre Island, which, funny story there, I got 2 MIPs when I was there. I was using my cousin's driver's license. A little bit of a rebel rouser back in the day. And I'll never forget, the cop didn't take my fake ID the first time. The second night, same cop bust me. And he goes, really? And he goes, what color are your eyes? And I said, they're green. And he goes, well, why are you wearing brown contacts? And I go, just because. He goes, come on, who wears brown contacts? So he took my driver's license, and I got 2 MIPs that week. But then Vanilla Ice was staying in my hotel room. Or not my hotel room, my hotel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember going up and finding out, back then I was investigating. I was like, where's Vanilla? Robert Van Winkle. And I remember going up to his hotel room and banging on the door with my best girlfriend, Rachel Norris. And I said, Vanilla, Robert Van Winkle. And he was cool enough. I mean, I was not like these college girls today that are very mature looking. I mean, I looked like I was 12 when I was a freshman in college. So he was kind enough to open the door. He took a picture. I have it somewhere around, but he was hanging out with a bunch of Hawaiian tropic models. But I just remember that was my first spring break. That was Padre Island. And then I went to Acapulco. I think it was my junior year with a bunch of friends. I can't say all of the things that happened on that trip on radio, but it was fun. Yeah, spring break was fun for me back in the day.
It's amazing. Jane, you're the best. We appreciate you making some time for us. Have a great rest of the week, and we always love talking with you.
You too, guys. Bye-bye.
There she goes, Jane Slater of the NFL Network, one of the best sources for Cowboys coverage around. You might make sure to follow all of her work. That's outstanding.
Just roaming through the hallways of a hotel. Vanilla.
Hurricane Jane. Where you at? All right, we got some Tyron Smith news, and I got my Wole Bole Top 10 coming up on the other side. Ted Lasso has returned. I got the top 10 fictional coaches in honor of Ted. Who's your favorite fictional coach of all time? Next on The Fan.
About to get you the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day. It is the G-Bag Nation. Lots of Cowboys news left and right. Ezekiel Elliott has been officially released. Jerry released a statement as well regarding it, saying his goodbyes to Ezekiel Elliott. Stefan Gilmore yesterday, they clear up some cap space with a DeMarcus Lawrence restructure. And Wolchuk, a little Tyron Smith situation.
Yeah, the Cowboys have gone ahead and reworked the contract for Tyron Smith, according to Nick Eatman of DallasCowboys.com, our buddy. He's going to return to the team in 2023. He's reworked the deal with the team so it's more cap-friendly, but he does have playtime incentives as well. Todd Archer added to that. In the 3 seasons during Mike McCarthy's tenure as head coach in Dallas, Tyron's been able to play in just 17 of a possible 50 regular season games. So while he reworks his deal, he's bringing down the base salary, but he could actually end up making more than the scheduled $13.6 million if he hits certain playtime incentives. So that's how I think they were able to kind of make that work for both sides. Like, look, if you're healthy, you play well, then absolutely, you're worth the money. Otherwise, we're bringing this number down to help the team out.
Yeah, you couldn't have an almost $18 million cap hit for a guy that you don't know if he's going to play 1 game, 5 games, 8 games. The one thing you know for sure is he's not playing a full season.
Is he your starter at left tackle?
I think he's going to have to be. I mean, they're not going to play him at right unless Terrence Steele's not ready to go, but all indications are he is. That's what we heard at the Combine. We got great reports on Terrence Steele and his rehab. So where else do you play him unless he's your backup swing tackle? The likely hole along your offensive line right now is at left guard. And they were clearly willing to move Tyler Smith over to guard starting in the playoffs when they thought their best pass protecting unit was having Peters at left tackle, Tyler at left guard, and then they had Tyron playing over at right. So I would assume if he's healthy, Tyron's going to be your starting left tackle, and Tyler would then kick inside to left guard.
Correct. I would assume as much as well, but they have to have a contingency plan at left guard when inevitably 77 goes down with injury and Tyler Smith has to move over to left tackle. Are they going to just go with Farniok? Are they comfortable doing that? But you have to have a guy ready to step in at left guard because Tyron's not going to play all the games, and when he's out, Tyler will be the left tackle. So who is the left guard when Tyler Smith kicks out? That's the real question. But yeah, I do think their plan is, hey, as long as 77 is available to play, he will be their left tackle. Wolchuk, top 10.
Here we go. It is time for the top 10 at 420, baby. Thank you, LA, for the vibes.
Did I miss my cue?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I don't know. I blame me and Wolchuk for that.
As I'll take some of that.
What were you staring at? The fan text draw you offsides?
No, actually.
No, not you.
Oh, okay.
It was Wolchuk.
Okay.
Fan text draw you offsides?
Well, I think Wolchuk wanted me to throw it to him in a big, like, hey, now it's time for the official unveiling of the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day.
And that way, Lucius then knows to fire off the music, and now I know, like, all right.
I thought maybe you got drawn offside by the fan
That one's
text.
on me, boys.
No, it's all good. Segment brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Now, I got the top 10 fictional coaches in honor of Ted Lasso. Ted Lasso's back. Who doesn't love that show?
Oh,
There's a lot of people that don't.
Those
Never
people,
seen it, Jim. I hear that's good.
And Lucius watches everything.
Man, LA, if you need a login, I'll share that login with you. Okay. Because that shows.
I'm sure that's what it was, Lucius. You're just missing out.
I had the Apple and I pulled back. I thought Severance was supposed to be really good, and I was like, man.
See, I didn't watch Severance either,
right.
but I've heard similar things about that. But Ted Lasso's worth it.
Lucius will throw out some shows I honestly have to look up. Like, and I'm like, okay.
Oh, I watch a lot of Lucius's recommendations.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm sitting there kind of going, okay, what am I missing here?
Triangle of Sadness is the next one on the list.
Yeah, watch that, bro.
What's that one?
Triangle of Sadness is so good. You will feel the sadness the first 30 minutes of the movie. You'd be like, yo, this is the worst movie ever. Who told me to watch this? But by the time it's over, you'll be like, okay, I get it. Yeah, all right. Triangle of Sadness.
All right.
It's an Oscar movie, too.
Oh, man, I'm excited. I'm excited to check that out. And yes, 662, you did miss Jane. Jane joined us at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock, but you can always hit that
I think I
Odyssey
teased
rewind.
that at 420. Did it by accident. That's my fault. I read that wrong.
What happens when you can barely read well. And
We're all taking blame for our personal mistakes today.
Come out, Dawson. We're having a bad show, right?
I really thought that, Walchuk, you were going to do the top 10 reasons for Tolos to come party with you at Baby Dolls tonight. I thought that was going to be your top 10 list today.
I don't think that they need a reason. I think that they know. You should just show up to Baby Dolls tonight, 7 to 9 p.m., 10250 Shady Trail 1.
If anything, to see your shirt.
Well, if anything, come see my shirt and talk to me about the draft, talk to me about the Rangers, the Mavs, whatever you want to talk about. I'm here for you, the people. And then they've got free barbecue, and they really do have tremendous drink specials. And it's a great place to just hang out.
They have talent in there, first-round talent walking
First-round talent. Watch the Mavs. Watch the World Baseball Classic tonight. Tons of TVs.
Doctors, too. They did a great job.
Yeah. And 175 of the hottest women in DFW. Ted Lasso's too corny for me, so the 817. Come on. All right, we got some text rolling in. Who's your favorite fictional coach of all time? Gentlemen, I will start with you as we go around the room. L.A., you got a favorite fictional coach?
Rodney Dangerfield in the Ladybugs. When he was a coach, bro. It's my guy. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. And Ed O'Neill in Little Giants.
Yes.
Yeah, he looks so real.
Yeah, he does.
And Buttermaker, because he was a
he was a
Buttermaker.
Yeah. Was he getting paid to do that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was like, man, he really loves these kids.
And then they tried to fire him, and he's like, oh, no, I'm staying on. You know?
It's my guys.
The best one was when, Tatum O'Neal, she had her arm in, the butt. He didn't have a real cooler. So he had, his bucket and, ice in it, but he had, his Slitch cans floating around like her arm was in the ice bucket.
I feel bad because my Buttermaker is Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah, I like him too.
I thought you were going somewhere else with that.
He was until he switched.
No. I always forget Billy Bob Thornton's name, so it took me a second to get there. But I
the
feel,
new one.
Yeah,
the new Bad News Bears.
The newish one. Yeah.
There's a newer one.
I'm saying it's newish because even the new one.
Yeah,
is
you're
now,
right. It probably is a decade old now.
The one that Lucius is talking about from the 70s.
Yeah, no, that one. That's the OG.
Yeah.
We had a lot of love for Gordon.
Yeah,
Bombay.
they need to cancel that one.
Shout out to Coach Bombay.
He made today, Lucius. Is that what you're saying?
It'd be fire today, bro. It'd be trending everywhere.
Now the Tropic Thunder probably cannot be made today.
I don't know. He can get away with it. As long as it's funny. You got to be funny. What do you mean?
Here are the honorable mentions that we have.
Yeah.
What do you mean, you people?
What do you mean?
We got Tony D'Amato from Any Given Sunday.
Any Given Sunday, yeah.
Claw with your fingernails for that inch, Chuck.
Hell yeah.
You play to win the game.
Coach
Jamie Foxx said he spit on him during the take and it flew right on his lip.
Did he lick it?
Yeah. Well, no, he said he was just froze. Like, oh my God.
Oh, what do I do?
What do I do now?
Coach Buttermaker is honorable mention here from Bad News Bears.
Yeah, that's a bad deal. Right
Any
there.
good pregame or halftime speech involves spit coming out of the mouth.
Yes, you got to be spitting.
We've got Danny O'Shea from the Little Giants.
Yep. There you go.
Coach Klein from the Waterboy.
Ooh,
Is that Harry Winkler?
Bro. Yeah, Henry Winkler.
I said, what's a Harry
You
Winkler?
said Harry.
I messed up.
Harry Winkler is
the
a totally
Fonz.
different guy.
Yes, he is.
The Fonz.
Chubbs from Happy Gilmore.
Chubbs Peterson.
But the first one
Was that the fellow in the wheelchair?
No, that's
Fake arm.
Yeah, that's the guy who has
man.
pulls it off.
It's Apollo Creed, remember?
Getting them all mixed
It
up,
is Apollo
bro.
Creed.
Yeah, mixed up.
But number 11, just outside of the top 10, Patches O'Houlihan
I
from
think
Dodgeball.
that's the
That's
wheelchair.
what I'm thinking about right there.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Number 10, this has been texted in quite a bit. Coach Ken Carter. Coach Carter.
Yeah, man. I mean, literally, it's in the title. It's not even about the team. It's not about the sport of basketball. It's about Coach Carter. He was a hard A, but I appreciate it.
This is a good one that got texted in from the 214, Will Ferrell and Kicking and Screaming. And Mike Ditka's also in that movie.
Yeah.
And those two are pretty good together.
Mike Dick was a great coach.
Yeah.
Hey, Will Ferrell, when he owned the team, wasn't he the coach and
semi-pro?
player coach?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
He was the player coach.
The basketball coach.
It was
Yeah.
semi-pro, right?
You want to kiss me sexy?
Yeah, I forgot about that movie.
That's right. What Jackie Moon.
Jackie Moon. Number 9 is Gordon Bombay from the Mighty Ducks, Minnesota Miracle Man.
I ain't gonna fight you on that one.
Number 8, Reg Dunlop.
That's from Slapshot.
Slapshot. That's why I asked you about that earlier. I was like,
That's a great movie.
that's a movie I've always wanted to see.
No,
but
you
for
need to
whatever
watch.
reason, I haven't seen
You need
it.
to watch that one. Seriously, funny.
Number 7, Coach Norman Dale from Hoosiers.
Hoosiers.
Number 6, we got Irv.
I haven't seen that guy in a long time. Where's he been?
Gene Hackman?
Yeah.
He's 90. I saw Lucius. Okay, this is one of those things. I saw a clip. He's like gone into recluse.
Yeah.
Right. He's 93 years old, someone saw him like pumping his gas and going to get some coffee.
What are we doing?
But like he doesn't even look the same.
Somebody go get that man some coffee and fill his tank up. What are we doing?
He
earned it. It's Gene Hackman.
He's turned into kind of a tiny guy. Like, the clothes just hanging on him kind of a thing. But he's pumping his own gas and getting coffee.
I was just about to say that he is about to play Donald Sterling in the upcoming drama series, The Sterling Affairs, about the Clippers and Donald Sterling.
Yeah.
But it's actually Ed O'Neill.
Callback.
Ed O'Neill is going to be Donald Sterling. Lawrence Fishburne is going to be Doc Rivers.
Oh, that's a great casting for Doc.
It's going to be pretty good. I'm looking forward to that one.
That is, I'm excited too. Irv Blitzer from Cool Runnings at number 6.
Oh yeah, John Candy, right?
Yes.
Love John Candy. R.I.P. man.
What about Sean Porter, aka Dwayne Johnson, aka The Rock?
Gridiron Gang.
Remember, he puts the pads and helmet on.
He does.
And does his own version of an Oklahoma drill.
That is a little bit lower down on the list. No question
His
about
Oklahoma
that.
drill performance not quite as impressive as some of the ladies we've seen spring break viral Oklahoma drill videos at the beach, but still impressive.
And we're getting a lot of texts about Coach Herman Boone. I think because that was based on a real person. He's not on here.
Reggie Theus on Hang Time. Shout out to whoever texts that Hang Time in. I used to watch that, bro. I used to watch it.
No, number 5 is Lou Brown from Major League.
Oh yeah, he was the guy who was a tire salesman, right?
Yeah, he was with the mustache.
Yeah.
Number 4 is Mickey Goldmill from Rocky.
Goldmill was his name?
Goldmill. I would have never known what his last name was.
I would have never known, yeah.
Ever.
Get up, you bum.
Get up, you bum. You're not going to beat him, Rock. He's too good.
Hey, come on, Mick. Hey, give me a hard time here,
I'm just beating up the meat over
on,
here,
Mick.
in the freezer. Number 3 is Jimmy Duggan, A League of Their Own. Tom Hanks.
No crying.
Yeah.
There's no crying at baseball.
Yeah.
Number 2, we got Mr. Miyagi, Wax On, Wax Off.
Yeah.
The Karate Kid.
What about Roy
Guy
McCormick?
from Arnold's. What?
Roy McCormick.
From Arnold's.
Right. Isn't that the guy?
Yes, he is.
Happy Days. He owned Arnold's.
Yeah.
He did. Pat, I'm going to mess up his name. Pat Moriota?
Don't look at me for that one, bro.
Don't look at
not
me.
my
Really?
wheelhouse.
No.
Happy Days is not my wheelhouse. Sorry.
I didn't watch a ton of Happy Days.
I know the Fonz is not Harry Winkler, but that's as far as I can go there with Happy Days.
Henry Winkler, Jack.
I know, but you made him Harry a few moments ago.
We also
Is
have,
Hayden Fox in this one? Is he a nominee?
No, he's not in the top 10. I mean, he's probably
He's the
down.
guy from Coach on TV.
Yeah, he was number 16 on the list.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Hey,
number
what was
16.
Coach's assistant's name?
Oh, the guy with the...
Does he not look like Mike Bassick? Mike Bassick needs to send that guy a cease and desist. They made a cash out for you, fam. You're not getting paid.
He's got the
In what?
blonde
In
hair
what?
down there.
Everything, bro. It's
That's
Mike
awesome.
Bassick, dude.
Which movie is that?
It's called
On Coach.
The Coach, a TV show called Coach.
Just Coach.
Coach, yeah.
We got some love for Nick Nolte in Blue Chips and Goldie Hawn
That's
in
real-
Wildcats.
That's good, yeah.
But number 1, best fictional coach of all time in honor of Ted Lasso, which is coming out today.
Is it Martin Lawrence in Rebound?
That's a good reference.
Jimmy
no.
McGinty?
It's Coach.
Whoopi Goldberg and Eddie.
Oh, it's good. It's Coach Eric Taylor, Friday Night Lights.
Oh, yeah.
And that got texted in so much on the text line, I think people might have mutinied. So there you have it. That's today's top 10 at 420.
Very good. Thank you, Walchuk. Always appreciate it. Top 10 at 420 each and every day with the Wooly Bully here in the G-Bag Nation. You can hang out with Walchuk, talk draft, watch sports, and get that lovely, lovely buffet at Baby Dolls tonight from 7 to 9 o'clock. How good is the AL West? And the Yankees players pay for this just like we do. That's next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and
miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados. There's Equinox, Tahoes, Traverse, Malibus, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads, y'all.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We got the World Baseball Classic that will continue later on tonight. Big games in the WBC. We got Puerto Rico against the Dominican Republic. That'll be a 6 o'clock start time on FS1. And then after that, we got the United States. And I believe it's Colombia that are going to be playing.
Coming off a loss against Mexico.
Yeah.
1-1 in the world.
This is big.
Is that the squad that has coffee in their dugout? Somebody had like espresso and coffee all in their dugout.
Italian.
That was fire, bro.
The Italians have
fire.
The Italians have an espresso machine. Lucius is absolutely right about that.
Which is fantastic. Very, very jealous. Very, very jealous about that. All right, let's get into who has the best division.
Does the Cuban team have like a bunch of
cigars?
Cafecito?
Yeah.
Oh, cafecito?
Yeah, bro.
Is that like
drinking some coquitos out there too?
Yeah. Dude, the cafecito is like all you need is like a little droplet and you become the most energized, caffeinated human on the planet.
I have a very small group of TikTok friends, but I became friends with a gentleman that's a cigar roller.
Ooh, that's a good
professional cigar roller.
That's
and like
sweet.
my man, I mean, there are things I could watch people do, you know, when it comes to cooking and stuff like that. Watching somebody professionally hand roll a cigar is fascinating to me.
Mm-hmm.
It really, really is. Dude's a good man. He's good at it.
Rangers right now up 3-2 in the 7th against the Royals as they play out in Surprise. Hopefully we'll catch up with Jared Sandler coming up in the 6 o'clock hour a little bit later on.
If I was just like a fan of sports and I like baseball a little bit, I'd do the spring training thing.
It's fun.
I mean, the way the games,
time.
yeah, like the games are over. They're going fast now. You can maybe play some golf in the morning, go to the games out in Arizona, go to dinner that night. You could have a lot of fun out there hanging out watching all those baseball. And they're all close together, too.
Yeah.
You can see all the various teams, and they're good teams out there, too.
And that's a nice little ballpark there in the
all
concessions.
the little ballparks are nice out there. Yeah, the concessions. We did that. We documented this.
Sure did.
Yeah.
I'm sure those are still available on 105throughthefan.com. You can always go back and look at that. Dane Dunning has had a really good 5 innings for the Rangers. 6 strikeouts, had just 1 walk, no runs on just 1 hit. So good to see Dane.
He wasn't healthy, right? Was he?
He wasn't healthy. He had surgery in the offseason.
Yeah, okay.
So we actually didn't get to see Dane while we were out there. Eric and I got to chat with him a little bit in the clubhouse. Eric
big time coffee guy.
Yeah, he is a big time coffee guy. Eric was marveling at the Cavs.
Yeah.
I don't blame you.
He's really a gamer, right?
He is.
A big gamer.
Big gamer.
Video gamer. Not like,
video games.
Not
yes.
like gamer on the diamond necessarily, right?
Well, I mean, Dane actually, I thought, pitched really well last year. He just didn't get help. It was like any game that he would
like
pitch.
One run a game.
They gave him no run support.
No, it's one of those things where people talk about DeGrom, but really they should be talking about Dane Dunning.
Should be talking about Dunning. No question about it.
As an ace of the staff.
Yeah.
Is he a breakout candidate?
As Dunning. I don't know. They'd spend all this money on DeGrom. They should have given it to Dunning.
Jeez, give all the money to Dane Dunning. But CBS Sports put out what's the best division in baseball. And I think you can make a case of the AL East. You think it's the AL East?
I think it's the AL East.
Do you? Yeah. But I think you can make a case of the AL West is one of the best divisions in all of Major League Baseball. You got the Astros, who could be the best team. They are the defending World Series champions. Mm-hmm. And they should be, in my opinion, the favorites to repeat as they're loaded. You've got the Mariners, who were an amazing story a year ago, and I think are also going to be very good again in competing for the postseason. The Angels, I don't know about. You know, the Angels are one of those teams that are just, are they ever going to put it together? Because they've got the talent. I don't think they have the pitching. I think that's the big issue with the Angels. And then the A's. Just when you think the A's are a team that it's like, man, they're cheap, they stink, they'll surprise you. They'll surprise you with a good year.
Just when you say that, you realize you nailed it.
Yeah. Just when you say that, you're a sports expert.
Boo! But I don't know. I don't think the A's are going to be great this year. But you never know. That is an interesting organization that does not spend a lot of money, but somehow puts a good product on the diamond. And then, of course, there's our Rangers, who we're hoping to have a much better run. But
please,
in terms of who is the best division in baseball, at number 1, Brian, you say it's the American League East.
I think it's the East.
It is the American League East.
Both East, right? AL or NL?
Yeah, you're doing.
The NL with the Mets, the Phillies,
Braves.
When you start talking about the Boston Red Sox being the worst team in the AL East, that tells you something right there.
And the Red Sox aren't going to be that bad this year.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. There's people that feel like that Baltimore is on a heater right now. The Yankees won 99 games last year. Tampa Bay is always going to be in the mix because they'll come up with pitching
absolutely
when nobody else has it. In Toronto, we're kind of waiting for Toronto to win a World Series, aren't we?
Yeah,
I mean every
Toronto
year
is
loaded.
a sleeping giant.
Yeah, if Boston's the worst team in that division and they're not really that bad,
yeah,
that's a division.
I kind of think Toronto and San Diego are in a similar trajectory when you look at San Diego in the NL and then Toronto here in the American League. But I mean, this is an outstanding nugget. The Red Sox were 52-34 last year when they didn't have to play a team in their division, so they were on pace to be a 98-win team. Yet they end up being last place in that division last year.
Yeah, I think Eric, to your point about when you look at the NL East, Marlins are still kind of scuffing along.
Got Sandy Alcantara, but that's about it.
Yeah. The Nationals still kind of scuffling along a little bit there.
Yeah, they drag things down for sure.
Yeah. And the Phillies, it took firing their manager for them to get kind of things turned around to where they had a shot where they got into the World Series.
And Bryce Harper, when are we going to see him?
He's saying it might be after the All-Star break. Bryce is a guy, he's not going to rush, and I don't think the Phillies are going to rush him either. He's got to be right until he's going to play. So he said he's probably going to go into the All-Star game before he's willing to go back. So those are the top two. Then you got the West. The National League West is at 3 with the Dodgers and the Padres.
What was number 2? Was it the NL East?
It was the NL East. So the NL West at 3, and then the AL West coming in at 4. Saw this story earlier from the New York Yankees, and I thought that this was absolutely shocking because I would just assume that the Yankees as an organization would be paying for this for their players. But according to Forbes, right, the Yankees were estimated to be worth $6 billion. Yet there was an article out today that the Yankees players actually have to pay for their own Wi-Fi on the planes.
No,
just like we do.
What?
Can you believe that?
Wait, do they fly? I mean, they have their own team plane, but is it like a commercial thing, or do you fly? Does the team have their own plane? You would think they would just put all the bells and whistles on there for you. That's hilarious.
I've noticed in the outfield they have a big signage that's Delta.
Yes, Delta.
Okay.
They are sponsored by Delta. So Stephanie Apstein reported that the Yankees players are forced to pay for Wi-Fi every time they travel on the team's plane, which can cost $9 per flight. Apparently, Aaron Judge has found the loophole, though.
Yeah, he's a frequent flyer of Delta.
He's a T-Mobile subscriber. And T-Mobile's network gets free Wi-Fi on Delta flights.
There you go.
So he doesn't get charged.
There you go.
So I guess everybody just needs to switch to T-Mobile.
Wow.
If you're a Yankees player. But isn't that bizarre? You think the Yankees, right? The Yankees would be covering
Not
the Wi-Fi.
A's?
No, the A's, damn well, you're paying for everything. But
you
it's
have to
the
actually
Yankees.
pay for your own plane ticket.
Okay, here we go.
You're lucky if you're flying
All right.
with the A's.
You either have to pay for this is going to get Eric. This one's going to get Eric. You either have to pay for clubhouse food or Wi-Fi on planes.
I will pay for the Wi-Fi because I don't have to necessarily have the Wi-Fi. I got to have the food.
Agreed. I'm paying for the Wi-Fi, or because I try and sleep on the plane a lot.
Lucius, you paying for Wi-Fi or a meal?
The food,
clubhouse?
100% the food. Yeah, you can have the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I'll twiddle my thumbs. I'll look in the little magazine and fake like I'm about to buy some stuff. Like, you know what? I do need that
Sky
couch
Mall
that massages you.
Sky Mall, yeah. Oh, look, these flamingos I can put in the yard.
Look at this. I need that.
Broadus is like, I'd rather have the Wi-Fi in my YouTube than a delicious, warm, free meal.
I'll tell you what, clubhouse food is glorious. Seriously. I used to, when I worked at the vet, I used to go watch what the Phillies would eat and stuff like that.
Bunch of cheesesteaks.
Oh man, well, that's what that's the deal is. They bring in various foods, ethnic foods from the neighborhood and stuff like that. Like sticky ribs, the Phillies cheesesteak sandwiches, stuff like that. Yeah, give me the clubhouse food too.
Wow,
I'd go without the Wi-Fi.
I just saw that it looks like for an entire season, a team could just pay $40,000 basically. It would cost them $40,000 for the season, and they would have the Wi-Fi.
You're the
covered.
Yankees. Figure this out.
That's a rounding error, bro.
Unreal.
Come on, Hal.
All right, NFL news of the day coming up next. We will update you on everything that's happened with the Cowboys. We got the latest on Aaron Rodgers and maybe the biggest bleep hole coach in the National Football League next on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. A crazy day of NFL news. We'll hit you with all the latest as the Cowboys have agreed with Ezekiel Elliott to part ways, as they have let Zeke know that he is not returning to the team. He will be released. And the rumor mill is that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are a team that might already be interested in acquiring the services of Ezekiel Elliott.
Skip Pete's coaching running backs down there now.
Make a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
Make a lot of sense. We had Jerry Jones, Cowboys president and general manager, along with, of course, the owner, putting out a message regarding Zeke. We have mutually agreed with Zeke that the best decision for everyone is that he will be able to experience free agency, and we can increase our flexibility and options as well. This is one of the toughest parts of operating a team. Moments like this come and extremely difficult decisions and choices are made. For the franchise, for me personally, for players too, we will always have a special place and love for Zeke and what he meant to our Cowboys family, both as a person and a player. That will never change, as Ezekiel Elliott's tenure as a Dallas Cowboy is done, at least for now. Who knows? Maybe there's a reunion down the road, or I'm sure he will sign that one-day contract whenever he does decide to hang him up and retire as a Dallas Cowboy. That would be the hope. But, fellas, thoughts on the move? Parting ways with Zeke.
Yeah, man, I am glad that they did this. I'm glad that they didn't string it out. I was worried that maybe this would be something like they did with Dez, where they took it almost up to the draft before they made their official decision here. I think it makes sense for both sides to get this done as early as possible. Maybe Zeke can go find some work elsewhere before the market really starts to dry up, as it's now officially day one of the league year. So it makes a ton of sense. I'm glad they went this route. I think that Zeke is certainly a player to love and respect. The time that he was here, he had some really, really great years from a production standpoint, and then the toughness and a lot of the leadership and the maturation of Zeke from rookie Zeke to big-time locker room leader by the end of his stay here is all stuff to be admired. So many great moments with him here. It's crazy that it feels like just yesterday it's rookie Dak and Zeke, and it's one of the most fun football Cowboy years we've had in a long time, and now that the era is over, it is a little bit weird how quick time flies. But I will bang the table for this. They should have done a one-play contract, like we see these guys doing one-day contracts, retiring with their team, a one-play contract, so we could have one more play, and it doesn't have to end with him as a center on his back as time expires in San Francisco.
I think the thing that I'll always remember about Zeke is how the discussion of that draft, that 2016 draft, where it was down to, whether they were going to take the defensive back there,
Jalen
Ramsey, or they were going to take Zeke, and the fact that Rod Marinelli and Chris Richard stepped up and said, let's take Zeke here. If they would have had some conviction about Ramsey and where he was going to play, that could have been a whole different story. And I think the fact that Marinelli and Richard signed off on it made it really easy for them to draft Zeke. But just think about maybe how history might have changed. But then again, would you have gotten what you got early, or would you gotten early out of Dak Prescott?
That first year, Ezekiel Elliott instantly entered the NFL and was the best running back in all of football.
Yeah. it was the way the long runs, 50, 60-yard runs, the screen plays, the wins, like I said, in Pittsburgh, win at Lambeau Field. There were so many times where, handing Zeke, heck, there are some fourth down carries where my man had just the presence of mind to extend the ball real fast, and just, those overhead shots were key points of a game where he was able to convert on those short yardage situations, the way he was able to get into the end zone. That was, but the way he was the reason why that it wasn't an absolute disaster for Dak Prescott to start his career.
Yeah.
If it was going to be all on Dak Prescott, who knows how that might have ended up.
Now, Zeke was a tremendous player in his prime with the Cowboys, and tough as nails and great for the locker room, which we talked to Jane an hour ago. She articulated that. You can always hit that Odyssey Rewind, go back and find it. Cowboys made some other moves today.
Bobby Belts reminded me that Chris Richard wasn't here in 2018. I swear, I could have sworn it was I know it was Rod Marinelli, and I thought it was Chris Richard that had that. I thought 2000. Well, somebody, like I say, it was on Rod.
Richard might have come in 17.
Bobby says he wasn't here till 18. So my apologies,
all
but
right.
I just remember the coaching staff, the defensive coaching staff. Might have been Matt. Bobby, am I right about Matt Eberflus? Somebody like that.
Yeah,
I think. But it was the defensive staff that stepped up and were saying, no, we'll take Zeke. So I'm sure I'm going to get a text message from Bobby here.
Well, we'll talk with Bobby coming up a little bit later on at 5:30, heading into LA Live. All right, Cowboys restructured the contract of DeMarcus Lawrence, which opens up $8.89 million in cap space. He's the fourth player that the Cowboys have restructured in the last 2 weeks, according to Archer. Dak, Zach Martin, Michael Gallup, all of those combined freed up $45 million in cap room for the Cowboys. Now, they've used some of that already. Some of that they just needed to do to get underneath the cap. Now, the move is also going to increase Tank's 2024 cap number to a little more than $20 million. So that's the stuff that happens when you restructure these contracts. Sometimes you're kind of just kicking the can down the road. That'll be the case with Tank. They also went ahead and reworked Tyron Smith's deal, which will open up some cap space and keep him around for his 13th year with the Cowboys. He was set to make $13.6 million in the final year of his contract, so his base salary is going to drop, but he's going to be able to make up the money depending on how much he plays. This was a fascinating stat from Todd Archer. Tyron has played in just 17 of a possible 50 regular season games since Mike McCarthy has been the head coach here with the Cowboys. So availability will be a concern. Now, what will he play? Left tackle? Could it be right tackle? Would he be the best, the swing tackle? Todd's saying it could be all of them, but I think, to me, if they're bringing him back, he's your starting left tackle. I don't think he's going to be your backup swing tackle unless you draft somebody, because now you lose Connor McGovern in free agency to Buffalo. They were very willing to kick Tyler Smith inside for the postseason at guard until they had the Jason Peters injury during the Tampa Bay game. I think that's probably their ideal starting five as it stands today when healthy, is Tyron at left tackle, Tyler at left guard, Biotish at center, Martin at right guard, and then Steele back at right tackle.
Yeah, I think that's certainly the case. And now I'm wondering, you have DeAndre Hopkins trending on Twitter. I know Jane told us earlier, as of at least last night when she was kicking around DeAndre Hopkins with some sources, there was nothing that had moved on it, but people are waiting for a big move. Everybody's going, all right, they're clearing all this space. What are they doing it for? But Broadus not necessarily expecting another big move. Stefan, are we going to look back at the offseason when we get to Oxnard and say Stefan Gilmore was the biggest acquisition outside of the draft?
It's funny because I'm texting with somebody right now that's out there in the Cowboy media world that is like talking about the whole thing with this Hopkins, and it's like it's a kind of a buzz among the Cowboy bloggers and stuff like that. And I just kind of reminded her that Jane Slater just told us that the front office has no idea where this is coming from. So I don't know. Again, there's the blogger world and stuff like that. I mean, I think guys and gals do a hell of a job with that stuff. I'm trusting Jane on this one. I think that when we look back, that's, Jane. I think Jane gave us a pretty good idea. If nothing happens with Odell Beckham, that you wait, post June 1st, and you got some cap money, and you can, and then you could kind of navigate maybe working on a contract there for him. Maybe get him a little healthier, get him a little bit better shape, get him ready for get him ready for training camp. So I don't think that they're going to do anything with Hopkins. Man, I would be surprised. And again, nothing against the Cowboy bloggers out there, guys, gals, you do a hell of a job. I'm gonna gut this one with Slater and think she's probably talking to the right people about it.
Well, I wonder And in my mind, I was going, okay, this is cool. If Aaron Rodgers is throwing out OBJ on his New York Jets wish list, and Aaron Rodgers came out today and said the Jets is where he wants to go, and now we're just waiting on the official trade to come through with the Packers and the Jets agreeing on some level of compensation there. But if I was like, yes, man, I feel like if you're a Cowboys fan right now and you want DeAndre Hopkins or some level of receiver, I'm going, I don't know that Jerry would make a move for another receiver other than OBJ until OBJ is no longer available to be had. I'm going, please, Jets, get this thing done with OBJ, and then maybe they could turn their sights to somebody else. But I don't see the Cowboys making a move for a wide receiver unless it's OBJ, until OBJ maybe becomes unavailable, signs somewhere, and then it's like, okay, now where can we pivot? So I'm like crossing my fingers, OBJ to the Jets, please, as soon as possible, and then maybe we could get the DeAndre Hopkins trade.
Nobody saw again the Gilmore trade.
It's true.
We were all trying to think, they need a receiver. We don't see, we see good receivers in the draft. Don't see great receivers in the draft.
No,
kind of a need the Cowboys, and I think that Jerry is on this Odell Beckham thing. I just think that's the text messages that I've exchanged with people in the organization. They're like, he's the GM, it's his team. We'll do whatever he wants us to do.
Well, speaking of the Stefan Gilmore move that the Cowboys made yesterday, Shannon Sharp was discussing that earlier today with Skip and Shannon on Undisputed. But here's Shannon on his thoughts on the Cowboys.
The defense wasn't your issue.
No, it wasn't. We strengthened the strength, right?
So at what point in time are we going to address the elephant? It's not an elephant. It's a pack of elephants.
Okay.
When are you going to address that? Now, you just mentioned your defense. They finished 5th in points allowed, 3rd in sacks, 9th in red zone touchdown allowed. You gave up 19 points in a playoff game, and you lost 19-12. Nobody said the Cowboys got knocked out of the playoffs because of their defense. What was everybody saying that Monday morning when you were not going to advance?
Heck, what was I saying?
It was your quarterback. Mm-hmm. At some point in time, Skip, you're going to have to stop sticking your head in the sand. I know I like Gilly too, and I believe Gilly will help your defense.
Yep.
But guess what? You're going to probably lose 12-9. You'll probably lose 10-7 because your quarterback, despite missing 5 games, was tied for the league in interceptions. So in other words, turnovers is in his DNA. He had 3 pick sixes. And do you remember the turnovers in that playoff game? They took points off your board, helped San Francisco put points on theirs. So I like Stefan Gilmore. I like Gilly. He studies. He understands patterns. He understands tendencies. Hey, I like it in Cowboys that strengthen the strength. When are you going to fix that weakness?
5th round pick.
Yeah, just take a receiver.
They gave a 5th round pick, and I said this morning, and you've heard me say this before. I worked for a Hall of Fame general manager in Ron Wolf. Just keep adding. Yeah. And you feel like you're really good and deep at a position, just keep add another player.
I'm with you.
This is not like they had to ship the 26th pick to the Indianapolis Colts to get a cornerback. I challenge Shannon to remember that the last several weeks of the Cowboys season when they didn't have any cornerbacks, when they were struggling. Remember how many different combinations of cornerbacks they ran out there opposite?
Mackenzie Alexander,
yes,
Trayvon Mullen,
Xavier Rhodes,
you name it. They were desperate.
Name them all. Name them all. They didn't have a legitimate cornerback after those guys, after Brown and Lewis and those guys started getting hurt. I mean, Kelvin Joseph. They ran guys out there. So for that to me is I can see where as a team building situation you don't want to go through that again.
Yeah.
You do not. And if you could add Stefan Gilmore for a 5th round pick, great. And I think he's okay with it. But, I mean, I think he just wanted to take a shot at Dak Prescott.
Well, he does have a point in terms of they do need to be aggressive and add some more offensive talent.
Yeah.
Well, and they could do it in the absolute draft. We feel like you can add a running back to this thing. You can add a tight end to this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, you might even get Dalton Schultz back on a 1-year deal. I mean, you really might. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't.
Yeah, just because you need a bunch of offense doesn't mean you shouldn't have done the Stefan Gilmore move. That in and of itself, great move. But yes, they still have a lot of questions offensively that are going to need to be addressed. And I don't know that you can start going, all double dipping at corner and stuff in the draft. You have too many offensive needs in my mind. You need a lot of weaponry here.
Yeah, no doubt. Fletcher Cox is going back to the Eagles on a 1-year, $10 million deal. A hometown discount is what he gave the Eagles. The Browns also released Jadeveon Clowney. So cue the Clowney questions. Hey, do the Cowboys want him? And Jacoby Brissett signed today with the Washington Commanders. We've got the Aaron Rodgers news we can get to as well. Plus, how about a college super seg? Which country would you most want to play a game in? And we've got the first of its kind in college basketball next on The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercial.